Chapter 1. Breaking off the engagement, I no longer want you. The biting cold wind, laden with snow, pounded against the glass canopy of the subway station. Xiao Jinbei emerged among the last group of passengers. Tonight was New Year's Eve, and he was heading to his father-in-law's home. The driver of a rickshaw called out loudly, "Big boss, need a ride? Just 10 yuan to Dongchong village." "No, thank you," he replied, braving the biting wind and snow that threatened to freeze his nose. The streets were nearly deserted, and the rickshaw trailed behind him. Suddenly, there was a screech of brakes. The front of the rickshaw nearly collided with a tram parked in the bicycle lane, its number plate starting with a 2 and ending with a 3. He halted in his tracks. That was the new car he had purchased for his fiancée. In the frigid night, her vehicle stood abandoned on the desolate road. The vehicle was in motion. Xiao Jinbei's eyes widened. A sinister atmosphere tightened the air around him, an invisible hand grasping his throat and constricting his windpipe, leaving him gasping for breath. A lump formed in his chest, unable to rise or fall. He sprinted towards the car, bending down to peer through the window. Inside, he was met with the unfamiliar face of a man, whose smile stretched from ear to ear. "Yao Qin, what are you doing?" Xiao Jinbei pounded on the window. Inside, Yao Qin was startled, her hands fumbling in her hair. The man beside her opened the door and jumped out. "Who are you?" Xiao Jinbei rushed around the front of the car. The young man's face bore a mocking grin. "What business is it of yours?" Xiao Jinbei seized the man's collar. Yao Qin rushed in, wrapping her arms around Xiao Jinbei's waist, pulling him aside. "Stop. Don't act impulsively. Get lost." "No, I won't allow you to hit Yongfeng." "Yongfeng?" A dagger seemed to stab into Xiao Jinbei's heart, the shattering sound echoing toward Yao Qin. He gazed at her, so intimate that they had even omitted surnames. Yet she commanded him not to strike, openly defending another. "Yao Qin, you have been with me for 3 years. I have treated you sincerely, loving you more than I love myself. How can you justify driving the car I bought you, while I toil through this frigid night, cavorting with another man?" Xiao Jinbei exclaimed in fury. The rickshaw driver, having stopped to witness the drama, gaped in astonishment. "What the hell? You won't even spend 10 yuan on a ride to escape the wind, saving up to buy you that car. He treats you so well, yet you dare to drive his car with another man? What on earth are you doing, girl?" Xie Yongfeng glared at the rickshaw driver with disdain before his gaze shifted to Xiao Jinbei. With his chin raised and hands on his hips, he reprimanded him. "Xiao Jinbei, you are bringing shame to all men. You bought a car worth 260,000 yuan and still need to make payments. You spare no expense for a mere 380,000 yuan betrothal gift, which you've saved for over a year. A modest home barely exceeds $1 million, yet you can only muster 300,000. You force Qin to endure a life of hardship. She wants to indulge in 2 durians each week, but can only afford one as she lives in your rented, dilapidated place, where mice fight on the ceiling and cockroaches scuttle around. In winter, she lacks a fur coat. In summer, she cannot visit Bali. In autumn, she receives no first cup of milk tea, and in winter, she must still leave for work. You have allowed Qin to end up like this. It is a grave dereliction of duty, utter incompetence. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Women are inherently deserving of a man's affection. Women are delicate and fragile, unable to withstand the tempests of life as men. We must cherish and protect them with great care. Women are like little princesses, untouched by the mundane struggles of daily life as men. We should provide them with a life of quality and nurture them with tenderness. Look at you, Xiao Jinbei. Not only do you fail to love Qin properly, but you also cannot pamper her. Qin cannot envision a future with you. She has accumulated enough disappointment. What is wrong with her choosing to leave and find happiness with someone else? Why do you have to blame her for being with me? If you are unable, then gracefully withdraw and allow someone capable of loving her to protect her. Yongfeng Wa. Yao Qin shed tears filled with both gratitude and sorrow. Her emotions were stirred by Xie Yongfeng, the epitome of a remarkable man she had encountered. He stood tall and resolute, possessing both courage and gentleness, unafraid to love or hate. He understood her, empathizing with the burdens she had silently borne in her heart. Indeed, these years have been painfully arduous for her, with heartache stemming from Xiao Jinbei. After 3 years with him, the weight of disappointment had pressed deeply into her soul. When her colleagues went to New Zealand for wedding photos, she, Understanding the difficulties Xiao Jinbei faced as a newcomer in the workforce, only suggested a trip to Dali and Irai, yet he still insisted on waiting. While her best friend had been driving a luxury BMW for years, Xiao Jinbei had only managed to scrape together enough to buy her a car worth $260,000 last month. She bore her grievances silently, without a hint of anger. Xiao Jinbei even told others he could not bear to ride a rickshaw worth 10 yuan, subtly implying that she was squeezing him dry and causing him to suffer. Isn't romance a mutual agreement? Shouldn't a man toil for their shared future? What is wrong with enduring some hardship? After all, what man who marries a goddess does not pay a price? Others may possess vast wealth, making marriage a simple affair, as their circumstances permit. Xiao Jinbei, with nothing to his name, cannot simply expect to win her heart without striving for success. To boast about his efforts while withholding genuine character is truly disheartening. The depths of the human heart are often inscrutable. One can never fully discern what lies within. Listening to Xie Yongfeng's words and observing Xiao Jinbei's demeanor, she realized how blind she had been all these years. Xiao Jinbei, let us cancel the engagement. I wish to break up with you. Yao Qin stepped forward 3 paces, aligning herself with Xie Yongfeng. Xiao Jinbei had prepared an array of arguments to refute Xie Yongfeng. Yao Qin's words struck his ears like a thunderclap, shattering his train of thought. Have you truly made up your mind? He asked, a hint of desolation in his voice. 3 years of deep affection had been eclipsed by the sudden emergence of Xie Yongfeng. The prospect of ending their engagement based solely on Xie Yongfeng's words felt exceedingly hasty. Yao Qin stood resolute. I was hesitant, but tonight, I have made my decision. She lifted her beautiful face, gazing affectionately at Xie Yongfeng, her joy palpable, as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure. She did not conceal her excitement, and the metaphorical knife embedded in Xiao Jinbei's heart twisted deeper, shattering it completely. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his voice. Since you wish to pursue this so-called affection, I consent to the separation. Please return the betrothal gifts, the funds for the house, and the down payment for the car, amounting to 720,000. Moreover, over the past 3 years, I have expended no less than 200,000 on your parents, younger brother, and grandparents. In total, you owe me 900,000. Chapter 2. Yi is an enchanting woman. You, in total, are to reimburse me 900,000. Of this sum, 720,000 constitutes substantial funds, visibly spent. The remaining over 200,000 consists of minor expenditures accumulated over time. Yao Qin's parents work under Xiao Jinbei, who treats them as his own kin. During festive seasons, each receives a red envelope. Starting at 1,000. On their birthdays, he arranges lavish banquets at hotels, covering the 2,000 for the dining expenses while the elderly receive gifts of cash. Yao Qin's grandparents are still alive, and given their chronic health issues, all medical concerns fall under Xiao Jinbei's care. Furthermore, this June, a grand celebration for grandmother's 70th birthday was held with 20 tables, all expenses borne by him. Additionally, there are daily costs for Yao Qin's sustenance. Her cosmetics cost 3,000 a set, lasting perhaps 2 months at most. She exclusively wears boutique apparel, discarding them once out of season. She is particular with her diet, consuming only pork ribs, favoring durian among fruits, and opting for takeout when meals do not suit her palate. Weekly visits to the nail salon for upkeep, gym sessions, and gatherings with friends are routine. Each holiday, she expects red envelopes, including Labor Day, Qingming Festival, and Father's Day. Indeed, she insists on celebrating even the men's holidays, reasoning that an extra red envelope signifies additional affection. For the deceased, she also demands a red envelope, claiming that the portion spent on Yao Qin is not accounted for by Xiao Jinbei. The money he expends on women is merely a price paid for misplaced affection, while funds spent on others must unequivocally be returned. In front of Yao Qin, Xiao Jinbei called her parents. Upon hearing about the return of the bride price summing to 900,000, the father erupted in disbelief. The bride price was used to buy a car for her brother. The 300,000 for the house renovation was also utilized. As for the money spent on us and the grandparents, not a single cent was saved. If you and Qin part ways, The most you will receive is the transfer of the new car. The car, purchased on loan, has a repayment term of 3 years, with monthly payments of 6,000. Once settled, the car loan is his responsibility, rendering Yao Qin's loss negligible. If the car is dirty, I do not want it. Please return the down payment. The father-in-law retorted, that is impossible. I have no money. I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up, he exclaimed, his youthful exuberance contrasting with his exasperation. The mother-in-law's anxious voice interjected. Give me the phone. Let me see if he has hung up correctly. Do not press the wrong button. You have managed this poorly, Xiao. Why did you initiate the breakup? This could have been a splendid opportunity. Tonight, if he withdraws, it aligns perfectly with our desires. Qin has brought home this Xiao phone. Her high school classmate whose family runs a large corporation worth millions. They say in their circles, engagement gifts come in gold bracelets by weight, with wedding houses accompanied by villas and wedding cars filling the garage. Our beautiful daughter parting ways with Xiao Jinbei and Xiao Feng arriving at her side. Cherishing her, what a fortuitous match. The father-in-law replied, you only see the immediate. I will hold firm on not returning. If Xiao Jinbei waits long enough without receiving his money, negotiations will have to resume. Isn't it bad to return 300,000? The mother-in-law remarked, well indeed. Qin has spent over 3 years with Xiao, sacrificing her youth in his company, enduring his constant torment. The phone slipped from Xiao Jinbei's ear. It was at this moment he realized the immense cost of his journey thus far. He looked towards Yao Qin, the lovely girl with whom he had shared countless meals, now lost in the icy expanse. His profound love for her had also perished. Yao Qin, return to your parents and raise 900,000 within a week. Not a penny less. With that, Xiao Jinbei turned to leave, braving the biting wind and snow, his nose nearly frozen. His dark silhouette cut through the white wilderness, monopolizing the sidewalk. Behind him, Yao Qin's soft voice emerged. Yongfeng, you'll lend me 900,000 to help me break off the engagement, won't you? 90,000 is quite a sum, Su Yongfeng replied. Once the new year arrives, you can accompany me to meet my parents, and I shall propose to you, offering a dowry you may allocate as you wish. What if my parents don't approve of you? They won't. You're so beautiful and charming. I mean, what if? After all, your family is worth millions, and aristocratic families have many rules. Unlike Xiao Jinbei's family, which consists merely of him and his adoptive father, both straightforward men. Darling, then you must put in some effort to win over my parents. The biting cold carried these words into Xiao Jinbei's reddened ears. Let's wait and see. Life's journey is long, and as the saying goes, the best is yet to come. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. A black SUV careened off the road towards the sidewalk, striking Xiao Jinbei. He toppled into a snowbank, propping himself up to question the reckless driving when the driver's door swung open, revealing a woman. Upon closer inspection, she was a striking beauty, her regal face exuding an air of elegance. The scent of her perfume masked the earthy aroma of the snow, infusing it with a delicate sweetness. President Yi? Xiao Jinbei gasped, his eyes widening in shock. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, brushing away the snow from his black coat. Chapter 3. Manager Xiao, would you consider an engagement with me? Xiao Jinbei was taken aback. The one who had knocked him over was Yi Li, the esteemed president of Leisure Group, a stunning, dignified woman of 33. Xiao Jinbei worked at a subsidiary of the Leisure Group, serving as the sales manager for the Eastern Factory project. He was merely one of many employees, and Yi Li did not recognize him. Who are you? Yi Li inquired, her demeanor exuding an aloofness that discouraged familiarity. I am Xiao Jinbei, the sales manager for the Eastern Factory project. Yi Li scrutinized his face for a full 3 minutes, seemingly lost in thought before asking unexpectedly, are you married? Xiao Jinbei forced a bitter smile. I just broke up with my girlfriend, so I'm single. So you don't even have a girlfriend? No. Given her high status, Xiao Jinbei treated her with utmost respect, wary of any misstep. President Yi, do you require something? He ventured cautiously. Yi Li's cool gaze fell, her long lashes obscuring her emotions, her voice tinged with a sense of fragility. I just received a call from my boyfriend. He has decided to cancel our engagement. A kindred spirit, indeed. Despite Yi Li's immense wealth, she too was not immune to the pains of love. Xiao Jinbei's shattered heart had begun to mend. He wore a smile that exuded a sense of solace. It is often said that misfortune can lead to fortune. With Yi, who possesses both beauty and power, having her engagement abruptly interrupted by a scoundrel, it signifies that greater happiness awaits her ahead. Yi Li, with her long eyelashes casting shadows, had sent out the invitations for her engagement banquet half a month prior. Was it set for tomorrow? No, the day after tomorrow, on January 3rd. Alas. Why not choose the second? A pair is just right, is it not? Selecting the third only adds an extra person, complicating matters. Xiao Jinbei resuscited Yidi, stating that she was a person of great ambition and that mundane trivialities would not affect her. If the engagement banquet were to be canceled, her friends and family would surely not voice any discontent. It was of no consequence. Yili lifted her face, her eyes shimmering. Manager Xiao, would you consider becoming engaged to me? What? Xiao Jinbei was taken aback, nearly losing his balance. Yili swiftly grasped his wrist, pulling him back. Let me show you something. She unlocked her phone and navigated to her photo gallery. This is my former boyfriend, Hong Xiao. Xiao Jinbei's gaze fell upon the photograph, and he felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He found himself staring at a version of himself, albeit with a more sinister aura. Hong Xiao bore a striking resemblance to him, save for the differing demeanor. He was a refined gentleman, exuding elegance and warmth, while Hong Xiao appeared as a ruthless gangster straight from the screen, cold and commanding, his eyes fierce and defiant. If you are willing to assist me, I shall support you, Hong Xiao had declared. He has taken a starlet to Bali. I cannot afford to lose face. Wealth and power could not heal the wounds of Yi Li's abandonment, nor could they restore her torn dignity. Xiao Jinbei regarded Yi Li with empathy. Her plight mirrored his own, and as a female executive, it underscored the gravity of his own circumstances. He lacked even wealth and power. Manager Xiao, consider this as me arranging a new job for you in my capacity as CEO. Please work alongside me. Very well, I shall comply. Xiao Jinbei gritted his teeth and accepted. He had done menial tasks before. What was the work of becoming engaged to a boss in comparison? Yi Li's promise of support signified limitless potential for him. He brushed the snow off his jeans and settled into Yi Li's car. The vehicle glided along an empty road, flattening the snow beneath its wheels, the melting snow splashing against the tires as they arrived at a barbecue stall outside a vegetable market, accompanied by the biting wind. Underneath a large red umbrella, the stall owner squinted as he grilled meat, while the owner's wife, clad in an apron, danced about energetically. And patrons exhaled clouds of white mist as they drank and enjoyed skewers. Beside the grill stood a small rack adorned with hats and gloves for warmth, while an elderly man, guarding the stand, had flakes of snow caught in his beard, the warmth from his nostrils slowly melting them away. This is where I shall alight. Xiao Jinbei waved farewell to Yi Li, agreeing to meet her early the following morning. The old man approached him, limping slightly, his body swathed in at least 3 thick layers of cotton clothing, resembling a dilapidated utility pole swaying in the wind. Jinbei, you have returned. As Xiao Jinbei brushed the snow from the elder's beard, he replied, Father, how many times must I tell you? Do not set up a stall in the middle of winter. Your health is paramount. Xiao Chantian smiled warmly. I am not cold. Your cousin's barbecue stall is thriving. In the frigid cold, few people were on the streets. The number of passers-by was scant, yet young individuals would purchase gloves to ward off the chill. Additionally, there were many regular customers for my father's hangover remedy, collectively saving up to contribute towards my wedding. After considerable effort, Xiao Chantian finally managed to slip his hand into the pocket of his cotton-padded coat, extracting a thick wad of red banknotes with his coarse, ruddy fingers. A few days prior, a fellow villager had come to me seeking treatment for cancer, suffering unbearable pain that robbed him of sleep. I prescribed medication, and today he returned to express his gratitude, stating he could finally eat again, and his family gifted me a red envelope containing 600 yuan. Xiao Chantian handed the money over, saying, Jinbei, Qin keeps lamenting that we haven't purchased a house in the city. Let us strive a little harder, and by next year, We could secure a mortgage for one. Holding his father's cold and rough hand, Xiao Jinbei felt a surge of emotions welling up within his chest. Father, I am so sorry. Yet, there was no need for politeness between father and son. Xiao Chantian sighed deeply, lamenting, in this life, I have not been fortunate. I never had the opportunity to obtain a medical license. Otherwise, with my skills, I could have opened a clinic and earned enough to afford several villas. Then, my son would not have to bear such immense pressure. Having graduated 3 years ago, Xiao Chantian worked as a manager in a sales office during the day and took on driving jobs at night. On leisurely days, he could manage 2 to 3 hours of sleep, while during busier times, he would head straight to work after finishing his driving shift, often dozing off in his office chair during lunch to catch a brief respite. Despite his relentless efforts, his father-in-law remained dissatisfied, frequently reminding him of their lack of a home and a car. Last month, they finally acquired a new vehicle, only for the pressure of the car loan amount, causing Qin to lose sleep over it. As Xiao Chantian spoke these words, his wrinkled face gazed up at the night sky, embodying the helplessness of a life lived in struggle despite his utmost exertions, a dullness lingering in his bright eyes. An invisible hand seemed to grip Xiao Jinbei's heart, squeezing it painfully as if he needed to cut open his trachea for air. Initially, he had planned to wait until after the new year, hoping to endure the harsh winter before revealing his breakup with Yao Qin to his father. His father, at 71, was frail, and he worried that such news might be too much for him to bear. However, now, Xiao Jinbei felt an urgent need to act. Each day of concealment only prolonged his father's suffering. Dad, I've broken up with Yao Qin. From today onward, you need not worry about arranging a marriage for me during these cold nights of market stalls. Xiao Jinbei laid bare his intentions regarding Yao Qin's aspirations to become a princess. Xiao Changtian's mouth hung open, unable to respond for a considerable time. The biting wind forced snowflakes into his mouth, turning his lips a deep shade of purple. His cousin's wife, darting around the barbecue stall, approached with a look of alarm. Xiao Jinbei, have you offended a big boss? I hear Yao Qin's new boyfriend is quite formidable, seemingly untouchable. Those who operated night stalls feared offending someone powerful. If retaliation occurred in the dead of night, the couple would be ill-equipped to handle it, as they relied on the barbecue stall to make a living. In a flurry, his cousin's wife tugged at Xiao Changtian's felt hat, urging, Uncle, you must gather your things and leave. Please don't set up your stall here again. Tears welled in her eyes. My eldest son is in high school, my younger son is in middle school, and my third son is in kindergarten. My parents are waiting in the countryside for retirement. Our old house has collapsed, and the monthly mortgage for the new one is 5,000 yuan. Do you understand how difficult it is for me? She spat out her distress with fervor, as Xiao Changtian waved his hand dismissively, indicating for Xiao Jinbei to hastily gather his belongings and depart. Xiao Jinbei, concerned for his well-being, comforted him. I've caught the attention of the group's president and secured a promising job. I am to be engaged the day after tomorrow, so rest easy. All right? What? Xiao Chantian was left speechless for a considerable time. I said, I'm to be engaged to my boss, worried that Xiao Chantian might suffer too great an emotional blow that evening. Xiao Jinbei accompanied him home, sharing a bed, pulling him close to warm his feet in his embrace. Xiao Chantian insisted on keeping the lights on and, with heartfelt sincerity, said to Xiao Jinbei, It is all my fault for being ineffectual, causing you so much distress. Go seek your biological father. Your mother said before her passing that he was a hero. Quite remarkable. Perhaps you should place an advertisement. Once you find your real father, he will support and advocate for you. Chapter 4. Come embrace me from a young age. Xiao Jinbei understood that he was the adopted son of Xiao Changtian. Showered with unconditional love, they relied on each other for companionship. Thus, the thought of seeking his biological father had never crossed his mind. However, that night, Xiao Changtian's resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for discussion. The following day, Xiao Jinbei first registered on a search platform for relatives, expressing his desire to find his biological father before proceeding to visit Yili. Yili resided in a villa at Xianjiangbei. The ground floor was adorned in a wedding theme, vibrant and festive, exuding opulence. Mananju Shou, Ye li aprurochit granjefui. Her chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders, clad in a shimmering red dress that accentuated her figure. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and her crimson lips bloomed like a flourishing red rose. Hello, General Manager Yi. Influenced deeply by the dynamics of employer and subordinate, Xiao Jinbei performed a respectful bow. Yi Li regarded him and replied, "From now on, please call me Lily." "All right, Lily," he attempted, feeling as if his tongue had been scalded. "Again, look into my eyes and say my nickname properly." Xiao Jinbei curled his fingers, suddenly realizing that this job required a degree of performance. He silently prepared himself and, parting his lips, softly called out, "Lily." Yi Li opened her arms. "Come embrace me." Xiao Jinbei, with his inexperienced performance, approached Yi Li and enveloped her in his arms. "Call me," she prompted. "Lily, it is I, Jinbei." "Yes, I am here." Yi Li rose from Xiao Jinbei's embrace. Assistant Gu Xinghe approached, holding a tray adorned with auspicious symbols. "I have arranged a card for you, with a temporary deposit of 100 million in liquid assets. Spend as you wish, but please document any single expenditure exceeding 1 million. Here is your gym membership card. I hope you will diligently check in and improve yourself. This is the key to your new home, and the car keys to the several Maybachs in garage number 3 for your use. Please maintain an air of decorum and refrain from flaunting in supercars. This is your appointment letter as the general manager of Leashing Real Estate Company, effective immediately. You are promoted to headquarters manager." It felt as though Xiao Jinbei had awoken from a dream, suddenly elevated to great heights. Beautiful women, luxury cars, opulent residences, an esteemed status all at once. "Thank you, General Manager Yi." "I apologize, and thank you, Lily." Yi Li gently chided the young man. "You are still quite young. You must gain more experience." "I will strive to do so." "Remember, you are now CEO Xiao, standing tall above the masses. This is your confidence. Mastering this confidence is your aura. The strength of your aura is determined by your understanding of this confidence." "Understood." Xiao Jinbei accepted the tray from Yi Li, who pushed Gu Xinghe forward by the nape of her neck. "This is my special assistant. She will be at your service from now on. In situations you cannot handle, she will shield you, and for tasks you find challenging, she will assist you. You may seek her help for any needs." As Xiao Jinbei glanced over, he found Gu Xinghe's starry eyes shimmering with warmth. "CEO Xiao, Secretary Gu is always at your service." For a moment, Xiao Jinbei's heart skipped a beat, as if a celestial being from beyond the galaxy had come to his rescue. Gu Xinghe, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, possessed translucent skin. As his gaze lingered on her face, he feared to mar her delicate beauty. Meeting her eyes, thoughts of her intelligence and grace filled his mind. Xiao Jinbei offered a faint smile before turning to accompany Yi Li to the wedding suite on the second floor. While Yi Li sifted through garments and rummaged through cabinets of jewelry, Xiao Jinbei strolled leisurely, admiring the lavish surroundings. Finding himself on the picturesque balcony, he seized a moment to call the HR department of the sales division. "Terminate the driver, Yao Guangrong." "Understood, CEO Xiao." Yi Li had already dispatched the appointment letter early that morning, and the senior management of the real estate company was aware of Xiao Jinbei's new position as general manager, now looking to him for guidance. "Remove my Yulan from the temporary worker list at the sales department. Effective immediately, she is prohibited from appearing at any sales site of Leashing Real Estate." "Received. Rest assured, CEO Xiao." After ending that call, he reached out to the project manager of the ongoing construction. "Manager Zhang, this is Xiao Jinbei." "CEO Xiao, greetings. I was just thinking of inviting you to dinner during this festive season." The project manager, who had been indifferent 3 days prior, was now eager to please, ready to kneel and bow at his command. "Manager Zhang, please terminate the collaboration with the cement supplier, Yao Qin, for the East Factory West entrance project. We will retender, selecting suppliers with superior quality at lower prices." "Of course, certainly." Yao Qin has abandoned him. The Yao family shall not find sustenance under his authority. Let Yao Qin take her family to live with her Xie Yongfeng instead. Just as he hung up the phone, Yi Li called from the dressing room. "Jinbei, come here for a moment." As Xiao Jinbei strode over with his long legs, a manager from the mall's professional suit department was hanging suits in the wardrobe. Yili selected a dark suit for him to try on, and after he donned it, she personally tied his tie. Xiao Jinbei raised his chin, maintaining a stoic demeanor. We need to cultivate intimacy. Let us interact more over the next few days. We must create an atmosphere of mutual affection at the engagement banquet, Yili remarked, patting his shoulder. Xiao Jinbei felt a jolt of nervousness. Why was he anxious? He was once a sales manager, adept in navigating social interactions. He could converse with anyone and adapt his demeanor effortlessly. He possessed the ability to engage in a romantic performance with a female boss. With ample experience in romance, he could simply apply the affectionate tactics he once used on Yao Qin. Embrace me, Yili said as she adjusted his suit. All right. Xiao Jinbei lifted his somewhat stiff arms, contemplating the need to work diligently and achieve a remarkable success. His palm rested lightly on Yi Li's smooth shoulder. It felt too rigid, prompting him to adjust his grip. Better. Xiao Jinbei tightened his hold, grasping her shoulder firmly, suddenly exerting force. Yi Li's slender form trembled slightly. She winced, furrowing her brow. Despite his refined demeanor and gentle grace, his strength was palpable. Yi Li stood approximately 1.66 meters tall, her forehead level with Xiao Jinbei's chest, which stood an impressive 1.85 meters. At this moment, she looked up at him, and he appeared to tower over her. A surge of confidence surged within him, a belief that he could indeed hold sway over this formidable woman. Following the unspoken invitation in Yi Li's gaze, he lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her brow. Li, he recovered his deep, affectionate tone. Very well, this is how it should be. Yi Li's red lips curved slightly, revealing a satisfied smile before she turned to attend to her tasks. Xiao Jinbei exhaled, loosening his tie. He had once been deeply enamored, and he was quite adept at navigating such emotions. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. On the other end, Yao Qin's voice crackled with urgency. Hello. Jinbei, are you all right? How strange. Was the princess's high-quality life proving difficult? After running with Xie Yongfeng last night, she came seeking him today. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm quite busy. Yao Qin retorted. You didn't go to the sales office to work overtime today. What could possibly be so urgent? She mumbled. Isn't a designated driver usually a nighttime job? Typically, Xiao Jinbei would prepare dinner, and after she finished and applied her facial mask, she would lounge on the sofa watching idol dramas while he washed the dishes, cleaned, and left for his driving duties around 9 o'clock. It was broad daylight, and his curt tone was unwarranted. Given his attitude, she shouldn't expect any reconciliation. Hurting her heart came with consequences. Yao Qin pressed on. What is going on? My father just received a call from the company. He has been fired. Xiao Jinbei let out a cold laugh. Today is the 2nd. It's the last day for this month as car loan deduction. Why haven't you transferred money to my card yet? Chapter 5. Yao Qin demands money. Yao Qin seized control of the conversation, her words flowing rapidly. Jinbei, hurry up. Transfer 6,000 to my card immediately. It's the last day for the repayment period. If you don't deposit the money, it will affect my credit. Xiao Jinbei sneered. Had they truly parted ways? Was it reasonable for her to ask him for money? What logic existed in expecting an ex-boyfriend to pay off her car loan? If she had the audacity to break off their engagement in pursuit of a supposed affection, she should turn to the man who whisked her away. Yao Qin, have you forgotten that we broke up last night? Yao Qin cleared her throat a couple of times before responding. I haven't forgotten. Then go ask your Yongfeng for money. Why come to me? Xiao Jinbei's voice was stern. Xie Yongfeng adored her, lavishly supporting her with his wealth. Yao Qin countered cleverly. I'm not begging you. I'm merely reminding you of your obligations. We only broke up last night on January 1st, and technically you are still my boyfriend for this month. It was only natural for a boyfriend to support his girlfriend. After the breakup, do not attempt to evade responsibility. A man who shirks his duties is not truly a man and will earn the disdain of women. Why don't you mention that you were already involved with Xie Yongfeng before December, sneaking around behind my back and treating him as your boyfriend? Xiao Jinbei was not one to indulge her. You. Yao Qinyu's voice trembled, caught off guard by Xiao Jinbei's words. At a loss for how to respond, it struck her as peculiar. Xiao Jinbei worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, shopping for groceries and preparing meals after work. leaving at 9 in the evening and returning home around 4 or 5 in the morning, hardly ever resting. Her phone was locked. How could he possibly know that Xie Yongfeng had pursued her since November? Could someone have informed Xiao Jinbei? No, that was implausible. She had only started seeing Xie Yongfeng at the movies after Xiao Jinbei left for his night shift. The dim light of the night had concealed her from prying eyes. Their encounter last night was purely coincidental. It was the New Year holiday, and Xiao Jinbei had worked overtime, overseeing the company's new project launch. Battling through snow and wind, he had returned home, feeling unwell with a cold, headache, and difficulty breathing, claiming he needed to rest. Thus, he could not join her family for the New Year dinner, and Yao Qin took Xie Yongfeng to meet her parents instead. After dinner, Xie Yongfeng gazed at her with longing, reluctant to leave, and she drove him home. At this point in her recollection, Yao Qin felt discontent. Xiao Jinbei was utterly inconsiderate. Having promised to rest at home due to his illness, he broke his word and caught the last subway to find her. It was infuriating. Regaining her composure, Yao Qin altered her tone. Xiao Jinbei, we once loved each other. Why must we make things awkward for one another? It was not as though she was asking him to continue paying for a car loan. It was merely a reasonable request to cover January's expenses. Xiao Jinbei's icy response was, "From the moment you trampled on my dignity, you forfeited your right to my financial support." Yao Qin retorted, "How have I trampled on you? Please do not exaggerate. If you do not wish to provide assistance, just say so. I have other means." Informing Xiao Jinbei of his responsibilities was merely an opportunity for him to maintain his facade as a competent boyfriend. His refusal to acknowledge it was inconsequential. She would not force him. When Xiao Jinbei inevitably regretted his decisions and sought reconciliation, he would pay for his actions today. Xiao Jinbei remarked, "You can hardly lift a kettle on your own, yet you managed to shake the car last night, and you dare accuse me of exaggeration?" Yao Qin shouted back, "Did you witness me acting indiscreetly? Or did you catch me in bed with Yongfeng? Without evidence, accusing someone is unjust." It was outrageous. Yao Qin was furious. "Xiao Jinbei, your jealousy is petty, suspicious, and absurd. Is this how a man should behave?" She merely pointed out the obligations of a boyfriend. Xiao Jinbei remained silent, but continued to hurl hurtful words. "How petty and gossipy." Yao Qin in tears, cried out, "Xiao Jinbei, with this treatment, I will never forgive you." "Oh, do I need your forgiveness? Let me tell you, when you come to my house begging for reconciliation, I will not see you. You think too highly of yourself. We shall see. Just do not find yourself kneeling at my door, unable to rise." Tears of sorrow streamed down Yao Qin's cheeks as she hung up the phone, her lips pressed into a thin line. She rushed down the stairs with rapid footsteps. "Mom, I need 6,000 yuan. My car loan is due today." In the living room, Yao Guangrong, recently dismissed from his job, wore a countenance as dark as forged iron, while Ma Yuran sat beside him, her worry etched in deepening lines around her eyes. "Isn't Xiao Jinbei the one responsible for the car loan? Why don't you call him?" Ma Yuran's expression soured, her tone sharp. "I've already called. He said if we've broken up, I shouldn't reach out to him. He even insulted me, suggesting I ask Yongfeng for money." Yao Qin took a seat beside Ma Yuran. "To be honest, you should just ask Yongfeng. He values you greatly." Ma Yuran reflected on the way Xie Yongfeng had looked at Yao Qin the previous night, his gaze tender and affectionate. She mused that if she asked for 6,000 yuan for a car loan, Yongfeng would readily oblige, and if she requested 60 million for a luxury sports car, he would not hesitate to fulfill that wish. Ma Yuran gazed at her daughter's exquisite features with a sense of pride. Yao Qin had inherited the best traits from both parents and had been hailed as a beauty since childhood. As parents, they provided her with the finest food and attire, ensuring she always appeared radiant and striking. They spared her from mundane chores, nurturing her delicate hands and youthful visage, endowing her with an air of elegance befitting of a rich heir like Xie Yongfeng, a pairing of talent and beauty that was deeply cherished. Pouting, Yao Qin said, "Mom, I just officially started dating Yongfeng last night. Asking him for money today feels a bit inappropriate." Ma Yuran quickly grasped the situation. Her daughter was astute. Xiao Jinbei had ended their engagement the previous night, and Yao Qin had only just agreed to date Young Feng. It would indeed be impolite to ask for money so soon, potentially leading Young Feng to misconstrue her intentions as mercenary. With a prosperous family background, Xie Yongfeng would undoubtedly be discerning in choosing a partner, considering not only stunning beauty and exceptional talent, but also character. Discussing finances so openly could render Yao Qin appear rather mundane. Ma Yuran handed her phone to Yao Qin. "You handle it. I cannot manage this." "All right, thank you, Mom." Yao Qin responded with a knowing smile. She realized that beyond the affection of her new wealthy boyfriend Xie Yongfeng, she also had the unwavering support of her parents. Xiao Jinbei's refusal to assist her with the car loan was inconsequential, as there were many who would. She had come to see Xiao Jinbei clearly and would not forgive him. Meanwhile, Ma Yuran, seated nearby, noticed that their online bank balance had dwindled to a mere 4-digit figure, causing her brow to furrow. Qin, now that you've broken up with Xiao, he will no longer provide for your expenses. Dating Yongfeng makes it awkward to ask him for money, so you must be frugal and manage your own expenditures, understand? As the head of the household, Ma Yuran was acutely aware of their financial situation. Yao Qin's brother, Yao Xin, had partnered with friends to establish a cement factory a year prior, and to support him, the Yao family had depleted their resources. Even the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift from Xiao Jinbei had been pulled together to help Yao Xin purchase a BMW. He boasted of his success, claiming that supplying the Liang Group's project department would lead to great wealth, and presenting himself in a luxury car was essential. The BMW, valued at just over $1 million, was also on a mortgage with a monthly payment in the 5-digit range. Yao Qin turned to Ma Yuran with a distressed expression. "Mother, the salary at the hotel front desk is not substantial, yet the demands are numerous. Each month, over half of my meager earnings of just over 4,000 yuan must be allocated to my appearance. Even if I were to forego food and drink, I still could not manage to repay the car loan. What shall we do? Both siblings are burdened with the weight of this debt." Two colossal mountains pressed down upon the elderly couple. Ma Yulan gazed wistfully at Yao Guangrong, her husband, urging him to speak. Yao Guangrong, his expression darkened, retorted, "How would I know?" Chapter 6. If you love me, speak boldly an hour prior. Yao Guangrong had been dismissed from his job. He had become a member of the ranks of the unemployed. His wife relied on him to shoulder the monthly burden of a 6,000 yuan car loan, a source of incessant frustration for her. Yao Guangrong had previously worked as a carpenter, providing for his family through his craftsmanship. 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with a liver tumor, and following surgery, he found himself unable to work due to persistent pain. Through a recommendation, he sought treatment from the renowned folk healer, Xiao Jinbei. It was during this time that his daughter, Yao Qin, became acquainted with Xiao Jinbei, and their relationship blossomed into romance. Under Xiao Jinbei's care, Yao Guangrong's health improved. Xiao Jinbei, then a top sales representative, secured a more relaxed position for him, driving the sightseeing car in the property sales department, showcasing homes to clients. The hours were favorable, 9 to 6, with Mondays off, allowing him ample leisure time while dressed in a suit, shielded from the elements. The following year, Xiao Jinbei's remarkable talents and striking appearance earned him the title of sales manager. Consequently, Yao Guangrong became the esteemed father-in-law of the sales department, enjoying all the associated benefits, including 2 tailored suits from the security staff. The dozens of salespeople treated him with the utmost respect, and he often left early without anyone daring to object. Life was smooth and agreeable. However, today, he faced termination, bidding farewell to the comforts he had known. Ma Yulan expressed her grievances, placing the blame squarely on Xiao Jinbei. The sales department had informed them that he was no longer employed there, and his managerial position had been taken over by Lao Huang. It was evident that Xiao Jinbei's dismissal had repercussions for Yao Guangrong. Yao Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Xiao Jinbei also fired? Ma Yulan rubbed her hands together, asserting that the sales department was full of shrewd individuals, all driven by self-interest. With Xiao Jinbei gone, when Yao Guangrong inquired with Lao Huang about the reasons for his dismissal, the latter had hung up without offering any explanation, showing a complete lack of respect. Yao Guangrong's previous prestige had been a gift from Xiao Jinbei. With his departure from the sales department, the respect he had garnered as a father-in-law vanished. Yao Guangrong's misfortune was attributed to Xiao Jinbei. Yao Qin felt a surge of anger. During Xiao Jinbei's tenure, his phone had accumulated thousands of client messages, wealthy patrons, and influential figures, all of whom he had engaged in a daily hustle to sell properties. Surely, he must have offended someone significant. A single call to the general manager could have led to his abrupt termination. Ma Yulan, leaning on the sofa's armrest, exclaimed, "Is that truly the case?" "Of course, I had access to Xiao Jinbei's phone," Yao Qin confirmed. "That confirms your father's entanglement with Xiao Jinbei." Ma Yulan's eyes widened in realization. Yao Guangrong's employment prospects appeared bleak, and seeking re-employment in the sales department would be futile. Qin, you should promptly call Yongfeng and ask him to arrange a job for your father. One that is easy, requires no effort, brings no stress, operates from 9 to 6, with Sundays off, and offers ample holiday benefits, with a monthly salary no less than 7,000 yuan. Xiao Jinbei is merely a sales manager. It has secured a monthly salary of 6,000 for old Yao. For the affluent scion Xie Yongfeng, arranging a position with a salary of 7,000 seems rather trivial. Were it not for the consideration of Yao Qin and her brief acquaintance with Xie Yongfeng, it would be prudent to discuss financial matters. Ma Yulan believes that Xie Yongfeng should be providing Yao Guangrong, his father-in-law, with a position yielding 10,000 a month. After all, Yao Guangrong is now Xie Yongfeng's father-in-law, and it is only natural for a son-in-law to honor his father-in-law. "Well, let me give it a try," Yao Qin remarked as she began to dial Xie Yongfeng's number. Ma Yulan playfully pinched her beautiful face, thinking how this child, despite being in a relationship with a man worth millions, still hesitated to ask. "Hello, Yongfeng, are you busy?" Yao Qin asked, her cheeks flushed with shyness as her delicate legs swayed gently. "Darling, do you miss me?" Xie Yongfeng responded with a hearty laugh. "Please don't say it like that. If you love me, express it boldly. Life is short, and a girl must live for herself and courageously pursue happiness." Yao Qin coughed softly, her face turning crimson as she said, "Yongfeng, my father has resigned, and I would like to ask if you could arrange a job for him." Ma Yulan, standing nearby, tugged at Yao Qin's sleeve, mouthing the words. "He should ask for a salary of 7,000, a 9 to 6 schedule, Sundays off, and all the holiday benefits, a job that requires little effort and thought." However, before Yao Qin could articulate her request, Xie Yongfeng countered. "Uncle is working as a driver at the real estate office, which is a fine job with generous benefits." "Why did he resign?" He continued, "Your father is 50, and at that age, it's quite challenging to find work, especially after having undergone surgery. Most companies would hesitate to hire him." Yao Qin felt as if she were a balloon that had suddenly been pricked, her smile fading gradually. "Isn't it because you are pursuing me and wish to marry me? My father feels it would be inappropriate to work under Xiao Jinbei. The father-in-law, of course, follows the son-in-law. There is no logic in having a son-in-law who neglects his responsibilities and leaves his father-in-law in the care of a former son-in-law. What would others say about a son-in-law lacking ambition and respect for his elders? Her Yongfeng must not be subjected to such scrutiny. Not now, and not ever. Yongfeng is the exquisite choice she made among countless suitors after leaving Xiao Jinbei, whom she loved for 3 years. He is truly a man among men, deserving of utmost respect. All right, I need 2 workers from the warehouse, and since they want to return after the new year, your uncle can come help me with the moving," he suggested. "What? You want uncle to be a mover?" Ma Yulan, eavesdropping on the phone, gasped in disbelief, overwhelmed by her emotions. No words could adequately describe her feelings at that moment. Yet, she could not criticize Xie Yongfeng. She reassured herself, "Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm." Yongfeng and Qin have only just begun their relationship and are still getting to know each other. Yongfeng is unfamiliar with the family dynamics here. It's best to take things slowly. Ma Yulan playfully scolded Yao Qin, expressing her annoyance that Yao Qin failed to specify that her father should seek a job that required minimal exertion, leading Yongfeng to suggest a moving job instead. Understanding her mother's hint, Yao Qin then conveyed the message to Xie Yongfeng. After his surgery, the doctor advised that father should refrain from engaging in strenuous labor. Xie Yongfeng remarked, "I apologize for my oversight. Perhaps we could have your uncle drive instead. I am in need of truck drivers." Driving at the sales office and driving to his place are both simply driving. A seasoned driver's skills are reliable. Are you satisfied now? Ma Yuran, having eavesdropped on Yao Qin's phone call, anxiously inquired of Yao Guangrong, "Is it acceptable for Yongfeng to arrange driving for you?" Yao Guangrong repeatedly declined. Driving at a sales office is not comparable to being a truck driver at a furniture factory. Truck drivers often need to assist movers. Heavy items like sofas and cabinets are as burdensome as stones, requiring considerable effort. Furthermore, one must be well-dressed at the sales office, whereas a truck driver is often covered in grease and disheveled. He refused outright. Xie Yongfeng then suggested, "Qin, please provide me with your uncle's qualifications and work experience." It was not an issue if he did not want to be a mover or a truck driver. The furniture factory had numerous other positions available. He assured that he would not let his father-in-law feel wronged, awaiting the submission of the latter's resume. Chapter 7. I will not forgive Xiao Jinbei. Yao Qin felt somewhat troubled, but still spoke to Xie Yongfeng earnestly. "My father is a carpenter with over 20 years of experience in furniture making." Xie Yongfeng responded with enthusiasm. "Your uncle is truly skilled. Such craftsmanship is commendable." Ma Yuran bincht Yao Qin sitist. Startled, Yao Qin asked, "So what do you propose for my father's job?" In that case, I will have your uncle work in my factory. I will arrange for him to oversee the workers' production in a master position, which will be quite easy." As Ma Yuran turned her head, she spotted Yao Guangrong shaking his hands in disapproval. Xie Yongfeng had mentioned the previous night that his factory was located in the western suburbs, while the Yao family resided in the eastern suburbs, a distance of over 50 kilometers apart. For Yao Guangrong to work at Xie Yongfeng's factory, he would have to stay in dormitory accommodations. The conditions of a collective dormitory need not be elaborated upon. Multiple bunk beds crammed with adult men, each pair of feet more odorous than the last. The environment was dreadful, unhygienic, akin to a pigsty. In contrast, their 3-story home had been renovated just last year. After hearing rumors of impending demolition, Yao Qin had withdrawn the 30,000 intended for a mortgage on Xiao Jinbei's house to refurbish their home. She transformed even the chicken coop and pigsty into exquisitely decorated rooms. The bathroom was upgraded to feature a smart toilet that required no manual operation. Living in the new home was incredibly comfortable. For Yao Guangrong, who had suffered from severe illness, he cherished the present immensely. Having the opportunity to enjoy comfort, he certainly did not wish to endure hardship. Moreover, even if he were to oversee work at the furniture factory, it would not suit him. The wood and paint emitted dust and odors detrimental to his health. This option was unfeasible, and Xie Yongfeng was at a loss as to how to accommodate him. "Qin, do not worry. Allow me to think a little longer to arrange something else for your uncle." After hanging up, Xie Yongfeng left the conversation in a vague manner. Yao Qin reassured Yao Guangrong, "Father, do not fret. Yongfeng's family is prosperous and has numerous job openings that require talent. He will surely find a suitable position for you." Ma Yuran remarked, "Indeed, our son-in-law possesses remarkable abilities and eloquence. We can trust him with the work." With such commendation from his wife and daughter, Yao Guangrong nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, Xie Yongfeng would excel in his endeavors. Consider the fact that Xiao Jinbei, an ordinary university student devoid of power, influence, or any background, managed to ascend to the position of sales department manager, securing a commendable job for his father-in-law. With a prosperous family, a keen intellect, and exceptional oratory skills, it would be effortless for Xie Yongfeng to arrange a suitable position for his father-in-law. Yao Guangrong contemplated that if Xie Yongfeng had not secured a role for him today, he must have been preoccupied with thoughts of him. Given Xie Yongfeng's profound affection for Qin, he might discuss this matter with his father tonight. Should Mr. Xiao learn of his future son-in-law's age, having undergone surgery for a liver tumor, yet still seeking employment, it is highly likely that he would slam his hand on the table and command Xie Yongfeng to allocate a monthly sum of 7,000 for the support of his father-in-law, deeming further work unnecessary. After all, the father-in-law had raised such a wonderful daughter to become his wife, enduring much toil and achieving great merit. In a family as esteemed as the CS, there was no need for a significant contributor to toil away from home. The father-in-law deserved to enjoy a life of leisure. A smile spread across my Yurin's face as well. The job Xiao Jinbei would arrange would undoubtedly be commendable. It might require formal documentation akin to that of a real estate company, so a little patience for a few days would suffice. She thought to herself that if she were diligent, she could head to the sales office tomorrow with a small stool. Although a temporary worker earned merely 200 a day, it was sufficient to cover the family's expenses during these unusual times. Ma Yuran had taken on the role of a temporary helper, assisting Li Sheng Real Estate in attracting clientele to their sales offices, a task arranged for her by Xiao Jinbei. After all, if the sales offices required temporary helpers, it was far better to employ someone from within than to rely on outsiders. The job was neither difficult nor exhausting. It merely required waking up early to queue with a small stool, feigning urgency to create a sense of scarcity for clients. During the New Year period, several major property launches were scheduled, creating an abundance of opportunities for temporary work. Ma Yuran had deliberately taken a leave of absence, for Yao Qin had mentioned last month that her high school classmate, Xiao Jinbei, was pursuing her fervently, boasting an exceptionally affluent family background, and wished to introduce him to her parents. Now that Xiao Jinbei had indeed made a visit, it was clear he was a commendable son-in-law. She intended to work as a temporary helper to earn a bit of pocket money, awaiting the moment when her good son-in-law would secure a suitable position for her husband, after which she could rest at home. As a mother-in-law, delaying her enjoyment of leisure for a few days was acceptable. Contributing to the family was a traditional virtue among the women of the Yao family. "Hello, Xiao Lu, how is your day going?" Ma Yuran inquired during a call to her fellow temporary worker. Xiao Lu responded, "Sister Ma, are you not aware?" Ma Yuran, bewildered, replied, "Aware of what?" "This morning, Team Leader Li announced that you have been removed from the list and are no longer permitted to join us." "What?" Ma Yuran gasped, abruptly springing from the sofa. "It means the sales office no longer requires your services. You cannot work as a temporary helper any longer." Good heavens! Had she truly been cast aside? Within a single day, both she and her husband had lost their jobs. Such misfortune was almost beyond comprehension. Ma Yuran thought she must have misheard. She attempted to inquire further, but Xiao Lu's line had already disconnected. That wretched Xiao Jinbei! Whom had he offended to involve them in such turmoil? Ma Yuran's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as if the sky had fallen around her. Yao Guangrong possesses remarkable skills, yet finding employment proves to be a challenge. She is a homemaker who has not worked since her marriage. Prior to encountering the father and son duo, Xiao Jinbei and his child, her days were spent cooking in the mornings and evenings, with leisure hours devoted to playing mahjong, leaving her devoid of any other skills or job prospects. Consequently, only Yao Qin and Yao Zuxin in the family had any responsibilities. Relying on Yao Qin was futile. The salary of a hotel receptionist was meager, demanding a polished appearance daily, which left her own expenses unmet. Ma Yulan, while lamenting how Xiao Jinbei was a burden to them, attempted to reach Yao Zuxin by phone. After 6 persistent calls, she finally connected. Yao Zuxin, in a fit of irritation, replied, "I am busy with social engagements. Speak later." "Very well, very well." Ma Yulan felt a sudden relief. Fortunately, Zuxin was unscathed by the chaos. He was engaged in socializing, likely to secure several significant contracts today, furthering their collaboration with the Lishan Group. With such a reliable ally, wealth would surely flow. While Xiao Jinbei endured the consequences of his dismissal, likely sulking in a dilapidated rental, they, despite being embroiled in frustration, had gained a capable and affluent son-in-law. With the son of a cement factory owner supporting them, a bright future awaited. As the saying goes, fortunate individuals are favored by destiny. The pressing concern now was the possibility of Xiao Jinbei, cornered and desperate, approaching them for a refund of the betrothal gifts. Had he not stated last night that within a week he expected the return of 900,000? Guangrong pondered how to handle Xiao Jinbei, now heartbroken and unemployed. Should he erupt in a frenzy demanding the sum? Yao Qin interjected, declaring she would not forgive him. Xiao Jinbei's pursuit of financial restitution from the Yao family essentially equated to seeking her heart, her affirmation. Should she express a desire to reconcile and live a life together, he would undoubtedly relent. She understood Xiao Jinbei all too well. Having grown up without a mother and relying on a limping foster father, he had received little affection, resulting in a profound emotional attachment. A small act of kindness towards him would elicit tenfold in return. However, she resolutely refused to soften her stance. Not only was Xie Yongfeng infinitely superior to Xiao Jinbei, but he also cherished her immensely. Her desire to be with him meant there was no intention of rekindling her relationship with Xiao Jinbei. Moreover, Xiao Jinbei's demeanor during their last conversation had been appalling. He had shouted at her, spoken coldly, and even humiliated her, leaving her in tears. Chapter 8. Love requires soul devotion. Yao Qin vowed not to engage with Xiao Jinbei again, denying him any opportunity. Even if he were to appear at her door, pleading for reconciliation, claiming he would forfeit the 900,000 if she would only reconsider. She would not cast a glance his way. Ma Yulan wholeheartedly supported her daughter's decision, affirming that love should be singular and focused on one man. Qin, your father and I stand by your choice, Ma Yulan stated. The troubles stemming from Guangrong's employment situation had subsided. He too encouraged her to nurture her relationship with Yongfeng, advising her to distance herself from Xiao Jinbei and avoid inviting gossip. I understand. Yao Qin obediently nodded. Successful men possess a strong sense of self-worth, and once insulted, they seldom grant an opportunity for redemption. It is imperative that you maintain your integrity, show respect to Yongfeng, and devote yourself entirely to him. I shall do so. Ma Yuran continues to instruct her daughter, emphasizing the importance of compatibility in marriage. Yongfeng's family enjoys superior financial standing compared to ours. Thus, you must excel in other aspects to become exceptional, to be the singular focus of Yongfeng's admiration. Understood. Yao Qin, with her enchanting nails, gazes downwards. Her youthful beauty is more than adequate a match for Xie Yongfeng. Though he wears height-increasing shoes, he barely reaches 1.75 meters. He possesses a round face, sparkling eyes, and a robust physique. During high school, he pursued her, yet she dismissed his looks. After entering the workforce, she fell for the 1.85-meter tall star, Xiao Jinbei. They were indeed a handsome couple, yet life was far from idyllic. Colleagues possessed things she lacked, and the lives her friends enjoyed eluded her grasp. She toiled daily alongside the impoverished Xiao Jinbei, living in a world fraught with turmoil. Her friends remarked that her eyes had lost their luster. Through her relationship with Xiao Jinbei, she came to comprehend the truth behind the old matchmaker's words. Years later, people would not remark on how handsome her man was, but rather on his ability to provide for her, allowing her to remain youthful and beautiful. After witnessing countless experiences, she realized that financial stability is a crucial measure of a man's worth. Yao Qin, with her lovely visage, harbored immense confidence in her appearance. Her only concern now lay in her character, ensuring she does not compromise Xie Yongfeng's dignity. She resolved to remain pure and devoted exclusively to Yongfeng. Qin, you must find an opportunity to meet Yongfeng's parents soon and expedite the engagement, Yao Guangrong declared. Ma Yuran echoed her agreement. Indeed, you and Yongfeng should get engaged at the earliest. Once we receive the betrothal gifts, we can repay Xiao Jinbei. By obtaining the funds, they could sever ties with Xiao Jinbei, extinguishing any lingering thoughts he had about Yao Qin. Furthermore, the betrothal gift from the CF family would start at a minimum of 1 million, accompanied by gold bracelets, diamonds, luxury watches, a wedding house, and a lavish car. Even if Xiao Jinbei were to harbor resentment over losing Yao Qin, he would receive his due share of 900,000 without dispute. The union of the Yao and CF families would lead to a wealthy son-in-law, rendering such petty sums inconsequential. As the family discussed these significant matters, Yao Qin's grandfather slowly approached, leaning on his cane. Guangrong, your mother is unwell. Please call Jinbei's father to come and check on her. The elderly man, at 75, dressed warmly. Ma Yuran felt irritation rise at the mention of her in-laws seeking assistance. Hadn't her grandmother been well just the previous night? Xiao Feng had visited, toasting her grandmother, and the family had enjoyed a lively meal together. With her grandmother laughing and eating, how could she possibly be ill? Moreover, with Yao Qin having broken up with Xiao Jinbei, it would be inappropriate to invite Xiao Chantian for consultation. Your mother has a fever and a cough. She cannot rise from bed. The grandfather trembled, standing before Yao Guangrong. An elderly person's inability to get up indeed signified a serious condition. Yao Guangrong led his wife and daughter to the room to see his mother. The old lady lay with her eyes tightly shut, her cracked lips murmuring, "Did you inform Jinbei? Has his father arrived?" Ma Yuran was not in a pleasant mood. She took some antipyretics, for the weather was frigid, making it inconvenient to summon help. The elderly grandmother opened one eye and pointed a trembling finger at Yao Qin. "Didn't T. Jinbei just buy you a new car? In this cold, you should drive to pick up Chong Tian. My entire body aches. I cannot endure this." After a lifetime of toil, the grandmother had succumbed to ailments. In the past, she would delay visiting the hospital to save money. Only when her minor ailments escalated did she seek medical attention. Minor illnesses turn into major ones, and those left untreated resulted in chronic conditions. After meeting Xiao Jinbei, she had access to a ready doctor. Whenever she felt unwell, she would turn to Xiao Chong Tian for free consultations and prescriptions. When her condition was more serious, Xiao Chong Tian would even sit by the stove, brewing medicine and personally ensuring she took it. Having grown accustomed to being cared for, she naturally relied on Xiao Chong Tian when her health faltered. "You really know how to add to my troubles," the grandmother exclaimed. Yao Qin had broken up with Xiao Jinbei, and approaching Xiao Chong Tian again felt humiliating. Ma Yuran flared her nostrils. "Oh, you've broken up then?" The grandmother opened her other eye and looked at Yao Qin. "I remember now. Qin has a new boyfriend from a particularly well-off family named Yongfeng. Why not give Yongfeng a call? His family must have connections with the hospital. Perhaps he can speak to the doctor and make our visit more convenient." Ma Yuran shouted, "Do you think the hospital is your family's business?" The grandmother retorted, "I didn't say I owned it. I said Yongfeng's family does." Yao Guangrong, feeling a headache coming on, waved his hands to stop the brewing conflict between mother and daughter-in-law. He poured a glass of water and retrieved 2 antipyretics. "Mom, take your medicine and stop talking." The grandmother shook her head. "I've already taken it, and since there was no improvement, I had your father come to find you." Yao Guangrong found himself at a loss, as he had to take his elderly mother to the hospital. However, he was unemployed and had no funds. "Yuran, could you transfer 2,000 to me?" Ma Yuran had only a modest amount in her account. Sending out 2,000 would leave the family to endure hardship. Casting a sideways glance at Yao Qin, she said abruptly, "You should call Xiao Chong Tian and ask him to come over." Yao Qin bit her lower lip, unable to voice her request. Just 10 minutes prior, she had bravely declared her intention to sever ties with Xiao Jinbei. Now, she felt her pride being crushed by the rapid turn of events. If she did not invite Xiao Chong Tian over, her father would have to take her grandmother to the hospital, and once admitted, they would be at the mercy of the doctors, with expenses soaring into the thousands. Ma Yuran was genuinely distressed. Yao Qin remained unmoved. Ma Yuran reminded her, "Your car loan payment is due this month. If your grandmother spends all my money on medical care, I cannot assist you further." Yao Qin's eyelids twitched. With no other option, she mustered her courage and dialed Xiao Chong Tian's number. "Hello, uncle, it's me." At that moment, Xiao Chong Tian was tidying up his half-filled room with medicinal herbs, preparing to move. Xiao Jinbei had purchased a newly renovated second-hand house for 980,000, never having lived in it, to provide for his father's later years. "I am no longer your uncle. Do not call me again." Xiao Chong Tian coldly rejected her, his previous fondness for Yao Qin now replaced by bitterness. He could not swallow the indignation of feeling belittled by his son's circumstances. Yao Qin had never been treated this way before and felt a lump in her throat. "Uncle, my grandmother is ill. She has suddenly developed a high fever and is coughing. Please come and see her. She has relied on your care for many years and is eagerly awaiting your arrival." She quickly added, "I know the weather is cold and the roads are slippery, but I will drive over pick you up. Xiao Changtian, upon hearing the car, nearly lost his temper. He lifted his chin and stretched his neck to catch his breath. You, a woman, bringing a man into my son's car. Are you attempting to tarnish it? Is it not enough that my son has faced humiliation? Must you also smear my old face with it? No, it's not as you think. If it's not as I think, then you should drive your father. He enjoys riding in your car and can assist you. He hung up. Xiao Changtian fumbled with his old mobile phone, searching for the block feature. Chapter 9. A slap in the face. Xiao Changtian refused to come. He declined to tend to his grandmother's illness. As soon as Yao Qin finished speaking, my Yuran scoffed. Oof. A grown man, with a heart as small as a needle's eye. Is it truly worth quarreling over a broken engagement? The two families simply could not be together anymore. A peaceful separation was all that was needed, yet Xiao Changtian harbors resentment. He does not even come to check on his grandmother, who is bedridden. Time reveals a person's true nature. Both he and his son possess such low character. Xiao Changtian has gone too far. Does he believe that without him, the Yao family will struggle? Wrong. In this vast metropolis, with a population of 30 million, there are hospitals aplenty. Any one of them could provide treatment. The Yao family's minor issue can be resolved promptly. However, on Xiao Changtian's side, should he choose to sever ties today, when Xiao Jin seeks to reconcile with Qin later, they will not grant him any courtesy. If you are unkind, I shall be unjust. This debt shall be remembered. Ma Yuran assisted her grandmother. Yao Guangrong squatted beside the bed and lifted her up. Yao Qin went to drive. The family took their grandmother to a nearby clinic. Doctor, please give my mother an injection. She has a high fever, Yao Guangrong said, placing his elderly mother on the clinic's bench. The clinic offered affordable treatment. They hoped to administer a shot to reduce her fever and send her home with some medicine, allowing her cough to be treated gradually. The clinic doctor, equipped with a stethoscope, listened to the grandmother's lungs and shook his head. He indicated that there was a problem with her lungs, given her advanced age. She needed to go to a major hospital for an X-ray to rule out pneumonia. The doctor refused to treat her further, stating the situation was serious. Ma Yuran was thrown into a panic. She opened her mouth but felt embarrassed to voice the high costs associated with a major hospital in public. It was easy to imagine that an X-ray was merely a basic examination. There would also be blood tests, MRIs, bronchoscopies, and so forth. Costs would flow out like water. Call your siblings and have them come quickly, Ma Yuran urged, glancing anxiously at Yao Guangrong. Yao Guangrong shot her a glance. What for? You know well enough the state of my relationships with my siblings. Among the three of us, only I did not attend university, after failing to graduate from high school. I apprenticed under an old carpenter and have lived my life in the suburbs of the capital. My brother and sister, however, reside in the city center and are doing quite well. Several years ago, the three siblings entered into an agreement wherein their parents' homestead, including the old house, was bequeathed entirely to Yao Guangrong. In the event of future demolition, regardless of the compensation, be it millions, it would solely belong to him, with the stipulation that he would provide for their parents' elder care. The expectation that the younger siblings would contribute financially to their grandmother's medical expenses was deemed unrealistic. Yao Guangrong found it difficult to solicit assistance from his siblings, who held him in contempt. Yao Qin drove her grandmother to the community hospital, where the elderly woman was suffering from a high fever, her spirit waning and unable to sit upright. The doctor urgently ordered an X-ray. Upon reviewing the image, his brow furrowed in concern. The right lung was plagued by extensive shadows, indicating a potential lung infection, while a lesion on the left lung raised suspicions of either a tumor or tuberculosis. Further examination at a larger hospital was imperative. Thus, he advised them to proceed to the provincial hospital immediately. Ma Yolan's eyes widened in disbelief. Doctor, my mother was perfectly fine last night. She ate a bowl of rice and even drank alcohol. How could her lungs be infected? Yao Qin interjected, explaining that the doctor had also mentioned a suspected tumor in the lungs, with the possibility of tuberculosis. Yao Guangrong, frowning, ran his fingers through his buzzed hair. The doctor sternly admonished them, stating, at 70, your mother's health is already fragile, struggling against the cold winter. And you allowed her to drink alcohol? Was it because a good son-in-law was present that you felt celebratory? Who could have foreseen that a joyful meal would become the catalyst for her illness? The elderly woman's weak constitution allowed the alcohol to penetrate her system, exacerbated by the chill and leading to a lung infection. Do not question how she went from asymptomatic to critically ill overnight. The virus has an incubation period. The family began to grasp the gravity of their grandmother's condition. Ma Yulan began to grumble, lamenting how contemporary doctors merely focused on conducting endless tests, as if treatment were unattainable without x-rays, labeling them as quacks. Yao Qin, driving, patiently elucidated, it's beneficial to conduct examinations. Identifying any ailments early can prevent escalation into severe conditions that incur greater expenses. Look at Brother Ma from the team, she continued. He toils in the fields year-round, robust as an ox. Last year, his daughter brought home a rudimentary health checkup voucher from some institution, and he was quite pleased, thinking it a gesture of filial piety. After undergoing the examination, he was diagnosed with lung cancer and was subjected to both surgery and chemotherapy. When he entered the hospital, he weighed over 160 pounds, but emerged a mere shadow of himself, barely able to walk. Within 6 months, he had passed away. At his funeral, the entire village echoed sentiments that had he not undergone that futile checkup and instead lived joyfully, he might have survived longer, perhaps even decades, living with cancer more comfortably. The family fell into a contemplative silence, recalling Xiao Jinbei, who eschewed examinations when seeking medical care. Of course, he possessed only 2 hands and a somewhat miraculous mind, incapable of performing tests for those who sought his treatment. Yet one thing was certain: when his remedies were appropriately administered, even patients deemed terminal by hospitals found their suffering alleviated. Some had even outlived their doctor's predictions by 5 years thanks to his treatments. In this moment, the financially strained family no longer prioritized a comprehensive examination of their grandmother at a larger hospital to ascertain whether her affliction was a tumor or tuberculosis. Their singular desire was for her fever to subside and for her to cease coughing. They wished for her to regain her strength, to eat and sleep well, to stroll leisurely in the mornings and evenings, and to play cards in the community entertainment room with the assistance of a cane at midday. The presence of the grandmother serves as a testament to Yao Guangrong's filial piety, showcasing it to his estranged younger siblings. Moreover, the whispers of relocation have lingered for years. With the grandmother alive, the household registration reflects an additional member, which translates into a greater share of housing and compensation from the demolition. I shall seek out Xiao Jinbei. In light of imminent benefits, Ma Yuran is willing to bend. Yao Guangrong concurs, stating he will first take their mother home while she and Qin go together. Qin, please call Xiao Jinbei now, Ma Yuran instructed. What is the purpose of the call? Yao Qin's grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. It felt like a slap in the face. This is inappropriate. Typically, Xiao Jinbei would seek her favor, not the other way around, lowering herself before him. After all, Xiao Jinbei is an elder. If he were to become irate, there would be no recourse, unlike Xiao Jinbei, who harbors deep feelings for her. Even post-breakup, he would likely be inclined to assist her for her own good. Ma Yuran's words resonated with Yao Qin. Indeed, when the time comes, she could play the charming card with Xiao Jinbei, persuading him to convince Xiao Jinbei to make a house call. Xiao Jinbei and Xiao Jinbei rely on one another. For Xiao Jinbei's sake, he would not hesitate to leap into the fire if necessary. Yao Qin dialed Xiao Jinbei's number. Hello, Jinbei, how are you? At that moment, Xiao Jinbei was rehearsing hand-in-hand with Yi Li for their engagement ceremony scheduled for the following day. I'm busy. Please don't disturb me. He hung up abruptly. Yao Qin redialed, only to be met with a mechanical voice informing her, unable to connect. Huh? Yao Qin pressed her lips together, incredulous. What do you mean? Ma Yuran, Lingding. Xiao Jinbei may have blocked me. Ma Yuran was incensed. The father and son were cut from the same cloth, both narrow-minded. Just because of a breakup, they treated our family as adversaries. I've always said that families with such meager backgrounds possess a limited worldview. They are petty and warped in character. Marrying into such a family would only bring suffering. Yao Qin bit her teeth in rage, vowing never to forgive Xiao Jinbei. Chapter 10. The first encounter post-breakup. Qin. Since Xiao Jinbei has blocked you, why not call Xiao Jinbei? Ma Yuran, stretching her neck and peering into the driver's seat, was clearly anxious. The grandmother's condition was grave, necessitating swift treatment. Delaying could lead to dire consequences in the frigid winter, and the younger siblings would surely condemn them for their lack of filial piety in the family group chat. Additionally, should the new year bring a demolition notice, having the grandmother alive would greatly benefit the family. This visit is a plea for assistance, placing them at a disadvantage. It would be prudent for Xiao Jinbei to receive a heads-up regarding their familial ties. All right, Yao Qin replied, parking the car to make the call. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Guangrong opened the car door to exit. I'll go buy something. You can give it to Xiao Jinbei. Ma Yuran's head popped out of the car window, suggesting local seasonal fruits like oranges. At 2 yuan per jean, they are both affordable and practical. In contrast, imported strawberries or cherries would cost 30 to 40 yuan per jean, resulting in only a meager amount for 200 yuan. Yao Guangrong spent 20 yuan on a bag of red oranges. Ma Yuran took them, placing them in the car. How heavy is it? 10 jean. Oh, that's sufficient. Quite a valuable gift. Yao Guangrong remarked. Here we are, bringing gifts and approaching with goodwill. Yet if Xiao Jinbei remains reluctant to assist in treating my mother, you must present Qin to him to gather the medicinal herbs. Ma Yulan nodded, stating, even without your urging, I intend to express this sentiment. Reciprocity is a fundamental courtesy among people. Qin helps him gather herbs in summer, and he ought to come and treat my grandmother in winter. It is only fitting. After a brief pause, she added, if Xiao Jinbei still refuses to come, it would indeed tarnish his character. The car rolled over the accumulated snow as they drove. Yao Qin first took Yao Guangrong and her grandmother home before accelerating towards the dilapidated southern residential area with Ma Yulan. The weather was frigid with the wind howling, and a few leafless old trees in the courtyard leaned awkwardly. Yao Qin knocked on Xiao Jinbei's door. Uncle, why have you turned off your phone? I couldn't reach you. Xiao Jinbei's eyes gleamed fiercely. What do you need me for? Lacking the ability to block her number, he had resorted to shutting it off. He had not anticipated this girl would come seeking him so urgently, indicating her grandmother's grave condition. With a smile, Yao Qin implored, my grandmother is ill. I hope you could take a look at her. Xiao Jinbei, preoccupied with his own tasks, replied, I'm moving. I don't have the time. Please, uncle. I need your help. She tugged at his sleeve, twisting her waist and pouting her lips, reminiscent of her former charm. In the past, when she desired the moon, Xiao Jinbei would have reached for it. He endured harsh nights selling goods at stalls because she often lamented about not owning a home and the hardships of living in rentals. Consequently, a 71-year-old man braved the wind and snow to earn money, striving to meet her needs. Even as her affections wavered toward Xiao Jinbei and shifted to Xie Yongfeng, Xiao Jinbei remained, night after night, like a half-buried utility pole, squatting beside a small barbecue stall in the wind and snow, waiting to earn 4 yuan selling gloves. All to save for a house for her. Yao Qin's eyes sparkled with hope. She envisioned Xiao Jinbei as accommodating. Even if she had strayed in her affections and angered him, she had taken the initiative to seek him out. However, Xiao Jinbei's words cut through the air like a frozen blade. Did you not run off with a man of considerable wealth? Your grandmother is ill. Take her to your man's hospital, where there are general practitioners who can provide comprehensive treatment. Seeking my assistance, a barefoot doctor without a medical license, diminishes your status. Yao Qin's eyelids drooped as she realized his family was a leading furniture enterprise. Oh, so not all affluent families have private hospitals. Xiao Jinbei continued. You certainly have discerning taste, choosing a man from a leading enterprise. He may not have a hospital, but he possesses inexhaustible wealth. He can cover your grandmother's medical expenses, and you should go to the hospital directly. Yao Qin could no longer meet his gaze, turning her face aside in embarrassment. Ma Yulan approached with a bag of rice, saying, Uncle, do not quarrel with a child. Here, I brought you a gift. She pulled open the bag to reveal a large bundle of oranges, brimming with sincerity. Xiao Jinbei did not even raise an eyebrow, stating, I do not consume cold fruits. I specifically bought these for you as a token of goodwill. Xiao Jinbei, while packaging herbs, replied, My son has everything. I appreciate your kindness. Ma Yurin's expression darkened, and she spoke candidly, as we are well acquainted. There's no need for bravado. Xiao Changtian turned his gaze upon her, scrutinizing her intently. Ma Yuran smirked derisively. Your son, Xiao Jinbei, resides in a dilapidated one-bedroom apartment on Rainbow Road, where daylight barely penetrates, and, at night, the incessant comings and goings of neighbors disrupt any semblance of peace. Even the mice in his home require a GPS to find their way out. By standards, I, a rural woman, feel utterly ashamed. Old man Xiao Jinbei's living conditions are barely acceptable. What more can be said? It's a farce to claim otherwise. Xiao Changtian's gaze was piercing. Indeed, I am here to assert my authority. Are you here to humiliate us at our doorstep? He continued. You speak to him respectfully and even present gifts. If he is unappreciative, then do not be surprised when the fa shatters. My daughter accompanied you back to your hometown last summer to gather herbs. Those herbs are in your possession, and the profits from their sale cannot be solely yours. How do you account for that? Mayuran retorted angrily. Her daughter, Qin, had endured hardship alongside Xiao Jinbei for 3 years, to the extent of climbing mountains to gather herbs. The sacrifices made by Qin were evident. Xiao Changtian either took his grandmother for medical treatment or provided money to offset the sweat of Yao Qin. Xiao Changtian paused, observing Yao Qin, and gestured towards the herb bundle. Miss Yao, I do not deny that you accompanied my father and me back to our hometown last summer. I will be honest. Your intention was to escape the heat and enjoy a vacation, not to assist me in labor. I do not judge your actions or how many herbs you gathered. Now, please inspect and see which ones you collected, and feel free to take them. He extended a large woven bag towards her. Yao Qin hesitated to accept it. The minuscule amount she had gathered during her leisurely exploration was unrecognizable after drying. Moreover, even if she were to take some back, it would be of little use. Herbs are not vegetables that can be carelessly tossed into a pot. Ma Yuran was taken aback by Xiao Changtian's boldness. You have gone too far, Xiao Changtian, she exclaimed, hefting the heavy oranges. If your family lacks compassion, mine shall not be bound by ethics. Should Xiao Jinbei come to plead for Qin's company, I will not be courteous. An eye for an eye. Who is incapable of that? You may act as you wish, but I shall respond in kind. Xiao Changtian, observing the bystanders, commanded, enough of this idle chatter. Quickly gather the funds. Return my son 900,000 within 6 days. Ma Yuran scoffed. Have you considered this? If your son takes the 900,000, he and my Qin will be forever severed. Once he obtains the money, he will lose Qin for good, with no chance for regret. Your daughter is of no interest to my son. Ma Yuran's chest swelled with indignation. Gripping the oranges, she pushed Yao Qin out the door, threatening as they walked. We shall see how long you two can maintain this bravado. Initially, they had disapproved of Qin's relationship with Xiao Jinbei due to his unfavorable circumstances. Yet it was Xiao Jinbei who had stooped to plead, promising potential as a bargaining chip. Within their circle of relatives, it was common knowledge that Qin was the apple of Xiao Jinbei's eye. His love for her was profound, and he could never let her go. With frustration boiling within, the mother and daughter descended the cement staircase with hurried steps. Outside the building, a vehicle had parked. Yao Qin froze momentarily. Xiao Jinbei tucked his left hand into his trousers pocket while pressing the car key with his right hand, the freshly minted Maybach gleaming in the sunlight. Chapter 11. Heart-pounding after a breakup last night, he made a dazzling appearance today. Xiao Jinbei's transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. He returned driving the Maybach, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing with poise beneath a barren tree, exuding an air of proud elegance, transcendent and ethereal. With one hand in his pocket, he turned gracefully, casting a somber gaze in her direction. Yao Qin felt her heart leap, startled and racing. She pressed her lips together, silently reassuring herself. Stay calm. Do not feel inferior. Do not retreat. The man before her was not some domineering tycoon who frequented shabby establishments. He was her former boyfriend, who once toiled daily for mere sustenance. He was an ordinary worker, devoid of car, house, or social standing. Yet today, he flaunted a luxury vehicle and donned a bespoke suit, merely putting on a fade. She had discarded him last night, choosing instead the wealthy Xiao in front of him. His pride and dignity lay shattered. Today, he was deliberately showing off to provoke her. Xiao Jinbei, while blocking my path and pretending to be someone he is not, you are both childish and laughable. Yao Qin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her irritation was not quelled. She clenched her small fists, gritting her teeth in anger as she glared at him. What was he but a defeated man? A little packaging, and he felt triumphant? Who doesn't he have a luxury car? Who cannot wear a suit? Any man can own a Maybach, and any man can afford a tailored suit. She would not be fooled. She would not regard him with even a hint of esteem. Oof. Xiao Jinbei's gaze was as frigid as the biting wind against her face. He had come merely to assist his father with some tasks, never expecting to encounter Yao Qin and her mother downstairs. Striding with his long legs, he avoided eye contact, passing by her without acknowledgement. Yao Qin turned her head to follow his retreating figure. Do you think I am invisible? How rude. She had made an effort to speak to him, yet he chose to ignore her, putting on a show that was infuriating. Ma Yuran took a moment to regain her composure and raised her head to question. You two are being unreasonable. Do you not fear that one day you may need something for my family? Xiao Jinbei had already ascended to the third floor, and his cold voice echoed down. Ma Yuran, you have 6 days left. Is the 900,000 ready? Xiao Jinbei, how dare you defy my mother? Yao Qin cried, tears streaming down her face. I will make you regret this for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Ma Yuran, weighed down by 10 pounds of oranges, answered a call. Yao Guangrong's urgent voice nearly shattered the phone's speaker. Are you back yet? Mama's temperature has hit 39 degrees, and she's rambling. Ma Yuran, filled with frustration, vented, it'd be better if she were dead. This old woman is driving our family into chaos. Yao Guangrong retorted angrily. Are you insane? How dare you curse my mother? Yao Qin, crying, rushed toward her electric vehicle, driving while sobbing, enduring the chaotic phone battle between her parents. Xiao Jinbei stood by the 4th-floor window, watching as Yao Qin's car pulled away. She resented his lack of capability and his ignorance of how to cherish her. She cried out, demanding to break off their engagement, wishing to marry the capable and caring Xia Yongfeng. At this moment, Yao Qin was indeed having her way. In the embrace of Xia Yongfeng, she indulges in the privileges of a princess, basking in extraordinary affection. One might surmise she has taken to feasting on durian, while luxurious fox fur coats adorn the wardrobe. A private jet to Bali has been meticulously arranged, and the grand mansion is devoid of vermin, filled instead with an army of devoted servants. How could she possibly be unhappy? What sorrows could she be weeping over? What grievances could provoke her ire? Is it the burden of Xie Yongfeng's vast fortune, now tedious in its abundance? Or perhaps the weight of being cherished by a man who treats her like royalty has overwhelmed her, leaving her in tears? In Jinbei, her father has tidied up. Xiao Chantian approaches, holding a box of large cherries. Here, enjoy these. The landlord gave them to me this morning. I've washed and set them out for you. Xiao Jinbei snaps back to attention, seizing 2 cherries, one for himself and the other for Xiao Chantian. I'm not fond of fruit, Xiao Chantian recoils. Just try it. Winter fruits are quite expensive. Xiao Chantian reluctantly partakes. Is it really that pricey? This box costs over 100. Xiao Chantian's eyes flicker, and he chews slowly. Such extravagant fruit, priced at 7 or 8 yuan each, deserves to be savored. Observing his father's cautious demeanor, Xiao Jinbei feels a pang in his heart. The luxurious treat his father hesitates to indulge in is merely a trivial snack for Yao Qin as she binge-watches her dramas. Just last Saturday, Yao Qin had dragged him to the supermarket, and at checkout he was astounded by the nearly 889 yuan bill for so few items. Upon inspecting the bags, he discovered over 400 yuan worth of durian and 2 boxes of cherries valued at 225 yuan. His father was saving every bit for his wedding, while Yao Qin squandered carelessly. The expenditure was one thing, but the betrayal she enacted with his money wounded him deeply, affecting not only him but his father, who had toiled alongside him. Xiao Chantian chuckles, offering polite words. It's not as if I spent your father's money. The landlord, who fell ill last week, came by this morning to finalize the rental agreement and brought a large bag of fruit. He gestures towards the bag on the coffee table. You mentioned these red gems are worth over 100, yet the landlord gifted 3 boxes. Xiao Jinbei ambles over, tying the bag shut. Take these home to share with your new bride. She will surely appreciate them. As he speaks, he recalls an important matter, his rough fingers laboring to delve into the pocket of his cotton jacket. He produces a pristine red envelope. Your father won't be attending the engagement banquet tomorrow due to his limited mobility. The snow makes travel treacherous. Please give this envelope to your bride. Your father wishes for you both to honor each other with mutual respect and fidelity until old age. Xiao Jinbei contemplates mentioning that his engagement is merely a professional obligation and that Yili hardly qualifies as a bride. But he swallows his words in the face of his father's earnest gaze. His father has endured enough hardship. He does not wish to inflict further pain. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Jinbei replies with a smile. I shall endeavor to bring Lili home for a meal with you. That would be splendid. Xiao Jinbei tucks the red envelope into his suit pocket, then reaches into his trousers to retrieve a bundle of red bills. This is for you, pocket money. He placed the money in Xiao Changtian's palm, freshly acquired and exuding the scent of copper. I don't want it. You have a family and considerable expenses. I tend to acquaintances' medical needs and sell a few goods. I can take care of myself, he said. Xiao Jinbei insisted. You must accept it. This is Lily's money. Xiao Changtian sighed. Our family is fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Compared to Yao Qin, she is as different as heaven and earth. Yao Qin only knows how to demand money for shopping, never contributing a penny from her salary for the family. Yet Lily understands the essence of giving from the very beginning. After helping to move and settling Xiao Changtian, Xiao Jinbei drove back to the villa. Yili was lounging by the indoor pool, her head wrapped in a white towel, her shoulders glistening with water. Appearing somewhat delicate, she softly called out, Jinbei, come here for a moment. Chapter 12. Not as beautiful as you today, Xiao Jinbei rehearsed the engagement ceremony with Yi Li for over 5 hours. While bearing the responsibilities of a fiancé, he held her hand throughout, even sharing a kiss as requested by the officiant. He no longer felt nervous. His acting skills had improved, and he faced his esteemed fiancée with poise. He removed his suit jacket, handing it to a nearby servant, unfastened his black gemstone cufflinks, and rolled up his sleeves. With one hand, he held the imported cherries that Xiao Changtian had asked him to bring to his beloved wife. His handsome face adorned with a smile as he approached Yi Li, who was clad in a bikini, reclining at the pool's edge. He pinched a red cherry between his fingers and opened his mouth. Yi Li turned her head away. I don't want to eat. Come on, let your husband feed you. Be good. He coaxed her, treating her like a cherished treasure. It's too big, she frowned. Xiao Jinbei, with his charming white teeth, bit into the large cherry, devouring 2/3 of it and pushing the pit with his tongue. Adjusting the direction of his fingers, he offered her the remaining juicy flesh. Try it again. Be good, he said in a voice as gentle and affectionate as his appearance. Yi Li slightly parted her red lips to accept the cherry flesh, chewing thoughtfully as her cool eyes sparkled with delight. It was sweet and succulent. My dad specifically asked me to bring these back for you, Xiao Jinbei said, picking another cherry to feed her. She no longer resisted and bit into half of it. Thank the old man for me, she replied. Xiao Jinbei held the other half for her. I will. After she swallowed, he offered her the remaining piece. Are you feeling unwell? He asked tenderly, gazing into her eyes. My stomach hurts. What kind of pain? Yi Li leaned over, resting her chin on her arm, appearing quite fragile. My period has come. Then don't move. Just wait for me patiently. Xiao Jinbei handed the cherry box to the servant and stretched out his arms to lift her from a pool. Cradling her, he strode towards the bedroom. You went swimming when you were unwell? I swam a few laps before it started. Did your period arrive unexpectedly? Yes. My mood has been terrible lately. My hormones are out of balance, arriving 8 days early. A cloud of melancholy lingered in Yi Li's expression. Memories of Hong Xiao, the one who caused her distress, resurfaced. He had been gallivanting abroad with a female celebrity, brazenly escaping marriage. Rumors circulated that Yi Li had been abandoned. And while people dared not mock her openly due to her influence, Whispers filled various social circles. Some well-meaning individuals constantly forwarded gossip to her. Hong Xiao lay bare-chested, cradling a three-point female celebrity as she reclined on a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight, a sight that was akin to a blade, piercing through her eyes. Each glance inflicted pain upon her, leading to countless sleepless nights. "You should take a hot shower. I'll prepare some brown sugar water," Xiao Jinbei said as he carried Yili into the bathroom. Before stepping out, he draped a towel over her shoulders. Moments later, he returned with her nightwear in hand. Yili was lost in thought, staring at the large bathtub. "Aren't you going to wash up?" he asked gently from behind her, noticing the water still running. Yili pointed at the bathtub and explained, "I cannot soak during my period. Bacteria can enter the uterus through the open cervix, which may adversely affect a woman's health and lead to gynecological issues." Xiao Jinbei promptly turned off the water and adjusted the shower head. "Come on, take a shower," he urged, his tone tender and considerate. Yi Li's expression fell. "Mr. Xiao, you certainly know a lot," she retorted, thinking him just another philanderer who must have encountered countless women and learned even about gynecological ailments. It seemed that all men were equally untrustworthy. Xiao Jinbei understood her implication. With utmost sincerity, he replied, "My father is affectionately known as a folk healer in his circles. He was abandoned by his parents due to a disability and grew up in the mountains, learning medicine from an old sage. He entered the world at 25 and has now practiced for 46 years. I've absorbed much knowledge from him regarding common cases. One day, I'll take you to meet my father. He can check your pulse and help you with your health." Yili nodded, refraining from delving deeper into the subject of medicine. Instead, she asked him, "How many women have you been with?" "One." Xiao Jinbei met her scrutinizing gaze. Yili's expression was one of disbelief. He gently tucked a strand of her damp hair behind her ear, caressing her earlobe softly. "Be a good girl and take your shower. We can talk later." He turned on the shower, adjusted the temperature, and stepped out. In the kitchen, two plump maids were preparing small cakes as gifts for close relatives the following day. Xiao Jinbei intended to make brown sugar water. Upon noticing him, one maid immediately set down her mold. "Sir, I can handle it." "No, I'll do it," he insisted. "Sir, it is our duty to take care of you and the young lady." Xiao Jinbei smiled faintly. "Caring for Li is my responsibility." Once prepared, he personally brought it to the master bedroom. He had also brought a hot water bottle. After finishing her shower, Yili sat at the vanity, reaching for the hot water bottle to place it on her abdomen. "Let me adjust it for you," Xiao Jinbei said, moving the bottle to her lower back, applying heat to the corresponding area. He then took her hands, enclosing them around the cup. "Drink it while it's warm." As she sipped, he began to dry her hair with a hairdryer. "Mr. Xiao, did you treat your former partner this way?" Yili asked it, her fingers tracing the rim of the cup as he waved the dryer gently. "Yes," he replied, his demeanor soft and sincere. Yili pondered it. "Then why did she break up with you?" Every woman appreciates a considerate man, especially one as strikingly handsome as you. She felt like a princess, believing it was beneath her to be with a mere mortal. Is her family well off? Unfortunately, both of her parents are unemployed at home. How could she possibly excel? No. She attended a vocational school due to her lackluster academic performance, having been encouraged by her teachers to pursue this path as early as her third year of middle school. Does she possess noble lineage? No. Her father's relatives are estranged, and her mother's relatives reside far away, in rural provinces. Yili turned to look at Xiao Jinbei, her face a mask of confusion. With such a disadvantaged background, unemployed parents, poor academic performance, and no familial connections, how could one dare to claim a princess's destiny? It seems more akin to a curse. She does not embody the essence of a princess. Rather, she resembles someone suffering from a delusion of grandeur. Haven't you consulted your father to remedy her condition? Xiao Jinbei responded earnestly. No, her affliction will be addressed by her affluent husband. Yili raised an eyebrow. Remarking on her beauty, is she relying solely on her looks to navigate life? Xiao Jinbei smiled back. You're more beautiful. Yili retorted. I am a true princess by birthright, yet I do not flaunt it. What does she have to celebrate? Does she wish to hasten her own downfall? Chapter 13. Come. My darling, on January 3rd, the long-hidden sun rose once more. The sunlight glimmered upon the snow, illuminating the world anew. Life had taken a turn for the better. Outside the diamond hall of the Li Sheng Grand Hotel, luxurious cars arrived in droves. Guests congregated in small groups, while a few affluent ladies engaged in conversation. It was rumored that all guests from the Hong family had canceled their attendance at the engagement banquet. What a disgrace! It is the fault of those scoundrels. I cursed the despicable Hong for his treachery. Hong Xiao absconded with his mistress, leaving a mess for Li to contend with. Would the Hong family relatives attend the banquet in mourning? In my opinion, their absence is a blessing. What will become of Li? How will she navigate this day? A lady in an embroidered qipao sighed, lamenting that Li, a young woman who had shouldered the group for years, faced the betrayal of her fiancé at such a pivotal moment in her life. She would likely be in tears today. "Oh, look!" exclaimed a sharp-eyed young lady, spotting a camera peeking from the parking area. "Quickly look! The paparazzi are taking photos of us." The qipao-clad lady scoffed. "Humph. It's obvious that this is the work of Su Mi, that opportunistic starlet." Su Mi, a celebrity in the entertainment industry, was the very woman Hong Xiao brazenly took abroad for vacations. The intention behind the paparazzi's intrusion was clear: to amplify Li's humiliation and publicly expose her abandonment by Hong Xiao. With her head held low, Li could only feel the weight of Su Mi's triumph. As Li fell from grace, Su Mi ascended, ultimately marrying Hong Xiao and proudly assuming her role as his consort. "Hey, security, chase away those pests." The young lady waved her hands. Yet, there were simply too many paparazzi. They were not only hidden in the parking lot, but also lay in ambush throughout the hotel. When Xiao Jinbei received this news, he remained unfazed. He gazed at Li in the makeup mirror. "Do you have confidence in me?" "Of course," Li replied, tilting her head to meet his gaze as the stylist adjusted her hair. They exchanged glances across the flowing fabric of the stylist's dress. After 3 minutes of contemplation, Li made her decision regarding Xiao Jinbei, who was now 33, a seasoned and shrewd businesswoman, undeniably capable. "If you trust in my professional abilities, do not concern yourself with the media's scrutiny. Today will unfold as it should. Just follow the process," Xiao Jinbei reassured as he patted Li's shoulder. The engagement banquet officially commenced as the hall doors closed. The resplendent curtain cascaded from above, illuminated by the spotlight that focused on the end of the grand stage. As the curtains slowly parted, Xiao Jinbei and Li emerged amidst a dreamlike luminosity. When Xiao Jinbei took Li's hand to ascend the red carpet, the guests on both sides wore expressions of discontent. A chubby boy, around 7 or 8 years old, leaped onto the stage, his eyes fixed on Li as he excitedly exclaimed, "Isn't your man the one who ran away?" The atmosphere erupted in a frenzy. Hong Xiao's regret over the engagement had ignited fury among the Yi family, who begrudgingly attending the engagement banquet with intentions to help Li clean up the mess, plotted to unearth the ancestral graves of the Hong family. Is Hong Xiao back from the dead? They wondered in astonishment, only to discover that Li was not alone. She had a companion. The man exuded charm and sophistication, embodying the demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family. While he bore a resemblance to Hong Xiao, he was distinctly different in his composure. Li seized the microphone to deliver her opening remarks. "Thank you, dear friends and family, for attending my engagement banquet. Here, I would like to introduce my fiancé." Xiao Jinbei, eager to showcase his acting prowess, smiled charmingly as he bowed to the guests. "My name is Xiao Jinbei, the general manager of the real estate department of my group, 25 years old, and a graduate of Tsinghua University and Peking University's business management department. Mr. Xiao is a young man of remarkable talent, elegance, and integrity, a paragon for the youth. Our fateful encounter occurred on a wintry night, amidst disarray, and it was love at first sight. Furthermore, I wish to express that my past encounters were less than favorable. I have paid a small price for my growth. Each of you, who love me dearly, your troubled faces and furrowed brows reveal the depth of your concern for me. Today, I present Mr. Xiao to you to convey that happiness will not be absent. It has merely arrived a bit late." Applause erupted as everyone rose from their seats, straightening their backs in appreciation. The grand stage was adorned with bursting paper fireworks, showering vibrant ribbons across the sky, cascading gently upon the couple's hair, settling on the pristine fabric of her gown and the sharp lines of his suit. Xiao Jinbei delicately grasped the ribbon hanging from Yi Li's diamond crown, gazing at her with warmth. It is a privilege to have crossed paths with you. I am honored to be your love at first sight. The small price you have paid for your growth is etched in my heart. If you bear wounds, I shall heal them. If there are regrets, I shall mend them. If you are wronged, I will be your gallant hero. Perfect. A kiss, a kiss, a kiss. The audience's fervent cheers drowned out his words. With open arms, he beckoned. Come here, darling. Yi Li unexpectedly revealed a bashful smile, leaping into his embrace. With a microphone in his left hand and his right arm gently draped over her shoulder, he leaned in to kiss her rosy cheeks. Holding her tenderly, he gazed deeply into her eyes and continued, Last night, I ventured into the kitchen to prepare a sweet soup for you. The housekeeper offered to take over, but I insisted that caring for Li is my responsibility. I wish to express that, Li, the cold night has brought you to my side, mending the fragments of my shattered youth. From this moment forth, you shall be my blessing and my love. In the days to come, my profound affection will be devoted to you. I shall shield you from the storms and nurture you with care, all for you. I, Xiao Jinbei, exist solely for you. Yi Li's voice rippled through the air. Xiao Jinbei observed her eyes glistening with tears, uncertain whether it was his outstanding performance that moved her or if Yi Li's own acting prowess was more compelling. In the presence of many, Yi Li had mentioned the need to cultivate a mutual atmosphere of affection. Thus Xiao Jinbei refrained from delving deeper into his thoughts. He proceeded to kneel on one knee, producing a diamond ring to adorn Yi Li's finger. The scene erupted once more. To hell with Hong Xiao. May he be as distant as possible. Xiao Jinbei possessed both talent and charm, exhibiting unwavering devotion, surpassing the despicable Hong in every aspect. When Hong Xiao returned from his escapades, he would find himself crashing at the banquet celebrating the 100th day of Yi Li's son. Just look at our Li's mister. Xiao, radiant and dignified, a true gentleman, in stark contrast to Hong Xiao, who could not even compare to a mere hair on his leg. The security opened the hall doors, shielding against the prying eyes of the media. They posed graciously for photographs. The more detailed, the better. As Xiao Jinbei raised a toast with Yi Li, Gu Xing'e handed over his phone. Yi Li's gaze sharpened as she read a new message. Hong Xiao had sent her 3 consecutive messages, questioning her. How could you get engaged to someone else behind my back? Am I dead to you? You could have at least informed me if you were seeking another man. Immediately, right now, break up with Xiao Jinbei. You are mine. Meanwhile, far away in Bali, Hong Xiao was venting his frustration while vacationing with a female celebrity. He had merely intended to ruin a wedding and enjoy some time with his lover, Sumi. Sumi adored him fiercely, and upon hearing of his impending engagement to Yi Li, she abandoned her filming duties to rush back into his arms, weeping and soaking several bed linens. Strangled by Sumi's affections, he felt compelled to prioritize her. A wedding could be rescheduled. After all, Yi Li was still alive and would wait for him. Whether the engagement occurred sooner or later was inconsequential. However, if Sumi were to fall ill out of anger, she might never return. Life is but once. Little did Hong Xiao realize that chaos was unfolding on Yi Li's end. The media reporters arranged by Sumi failed to capture the moment Yi Li was left heartbroken. Instead, they documented her newfound romance. This man, surnamed Xiao and named Jinbei, was as charming as his name suggested, exuding grace and unparalleled beauty. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but Xiao Jinbei also possessed remarkable abilities. He was at least a decade younger than Hong Xiao, his complexion reflecting that of an aristocratic fair-skinned gentleman, undeniably more attractive than the bronze-toned Hong. He was gentle, his eyes filled with warmth, far more endearing than the wild and rebellious Hong Xiao. Xiao Jinbei emerged as a formidable presence, leaving others in his wake. Seal the mouths of all journalists. Do not allow any news of Yi Li's engagement to Xiao Jinbei to leak. Hong Xiao seethed with rage as he pushed away Sumi, who was nestled in his embrace, displaying the engagement video of Yi Li. Sumi pouted, knowing that the media, having captured the moment, would likely seek to profit from it. In a fit of anger, Hong Xiao overturned the bedside table, throwing money at the problem. Buy out all the cameras. Yet, his fury remained unabated. He dialed Yi Li's number. Hello, woman. Wait for my return. Yi Li responded with a scoff. From the moment she was betrayed, Hong Xiao became nothing more than a worthless piece of filth. With a disdainful scoff, she severed all contact with him and instead sent the engagement photo of Xiao Jinbei kissing her cheek to Sumi. My fiancé, and I wish you and the Hong Xiao you stole from me a lifetime of entanglement. Su, the superstar. Your Hong Xiao wanted to wait for him. He regrets losing me. I can confidently assert that you, a woman of considerable desire, can satisfy him completely. But should he return to seek me, it would only be for one reason. He does not love you. You are merely a plaything beneath him. How pitiable you are. Dear woman. With these words, Yi Li exhaled her frustrations, feeling a sense of relief. Xiao Jinbei, having indulged in liquor, collapsed onto the bed of their marital home. The incessant buzzing of his phone was a source of annoyance. He reached out to silence it, only to be met with the sound of a woman weeping on the other end. Jinbei, lend me some money, sob sob. His eyes remained tightly shut. His voice hoarse. Who is this? While he possessed a fortune of 100 million, lending money was a trivial matter. It all depended on who was asking. If his childhood friend Tang Kai were to request 100,000, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. In their youth, whenever Xiao Changtian was away tending to patients, he would be housed at the Tang family, where Mama Tang would wash him and cut his hair. He feasted on juicy chicken legs while Tang Kai devoured the less desirable parts. The bond of gratitude was as profound as a mountain. Those who treated him well, he reciprocated with even greater kindness. I am Qin, your. Xiao Jinbei's eyes flew open, his mind instantly alert. How outrageous! Yao Qin, who had boasted just yesterday about making him regret for a lifetime, now sought his help. Truly, she was a princess with an affliction of the worst kind. Your Yongfeng is worth millions, overflowing with wealth. Yet you come to me? You must have dialed the wrong number. Yao Qin hurriedly clarified. I did not misdial. I am indeed looking for you, specifically you. Though Yongfeng was wealthy, they had only been dating for 2 days. Maintaining her ethereal persona was crucial. Asking a boyfriend of such short acquaintance for money would tarnish her image of purity and elegance. Calling Xiao Jinbei was a different matter altogether. They had cohabited for 3 years, sharing every aspect of their lives, and she was unafraid of revealing her less flattering side. She understood Xiao Jinbei well. He was inherently kind and submissive. Whenever she spoke, he would unconditionally comply. Even if her requests were unreasonable, a little coaxing and pouting would easily sway him. Xiao Jinbei would never disregard her. His feelings for her had been profound. Just 2 days had passed since their breakup, barely 48 hours, yet the embers of their shared life had not yet cooled, let alone the flesh and blood of a man who still harbored affection for her. A simple favor from him would be a mere formality. She saw no shame in seeking help from an ex. One who had shared a bed with her knew her intimately, and there was nothing amiss in that. Furthermore, given Xiao Jinbei's character, even if he chose not to assist her, he would not tarnish her reputation. Her name would remain untarnished. Yao Qin, do not contact me with a new number again. Resolve your matters with your man. Additionally, let me remind you that you have 5 days left to return the full 900,000 to my card. Xiao Jinbei ended the call and blocked that number. Yao Qin abruptly hurled her phone onto the bed, her frustration palpable. How outrageous! He wouldn't even lend her a few coins for her grandmother's medical treatment. Had Xiao Jinbei been possessed? His kindness seemed to have perished. His stubbornness had hardened to an unyielding state, more resilient than anything else, and she found herself powerless against it. Over merely calling off their engagement, he bore a grudge against her. 2 days had passed, and he still harbored resentment. Alas, it mattered little. If Xiao Jinbei chose to hold a grudge, she would not seek reconciliation. She would simply watch him with wide eyes, curious to see how long he could endure this silence. One day, he would surely regret his decision. She imagined herself adorned in a pristine wedding gown custom-made by Yongfeng, and she would not hesitate to deliver a swift kick should he come crawling back to her in a desperate bid to win her back. If Xiao Jinbei refused to assist her, she had alternative means. Yao Qin dialed Xie Yongfeng's number. As soon as the call connected, his voice brimmed with an almost euphoric delight. "Darling, have you been thinking of me?" Yao Qin touched her flushed cheeks, feeling embarrassed. "Yongfeng, there is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it? Are you coming to stay with me, or shall I come to you?" "I am at your service." "It's about my grandmother. She is unwell." Yao Qin cradled her face, feeling bashful. She was reluctant to ask her boyfriend of merely 2 days for financial assistance. But she pushed aside her hesitations. Yongfeng's wealth was substantial, and this small sum for medical expenses was no more significant than purchasing a bottle of nail polish. "Which hospital is your grandmother in? What do the doctors say?" "She is at home. The doctor suspects pneumonia and a tumor, and further examinations are needed." Xie Yongfeng grew anxious. "That sounds serious. We must take her to the provincial hospital for a comprehensive checkup and proper treatment. She is elderly. We cannot afford to delay." "But what about the money?" Yao Qin waited, hoping he would mention even a single copper coin, yet he remained silent on the matter. Tentatively, she inquired, "Yongfeng, will you come see me?" She treaded cautiously, aware that her grandmother's significance in Xie Yongfeng's life was likely insufficient to compel him to be generous. She hoped to entice him into a deeper affection for her, leveraging her grandmother's situation to secure his support. Surely, if he cherished her as much as he professed, he would come through for her. If he came, his money would follow. Wealth was a hallmark of successful men. Wherever they were, their riches were sure to be found. Chapter 15. A call to the son-in-law. "I'm sorry. My parents are visiting me at the apartment. I want to be able to spend time with you tonight," Xie Yongfeng stated. A deluge of cold water cascaded over Yao Qin, and she gritted her teeth, determined not to cry. It was all right that her boyfriend could not visit her. What she truly sought was financial aid. Then she cautiously prompted. There was no need for repetition. A successful man possessed a remarkable intellect, and he would understand with a mere nudge. Transferring money via WeChat was exceedingly simple. "Shall I come to see you tomorrow evening?" Yongfeng still failed to mention any monetary assistance. "All right." Yao Qin bit her lip, feeling a sense of grievance as she ended the call. Her feelings went unrecognized, and she was somewhat disappointed that Yongfeng had not empathized with her predicament. Yet, she found solace in the notion that no young man would lavishly spend on a girlfriend of merely 2 days. It was often said that the wealthier a man was, the more astute he became. The success of such men could be attributed to their extraordinary intellect. She resolved to be patient and to wait. Yongfeng's heart resides with her, and his wealth is inherently hers. Yongfeng is the master, while she is the mistress. Once they are wed, she shall exercise the rights of a wife, managing him with utmost authority. At that juncture, not only the wealth of the CF family, but also the factory, storefronts, company, and luxurious residence shall all belong to the mistress. Yao Qin, having calmed her emotions, dialed her colleague Yao Yao. Yao Yao's boyfriend works for a burgeoning online streaming company and is financially stable. She borrowed 10,000 yuan from him. With the funds secured, the family promptly took their grandmother to the hospital. The car glided through the silent, cold night. Ma Yurin's eyes sparkled with determination. Qin, as you have just begun dating Yongfeng, you must maintain your composure and poise. When he visits tomorrow and offers you money, graciously decline, saying it is too generous. Should he not offer, refrain from mentioning it. Understood? I understand, Yao Qin replied, always obedient in front of her parents. Yao Guangrong, sitting beside his grandmother, shot Ma Yuran a disapproving glance. Now that we have a son-in-law, who else could we rely on? With their grandmother's condition so dire, 10,000 yuan would scarcely last a few days. If the left lung tumor turns out to be malignant, surgery will be necessary, followed by chemotherapy, leading to an endless pit of medical expenses. Ma Yuran interjected, of course, I know that Xie Yongfeng is our family's only hope. However, if we become overly fixated on money, it may frighten him away. Being our sole support necessitates caution. Presently, the obligation to return 900,000 yuan to Xiao Jinbei loomed over them like a mountain. Though Yao Guangrong insisted on not returning the money, hoping to wear down Xiao Jinbei's patience, there was a grave concern. Should Xiao Jinbei, in desperation, seek media assistance, it could expose Qin. Her beautiful visage could become a target of scorn online, and the illustrious CF family would surely shy away from her. In such a scenario, not only would they need to return the money, but they would also ruin a promising match. The most prudent course of action now is to cultivate a refined household atmosphere, fostering a harmonious relationship with Xie Yongfeng, managing him delicately and swiftly introducing Qin to his parents to solidify their engagement. It is said that bride price in affluent families begins at $1 million. If Xie Yongfeng cherishes Qin and offers a bride price of several million, repaying Xiao Jinbei would not pose a problem, and funds for their grandmother's treatment would be secured as well. Ma Yuran cast a disdainful glance at Yao Guangrong. The older man had a booming voice and a peculiar temperament, firm when unnecessary yet obstinate when it mattered. This family would surely fall apart without her. Upon their arrival at the hospital, the grandmother was admitted directly to the emergency department. Yao Qin handed over the entirety of the borrowed 10,000 yuan. As the printer worded out the examination reports, Yao Guangrong turned his face away, unable to bear the sight. The grandmother underwent basic tests throughout the night, with blood samples taken, checking for everything from routine blood counts to liver function, kidney function, coagulation ability, and infectious diseases. The visible grayness of Yao Guangrong's hair became more pronounced. The forestand was changed multiple times throughout the night. As nurses entered, the family anxiously craned their necks to catch a glimpse. "Doctor, how long will my mother need to be on the floor?" Yao Guangrong could not contain his curiosity. Based on his experience, an overnight infusion would cost several hundred yuan. With the costs of examinations and hospitalization, it was an unbearable burden. The nurse, without lifting her eyelids, responded, "You will need to inquire with the attending physician about that." With a chilling retort, she took the empty bottle and tossed it away like the wind. "What on earth is this?" Ma Yuran cast a fierce glare at the retreating figure. Lowering her gaze, tears fell. It was utterly unjust. All of this was due to Xiao Changtian, who had driven them to a dead end. Were it not for his meddling, why would we be spending money and enduring hardship in this wretched hospital? If Grandma's illness were treated by Xiao Changtian, everyone would be at home enjoying the air conditioning, watching television, munching on sunflower seeds, and sharing laughter. There would be no need for worry. Having practiced medicine for over 40 years, Xiao Changtian was well-versed in caring for patients. He could have remained in Grandma's room while Grandpa kept her company. He would watch over her and monitor her health diligently. He could prepare medicine, administer acupuncture, apply medicated poultices, or take blood samples. There were countless methods to treat ailments. The entire family would be at ease, without incurring expenses. It is all the fault of that wretched Xiao Changtian. He has forced the family into such a predicament. Just wait. Qin will never forgive Xiao Jinbei. Both she and Yao Guangrong have been deeply hurt this time and have lost their fondness for him. Once the tension between Xiao Changtian and his grandson dissipates, when they return to the Yao family seeking reconciliation, they shall lock the doors and humiliate them thoroughly, repaying insult with insult. After Grandma's biopsy, the hospital demanded payment. Ma Yuran stormed into the doctor's office, asking how it was possible that a mere 2-day stay had cost 10,000. The doctor, expressionless, replied that the biopsy was over 3,000, the special treatment over 7,000, and the examination fees were specifically collected by the hospital. Ma Yuran and Yao Guangrong turned their hopeful eyes towards Yao Qin. Thankfully, they had a beautiful and obedient daughter, cherished by Xie Yongfeng, who pursued her relentlessly. Now, the whole family relied on their daughter. Quickly, summoned the son-in-law. Yongfeng mentioned he would come last night, but at the last minute, he had a business meeting with a client and could not make it. Although he could not come, the deal was successful, which meant more profit for him. Consequently, he would have more funds to contribute. In times of crisis, those without jobs should exert effort, while those with jobs should strive to earn and support the family's expenses. They must understand and tolerate one another. Chapter 16. An exemplary man, the parents' 4 eager eyes were fixed upon her. Yao Qin shrank back, her small hands clutching the iron frame of the hospital bed. I am at a loss. I have already borrowed 10,000. To ask her to borrow more would be to drain her dry. Currently, Yao Guangrong was without a stable job, while Ma Yuran had returned to being a housewife. which meant that any family debts would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. Yet, her meager monthly salary of $4,000 was insufficient to cover her car loan of $6,000, let alone support herself. "Dad, Mom, please call my brother. After all, he runs a factory." In a moment of panic, Yao Qin grasped at this lifeline. Over the past year, Yao Qin had successfully collaborated with the Lixin Group real estate company, and business was thriving. Yao Qin had the means to shoulder the family's burdens and alleviate the crisis. Yao Qin nestled at the end of the hospital bed, attempting to conceal herself, hoping her parents would shift their attention to her brother. However, Ma Yuran remarked, "Zuxin has been very busy these past few days, with numerous social engagements. I called him, but he said it was inconvenient to be disturbed and that he would talk once he is free." The family was already in a state of dependency, with those who were idle contributing nothing, and the situation had become quite dire. Those who possess the capability to earn a living outside should diligently pursue their endeavors. A family must have someone to uphold its dignity. Ma Yulan remarked this, and Yao Qin felt it unwise to shift the burden onto her younger brother. Qin, please get in touch with Yongfeng." Yao Guangrong lifted his face, marred by two prominent dark circles. Ma Yulan was taken aback. "Are you contemplating leveraging Yongfeng again?" It has been said that Qin has only just begun her acquaintance with Yongfeng, and it is inappropriate to discuss finances. His insistence was irksome. The elderly man truly lacks resolve where it matters, yet remains obstinate where it should not. Yao Guangrong, with a despondent expression, questioned whether they should merely sit idly by, waiting for fortune to fall from the heavens. Without payment, the hospital will inevitably delay treatment. If my elderly mother were to perish, our household registration would diminish by 1, and the losses from demolition would be severe. However, your haste may frighten Yongfeng away. Do you think I am as feeble as you?" Yao Guangrong retorted. "Do you dare insult me?" Ma Yulan, in a fit of anger, seized her grandmother's thick cotton coat and struck Yao Guangrong on the head. He forcefully tore the coat from his head and flung it aside, dust rising in the air, the tension palpable. "Cease your quarrel." Yao Qin pouted, tears glistening in her eyes, feeling utterly trapped and devoid of options. She realized she must rely on her new boyfriend, Xie Yongfeng. She decided to invite him over and assess the situation. Yao Qin dialed Xie Yongfeng's number. Yao Guangrong brushed his thinning hair, stating that the job Yongfeng had arranged for him should be finalized soon, and he would arrive shortly for a proper inquiry. Ma Yulan swiftly composed herself. "I will keep track for you. Should you forget, I shall inquire." The family awaited the arrival of their salvation. A young nurse hurried over, urging them for payment. "Family of bed 16, it is time for you to settle the fees. The patient is scheduled for a specialist consultation this afternoon." With renewed vigor, Ma Yulan raised her voice. "Do not rush. My son-in-law will be here momentarily, and every cent shall be accounted for. When Yongfeng arrives, we will simply deposit 1 million at the payment window." They had all been worn down by the hospital's demands. "Ha ha, uncle, aunt, grandma. Qin, I have arrived." Xie Yongfeng's laughter shattered the gloom of the ward. He entered with a bouquet of carnations and a fruit basket, radiating vitality. The elderly grandmother, who had been tightly shut away in slumber, opened one eye, trembling as she gazed upon him. "Yongfeng has come," she coughed, extending her hand. "Indeed, I have come to see you." Xie Yongfeng hastily grasped her hand. The grandmother beamed with satisfaction at his filial piety. "You truly are a good child," she praised, to which he responded with a lively smile. "Grandma, take good care of your health. Once you recover, I will take you and Grandpa on a trip." "Oh dear, I am but an old bone, incapable of walking." The grandmother, who had toiled her entire life without such pleasures, felt a surge of happiness simply from the thought. "I will drive a motorhome to take you both on a tour of the beautiful landscapes, without the need to walk." The other eye of the grandmother also opened wide. "A motorhome? What is that? What sort of house? What sort of vehicle? I have never seen one before." Xie Yongfeng, holding her hand firmly, vividly described the motorhome, which resembled a vehicle on the outside but felt like home on the inside, complete with a bed and a kitchen. The three members of the Yao family were deeply moved by this exchange. If Yongfeng could think of taking Grandma on a trip in a motorhome, surely her medical expenses would not be a concern. In comparison to the millions spent on motorhomes, The cost of medical treatment is indeed trivial. A smile graced Yao Guangrong's face as he no longer had to worry about employment. Yongfeng had prepared a motorhome worth several million for his 70-year-old mother-in-law, demonstrating such profound filial piety. His father-in-law certainly need not toil for a living. It must be as he had imagined, that Yongfeng would directly provide him with 7,000 yuan each month, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable retirement. Ma Yulan wiped her tears away, for Yongfeng was a dutiful and considerate child. His attentiveness towards an elderly man half buried in a coffin was commendable. The matter of Qin returning the engagement to Xiao Jinbei, requiring a refund of 900,000 yuan from Yongfeng, was a mere trifle. Yongfeng cherished Qin and was eager to win her affection, willing to expend 900,000 yuan to ward off Xiao Jinbei, preventing any regrets that might lead to a romantic pursuit in the aftermath, so that he could smoothly bring Qin into his life. Yao Qin, overwhelmed with emotions, laughed and cried simultaneously. She had not been mistaken. Yongfeng was indeed an extraordinary man. His affection for the little princess was unparalleled, extending to all aspects of her life. For her sake, he would go so far as to take his grandmother on trips in the motorhome. In today's society, such men are a rarity. Moreover, he was a wealthy heir, a dragon among men. She felt fortunate to have parted ways with Xiao Jinbei, avoiding further losses and embracing Yongfeng's pursuit. Otherwise, her grandmother might never have witnessed the shadow of a motorhome in her lifetime. Xiao Jinbei, who needed to finance a 260,000 yuan electric car, could only dream of affording a motorhome worth millions. This comparison made it clear. While Xiao Jinbei fretted over a 6,000 yuan car loan, Yongfeng was spending tens of thousands to arrange a delightful trip for his grandmother. The distinction between a king and a commoner was glaringly apparent. The nurse returned to request payment. Ma Yulan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "What's the rush? Can't you see my son-in-law is here?" Her gaze flitted between Xie Yongfeng and the nurse, almost wishing for Xie Yongfeng to lift his head. Allowing the nurse to truly see the son of a prominent furniture tycoon, her son-in-law, and thus bring honor to her family. Xie Yongfeng eloquently charmed the grandmother, eliciting youthful laughter from her. He rose, addressing Yao Guangrong, saying, "Grandma needs companionship. Spend more time chatting with her. Where her spirits are high, her health will improve." The secret to longevity lies not in medicine, but in emotional support. In simpler terms, it's about providing the elderly with a sense of happiness and hope. The grandmother agreed, saying, "Indeed, your presence brings me comfort." She continued to praise him, saying that Yongfeng was understanding and thoughtful, far more likable than Xiao Jinbei. Xie Yongfeng nodded, acknowledging that his grandmother was frail and needed rest. Thus he would not linger and would visit again soon. Ma Yulan stood to see him off, signaling with her eyes, "Good child, you are truly filial. Your grandmother's medical expenses depend on you." Chapter 17. Your princess faced with Ma Yulan's palpable desire for financial assistance. Xie Yongfeng responded with a playful "oh," and, with a twinkle in his eye, gestured for her to wait a moment, almost forgetting something. His hand slipped into the pocket of his short jacket. The Yao family trio watched, wide-eyed, their gaze following his hand's movement. Was he about to pull out a check? They sensed that happiness was imminent and felt deeply moved by its timely arrival. If you're to hand over a 1,000,000 yuan check, all their troubles would be resolved. "Dear uncle and aunt, I have not purchased any nutritional supplements for grandma, and I am uncertain about what she can eat at present. This is a small token of my regard. Please accept it." With that, Xie Yongfeng produced a red envelope, rather substantial, its corners bulging with content. Yao Qin's gaze lingered on the envelope, and based on her experience of receiving around 30 red envelopes from Xiao Jinbei each year, she estimated that the money within Xie Yongfeng's envelope amounted to approximately 5,000. It was reasonable for a boyfriend of merely 2 days to present such an amount. However, it fell short. This sum was far from sufficient to cover grandma's medical expenses. Ma Yudan gasped, her expression a peculiar blend of joy and sorrow as she accepted the envelope. "Yongfeng, you really are too modest," she managed to say, forcing a strained smile. "Oh, it is nothing. It is my duty, Xie Yongfeng replied with even greater politeness. He took Ma Yuren's hand gently, saying, Annie, you have worked hard. Caring for the ill is exhausting. Ah, thank you, she replied. You must take care of yourself. Your well-being is essential for everyone. He then embraced Yao Guangrong, adding, Uncle, you two have endured much. For the time being, please rest at home. Grandma requires assistance, and the weather outside is quite frigid. Yao Guangrong's mood shifted slightly with a hint of agitation. Yongfeng, have you discussed the job I mentioned with your father? The implication of ensuring that he could remain at home hinted at preparations for his father-in-law's retirement. Such foresight seemed beyond Xie Yongfeng's youthful understanding, resembling more the meticulous planning of his father. No, my dad is on a business trip and won't return until the end of the year. Yao Guangrong's expression changed subtly. Without a job, life would be challenging. Xie Yongfeng reassured him, work is a lifelong endeavor. There is no need to rush. After the new year, we can seek employment. However, each day spent in the company of the elderly is a day well spent. Yet, he did not mention the monthly financial support for his father's retirement. Yongfeng, I would like to inquire about the job you arranged for me. Yao Guangrong's voice was thick with anxiety. Xie Yongfeng smiled. I have reviewed your resume. Carpentry suits you well, although it is not your preference. I have spoken with a few friends, and there's a need for an office manager on their end. Once it is confirmed, I will inform you. Is that all? Yao Guangrong's disappointment was palpable. No pension had been arranged, and the job remained uncertain. However, he felt compelled to trust Xie Yongfeng, as the Yao family had no alternative paths available at the moment. Considering it from a different angle, the title of office manager sounded quite impressive. It would afford him a modicum of dignity in public, while allowing him to enjoy a comfortable routine of clocking in and sipping tea. Xie Yongfeng's arrangement seemed commendable. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently. There is a saying that when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their spirit. Perhaps after enduring this trial, he would soar, ultimately joining the ranks of successful men in his later years. Yao Guangrong's demeanor brightened. Then I would appreciate your follow-up. Ma Yuran chimed in. Thank you for your efforts, Yongfeng. As Xie Yongfeng walked toward the door, he replied, There is no rush. Health takes precedence over work. Uncle is aging, and the cold outside is harsh. It would be better to start work after the spring festival. Ma Yuran nudged Yao Qin at the back of her knee. Hurry and see your boyfriend off. Be more enthusiastic. Have a private chat and let Yongfeng understand our family's predicament. That meager 5,000 is hardly sufficient. Yao Qin nodded in compliance and, upon accompanying Xie Yongfeng outside, conveyed her sentiments to him. My holiday has come to an end, and I must return to work tomorrow. With a delicate and fragile expression, I gazed at Xie Yongfeng, exuding an air of vulnerability that silently beckoned him. I am your princess. Come and cherish me. I will forever remember the compassionate words he spoke the night I broke up with Xiao Jinbei. Xie Yongfeng condemned Xiao Jinbei for his incompetence and negligence, causing me to venture out in the bitter winter, enduring hardships and grievances. In other words, a capable man would ensure his woman is well cared for, never allowing her to brave the winter elements for work. Since Xie Yongfeng had articulated such sentiments, it was inevitable that he would act upon them. Yao Qin clasped Xie Yongfeng's sleeve, filled with anticipation. It's going to be cold tomorrow. You should dress warmly for work, he advised. Yao Qin's expression instantly shifted from sunshine to a blizzard. This isn't how it should be, she thought. According to Yongfeng's philosophy, at this moment, he should transfer 1,000,000 to her, gently grasp her head and press his lips to hers, cradling her soft face while passionately declaring, My woman should never have to go to work in the depths of winter. If 1,000,000 isn't enough to weather the cold, I shall give you 10,000,000. How much do you need to be happy? Just tell me. It is my duty to pamper you. What's wrong? Xie Yongfeng took Yao Qin's hand, noting how icy it felt. Are you unwell? Yao Qin was momentarily at a loss for words. She opened her mouth. I thought you would tell me not to go to work, to stay comfortably at home. Xie Yongfeng adjusted Yao Qin's shoulder, gazing deeply into her eyes. Of course. You could move in with me tomorrow, and I will take care of you, so you won't have to work. Do your parents know we are dating? Living together is fine, but the ultimate goal is marriage. Didn't we agree to visit your parents during the new year? They certainly don't know yet. Yao Qin subtly hinted at her second request. Xiao Jinbei is pressing me for the betrothal money. I only have 4 days left. Xie Yongfeng turned his face away. Qin, 90,000 is not a trivial sum. So, you want to get it to me? It's not that I want tea. It's just that my account is managed by my brother. Moving such a large amount requires approval. Yao Qin was puzzled. We're about to get engaged. Isn't it natural for you to spend money on me? Xie Yongfeng explained. We are not yet officially engaged. He wrapped his arm around Yao Qin's waist, pulling her closer to reassure her. Think about it. If my parents found out you took 90,000 after only a few days of dating, how would they perceive you? They would undoubtedly label you a gold digger, tarnishing your reputation. If you want to marry into a wealthy family, that would make it exceedingly difficult. Yao Qin, possessing keen insight, understood immediately. That was indeed the case. Thus, she would have to wait until the new year to visit the Xie family with the legitimacy of their relationship, presenting themselves as a couple, taking things step by step. Rushing into things could lead to burns. Yao Qin returned to the hospital empty-handed, where Ma Yuran was in a rage. Your grandmother's illness cannot be treated with just 5,000 from Xie Yongfeng. Yao Guangrong sighed deeply. Qin, your parents have toiled their entire lives. Now in their old age, facing health issues and difficulties in finding work, we can only rely on you. Yao Qin bit her lip and dialed Xiao Jinbei's number once more. Xie Yongfeng finds it inconvenient to ask for money, thus resorting once more to the honest man, unafraid of offending him. Chapter 18. Are you willing to let me die? Her ex-boyfriend, straightforward and sincere, is someone she can turn to when in need. Borrowing money from him does not invoke fear of ridicule, nor does she fear refusal. When Xiao Jinbei received the phone call, he was in his office on the 77th floor, listening to the lawyer report on the supplementary clauses of a contract. Yao Qin called from new number. Having just taken office, Xiao Jinbei encountered numerous influential figures eager to form connections, so he answered, hoping to seize every opportunity. To his surprise, it was Yao Qin. She did not broach the subject of money directly, but mentioned the need to move her belongings from the rental property and requested Xiao Jinbei's company to clarify their possessions once and for all, ensuring there would be no future gossip. The news often features couples who, after breaking up, fight over pets and possessions, highlighting the importance of resolving matters face-to-face. Xiao Jinbei agreed, and they arranged to meet at the dilapidated rental house at 7 in the evening to divide the belongings accumulated over their 3 years of cohabitation. Mr. Xiao, do you need my company? Gu Xinghe asked with a graceful smile. Xiao Jinbei glanced at her and replied, No, I have some personal matters to attend to. Nonetheless, Gu Xinghe insisted on being his driver, personally taking him there. Outside the weathered, peeling walls of the rental house, Gu Xinghe grasped the steering wheel, beaming. I'll wait here for a while. Call me if you need anything. Xiao Jinbei waved his hand and strode towards his destination. Ever since his engagement to Yi Li, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was commonplace for him to be accompanied by a driver and a secretary. He did not mind Gu Xinghe waiting for him. As he walked, he adjusted his sapphire cufflinks. Clad in a 220,000 yuan bespoke suit, he radiated an excessive charm. He remained wary of Yao Qin, who had run off with the burly Xie Yongfeng, concerned that she might covet his striking appearance. He had no desire to entangle himself with his ex-girlfriend. Upon opening the small wooden door of the rental unit, he found Yao Qin standing by the sofa, her chest heaving with agitation. Xiao Jinbei, do you want this trash can? She exclaimed, kicking one of the 3 green plastic bins, sending them rolling. Yao Qin was in a foul mood. She displayed the makeshift punching bag she had made for Xiao Jinbei. Normally, he would have rushed over to comfort her, embracing and soothing her, addressing her grievances to restore her happiness. However, today, Xiao Jinbei's gaze lingered on Yao Qin's face for only a fleeting moment. No, he stated, his tone cold and resolute. Yao Qin faltered, leaping up to hurl the trash can. In an instant, the plastic bin shattered into fragments. Who are you showing your temper to? It's just a broken engagement. I may not have walked with you to the end, but I spent 3 years with you. Those thousands of days and nights were my youth. I may not be your wife, but I am your ex-girlfriend. Having once possessed it, one can benefit for a lifetime. Can't they? Yao Qin angrily grasped the sharp plastic shards, piercing her delicate palm. As Xiao Jinbei emerged from the bedroom with his suitcase, Yao Qin raised her hand, blood trickling from her palm, falling drop by drop. She gazed at him with a haunting sorrow, resembling a flower battered by the wind. It seemed as though she was calling for him to come and embrace her. She yearned for affection, solace, and protection. Xiao Jinbei merely cast a fleeting glance, questioning the purpose of such intimidation. If it were to feign suffering for the sake of that 900,000, he would have to apologize. Her former boyfriend was not one to be easily frightened. He had been raised on humble fare, not meant to cower before a woman. Compensation was obligatory. Her past lover had since transformed into someone else's prince, and any attempt to solicit even a penny less would be a sign of disrespect towards her wealthy husband. Yao Qin raised her trembling hand, imploring, "Are you not even coming to see me?" The age-old maxim of propriety between the sexes lingered in the air. Xiao Jinbei packed his slippers into a plastic bag. Yao Qin, half amused and half exasperated, retorted, "We have shared countless intimate moments. Is there a single part of your body I am unaware of? How can you speak of propriety? I have seen you unclothed. Now, to touch or embrace you for a moment, what does that signify?" After tidying up his belongings, Xiao Jinbei noticed the crimson stains on the tiled floor. With a chilling gaze, he stated, "Yao Qin, resorting to self-inflicted suffering to elicit my sympathy is foolish. My kindness towards you is solely because you are my woman. Now, you belong to Xie Yongfeng. If you are in need, you should seek him out. Blood should not be shed in vain. A man may harbor deep affections or remain cold and indifferent, depending solely on the woman he encounters. If he deems her worthy, he will give abundantly. If not, he will not waste his sympathy." Yao Qin began to weep. "Would you truly allow me to perish?" Xiao Jinbei retrieved his phone and dialed Gu Xinghe. "Secretary Gu, could you come up? I've sent you the location." Sensing the impending danger, Yao Qin rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Xiao Jinbei's waist. Her face pressed against his back. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jinbei was taken aback. He tossed his phone onto the shoe cabinet and seized Yao Qin's arms, tearing them away. "Let go." "No, Jinbei, please help me." Yao Qin pleaded through her tears. "Just lend me a little money. I don't need much, only 50,000. "Are you kidding me?" In a fit of anger, Xiao Jinbei pried her hand from his waist, exclaiming, "Did you not just run off with $1 million Xie Yongfeng? You are his princess, and he publicly vows to cherish you. How dare you come to me for money? Do you have no shame?" The illustrious Xie Yongfeng, with his wealth, sends his princess to beg for loans. Can someone please explain to Xiao Jinbei what devilish events transpire behind this? What encouragement did Xie Yongfeng offer Yao Qin that fateful night to prompt her to call off the engagement? Surely, no one has forgotten the extravagant promises of affection from the Xie family. If Xie Yongfeng had the audacity to encourage Yao Qin to break off her engagement, he should possess the means to lavish her with love, ensuring she dons a fur coat in winter, never needing to work, indulging in as many durians as she desires, and residing in a grand mansion. To take another's fiancée and then shamelessly allow her to return and pester her ex for money. What a travesty. Xiao Jinbei found no words in the dictionary to adequately describe Xie Yongfeng. Yao Qin continued to sob. "Just lend me 50,000. It's only 50,000. My grandmother is gravely ill." Not a word was uttered about why she did not seek Xie Yongfeng's help. Xiao Jinbei, weary of the conversation, retorted, "I have no money." Yao Qin's tear-filled eyes widened in disbelief. "No, you have money. Your salary is adequate, and you even have a side business. Your father sees patients daily and sells goods at night. You and your father toil day and night to earn money." She was acutely aware of their relentless efforts, even mentioning her 71-year-old father braving the cold to sell wares. Despite recognizing others' hardships, she still wielded a dagger of words against them. "I regard you merely as a laborer. What you earn should come to me, and in return, I offer you nothing of equal value." She had become a woman of avarice, her heart hardened. Xiao Jinbei's handsome visage was as cold as ice as he opened the door. "Mr. Xiao, how may I assist you?" Gu Xinghe, adorned in a glossy pearl-white professional attire and towering heels, climbed the stairs with a cheerful demeanor. "Expel this madwoman from my sight." "Understood." Yao Qin, deeply provoked, raised her voice in a roar. Shout Jinbei, what did you just call me? In that moment, she resembled an enraged lioness, claws bared as she lunged at him, pounding her fists against his chest. You dare to call me a madwoman? How could you insult me like that? Xiao Jinbei. She stamped her feet in fury, her small fists pounding in a futile attempt to evoke love from him, hoping to persuade him to relinquish 50,000 yuan. Her body pressed against Xiao Jinbei's, and he found himself drawn to her fragrance, captivated by her warmth. After days apart, he must have missed her, and it would take nothing more than an outstretched arm to embrace her. She believed that there was a certain magic in the physical connection that could provoke his desires, transcending logic and reality, driven solely by impulse and longing. Yao Qin was confident that her allure had not diminished over the years. However, Xiao Jinbei seized her wrist and commanded, "Calm down. Consider what you are doing." His reaction was not what Yao Qin had anticipated. He did not succumb to her allure or compromise his principles. His tone was frigid, his body rigid, exuding an air of profound disillusionment. Yao Qin felt another blow to her spirit. Unwilling to accept defeat, she threatened as Gu Xinghe pulled her away from Xiao Jinbei. Xiao Jinbei, I will report you to the authorities. She raised her bloodied hand for him to see clearly. She was injured. Would he not fear a charge of assault? In their dilapidated rental unit, devoid of surveillance, her eyes were swollen from crying, and her wounds bled, marking her as the vulnerable one. Suit yourself, Xiao Jinbei replied coldly. Are you not afraid of being detained? At that moment, Gu Xinghe exchanged a knowing glance with him. Xiao Jinbei noticed her fingers discreetly moving as she seemingly activated a recording on her phone. He then elaborated, Yao Qin, how have you come to this? Yao Qin, in a state of hysteria, exclaimed, I have no choice. My grandmother is ill, my parents are unemployed, and my brother is away, leaving the burden of the family on my shoulders. So, you resort to extorting me? I said it's a loan, just 50,000 yuan, nothing excessive. Xiao Jinbei chuckled. You still owe me 900,000. If I lend you another 50,000, how will you repay it? Yao Qin, I am not a charity. You should return home and find your new boyfriend. He claimed you were his princess and would provide you with a high-quality life, nurturing you well. With that, Xiao Jinbei made to leave. Stop. Yao Qin picked up a piece of plastic and pressed it against her wrist. I believe I am of utmost importance in your heart. Am I not? She challenged. Are you threatening me? I've already stated that I cannot help you. I also suggested you return to Yongfeng. He will assist you. Silence. Xiao Jinbei retorted. You are unworthy to speak of my boyfriend. Do not wield him as a weapon against me. Unworthy? Then why do you grovel and plead with me? Yao Qin jabbed the plastic shard into her flesh. Let me ask you, do you love me, but do you love money? Xiao Jinbei clenched his fists. Do not dawdle. If you love me, give me money immediately. If you refuse, will you resort to self-harm? I am helpless. I must implore you. I know you love me. What is 5,000 to you? It's but a trifling sum compared to your affection for me. Yao Qin, we have already parted ways. Your threats are mere extortion, and that is a crime. So you refuse to give me money, do you? Then I shall end my life right before your eyes. Yao Qin pressed the shard deeper in her wrist, just as Gu Xinghe executed a swift kick, sending the plastic flying. The heel of her shoe inadvertently struck Yao Qin's arm. Yao Qin cried out in pain, cradling her hand as tears streamed from her eyes. Xiao Jinbei, taken aback, turned to Gu Xinghe with intrigue. Does Secretary Gu possess martial skills? Just a bit, she replied, handing him her phone. I will call the police. Yao Qin clutched her hand, preparing to dial for help. Xiao Jinbei opened the voice recorder on his phone, replaying Yao Qin's words. Xiao Jinbei, so you refuse to give me money? Then I shall end my life. Yao Qin shuddered. Xiao Jinbei, are you plotting against me? She froze, clutching her phone in trepidation. Go ahead and report me. I will gladly inform the authorities of your misdeeds. You will have to return the 90 tonight, and your extortion against your ex-boyfriend will not go unpunished. The fear on Yao Qin's face was palpable. Working at the hotel front desk, she encountered many couples. Witnessing countless emotional disputes and understanding the severe implications of extortion, she turned to flee, abandoning thoughts of money. A kick was a small price to pay. and she wished to avoid trouble with Xiao Jinbei. Perhaps they could part ways amicably, considering the emotional toll of the night. Stop. Gu Xinghe seized Yao Qin by the arm, halting her escape. What are you doing? Yao Qin winced in pain. I will report you. I have forgiven you. Now, it is we who cannot forgive you. I shall sue you. Xiao Jinbei immediately made a call. Yao Qin's actions that night shattered his previous perceptions of her, transforming her entirely. To let her go now could lead to unforeseen consequences, and he feared she might turn against him later. Xiao Jinbei furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed by what Yao Qin had endured. In a matter of days, the delicate and elegant woman he once knew had morphed into a cunning, venomous figure, a blend of manipulative traits. He cast a glance at Yao Qin, pondering how someone as splendid as Xie Yongfeng could allow her to descend into such a state of despair. How could he, who loved her so deeply, permit her to seek financial assistance? She had seemingly found a good man to elevate her status. Why then had she not attained a life of quality? Yao Qin sobbed uncontrollably, and even the arrival of the police could not quell her tears. Yao Guangrong and Ma Yulan hurriedly arrived by taxi. Upon entering, they immediately demanded, Xiao Jinbei, what have you done to my daughter? Xiao Jinbei, are you retaliating against her out of unrequited love? Qin has left you. Yet instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you engage in conflict with her. Are you truly a man? Had you possessed even a semblance of dignity, Qin would not have abandoned you for Yongfeng. Both of you display an astonishing lack of awareness and shame. Xiao Jinbei forwarded the recording to Yao Guangrong, urging him to listen closely. Your daughter is a pride of your family. Yao Guangrong fiddled with his phone. Ma Yulan gaped, ready to lash out at Xiao Jinbei. He scoffed, questioning whether your daughter was deceived by Xie Yongfeng. Tonight, she performed a grand charade before me, all for a mere 50,000 yuan, disregarding her own dignity. Ma Yulan's chest swelled with indignation, demanding silence, insisting that Yongfeng cherishes Qin and honors his grandmother. He is truly exceptional. Men around the world may be unworthy, but Yongfeng would never deceive Qin. He has loved her deeply since high school, with a passion that runs to the marrow. Is that so? Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow. There is no doubt. My Yongfeng surpasses you 1,000-fold. Cultured, broad-minded, cheerful, optimistic, and an upright gentleman. Our entire family adores him. Then explain why your daughter borrowed money from me. Ma Yulan's lips trembled. Yao Guangrong interjected, stating that since you have already broken up with my daughter, you should not meddle in my family's affairs. Naturally, the reason for borrowing money must involve Xie Yongfeng, the focal point of the discussion. Yao Guangrong's office director awaits Yongfeng's instructions, as Yao Qin's lifelong happiness rests in Yongfeng's hands, necessitating his protection. Xiao Jinbei has no right to comment on Yongfeng. If you choose not to explain, Yao Guangrong, simply tell me when you will repay the 90,000 yuan you owe me. Yao Guangrong's stubbornness radiated defiance. No money. Is that so? Then I shall seek Yongfeng for it. Xiao Jinbei shook his phone, revealing that Yao Qin had performed quite well tonight. After hearing her words, Yongfeng likely felt his heart shatter, promptly offering 10 million to support her. Chapter 20. A date with my dear. Yao Qin's hands bled as she wept weakly. After receiving a reprimand from the police station, she was released at 2 in the morning. The three of them got into the car. Your actions tonight were misguided. You failed to borrow money from Xiao Jinbei and instead fell prey to his manipulation. Yao Guangrong expressed his frustration. Xiao Jinbei's words before leaving were perceived as a threat. Seeking money from Xie Yongfeng implied that Yao Qin had resorted to desperate measures, attempting to extort 50,000 yuan through deceit. Yao Qin's ethereal persona was crumbling. Simultaneously, Xie Yongfeng learned that the Yao family was so financially strapped that they resorted to having their daughter extort her ex-boyfriend. This marriage proposal was now in jeopardy. Yao Qin, tears unspent, choked on her sobs. I have no other options. You expect me to borrow money, but aside from Xiao Jinbei, I have no one else to rely on. Ma Yulan advised her, suggesting she use her credit card to obtain a loan and repay it gradually. However, the credit card had already been maxed out this month, and borrowing from other platforms came with exorbitant interest rates. Failing to repay could lead to the freezing of her bank account or even legal action. Yao Qin cried out in despair. Ma Yulan, a mix of anger and frustration, redirected her fury towards Xiao Jinbei. That despicable man had acted as if he had reached new heights since breaking up with you. Yao Guangrong, perplexed, cast her a sidelong glance. In a moment of derision, Ma Yuran scoffed at Xiao Jinbei's ostentatious display. That day beneath his father's building, he returned in a gleaming Maybach, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, parading before us. Today, his audacity escalated further with the presence of a certain Secretary Gu, as he referred to her. Yao Qin drove the car, and Ma Yuran pondered whether Xiao Jinbei was unable to swallow the indignity of being supplanted by Yongfeng. His intentions appeared calculated. He donned a facade before Qin, coinciding with his confirmed meetings with Yao Qin on 2 occasions, each time returning in an ostentatious manner. Was Xiao Jinbei consumed by a desire to confront Yongfeng for his bride, or was he hopelessly enamored with Qin, resorting to subterfuge to capture her attention? Ma Yuran did not believe that Xiao Jinbei's refusal to provide financial support tonight indicated a complete loss of hope. There exists a type of man who, when wronged, seeks to demonstrate his prowess, compelling the other party to regret their actions and seek forgiveness to restore his wounded pride. Xiao Jinbei evidently embodied such a character. Growing up in a dysfunctional family without a mother, he displayed significant character flaws. In this modern world, one encounters peculiar individuals. Yao Guangrong coldly remarked that some individuals rent girlfriends, luxury cars, and even guests to masquerade as affluent suitors to deceive potential brides into hosting weddings. Ma Yuran scoffed at the notion. Xiao Jinbei, a mere worker earning a meager income, likely spent a fortune on renting a beautiful secretary, perhaps around 1,000 yuan per day. Furthermore, the Maybach rental would exceed 1,000 yuan for just one day. Yao Qin noted that his suit seemed far more expensive than his previous work attire. This led Ma Yuran to recall Xiao Changtian, the elderly man who tirelessly sold goods in harsh conditions to make a living, his face twisted in ironic laughter. The sweat and toil Xiao Changtian invested was squandered by Xiao Jinbei on rented women and cars, all in a futile attempt to retaliate against their family. A match of foolishness begetting foolishness. It would be intriguing to see how long he could sustain this charade. Yao Qin wiped away her tears. Spending thousands daily on rentals only served to inflate his ego. Nevertheless, the debt of 900,000 yuan owed to Xiao Jinbei posed a significant dilemma. Father, do you have any plans? Yao Guangrong tugged at his white hair, adamantly refusing to allow Xiao Jinbei to seek financial recompense from Yongfeng. Yet, our family could not repay the debt, Ma Yuran interjected. Xiao Jinbei was not one to remain idle. If he was not compensated, he would undoubtedly seek out Xie Yongfeng himself. Tomorrow, I shall call Zhu Xan and instruct him to send a warning to Yao Guangrong, Ma Yuran declared with wide eyes. Are you contemplating murder? Yao Qin gasped. While there are tales of young men demanding bride prices and blood, it was unheard of for a bride's family to resort to violence over debts. Eliminating Xiao Jinbei might be a permanent solution, but the weight of such an act would bear heavily on one's conscience, perhaps making it a national precedent. Yao Guangrong's eyes glinted ominously. He threatens me, coerces me, and denies me the right to live. What recourse do I have? Yao Qin, filled with trepidation, implored, Father, we cannot resort to illegal actions. Yao Guangrong gazed out the car window into the dark night, resolute that he could not allow Xiao Jinbei to ruin Qin's future. After the family deliberated, they still faced the pressing issue of their grandmother's medical expenses. Yao Qin, feeling trapped, heeded Ma Yuran's advice and sought funds through various online lending platforms. She opened accounts on 4 platforms, securing 50,000 yuan, 30,000 for the hospital, and the remaining 20,000 for household expenses. The following workday, she proactively arranged a meeting with Xie Yongfeng. At 6 p.m, the two met at a shopping mall. After dining, Yao Qin opted for a French buffet priced at 499 per person and ordered a bottle of her favorite red wine. As she poured the wine, Xie Yongfeng raised his glass. My dear, let us toast to our love, which has finally blossomed into a lasting union. The delicate glassware clinked together, producing a melodious chime. After finishing one glass, Yao Qin requested another. "You have quite the tolerance for alcohol," Xie Yongfeng remarked, noticing her enjoyment, and promptly filled her glass again, encouraging her to indulge further. The two shared affectionate moments, exchanging drinks until the bottle was nearly empty. Immersed in the joy of her company, Xie Yongfeng grinned broadly. He beckoned a waiter to bring another bottle. "I work as a front desk receptionist, and sometimes I am invited by clients to attend banquets, which has honed my drinking capacity," Yao Qin explained, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her laughter more vibrant than blossoms. Were it not for the conversation about Xiao Jinbei that dampened the romantic atmosphere, she would have shared tales of her past to accentuate Xie Yongfeng's manly persona. During her time with Xiao Jinbei, she endured considerable hardships. This particular brand of red wine cost merely 12,000 a bottle, and she would only purchase 2 bottles during the new year, with Xiao Jinbei often commenting that it was somewhat extravagant. This mid-autumn festival, however, was even more outrageous. While shopping with Xiao Jinbei, she had selected 2 bottles of red wine, intending to gift one to her father. Yet, Xiao Jinbei insisted on buying a few boxes of nutritional powder for her father instead, justifying it with the notion that her father needed to care for his liver and should abstain from alcohol. In truth, he lacked the ability to properly care for his girlfriend, masking his inadequacies with excuses. Unlike Yongfeng, who encouraged her to drink and even ordered another bottle after she finished. After their meal, Xie Yongfeng settled the bill. Upon seeing the total, his eyes widened in disbelief. He called the waiter over, inquiring about the charges. The waiter explained each item: $499 per person for the buffet, with drinks charged separately, and the red wine priced at $136,000 per bottle, totaling $272,000. "But your menu clearly states $499 for the buffet." Xie Yongfeng stood up in protest. The manager approached to clarify, "Sir, it is standard practice in the industry to charge separately for beverages. You should be aware of this." Continuing to argue would only make him appear inexperienced and ignorant. Xie Yongfeng's smile faltered as he paid the bill. Yao Qin voiced her complaint to the manager. "Your prices are exorbitant. This wine is only sold for $12,000 at the supermarket." The manager smiled back, stating, "Our beverage prices have been verified by the pricing department. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to contact the relevant authorities." An older waiter added, "It is a common occurrence for restaurants to mark up their drinks." After pondering, Yao Qin concluded that such practices were widespread. After all, Yongfeng was affluent, and a few extra thousand was of little consequence. "You seem quite familiar with this wine," Xie Yongfeng said, a complex smile on his face. Yao Qin linked her arm through his sleeve, reflecting, "In the past, I longed for someone to buy me wine, someone to cherish me. Now with you, I feel all that I lacked has been restored." Drinking 2 bottles of her beloved red wine in one sitting brought her immense satisfaction. Joyfully, Yao Qin pulled Xie Yongfeng into the elevator. "I've adored that small bag for ages. Let's go see it right away." Chapter 21. The mobile ATM with a boyfriend worth millions accompanying her shopping. She felt like a walking ATM, free to purchase whatever caught her fancy without a glance at the price tag. She indulged in a spree, buying bags, boots, and then turning her attention to a fur coat counter. "Tonight, my mood is as beautiful as her visage." She prances in, donning a luxurious mink fur-collared coat, twisting to the left and right to showcase it to Xie Yongfeng, who is seated in the lounge, sipping a drink. "Darling, do you think it looks good?" Xie Yongfeng's eyes sparkle with delight. The delicate beauty of her snow-white face nestles softly within the opulent fur collar, reminiscent of Jiao Chan returning from the north. So exquisite one could almost devour her. A price tag dangles from the coat, swaying gently. Xie Yongfeng steals a glance. $49,999, a 5-digit price tag. The garment is stunning, and the price even more so. A quick mental calculation reveals that purchasing this coat would lead to an extravagant expenditure of $110,000 for the evening. "Just a moment, I need to take a call." Xie Yongfeng gestures, rising to step aside to answer. 30 seconds later. "Darling, there's been an unexpected issue in my business that requires immediate attention." Yao Qin pouts her luscious lips, sweetly teasing. "But I haven't even shown you how it looks on me." Xie Yongfeng smiles indulgently, Take your time trying it on. Wear whichever piece you desire. A woman must cherish herself. After patting Yao Qin's head, he adds, take care of yourself and enjoy. I must return to work. Yao Qin opens her mouth, wanting to express that it is only natural for a boyfriend to work hard to support his girlfriend, urging him to settle the bill first. In the blink of an eye, Xie Yongfeng hastens out, his retreating figure akin to a house ablaze, leaving a sense of urgency in his wake. The attendant beams, Miss, may I accompany you to the fitting room? Before attending to Yao Qin, the salesperson had noted her shopping bag, a designer purse, and Gucci boots, all high-end luxury items. Clearly, she is a wealthy patron, spending 50,000 on a coat as casually as an ordinary person would buy cabbage. Yao Qin hands the garment back to the attendant, explaining, my boyfriend's business is thriving, but he had to leave for an unexpected engagement. He will accompany me another day. The attendant bows, saying, Miss, please take care. We look forward to your next visit. Yao Qin struts out, her waist swaying, chest held high, basking in the adulation of the staff. Her vanity is thoroughly satisfied. With Xiao Jinbei, she had experienced a different reality. The sales staff would size him up silently, and she could choose clothes without any assistance, leaving the store unattended. When encountering seasoned staff, she would even hear them mutter doubts about her purchasing power. In contrast, with Xie Yongfeng, she has ascended to a higher echelon, drawing admiration from all. However, she is not yet ready to indulge fully. She retraces her steps to return the item. The cashier informs her that once the purse is returned, the funds will revert to Xie Yongfeng's card. Yao Qin hurriedly repacks it and exits with it in tow. Upon returning home, she lists it for resale on a second-hand platform. A bag purchased for 220,000 quickly catches the eye of a local girl, who haggles down to 2,000. Yao Qin grits her teeth and blocks the buyer. If she were to sell it through colleagues, she could at least fetch 150,000. Her colleagues, frequently mingling with various men at the hotel, are equally vain and willing to spend on their appearances. Yet, she fears that Xie Yongfeng might discover the items he bought for her being resold. After all, Xie Yongfeng is currently infatuated with her and is likely to visit the hotel where she works, increasing the chances of encountering a colleague carrying the bag he gifted her. To mitigate any potential fallout, she can only resort to selling within unfamiliar circles. Her desire was to sell at a favorable price to repay her debts, burdened by a staggering 50,000. As her thoughts turned to finances, Yao Qin felt a throbbing headache. Approaching the early hours, sleep eluded her, with stress-inducing insomnia. In this moment, she recalled Xiao Jinbei directing her pent-up resentment towards her ex-boyfriend. It was all his fault, causing her to be in such a predicament. Had Xiao Jinbei arranged for Xiao Chantian to treat her grandmother's illness from the outset, she would not have to resort to secretive measures akin to a thief. Amen. When they cherish you, you are a treasure, with them offering their heart and soul, nurturing and pampering you. Yet, when they harbor disdain, you become a mere blade of grass beneath the flower and fruit mountain, unworthy of a glance even as you are crushed. How cold-hearted! How detestable! Yao Qin felt the sting of tears welling up once more. At that very moment, the object of her ire, Xiao Jinbei, was in pursuit of a thief. Stop right there, he called out, his long legs propelling him forward with urgency. In the dead of night, having just finished drinking with a client, his phone had been snatched by a brazen street thug. Gu Xinghe, running faster than Xiao Jinbei, held her high-heeled shoes in hand, sprinting barefoot, with no slip or breathlessness. She dashed across the sidewalk, vaulting over railings in pursuit of the thief. Stop! The thief hesitated for a moment. Gu Xinghe launched a powerful kick, her foot striking the thug's back, sending him crashing to the ground, where she promptly pinned him down. It took Xiao Jinbei 2 minutes to arrive on the scene. The thief lay in the snow, begging for mercy, and returned the stolen phone. Gu Xinghe did not let him off lightly, dialing the police. It was late, and the trouble stemmed from her own actions. Thus, Xiao Jinbei accompanied Gu Xinghe to the police station to handle the matter. By the time they finished, dawn was breaking, and Gu Xinghe offered to drive him home. Mr. Xiao, are you hungry? Would you like to have breakfast? You decide, he replied, massaging his temples, feeling dizzy from a night of drinking. Gu Xinghe parked at the curb. With no fine dining nearby, they settled for something simple to replenish their strength. As Xiao Jinbei exited the vehicle, Gu Xinghe brought 2 bowls of beef noodles to him, each as large as a wash basin, lifting one in each hand. Be careful. It's hot, she warned. Xiao Jinbei hurried to take them from her. It's all right. You don't need to move. I can manage. The oversized bowls, brimming with steaming broth, were carried by Gu Xinghe herself. Upon reaching their table, she set down Xiao Jinbei's bowl first. A clear beef noodle soup garnished with a poached egg and a small mound of vibrant green herbs beside it. I know you don't eat spicy food, so I added some cilantro for flavor, she explained, placing her own bowl, which floated with a layer of red chili oil, next to his. She quickly retrieved chopsticks, offering them to Xiao Jinbei with both hands. Xiao Jinbei, feeling slightly embarrassed, masked it behind his handsome visage. Secretary Gu, I can handle these trivial matters myself. Gu Xinghe's eyes softened, her voice melodious. Caring for you is my responsibility. Xiao Jinbei was taken aback. Those words mirrored his own, once spoken to Yi Li at their engagement banquet. Gu Xinghe, earnestly adopting his lines, appeared both innocent and endearing, in stark contrast to her formidable prowess in apprehending thieves. Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly. Secretary Gu, your combat skills are impressive. Have you trained? Out of necessity, she replied. Gu Xinghe consumed a vibrant red chili pepper without flinching. At the tender age of 5, I acquired a stepmother who bore 2 children within 3 years. After my stepmother's 3rd disciplinary act with a belt, I vowed to master martial arts. Xiao Jinbei was taken aback, poised to utter something. Suddenly, a boisterous voice interrupted. Miss Gu, good morning. A flamboyant man clad in a floral shirt, cigarette dangling from his lips, flashed a cheeky grin. Gu Xinghe's beautiful eyes turned icy. Qin Xiao, good morning. Next week is my birthday. Would you do me the honor of attending? The man wore a mischievous expression. Embuse. Gu Xinghe rolled her eyes. The man chuckled a few times before swaggering away. Xiao Jinbei, intrigued, remarked, Secretary Gu, you seem to carry a wealth of stories. Chapter 22. Delicious Gu Xinghe's delicate hand encircled a pair of chopsticks, their tips submerged in the noodle broth, her bright, clear eyes gazing at Xiao Jinbei. Life is about eating or striving for sustenance. Everyone has their own flavor of life, their unique stories, don't they? Xiao Jinbei playfully poked her forehead, his eyes sparkling with teasing mischief, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. After a night away, he hastily finished his meal and returned home to see Yi Li. In the basement gym, the treadmill hummed efficiently. Yi Li, with her high ponytail swaying, ran vigorously, sweat glistening on her brow. Mr. Xiao, you didn't come back last night, she said, her tone laced with dissatisfaction, clearly blaming him for his night out. A strong woman, having endured emotional wounds, harbored a deep-seated insecurity. Xiao Jinbei patiently explained, I was entertaining clients and ended up at the police station after chasing a thief. I've been busy since. He reassured her he was not out pursuing other women, urging her not to conflate him with someone like Hong Xiao. Yi Li's tone softened. Then you should rest. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow and teased. Don't you want my company? Yi Li gazed straight ahead, her focus seemingly lost. I fear that companionship might become a habit, something difficult to break. Xiao Jinbei chuckled lightly. Have you decided when you'll dismiss me? Yi Li continued her run. Not yet. Live youthfully. Make the most of it. He urged. You're the one who is young, not I. Xiao Jinbei moved closer. At 25, he was in his prime. Yi Li, at Otuzuch, felt the weight of life's journey, the anxiety of approaching midlife creeping in. A woman is like a flower at 30. You're in full bloom, he remarked, resting his legs on another treadmill. Yi Li remained steadfast. The phrase refers to men. For women, 30 is often seen as a decline. I've heard all before. Men often envy women like Yi Li, beautiful, ambitious, and successful. Yet they embellish their own worth, portraying themselves as flowers when, in truth, they are merely brutes. Yi Li turned her head, playfully retorting, such flattery. Xiao Jinbei smiled at her. I work diligently. Do you sense it? Returning to the matter at hand, Yi Li stated, I cannot ascertain how long you'll stay by my side. Let us wait for Hong Xiao to return. He should be back soon, right? The man was off on a vacation with his mistress, It was a euphemism for indulging in his desires. Once the door opened, the hotel room would witness tumultuous nights. And eventually, the thrill would wane. Xiao Jinbei pondered deeply. How would Hong Xiao react upon tiring of his starlet? Would he attempt to reclaim Yi Li, seeking to mend their fractured relationship? The situation with Yi Li was rather complicated. It seemed that she would remain with him as long as he stayed out of her sight. Xiao Jinbei held confidence in himself. He was handsome, capable, and possessed a sharp intellect, with both his appearance and personal prowess standing out remarkably. However, he had to take into account that Hong Xiao was the son of an entertainment tycoon in Australia, hailing from a background in the gray industry. Rumors suggested that he was a reckless and unruly character. Engaging with such a person required a departure from conventional morality. There were many aspirations ahead, and Xiao Jinbei decided to focus on the present, taking one step at a time. After a refreshing shower, he changed into a cozy round-neck knit sweater paired with loose gray sweatpants. He styled his hair and shaved, applying a hydrating essence mask designed for men before jumping into bed to indulge in a bit of self-care. A man's visage could be a potent tool for winning a woman's heart, as many women were inclined to appreciate beauty above all else. He set an alarm for 2 hours, unwilling to sleep too long. When the alarm rang, he awoke instantly, tossed the mask into the trash, and proceeded to wash his face, apply skincare, and style his hair until he resembled someone who could make women swoon. Descending the stairs, he caught the aroma of a discussion between the two maids regarding lunch. The plump maid suggested pasta, believing that its sweet and sour flavor might appeal to Miss Yi, who was said to have lost her appetite. The slender maid disagreed, asserting that the young lady did not enjoy noodles. The plump maid insisted she should at least try, while the slender maid raised her voice, declaring that they would prepare steak instead. The plump maid countered, proposing baked escargot, which was Mr. Hong's favorite dish. At that moment, both maids turned, startled by Xiao Jinbei's striking presence as he stood by the kitchen glass door, looking exceptionally handsome. "I will cook lunch today," he announced. The plump maid's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with surprise, while the slender maid stood frozen in disbelief, clutching her skirt. Were they mesmerized by his allure, or rushing to inform Yi Li to come and see her charming man? Xiao Jinbei rummaged through the refrigerator, retrieving a variety of ingredients. Coming from a humble background, his looks were merely a facade. His true essence lay in his culinary skills, having learned to cook at the tender age of 5. He skillfully prepared exquisite snowflake beef and sliced potatoes with precision, quickly peeling shrimp shells. As Yi Li approached, drawn by the enticing aroma of the hot pot, she found herself captivated by the scene. Xiao Jinbei sensed the heat of her gaze upon him, turning his stunning face. He met Yi Li's eyes with a tender look. "Lily, are you hungry?" he inquired. Startled, Yi Li shrugged her fragrant shoulders, admitting she was a bit hungry. "Come over," he beckoned. As she approached, maintaining her presidential demeanor, she asked, "What is it?" Xiao Jinbei lifted a piece of deliciously cooked taro, adding a touch of ketchup. "What is this?" Yi Li hesitated. With a swift motion, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, drawing her close so their faces were mere inches apart. Their eyes locking. "Try it. I prepared it just for you." The intimacy of their proximity created an atmosphere charged with tension, their breaths mingling in the air. Yi Li slightly opened her mouth and took a bite of the taro. Was it delicious? Xiao Jinbei released her, turning his neck to attend to his own affairs. It was indeed delightful. Yi Li craved a second bite. Xiao Jinbei generously smeared a bit of ketchup for her, feeding her tenderly. The cold glimmer in Yi Li's eyes sparkled as she followed closely behind Xiao Jinbei. As he turned, she mirrored his movement. While he prepared the dish, she rested her chin on his shoulder, gazing intently at the pot. After frying the crispy meat, he offered her the first piece to savor. Xiao Jinbei sliced the dried tofu, skewered it, and tossed it into the air fryer, sprinkling a dash of chili powder for her enjoyment. Yi Li's eyes grew increasingly radiant. When they indulged in the mildly spicy hot pot, her noble and aloof visage transformed, becoming vibrant and flushed. As she relished the shrimp he had fed her, she laughed. "How do you know I adore hot pot?" Xiao Jinbei replied. "Yao Qin loves spicy food to an extreme. relishing fiery dishes like hot chicken feet and fiery noodles. Gu Xinghe also shares this passion for spice, with layers of chili oil floating atop his beef noodles. As for women, apart from their faces, everything else remains the same. He added with heartfelt affection, "It is my responsibility to care for you. My eyes follow your movements, and my heart silently recalls your preferences," as he tenderly offered her a slice of tender beef. Chapter 23. A refund of 300,000. Only 2 days remain for the return of the betrothal gift, and the Yao family was in a frenzy, each member like ants on a hot pan. What to do? 90,000. What if I had to sell myself to repay it? Ma Yuren's eyes brimmed with tears. Yao Guangrong's gaze swept from her puffy eyes to her ample waist, mercilessly retorting, "You aren't worth $900. Anguished and humiliated, Ma Yuren erupted, "If you have the ability, figure out a way to raise the money. Using me as leverage only reveals your cowardice." Oomph. Yao Guangrong changed his shoes and headed out. "Where are you going?" Ma Yuren worried about his frail body, sensitive after surgery, as they tugged at each other, exiting the door. Xiao Jinbei, having lost Qin, felt his heart was being wrenched. Unable to bear the torment of these days while showing off in front of them, he decided it was time to confront him. Ma Yuren trotted along, her sharp eyes sweeping from Yao Guangrong's balding head to his unsteady feet. "Do you still have money?" Yao Guangrong turned back, glaring, "You're blind to the bigger picture." In her ignorance, she failed to realize that there are better solutions to debts beyond mere repayment. Yao Guangrong continued on his path, along the way spending another 20 yuan to buy 10 jin of oranges. This time they were packed into 2 bags, after the vendor weighed them and handed them over. Yao Guangrong turned his head and instructed Ma Yuren, "Hurry up and carry them." "Oh, all right." Yao Guangrong led the way, with Ma Yuren trailing behind, carrying the 2 bags of oranges. Battling the wind and snow for over an hour, they arrived at the Zijing community and knocked on Xiao Changtian's door. "In-law, I've come to see you," Yao Guangrong announced at the doorstep, offering a cigarette first. Inside, Xiao Changtian sat comfortably in his home attire, purchased recently by Xiao Jinbei, exuding a spirited demeanor. He cast a dispassionate glance, stating, "Our families are no longer connected." Yao Guangrong raised a hand. "Oh, don't say that. A day as in-laws is 100 days of grace. Though the children have separated, we can still sit and chat." Undeterred by Xiao Changtian's indifference, he squeezed himself into the doorway. Ma Yulan followed closely, flowing under Xiao Changtian's watchful gaze. The children had parted ways, referring to each other as ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend. "Then I'll call you my former in-law. You have no objections, I trust?" Xiao Changtian replied, "Here, I brought you a gift." Ma Yulan raised the 2 large bags of oranges, their weight signifying heartfelt intent. If Xiao Changtian were to remain ungrateful, it would only reflect poorly on his character. Yao Guangrong, straightforward as always, had come today to discuss the matter of repayment. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings. He sat upon a genuine leather sofa, his feet resting on a fringe carpet. His knees faced a wooden coffee table, which displayed an exquisite tea set, including a small teapot and delicate cups that gleamed in the light. Beside the tea set lay a fruit platter, showcasing a dozen varieties of dried fruits. He recognized the macadamias, cashews, sunflower seeds, and walnuts, while 4 or 5 other types remained unfamiliar, scattered among an assortment of colorful candies. Adjacent to the fruit platter was a large box of strawberries, their tips wilted. When he inquired about the oranges, he learned they were a southern specialty, chocolate-covered strawberries priced at 28 yuan per pound. Such expensive fruit left to spoil seemed wasteful. Had the old man begun to enjoy life? Yao Guangrong's fingers trembled slightly as he held his cigarette. A few days prior, he had visited Xiao Changtian's old, dilapidated rental, only to find no one home. Neighbors informed him that they had moved, noting Xiao Changtian's good rapport with them, as they had even written down his new address in their family contact book. However, Yao Guangrong did not attribute this friendliness to good character. He scoffed, believing it was merely due to Xiao Changtian's medical skills, which had led people to cling to him. Upon moving into his new home, Yao Guangrong perceived that Xiao Jinbei was merely putting on a fayade for them. In his eyes, the unemployed Xiao Jinbei was merely trying to save face, driving a luxury car, hiring a beautiful secretary, and diverting his elderly father's attention, all because Qin had abandoned him for Xiao Yongfeng. Xiao Yongfeng, with his considerable wealth, made Xiao Jinbei appear insignificant. Heartbroken and humiliated, Xiao Jinbei's actions became increasingly desperate. Now, as Yao Guangrong sat in Xiao Changtian's home, he observed with scrutiny. The decor was refined, and Xiao Changtian seemed to live comfortably, not merely pretending. "In-law, please say something. I braved the elements to come here for over an hour." Yao Guangrong felt a twinge of uncertainty, sensing he might have overlooked something. It appeared that the Xiao family had undergone events of which he was unaware. Xiao Changtian stood aside, stating, "Yao Guangrong, I wish to convey a few thoughts. Let us part amicably. Debts should be repaid. One for the gift of your daughter, Yao Qin, and one for you." He showed no intention of inviting Yao Guangrong to sit or share tea or sweets. Ma Yulan gazed longingly at the imported candy, but Xiao Changtian remained oblivious. His stance was clear. He was prepared to usher the visitor out at any moment. Yao Guangrong's pride was wounded, and he retaliated with a sharp remark. Has Xiao Jinbei reflected on his behavior since he and Qin separated? It takes two to tango. You cannot place all the blame on Yao Qin. In your opinion, what does my son need to reflect upon? If Xiao Jinbei possessed the means to purchase a home, providing my daughter with a stable abode, if he earned a monthly income of 100,000, my daughter would be free from financial worries. If he refrained from working night shifts and neglecting my daughter, leaving her alone in a rented apartment, how could she possibly have chosen to part ways with him? Yao Guangrong, with a loud and commanding presence, revealed his smoke-stained teeth. Xiao Jinbei lacked capability, causing Yao Qin to endure endless grievances. After accumulating enough disappointment and reaching her breaking point, she left, while Xiao Jinbei remained oblivious to his faults. His character was wanting, and his upbringing even more so. Indeed, like father, like son, what good could come from the flawed Xiao Changtian? My son departs for work at 8 in the morning, returns at 6 in the evening to buy groceries and care for Yao Qin, and leaves again at 9 for a driving job. He is an exceptional young man, yet you claim he is worthless. Yao Guangrong, listen closely. It is not my son who is at fault, but your distorted values and malevolent nature. As a father, you failed to educate your daughter. As a husband, you are incapable of sustaining a family, and you have turned your household into a den of snakes and rats. Xiao Changtian, with an air of defiance, stood tall with his hands clasped behind him. Yao Guangrong seethed with anger, his nostrils flaring. How audacious! He dared to insult him. Xiao Changtian, listen here. We will not return a single cent of the 900,000. Xiao Changtian could provoke, could he not? Everyone has a mouth, don't they? He would not return a penny, but instead retaliate against Xiao Changtian. A cold smile crept across Xiao Changtian's face. I have recorded around 10 calls from media outlets. Just yesterday, a reporter expressed a keen interest in interviewing me about how your family refuses to repay debts. Let the online community seek justice for my family. No, no, no. Former in-law, let us discuss this amicably, Ma Yuran exclaimed, waving her hands in desperation. If the media were to reveal Qin's words, her affluent son-in-law would flee. In-law, how about this? We still owe you 300,000, Ma Yuran pleaded. Xiao Changtian lifted his gaze, his bright eyes locking onto the Yao couple. During the 3 years Yao Qin was with my son, her personal expenses exceeded 300,000, which my son did not account for. You should feel ashamed to haggle over the amount owed for what you consumed. Chapter 24. Hiring an assassin. Yao Guangrong and his wife scowled. They would only return 300,000, not a penny more. Xiao Changtian agreed to the repayment only if they consented. Otherwise, they would not be lenient. They presumed that the limping Xiao Changtian could not contend with them. Xiao Changtian countered, for 3 years, my son worked 2 jobs, laboring day and night. I, in my twilight years, spend my days seeing patients and my nights at a market stall. The hard-earned money we saved was spent on your family. Yao Qin has called off the engagement, severing all ties with us. If you wish to cut off all relations, then those unconnected should not be entitled to my family's wealth. Compensation is due. 900,000, no discounts. Upon hearing this, Yao Guangrong sprang to his feet. Xiao Chantian, Yao Guangrong, value loyalty and righteousness. I traveled a great distance through wind and snow to discuss this matter and even brought you a gift, yet you show no appreciation. Then let it be. With that, Yao Guangrong stormed out, my Yuran following closely with the oranges in hand. Xiao Chantian let out a long sigh. For 3 years, he was not unaware of the Yao couple's stinginess and selfishness, nor their lacking character. Rather, it was his affection for Yao Qin that led him to tolerate them time and again. Yao Qin possesses an enchanting beauty and an innocent demeanor, presenting herself as a young woman content with a simple life. Her family comprises only her and her father, living under modest means. Xiao Chantian, having traversed through life, has witnessed countless bachelors hindered by their family's circumstances, unable to find a spouse. Thus, for Xiao Jinbei to marry Yao Qin, a girl with a household registration in the capital, is indeed commendable. Establishing a home for Xiao Jinbei is Xiao Changtian's greatest aspiration in his twilight years. He wishes for his son not to endure the solitude he himself faced. Little do they know that Yao Qin's virtues are merely skin deep. Deep down, she mirrors the nature of her parents. The emergence of Xie Yongfeng, who entices her, reveals her true colors. At his advanced age, having endured life's tribulations, Xiao Changtian is heartbroken by his daughter-in-law's infidelity and abandonment of his son. However, as a man seasoned by life's experiences, he adopts a different perspective. Recognizing Yao Qin's character sooner rather than later can be beneficial for Xiao Jinbei. Her infidelity prior to marriage is somewhat preferable to that which occurs afterward. At least the bride price can be reclaimed, unlike post-marriage infidelity, which entails division of property, leading to far greater losses for Jinbei. Xiao Changtian steadies his emotions and settles down to brew some tea. The exquisite snow tea, handpicked from the lofty mountains and gifted by Xiao Jinbei, is indeed delightful. Outside, Yao Guangrong and Ma Yuran halt at the entrance of the community, promptly dialing Xie Yongfeng's number. Hello, Yongfeng, this is your father-in-law. Ah, hello, uncle. Xie Yongfeng's voice is vibrant and cheerful, brimming with energy. How have you been? Has grandma been discharged from the hospital? Is everything well at home? We are all well. Yao Guangrong replies, feeling gratified. A son-in-law worth millions is indeed remarkable. His rise above the common populace is attributed not only to his exceptional intellect, but also to his upbringing. Listening to Yongfeng's manner of speaking, one can discern he and Xiao Jinbei belong to entirely different realms. It is no wonder that people advise seeking partners from families of good standing. Affluent families emphasize education, nurturing sons who are cultured and respectful. Yongfeng, I have encountered a rogue here. Could you arrange for a couple of individuals to handle it? Xie Yongfeng promptly agrees. Of course, please hold on. He relays the message to Old Chun, the financial manager, instructing him to make arrangements. Old Chun oversees the company's external accounts and is acquainted with several leg brothers. These individuals are known for their formidable strength and ruthless nature, aptly suited for dealing with rogues. Guangrong, why don't you contact Zuxin? Ma Yuran, still carrying oranges, shivers in the frigid air. As the saying goes, family grievances should remain private. It would be wiser for Yao Qin's situation to be resolved discreetly within the family. If this matter reaches Xie Yongfeng, it may reveal the family's shortcomings. Yao Guangrong shoots a glance at Ma Yuran, questioning her judgment. Seeking Xie Yongfeng's assistance entails a risk he cannot afford. He contemplates reaching out to his son Yao Zuxin, knowing he could handle the situation, as the cement factory employs several tough individuals who follow him around. Yet, he is reluctant to put Yao Zuxin at risk, as he is his own flesh and blood. Ma Yuran remains apprehensive, concerned that if anything were to go awry, it would also bring losses to their family through Yongfeng. Yao Guangrong glares at her again, exasperated. I told you, your thinking is as flimsy as tofu. Don't blame me for reprimanding you. Just look at how thoughtless you can be. Fuming with anger, she stormed off, leaving Ma Yulan struggling to keep up with 2 hefty bags of oranges in tow. Gasping for breath, she attempted to placate him with incessant chatter. Do not rush. My mind works slowly. You are truly brilliant. With the incident involving Xie Yongfeng, his father is there to support him. His family possesses immense wealth and connections that reach the police, courts, and prisons. Yao Guangrong coldly interjected, "Laws and regulations are established for the powerless and the marginalized. The rules are meant to govern the impoverished." A sudden clarity washed over Ma Yulan. Indeed, for the affluent, even murder and arson are trivial matters. Otherwise, why would they speak of money easing calamities? In the realm of the wealthy, disasters are non-existent. Matters that can be resolved with money are not considered problems. The couple returned home with a sense of ease. Yao Guangrong remotely directed the two henchmen sent by Xie Yongfeng. Their primary focus was on Xiao Jinbei, who was engaged in a solitary game of Gamoku, occasionally glancing at the grand clock adorning the wall. It was 6 o'clock, time for dinner. He ambled towards the kitchen, opting for a leisurely meal of pig trotters paired with a couple of glasses of sorghum liquor, a comforting choice. As he passed the front door, a resounding banging echoed through the air. "Who is it?" he called out. "It's the ones downstairs. Your bathroom is leaking." Xiao Jinbei peered through the peephole to see a man with a sharp face and a long scar across his brow, accompanied by another towering figure with multicolored hair. Having encountered numerous adversities, he braced himself for the impending confrontation. He retrieved 4 incense sticks, ignited them, and placed them in the bedroom and study before finally opening the door. The 2 young men barged in, with the last one slamming the door shut behind him. "Old man, do you know why we are here?" Xiao Jinbei replied calmly. "To speak plainly." The sharp-faced man squinted. "Your son owes my company 900,000. The man with the multicolored hair chimed in. "We have our rules. For every day overdue, we take a finger, and after 2 days, we take 2. Xiao Jinbei queried. "What happens after 10 fingers are gone?" "We will take an arm," he retorted, seizing Xiao Jinbei's right arm and squeezing it. "We can take his as well if you care for your son. However, considering there are only 2 arms, if he does not repay within 2 days, we will take Xiao Jinbei's instead. In any case, the debt must be settled. The full 900,000 must be repaid. Please wait. Let me call my son first." Xiao Jinbei said, turning to fetch his phone. The sharp-faced man yanked him back, forcing him onto the sofa. "Old man, there is no need for a call. Your son is currently in hiding and cannot repay his debts. We came specifically to find you. You will take his place." He tossed a piece of paper onto the table. "Here, I want to make it difficult for you. Just come over and sign." Xiao Jinbei's piercing gaze fell upon the document. A promissory note stating that he borrowed 900,000 from Longhua Company. Chapter 25, A Countermeasure. Xiao Jinbei stared intently at the scarred thug before him. This man, though thinner and bearing a markedly changed face, still retained the same menacing voice and hawkish eyes of years past. If memory served correctly, this individual was named Ma Yan. 3 years prior, on a late night, Xiao Jinbei had been setting up a stall by the barbecue grill at his cousin's house. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a van obscuring its license plate arrived, from which 6 tattooed men leapt out, armed with knives and clubs, charging towards Ma Yan, who was enjoying a drink. The 4 friends at Ma Yan's table smashed bottles in his defense, leading to a fierce confrontation. Ma Yan was struck twice, once in the thigh and once in the face, blood gushing forth. Xiao Jinbei immediately applied a tourniquet to his leg. When the paramedics arrived, they remarked on the severity of the situation, stating that had it not been for the timely intervention of a professional, Ma Yan would have undoubtedly succumbed to his injuries. Xiao Jinbei saved Ma Yan's life. The victim was whisked away in an ambulance, disappearing from the barbecue stall. Unlike others who had received assistance, Ma Yan did not return to express his gratitude. Xiao Jinbei, however, paid no mind to the man's ingratitude. Ma Yan, it seemed, had sought vengeance. Xiao Jinbei was aware of the circumstances that led to Ma Yan's earlier stabbings. Ma Yan had been entangled in the underworld. In one fateful encounter at a hotel with the front desk clerk, Yao Qin, led to obsession and harassment. Terrified of the thugs pursuing her, Yao Qin reported the incidents to the police and changed hotels, but the menace persisted, with Ma Yan always managing to track her down, even lurking near her home. Desperate, Yao Qin confided in Xiao Jinbei, a relatively new acquaintance. Xiao Jinbei, through a client in the investigative field, discovered Ma Yan's arch-nemesis and devised a plan. leading to a violent confrontation under the cover of night. After the brawl, the assailants were apprehended, and Ma Yan was hospitalized, effectively exiting Yao Qin's life. Tonight, Ma Yan burst into Xiao Changtian's home, prompting the latter to ponder the implications of the man's presence. Greed invites calamity. The tribulations Yao Qin once faced were now shouldered by Xiao Jinbei. Now, as Yao Qin's father invited trouble into their abode, it was Yao Qin who must confront her own disaster. Ma Yan demanded 900,000, and Xiao Changtian suspected he was sent by Yao Guangrong. You want to let me contact my son, so how about I call my daughter-in-law? Her name is Yao Qin. She works at a hotel and has a wide circle, making it convenient for her to lend me money to settle my debts. Xiao Changtian scrutinized Ma Yan's expression, noticing the bulging veins on his forehead. Yao Qin is your daughter-in-law? A sudden realization struck Xiao Changtian. Oh dear, how could I have been so muddled? Yao Qin broke up with my son just last week. What a pity for this old man, left alone and constantly thinking of her. Ma Yan's piercing gaze narrowed, his thoughts drifting into a nostalgic reverie. Wait, Xiao Changtian exclaimed again, suddenly recalling. Did you not eat barbecue at the market 3 years ago? Were you involved in a brawl? Did you sustain an injury to your thigh? How do you know? Ma Yan inquired. Xiao Changtian chuckled. I saved you, remember? You left with my bandage on your leg and my ointment on your forehead, and you still haven't settled the bill. Clearly, Ma Yan, a man of little integrity, showed no appreciation for kindness. With a dismissive glance, he proclaimed, Your act of saving me is yours to bear. While my obligation to collect debts for my employer is mine, do not invoke sentimentality. Xiao Changtian nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity in his words. Indeed, let us separate personal matters from business. Since you have come to me for money, let us discuss finances. Tell me, was Yao Guangrong the one instructing you to extort my son and me? Ah, he is Yao Qin's father, indebted to my son for 900,000. However, the one truly orchestrating this is Lao Chun. Yao Qin's family owes a staggering sum of 900,000. They have been dispatched to pursue this debt, 2,900,000 combined. Ma Yan naturally connected the two ends. Unexpectedly, the goddess he had once endeavored to pursue, whom he could never reach, was now so close to him. Ma Yan glanced at Xiao Changtian and said, You are to invite Yao Qin over. Alas, she does not even regard my son. How could she possibly care for this old man? I cannot summon her. Ma Yan took out his phone and messaged Yao Guangrong. Xiao Lao Tu insists on seeing Yao Qin before signing the IOU. Yao Guangrong, furious, sent a voice message demanding, Wasn't it agreed to use Xiao Jinbei's external debt to secure the IOU? How did you let Xiao Changtian see through it? Ma Yan texted back, You know what kind of person Lao Tu is? Yao Guangrong pondered this. The disabled Xiao Changtian possessed an uncanny intellect. It was not surprising that he had seen through the ruse. It was just unexpected that he had done so swiftly. What shall we do now? Call Yao Qin over. At this moment, Yao Qin had finished work and could conveniently come over, yet Yao Guangrong felt uneasy. Extortion is a crime. Yao Qin must not become embroiled in legal troubles. Beyond that, he was not concerned about the individuals he summoned posing any danger to Yao Qin. Firmly believing in the reliability of Xie Yongfeng, whose stature assured that those he arranged would be private bodyguards. Private bodyguards are unwaveringly loyal, devoted entirely to their masters. As Xie Yongfeng's woman, Yao Qin would receive the same respect from the bodyguards as Xie Yongfeng himself. Ma Yan reassured him. She is merely coming to let the old man have a look. He is frail and incapable of causing harm. We will ensure her safety. With that, Yao Guangrong felt more at ease. Xiao Changtian was incapacitated. With two specially trained bodyguards present, only Xiao Changtian could perish. Yao Qin would not suffer any loss. He promptly called Yao Qin and sent her the location. Upon learning that she could resolve the 900,000 debt that very evening, Yao Qin was filled with joy and drove over. Old man, bring some food, Ma Yan declared, plopping himself onto the sofa. Xiao Changtian was oblivious to whom he was in contact with or what their intentions were. Clearly, the food was a means to bide time. He hobbled to the kitchen, fetching a bag of braised pig's trotters, a bag of garlic shrimp, and a bag of sauce beef, all delivered by Xiao Jinbei 2 days prior, who had suggested that during winter, when the elderly find it cumbersome to cook, they could simply heat a bag for a meal. With the 3 meat dishes warming in a microwave, he prepared to serve them well. "Old man, brew some tea." Ma Yin bit into the pig's trotters, his mouth greasy. Xiao Chantian sat down, leisurely playing with his tea set. The two ruffians, having feasted, were interrupted by the doorbell. In the dim light of the corridor, Yao Qin appeared, radiating brilliance amidst the icy world. She blossomed, unparalleled in her elegance. Her complexion resembled that of a peach blossom, her fair skin flushed with the cold. Her jelly-like lips vivid, bright eyes and pearly teeth framed a stunning face beneath a gracefully elongated swan-like neck. She wore a lace-trimmed, heart-shaped neckline top beneath a snow-white fur coat, appearing altogether ethereal and radiant. Ma Yin swallowed hard, a crimson scar on his brow. Yao Qin regarded him without malice, evidently not recognizing him. He has indeed undergone a tremendous transformation. That grievous injury has caused him to lose over 40 pounds, morphing from a robust figure of 150 pounds to a lean 110. His once round face has become gaunt, adorned with a sharp jawline and monkey-like features, while an 8-centimeter scar graces his brow. As Yao Qin entered, Ma Yin exchanged glances with his companions, who proceeded to bind Xiao Changtian's hand with a medical strap. In a tone laced with exasperation, Yao Qin admonished, "Uncle Xiao, why must you insist on this suffering? Would it not be better to have agreed sooner and signed the documents?" Xiao Changtian's white beard trembled as sorrow engulfed his countenance. "Young lady of the Yao family, you owe my son money and yet choose to inflict harm upon me. What has become of your conscience? Spare me the moral lectures. It is your own folly that has brought you here." Yao Qin retorted passionately. "If you had treated my grandmother from the start and refrained from severing ties with my family, we would not be facing this predicament today. My refusal to treat your grandmother stems from your association with Xie Yongfeng. You have your support from him. Do not utter another word. You detest Luke Falsiusman." Yao Qin seethed. Previously, she had not perceived the Xiao father and son as overly sentimental, but post-separation, their incessant appearances had revealed their true nature, and she had grown weary of it. At that moment, Ma Yin lunged forward, seizing Yao Qin and dragging her towards the bedroom. With a greasy grin, he exclaimed, "Little hot pepper, you still possess the taste I remember. Delightful." Yao Qin gasped, "What are you doing?" "Doing what I please. You scoundrel. I will call the police on you." Bang! Ma Yin kicked the bedroom door shut. Xiao Changtian attempted to rise, but his guard forcefully restrained him. "Old man, stay calm." Chapter 26. Falling into one's own pit inside the tightly shut bedroom, the anguished cries of a man echoed. The thug standing guard over Xiao Chantian suddenly sprang up and rushed to the door, flinging it open. "Boss, is the little hot girl ineffective?" One of the men leaped onto the bed, grabbing Ma Yan's arm in an effort to pull him away from Yao Qin. However, upon attempting to lift him, he realized he was as heavy as a lifeless corpse. "Boss, are you paralyzed?" "Not me. My bones have shattered." Just as the words left his mouth, thud, his companion collapsed, his large head crashing beside Yao Qin, scattering strands of his mixed-colored hair across her face. The two men formed a circle around her, effectively trapping her. "Uncle Xiao, help me. Save me. Uncle Xiao, I beg you, save me. I was wrong. I truly made a mistake this time. If you show mercy and rescue me, I promise to apologize." Yao Qin cried, her voice heart-wrenching. Xiao Changtian opened his mouth to grasp his phone, placing it on the shoe cabinet. As the delivery man hurried up the stairs, he called out, "Brother, lend me a hand." The delivery man followed his instructions, dialing Yao Guangrong's number. Xiao Changtian signed swiftly. "All is well if you are well." Yao Guangrong's tone was filled with arrogance, fully aware of his control over Xiao Changtian. "Falling into your own pit. That is precisely you. Await your fate." With the phone clenched between his teeth, Xiao Changtian limped into the bedroom, positioning himself closest to Yao Qin at the bedside. He let the phone rest near her pillow. "You have harmed my old man, yet I still choose to save you. Please have the delivery man connect to your father." "Daddy, help!" Yao Qin wailed. 30 minutes later, Yao Guangrong and his wife arrived. As Ma Yuran entered, she erupted in fury. "Xiao Changtian, what have you done to my daughter? My husband and I had to take a taxi. spending 21 yuan. Xiao Chantian shot her a piercing glare, blind and foolish. With both hands bound, he remained indifferent to her rage, focusing solely on her daughter's well-being. Yao Guangrong's eyes blazed with menace as he declared, "If you harm my Qin, I will sue you and ensure you rot in prison." Ma Yuran continued to issue threats. "You two have hearts as small as needles. If you cannot have my daughter, you resort to revenge. My daughter better be unharmed. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest." Only then did the couple hear the cries coming from the bedroom. "Oh my heavens! Where is Qin? Where is our precious child?" From below, Yao Qin's voice emerged, muffled and desperate. "Mommy, Daddy, save me." Yao Guangrong and his wife were struck dumb by the scene before them. Each parent seized a thug, cursing vehemently. "How dare you touch my daughter? I will see you shattered to pieces." Yao Guangrong, his face flushed with anger, dragged Ma Yuran aside, revealing Yao Qin in disarray. Thankfully, the situation had not escalated further. Yao Qin lay helpless, humiliation washing over her in waves. Yao Guangrong, clutching his abdomen, winced. "Dear, what's wrong?" Ma Yuran rushed to support him. "It's my liver," he groaned, his sturdy frame diminishing. "Please be strong. My daughter has been wronged, and I rely on you to support her," Ma Yuran cried, her heart pierced by the injustice faced by their child. Moreover, Ma Yuran and Yao Qin shared an honest dialogue, knowing that once word spread, there would be no redemption for Yao Qin, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Ma Yuran lifted Yao Qin out, but Xiao Chantian stood defiantly at the edge of the sofa, blocking their path. "Do not leave a mess here," he ordered. Yao Qin, limp and heavier than a corpse, was gently placed on the fringed carpet. "Do you now comprehend the situation? The father sins, and the daughter pays the price," Xiao Chantian admonished. Ma Yuran spat back. "Isn't this all because of your scheming? The scent of drugs lingered in your room. Had you not played foul, my daughter would not have been victimized by those two thugs." "How dare you?" Xiao Chantian retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. "Had I not anticipated this, your daughter would have suffered far worse." Yao Guangrong, maintaining his stance, questioned, "What kind of drug did you use on her?" Xiao Chantian glared back, reiterating, "The incense in my room is for protection against thugs. I saved Yao Qin, and you should be bowing in gratitude." Ma Yuran scoffed, "After everything, how dare you claim to have saved her? Talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow. I will call the police. Let them discern right from wrong." "No," Yao Qin cried, tears streaming down her face. "If we involve the police, my scandal will escape this house and reach Xie Yongfeng's ears. Yao Guangrong's plot against Xiao Chantian will lead to his condemnation." With his hands still bound, Xiao Chantian lowered his chin and opened the door. "What are you doing?" Yao Guangrong rushed over to close it. "Please, neighbor, help me call the police." "Do not call the police," Yao Guangrong softened his tone. "We can negotiate." He believed Xie Yongfeng had sent a private bodyguard to assist. "Originally, I envisioned a formidable personal bodyguard capable of outsmarting Xiao Chantian, securing a loan agreement for 900,000, which could then be exchanged with Xiao Jinbei for the same amount. To my dismay, what arrived was merely a thug who even bullied Yao Qin. We settled privately, agreeing that our families would compensate 900,000, thus clearing all debts. Yao Guangrong, though pained by the loss of money, found himself without options. The opportunity had unraveled, escalating to a point of no return. Sacrificing 900,000 was a means to preserve the love between Yao Qin and Xie Yongfeng. Once Yao Qin marries, with the ATM of Xie Yongfeng under her control, she would inherit a fortune worth millions. A small loss for a greater gain. Patience would yield vast horizons. Xiao Chantian, however, was not satisfied. "As you witnessed, a brawl erupted on my bed involving two men and a woman." Ma Yuran, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "I'll compensate you for the bed." Xiao Chantian looked at her and replied, "No." "Then what do you propose?" Ma Yuran demanded. "This house is non-negotiable," she insisted wide-eyed. "Are you asking me to compensate you for your rent? Otherwise, what do you expect?" "Fine. How many months did you pay for? Show me the rental contract, and I will compensate based on the landlord's charges. Even if we consider the rent for Zijing community at 2,000 a month, 6 months would amount to 120,000. Yao's family gritted their teeth and held on. Yet, Xiao Jinbei, with an air of arrogance, declared, "The house was purchased by my son for 1,040,000, fully paid." Yao Guangrong's anger surged. "Do not overstep," Xiao Jinbei retorted. "If we cannot reach an agreement, I will abandon this private settlement and report to the authorities." Yao Guangrong, your actions are not as simple as mere detention. Yao Guangrong sighed deeply, his palm pressing against his right abdomen. Even securing 900,000 required him to seek help from his son, contemplating a loan against the cement factory to manage his finances temporarily. With the new year approaching in a month, Yao Qin and Xie Yongfeng had already planned to visit the Xie family for their engagement. If they could endure for a month, the dowry would solve their financial woes. Suddenly, the unexpected burden of compensating for a house worth 1,040,000 loomed heavily. Yao Guangrong felt repeatedly agitated, sensing the cancer cells within him stirring anew. "Guangrong, you mustn't falter. You simply cannot," Ma Yuran cried, terror-stricken. "Money is more important than life." Chapter 27. Kneeling for forgiveness. Money is indeed more precious than life. Yet, at this moment, they had life but lacked funds, their family cornered with no way out. Money felt like a guillotine pressed against their throats, rendering existence unbearable. Yao Guangrong's complexion turned sallow as he grasped his phone, trembling fingers reaching out to his son, Yao Zuxin. Yao Zuxin, in his usual brusque tone, replied, "I'm swamped. Don't add to my troubles." "Zuxin, your sister has been bullied by thugs. No matter how busy you are, you must find time to come," Yao Guangrong urged, his tone heavy with despair, the past bravado stripped away. He felt defeated. Ma Yuran was unable to rise. On the carpet, Yao Qin bit her lip, her eyes swollen from crying. Xiao Jinbei remained silent, seated on his sofa. The master bedroom was under surveillance, and Xiao Jinbei would check the footage hourly, anticipating the return of the thief. The sound of a key turning in the lock jolted Yao Guangrong. He sprang from his chair, rushing to greet the arrival. A flicker of joy lit up his sallow face. Raising a successful son was indeed a blessing. In times of trouble, a son stands ready to rescue his father. The son, exuding an impressive aura at a height of 3.8 meters, made a grand entrance, leaving Xiao Jinbei and his unemployed, pitiful self doomed. Yao Guangrong, with a beaming smile, stood at the door, eagerly anticipating the moment when his son would arrive, ready to shout "Dad," and restore his shattered dignity. As the security door swung open, it revealed a dark wall that intercepted the light streaming from the hallway. Yao Guangrong's vision dimmed, and as he blinked, he scanned from below upwards. When his gaze landed on the face of the dark wall, he was taken aback. He staggered, hurriedly steadying himself against the shoe cabinet. The figure before him was not his illustrious son, the esteemed owner of a cement factory, but rather his former son-in-law, Xiao Jinbei, whom he despised and had sought to harm. He was deeply shaken, filled with an intense hatred, as Xiao Jinbei regarded him with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fallen, wretched old dog. "Dad!" Xiao Jinbei stepped boldly across the threshold, shouldering past the obstructive Yao Guangrong and kneeling at Xiao Changtian's feet to untie him. "Dad, I'm fine. You needn't worry." Xiao Changtian, with a gentle demeanor, displayed no trace of the terror one might expect from persecution. Xiao Jinbei's attention was drawn to Yao Qin, sprawled on the carpet, tears entwined in her hair. Her face flushed with humiliation. "I am innocent. Do not regard me with such contempt." Yao Qin, feeling utterly defeated, could not rise nor escape the gaze of onlookers witnessing her disgrace. Yet she was unwilling to appear as a pitiful figure in Xiao Jinbei's eyes. She had previously kicked Xiao Jinbei aside, running off with the wealthy Xie Yongfeng. Xiao Jinbei was unworthy of her. She was a princess backed by a millionaire, and no matter the circumstance, her life was undeniably superior to his. Moreover, it was not a time for defeat. She could merely pay her way out of the situation. Once this ordeal passed, she would bask in the sweetness of her romance with Xie Yongfeng, naturally leading to their engagement and a grand wedding. Look at her, perched high above, in a realm untouched by Xiao Jinbei. She was indeed better than him, and he had no right to mock her degradation. lying there powerless. Yao Qin raised her chin defiantly for Xiao Jinbei to see. Your innocence or filthiness is of no concern to me. Xiao Jinbei's cold gaze swept over her face. Ma Yuran, reigniting her spite, declared, You have lost Qin and are consumed by hatred, uttering vile words daily. Let me tell you, we are not angered. Instead, we delight in your pretentiousness. With a malicious gleam in her eye, she sneered, Where is your beautiful secretary? Why hasn't she come? Turning her head mockingly towards Xiao Jinbei, she feigned interest in the door, renting luxury cars and beautiful women, throwing money around. Can you no longer keep up? Xiao Jinbei retorted sharply, Old woman, I advise you to be kind. You lack respect. She is his former mother-in-law, one he had once cared for. How dare she insult an elderly woman? Listen, I, Xiao Jinbei, have a woman now, one whose worth is in the billions. You needn't imagine Yao Qin as a treasure I cannot part with. In my eyes, to put it bluntly, she is merely refuse. Ma Yuran, unwilling to be overshadowed, boasted, You have a woman worth billions? I would rather eat dirt. She proclaimed loudly and audaciously. Given Xiao Jinbei's circumstances, even a girl earning a mere 4,000 yuan a month while residing in a dilapidated apartment would not find him appealing. The wealthy female tycoons he dreams of are more within reach. Xiao Jinbei has struggled at the bottom for far too long, to the point where his hardships overshadow his remarkable qualities. Those familiar with him, like the Yao family, fail to see his brilliance. They do not believe in him. Yet, it matters not. He lives an extraordinary life not to prove anything to anyone. When it comes to settling scores or seeking revenge, he shows no mercy to his adversaries. As he dialed a number on his phone and connected, he barely uttered the words, I'm calling the police, before Yao Guangrong swiftly approached and pressed down on the device. Jinbei, don't be like this. Let us discuss this calmly, Yao Guangrong implored, lowering his once proud head. You've bullied my father to this extent. I will not let you escape unscathed. Xiao Jinbei was still intent on striking back. Suddenly, Ma Yulan knelt beside him, crying and wailing, Jinbei, Qin has been hurt so deeply. You cannot rub salt into her wounds. She clutched his legs, shaking them in desperate supplication. The harshness from a moment ago seemed to vanish, replaced by a rapid change of heart. Get away. Xiao Jinbei yanked his leg away. I beg you. My Qin, in her youthful beauty, deserves no blemish. Glancing towards the bedroom, he noticed two thugs still sprawled on the bed. With the surveillance evidence in hand, Ma Yulan finally felt fear creeping in. Jinbei, this was all my plan. It's my fault. Do with me as you wish, but please spare Qin, who is innocent. Yao Guangrong lamented, his head bowed low. Xiao Jinbei scoffed. Didn't you look down upon me? After Yao Qin's infidelity, you and Xie Yongfeng conspired against my father and me, speaking arrogantly and brazenly. Just then, the doorbell rang. Arriving as Yao Guangrong had wished was his illustrious son, Yao Zuxin. Ma Yulan's demeanor shifted instantly as she rushed to embrace Yao Zuxin's arm. Son, you've arrived. Our family has been humiliated, and your mother has even knelt before them. Yao Zuxin, a cement factory owner, was more than capable of dealing with Xiao Jinbei. However, to their surprise, Yao Zuxin approached with a sheepish demeanor, bowing slightly. Mr. Xiao, I apologize. I failed to manage my family and caused you distress. Chapter 28. Concluding matters with the Yao family, Mr. Xiao. The revelation struck like thunder, shattering the pride and arrogance of Yao Qin's family. As they looked at Xiao Jinbei again, their prejudiced views crumbled. They finally recognized his brilliance, colliding with his undeniable excellence. Zuxin, what did you just say? Yao Guangrong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Xiao Jinbei's ascension to the position of president, living a life of splendor, meant that their family would be overshadowed. This could not be. Yao Qin had abandoned him precisely because Xiao Jinbei was deemed inferior, breaking off their engagement to pursue Xie Yongfeng. Yao Guangrong hoped desperately that he had misinterpreted the situation. Yao Zuxin wore a humble and respectful smile, cautious not to offend Xiao Jinbei. I just mentioned that brother-in-law Jinbei had been promoted to general manager of the real estate department at Lixing Group, and he is now the president of Lixing Real Estate. He is no longer your brother-in-law, Ma Yuran blurted out, her gaze meeting Yao Zuxin's before she quickly covered her mouth. Disparaging Xiao Jinbei had become a habit, and she found it all too easy to speak carelessly and offend others. Yao Zuxin remarked. He genuinely did not know that Yao Qin had called off the engagement and turned her affections elsewhere. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days, running around seeking help from anyone he could. The partnership between Lixing Real Estate and his cement factory had been terminated, resulting in unsold cement and a halted production line. He spent tens of thousands to leverage connections, even bribing the security guards at the Lixing construction site with cigarettes and alcohol to learn that the project department had changed managers. The newly appointed manager Zhang had identified issues with the quality of his cement, prompting the dissolution of their partnership. Yao Zuxin then squandered over 100,000 entertaining manager Zhang's superiors, as well as providing gifts. And only last night did he manage to extract information from a high-ranking executive. He discovered that Xiao Jinbei had been appointed as general manager of the real estate department, an appointment directly issued by the group president, Yi Li. Yi Li was engaged on the 3rd and had taken a leave of absence for her wedding, leaving the internal dynamics of the group unknown to her. Damn it, Yao Zuxin thought, feeling an urge to vent his frustration. Who bore the responsibility for letting go of the president's brother-in-law? Who understood the heavy losses the Yao family faced without the support of the president's brother-in-law? Yao Qin, you are so lazy and vain, indulging in shopping every day. Have you angered Jinbei? Yao Zuxin gritted his teeth, insisting that she apologize quickly. In his eyes, his sister was merely a petulant little girl. Xiao Jinbei had been exceedingly tolerant and indulgent toward her, but that could only last so long. If Yao Qin apologized, their parents would surely say something comforting. The soft-hearted Xiao Jinbei would relent given his pitiable background. If Yao Qin reconciled with Xiao Jinbei, he would become the esteemed president of the Yao family. The title of president was merely a faade for the outside world. The wealth and resources of the president were to benefit the family. Thus, his cement factory would undoubtedly rise from adversity and thrive. Yao Qin buried her face, unwilling to meet the gaze of her commanding brother. Yao Zuxin turned to Ma Yuran. Mother, you have failed in your duty as a mother. Quickly apologize on behalf of Qin to Jinbei. Just as Ma Yuran was about to kneel, Xiao Jinbei raised his hand to stop her, asserting that one must face the consequences of their own actions. If you wish to settle this privately, then repayment is in order. I have social engagements to attend. I cannot waste time on idle chatter. He glanced at his watch, the $1 million Patek Philippe gleaming. The cold light of the watch clasp harmonized with his cufflinks, exuding an air of opulence with every gesture. Yao Zuxin's forehead throbbed with anger as he grasped Yao Guangrong with one hand and dragged Ma Yuran with the other, leading them to the restroom. He locked the door. 10 minutes later, Yao Zuxin burst out, his eyes bloodshot, and he berated Yao Qin from a position of authority, calling her a fool, a mindless vase, and a stupid pig. His fury was such that even the thought of violence could hardly satisfy his rage. Yao Zuxin, a high school graduate with no credentials or connections, had drifted through life aimlessly since the age of 18, achieving nothing. It was only after Xiao Jinbei became his brother-in-law and assisted him in establishing the cement factory that he finally became a boss. He even bought a $1 million BMW. In his plans, his career was set to flourish and bring him glory. But this foolish Yao Qin had ruined him. After berating Yao Qin, Yao Zuxin donned a different facade, humbly beseeching Xiao Jinbei, Mr. Xiao, my sister is young and naive, easily swayed by Xie Yongfeng's sweet words. I apologize on her behalf. With that, he knelt at Xiao Jinbei's feet. Enough. Xiao Jinbei regarded him with icy disdain. As a man, Yao Zuxin understood the harm Yao Qin's actions had caused Xiao Jinbei. His eyes reddened. Was reconciliation beyond reach? I did not pick up trash, Xiao Jinbei stated firmly. Yao Qin cried out, Jinbei, I am innocent. Her soft voice brushed against Xiao Jinbei's ears, a sound he had not heard from her in quite some time. For nearly half a year, her demeanor had oscillated between shouting and comparing him unfavorably to other men. Yao Qin's sudden change of heart seemed to signal a desire for reconciliation. Indeed, Yao Qin patiently explained, on New Year's Eve, I drove Xie Yongfeng to catch the subway. He attempted to kiss me, but I refused. We only tussled briefly in the car. I did not sleep with him. It was merely a fleeting lapse in judgment, easily rectified. She was still the Yao Qin he once knew, contemplating a potential reunion with Xiao Jinbei, perhaps even as the wife of CEO. Now that Xiao Jinbei had achieved success, she was willing to grant him another chance. Yet, Xiao Jinbei's heart was heavy with sorrow. If love were predicated upon what he possessed, then Yao Qin did not love him, but rather his worth. A woman who equates love with a man's value lacks intrinsic worth herself. She becomes a parasite, surviving only through her dependence on men. What purpose would such a Yao Qin serve in his life? Yao Zuxin, you have wasted too much of my time. Let us not delve into trivial matters. I have made it clear that I have a woman. I will not forsake a valuable relationship for something worthless. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Yao Zuxin replied hastily. In that case, I will refund you 900,000 tonight. Observing the situation closely, Xiao Chantian interjected, you still need to take over this property. No problem, Yao Zuxin replied, his lips twitching. I intend to purchase a home in the city center for my future marriage. Consider it an early arrangement from Uncle Xiao. Cough. I have suffered shock and intimidation, and I was bound. The psychological trauma is immense, Xiao Chantian stated bluntly. How about I consider a compensation of 100,000 for your mental distress? How does that sound? 2,040,000, Yao Maolon calculated silently. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, startled. 2,040,000 is an astronomical figure for a family that cannot even produce 240,000. Yao Zuxin focused intently on his phone. Subsequently, 2,040,000 was transferred to Xiao Jinbei's account. Jinbei, we may not become family, but we are still business partners. I apologize for my sister's actions and my parents' rudeness. I hope you will continue to support my cement factory. As you know, I enjoy collaborating with Lixing Group and consistently strive to supply high-quality cement in line with the group's development. Xiao Jinbei helped Xiao Changtian to his feet. He made no promises to support Yao Zuxin, uttering not a single word, merely nodding slightly. Yao Zuxin felt a sense of uncertainty, a mix of urgency and panic. Yet he found himself powerless. Yao Guangrong and Ma Yulan appeared disheveled as they closely observed Xiao Jinbei and his son packing their belongings. Xiao Jinbei efficiently gathered Xiao Changtian's clothes and transported his numerous large bags of herbs outside the gate. Please come to the property office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will arrange for a lawyer to assist you with the transfer of ownership, he instructed as he took Xiao Changtian away. Yao Zuxin's expression changed dramatically as he rushed into the bedroom, leaping onto the bed to viciously assault Ma Yan. Chapter 29. Yao Qin's regret. Yao Zuxin was engulfed in fury. Speak. Whose men are you? He demanded. Old Chun, came the reply. Which old Chun? The old Chun from the Xie family's finance department. Does boss Xie Yongfeng know you are here? I have no idea. Yao Zuxin made a flurry of phone calls. Soon, his three henchmen ascended the stairs, stuffing Ma Yan and his companion into burlap sacks, cramming them into a large cardboard box, and carting them away. So, you cannot take a life. Ma Yulan trembled in fear. Beating them to vent our anger is one thing, but taking a life is another. It would implicate us all. Get those two bastards far away and silence them. Yao Zuxin seethed with rage. The bullying of Yao Qin was merely a trivial matter. She was no longer a pure maiden. Having been with Xiao Jinbei and now Xie Yongfeng, she had become a woman tied to two men. The loss was negligible. What incensed him was that Ma Yan had given Xiao Jinbei leverage over their family, forcing them to pay a compensation of 2.04 million. Zuxin, for where did you borrow the money? Yao Guangrong inquired. Yao Zuxin's face soured. You are foolish and useless, ruining my business, begging like a turtle. Do not concern yourself with the finances. Had Yao Guangrong intervened upon discovering Yao Qin's infidelity, Xiao Jinbei would still be the esteemed son-in-law of their family today, and his cement factory would be thriving. Yao Zuxin blamed Yao Guangrong, who worried about his inability to repay such a large loan. Zuxin, did you secure the loan using the cement factory as collateral? It's a lost cause. The car and the factory are different collateral. How much is the monthly repayment? Ma Yulan interjected impatiently. She believed that repaying 6,000 monthly for Yao Qin's car loan was already a significant burden. The thought of repaying 2.04 million was unimaginable. It's a loan shark, Yao Zuxin shouted. A loan shark? Ma Yulan staggered against the wardrobe, fearful that failing to repay such a debt would lead to their family's ruin. If we cannot pay, we can use the house as collateral. Isn't the old house slated for demolition? Yao Zuxin pulled Ma Yulan up, his face stern. Do not add to my woes. Focus on the 900,000 we must repay to Xiao Jinbei. I will eventually buy the house. Consider this a means of resolving two significant issues at once. Ma Yulan wailed. Demolition is merely a rumor. It hasn't been confirmed. What if we cannot repay and the house is seized? Will our family end up on the streets? Tears streamed down Ma Yulan's face at the thought of a 2.04 million loan, which could spell doom for the entire family. Yao Guangrong seized Ma Yin's trousers from beside the bed and covered Ma Yulan's mouth. Close your ravenous mouth. The foul-smelling fabric overwhelmed her senses, leaving her dizzy. Yao Zuxin sighed, now relying on Xiao Jinbei's sense of honor to issue orders that would enable their collaboration. After all, Xiao Jinbei was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. For the past 3 years, he has devoted himself tirelessly to the Yao family, willingly enduring personal sacrifices and hardships. He refrained from placing any burden on his family. Yao Zuxin truly understands his character. It is precisely because of his profound belief in his integrity that he readily offered financial assistance. He compensated for the losses incurred by Yao Qin, seeking to ease tensions and facilitate future arrangements. Yao Guangrong remarked, You now have an even better ally. Qin's new boyfriend, Xie Yongfeng, possesses excellent credentials and a broad network. With just a flick of his finger, Xie Yongfeng could introduce several prominent developers, ensuring that Zuxin's cement factory would never lack business. Let Yao Qin invite Xie Yongfeng to our home. I wish to discuss matters with him and explore avenues for assistance, Yao Zuxin proposed. The family gathered around Yao Qin. Yao Guangrong urged, Your brother's business is in a precarious state. Please call Yongfeng and invite him over. We must find a way to get the cement factory operational again. We have dozens of workers relying on us, and we cannot afford any delays. Unlike his own job, where a postponement until after the new year might be bearable. This situation was urgent. Yao Qin felt a pang of anxiety. Would Yongfeng discover that Ma Yan had made inappropriate advances towards her? She was apprehensive. Ma Yan had claimed that it was old Chun who orchestrated such actions, and she resolved to silence Ma Yan to prevent any word reaching Xie Yongfeng. Yao Zuxin lit a cigarette, exuding a carefree demeanor. Tomorrow, I will find someone to pin a corruption charge on old Chun, ensuring he is ousted from the finances at the Xie family business. This matter will be resolved discreetly, with Xie Yongfeng remaining oblivious. Yao Qin acquiesced. Yao Zuxin advised her, Reassess your situation. Consider who is better for you, Xiao Jinbei or Xie Yongfeng. I believe you can maintain connections with both. Xiao Jinbei is currently on an upward trajectory, perhaps even more promising than Xie Yongfeng, which could present an opportunity for you two to rekindle your past romance. Yao Qin nodded in agreement. Regarding Xiao Jinbei, she thought, apart from his financial struggles, he possessed no significant flaws. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, embodying a delicate beauty akin to a lotus swaying in the wind. As for Xie Yongfeng, she lamented, I have yet to meet him personally. Is he merely wealthy and devoid of redeeming qualities? Yao Zuxin took a drag from his cigarette. Yao Qin bit her lip, her gaze cast downwards. Ma Yuran interjected, summarizing, Yongfeng is somewhat shorter, half a head less than Xiao Jinbei, but he has a robust build, a charming demeanor, and a lively personality. A bit of a rogue, perhaps? Yao Zuxin mused, rubbing his forehead, finding the prospect dubious. Yao Guangrong scoffed. Boys rely on their wealth and influence. Don't overthink it. Yongfeng, with his round face and jovial demeanor, is naturally favored. Yao Zuxin glanced at Yao Qin, who is slowly rising from the ground. It seems our prize flower is being wasted on mere cow dung. For Xie Yongfeng to pursue a goddess like my sister, he must be willing to invest. Wealth is the only leverage Xie Yongfeng possesses to triumph over Xiao Jinbei and win Yao Qin's heart. As the effects of the medication wore off, Yao Qin managed to rise. Ma Yurin gathered the bedding into a bundle, discarding it in the trash outside. Yao Guangrong rummaged through the refrigerator for something to eat. There were several bags of pig trotters and boxes of lobster tails. He discarded the tea and porcelain teapots, making do with a makeshift family dinner. Yao Qin sat on the sofa, her head bowed, fidgeting with her fingers. Opposite her, Yao Zuxin reclined casually, smoking. Zuxin, may I ask you a question? Yao Qin inquired, twisting her fingers nervously. Speak. Would you forgive a girlfriend who betrayed you? Yao Zuxin instantly comprehended. Casting a glance at her, I surmise that Xiao Jinbei may contemplate forgiving you. Yao Qin shuddered slightly, expressing her regret. Initially, she was solely captivated by the immense wealth of the Xie family, dismissing Xiao Jinbei as utterly worthless, which led to her change of heart. Now, with Xiao Jinbei's remarkable transformation, he seemed flawless in her eyes once more. Yao Zuxin chuckled. You must be regretting your decision to forsake a promising prospect upon witnessing him ascend to the position of CEO today. Am I right? Yao Qin, however, did not address the question, asking instead, how should I convey my feelings to him? He already has a woman. Startled, Yao Qin abruptly lifted her head. How do you know? Xiao Jinbei himself mentioned it. He spoke of it when I arrived. Did you not hear? Yao Qin sighed, realizing that her mind was too chaotic at the time to pay attention to what Xiao Jinbei had said. Chapter 30. Darling. I'm back in the frigid depths of winter. The cold wind swirled with dancing snowflakes. The dimly lit street lamps cast a glow on the asphalt road, as car wheels crushed the snowflakes, creating a slushy mess. Through the windshield, Xiao Jinbei's gaze settled upon a stretch of dark, orange, rippling water. Dad, you must have been frightened tonight, he said, driving with the intention of taking Xiao Changtian to a hot spring resort for a few days, planning to return home only after purchasing and furnishing a new house. I've seen far worse, Xiao Changtian replied calmly. I did not expect Yao Guangrong to resort to such tactics, Xiao Jinbei remarked. Having been his father-in-law for 3 years, Yao Guangrong, while not an admirable person, had never harmed anyone for personal gain. He was merely an ordinary citizen, somewhat snobbish and self-serving. Jinbei, you are still young. It is natural not to see through people's hearts. Fortunately, we successfully reclaimed 900,000, and Yao Zuxin has made amends, Xiao Changtian observed astutely. He would not alter his perception of the Yao family simply because Yao Zuxin compensated him with 100,000 for emotional distress. Yao Zuxin's good behavior tonight is merely a ploy to ingratiate herself with you, hoping to obtain the cement factory project in collaboration with Lixing Real Estate, he cautioned. Xiao Jinbei nodded, I understand. I will not grant her the opportunity. Pitying a venomous snake is tantamount to inviting one's own destruction. I shall remember this, father, he replied. After a night of forced exertion, Xiao Changtian, weary and frail, leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. While continuing to impart wisdom to Xiao Jinbei, a true man must be upright, love those deserving of love, support the weak and the ailing, advocate for kindness and peace, and possess a discerning heart that is courageous and resolute, never indulging evildoers. Father, I understand, Xiao Jinbei assured him. After delivering Xiao Changtian to the Hot Spring Hotel, he secured a private villa complete with a swimming pool. He assisted his father in shedding the 3 layers of winter clothing and gently guided him into the warm waters. A low table was set beside the pool, and the dining room delivered a mutton hot pot, the broth infused with goji berries and herbal essence, nourishing and warm. Xiao Jinbei attended to his father during dinner, helping him clean up, change into pajamas, and settle into bed before returning to his own home. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, the living room remained illuminated. Upon entering, Xiao Jinbei was promptly approached by a young maid. Sir, you must hurry to see Miss Yi. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, is she unwell? The maid shook her head, no. Miss Yi has been waiting for you to return for dinner. Changing his shoes, Xiao Jinbei ascended the stairs, deliberately making a commotion. She fixed her gaze on Yi Li's door. Upon hearing him return, she should have felt reassured. Her emergence from the room indicated that she was no longer upset. However, even as he reached Yi Li's door, there was no response. "Lily, are you asleep?" He called softly. Gently knocking, he added, "Baby, I'm back. Would you like to see me? I heard you were upset waiting for me. Now that I'm here, you should be happy, right?" Being a fiancé is no easy task. Just uttering a few words makes his heart race. Xiao Jinbei loosened his tie. "Lili, how much do you love me? I was only out for one night, and look at you, sulking." With a sudden crash, Yi Li flung the door open, interrupting Xiao Jinbei mid-sentence. Hey. He chuckled foolishly. "I'm back." "What are you doing back?" "You might as well perish at the hands of a woman," Yi Li retorted, her face obscured by a black facial mask, revealing only her red lips moving. "It's unjust." Xiao Jinbei barely finished speaking when Yi Li glared at him, dismissing Secretary Gu and leaving alone in her car, only returning at 2 in the morning. What else could you possibly be doing besides engaging in those disreputable activities? If it were something above board, why wouldn't you bring Gu Xinghe along? If you played, then you played. The world is full of deceit. To act without taking responsibility and then blame others for misunderstanding is truly despicable. Xiao Jinbei maintained his composure, soothing her with gentle words. "I wasn't out fooling around. I was handling some personal matters. If you're interested in the melodrama with my ex-girlfriend, I could share the details." Yi Li turned her back, elegantly responding, "As the president of a major corporation, you ought to choose your words wisely. Who watches such melodramatic stories? A woman of my caliber, sophisticated and dignified, dedicates her life to her career, not to petty dramas." With a graceful sway of her slender waist, Yi Li turned away from Xiao Jinbei, sitting on the bed and pulling the covers over herself, drifting into sleep. She neither dismissed him nor closed the door, leaving the floor lamp illuminated as she lay there. Xiao Jinbei smirked, removing his tie and stepping into the shower, changing into comfortable attire and emerging fresh and fragrant. He warmed a cup of milk and carried it on a tray into Yi Li's wide-open room. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he remarked, "Li, troubled by insomnia again, I brought you warm milk." As he spoke, his fingers reached to peel the mask from her face. Smack! Her palm struck his hand away, and she coldly retorted, "How dare you manage me? I am your boss, the one who pays your salary. I'm not someone you can easily placate." Xiao Jinbei stifled a laugh, deftly lifting the edge of her mask, silently assisting her in removing it. Women, no matter how strong, possess a soft core. Yi Li's irate demeanor mirrored that of Yao Qin, throwing a tantrum. Her lips pouted, her tone dripping with sarcasm, never once mentioning that she cared for him, only hinting that a comforting embrace would suffice. As Xiao Jinbei revealed half of her face by removing the mask, she ceased to resist him. Rolling her eyes playfully, she turned her face away. Xiao Jinbei reached out to her, one hand on her back and the other on her shoulder. "What are you doing?" Yi Li turned her face sharply, her gaze piercing. In this regard, her reaction was markedly different from Yao Qin's. She did not fidget or shed tears to display her grievances. Xiao Jinbei interpreted her demeanor as that of a female boss, accustomed to commanding authority and manipulating others. Exuding an impressive aura, he continued to speak gently, coaxing her, "Be good, drink your milk, and you'll soon fall asleep." "Xiao Jinbei, let go." Yi Li's beautiful eyes widened in fury, her presence commanding. Xiao Jinbei's heart skipped a beat. Yi Li was undoubtedly stronger than him, and to forcefully oppose her would be an act of rebellion. Resolute, he decided that whether she was a female boss or anything else was not for him to ponder. His duty was to fulfill the responsibilities of a fiancé. He lifted the cup, tilting his head back to take a gulp. With his hand gripping Yi Li's chin, he pressed his lips to hers, feeding her the milk directly. At first, Yi Li struggled, her small fists pounding against his chest. Subsequently, she bit him, leveraging her authority as the female boss to scold him. Eventually, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her demeanor softening. Xiao Jinbei released her, supporting the back of her neck as he lifted her slightly, bringing the cup to her lips. "Drink while it's warm, my dear." With her head resting against his chest, she felt as if she had transformed into a different person. Chapter 31. I call you adorable. Sleep now. After ensuring Yi Li finished her warm milk, Xiao Jinbei embraced her, gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. Hong Xiao has caused you immense pain. Your heart still bleeds, does it not? He pondered softly. Yili remained silent. I wish to convey to you that I am a devoted individual, not someone who cannot control his desires. An unexpected incident occurred tonight. My father was kidnapped by assailants. While checking the surveillance, I realized he was in danger and rushed home without bringing Secretary Gu. Did your father suffer a home invasion? Yili propped herself up, concern evident in her beautiful eyes, revealing her kind-hearted nature. Xiao Jinbei gently pressed her furrowed brow. It was a premeditated trap. My ex-girlfriend's father coerced mine into signing a loan note, attempting to erase the 900,000 he owes me. Your ex-girlfriend comes from an exceedingly ordinary family. How audacious of them to engage in such acts in a lawful society. Yili sat up, exuding an aura of authority. Shall I arrange for someone to assist you? I have already resolved it. From now on, I will have no further dealings with my ex-girlfriend's family. What about your father? Yili's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Jinbei had mentioned that his father was a 71-year-old man, intending to take her to see a doctor for health maintenance. The old man had left a kind and respectable impression on her. Just days ago, she received a generous gift of cherries and a wedding red envelope from him. In a sense, the old man had established a connection with her. His misfortune saddened her. I have arranged for him to stay in a hotel, and soon I will purchase a house for him, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years. Xiao Jinbei gritted his teeth, feeling a profound ache for his father. It was painful to mention him. That night, as he helped his father remove 3 layers of cotton clothing and assisted him in soaking in a hot spring, he witnessed the stark protrusion of his father's ribs and the pronounced angles of his shoulder blades. The old man was painfully thin. Xiao Chantian often remarked that as one ages, a lean physique is beneficial for health. He discerned the sacrifices made by his father, who had toiled day and night for the past 3 years to ensure his son could marry and start a family. Every bit of money, whether 4 or 10 yuan, was painstakingly saved, and once enough was gathered, it was given to him. The fruits of his father's labor were soon transferred to Yao Qin. After Yao Qin spent it, disregarding the hardships endured by his father, she committed an act that shattered his father's heart. Xiao Jinbei was moved by the suffering endured by Xiao Chantian. I have 1 day of marriage leave left. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to visit the elder, Yili said with genuine concern. All right. Xiao Jinbei thought it would be nice to take her to have a meal with Xiao Chantian, fulfilling his promise to him, while also comforting the shattered spirit of Xiao Chantian, who had been hurt by Yao Qin. As the dark night faded, a soft orange-red hue ascended the horizon, heralding a clear day. The ground was dotted with small mounds of melting snow, the water soaking into the road beneath. Xiao Jinbei took Yili by the hand, leading her to stand before Xiao Chantian. Dad, hey. The bright eyes of Xiao Chantian lingered on Yili's face for a long time. Uncontainable joy flickered in his gaze. Hello, uncle. You are Yili. Goody tinks. Little Li. Hello. Xiao Chantian's voice trembled with excitement. He awkwardly slipped his hand into the pocket of his padded coat, extracting a red envelope with his rough fingers. With trembling hands, he presented it to her. Little Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. This is a small token of my affection. The envelope, a common design, bore the words of marital joy on its cover. Inside, it contained 3,000 yuan, half of his family's possessions. According to tradition, when a daughter-in-law visits for the first time, the in-laws are expected to give a red envelope as a sign of their fondness for her. With no mother to fulfill this role, it fell solely to Xiao Chantian. Thank you, uncle. Yili, who hailed from a wealthy family, felt tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. She held the envelope, trembling with emotion. Since the passing of her grandparents, no one had given her a red envelope. Since she was 12, she had not encountered such a touching gesture. She recalled the year following her grandparents' death on New Year's Eve, when she and her mother sat by a grand table laden with delicacies, yet neither touched a morsel. She had asked her mother, "Could I have a red envelope?" Her mother had shot her a scornful look, angrily exclaiming, "How old are you? Still asking for New Year's money?" At 13, she had been forced to grow up too quickly. For over 20 years, her life had been consumed by work. Her days, her very existence, revolved around her career. Beyond the wealth that work brought her, she possessed nothing. Not even the simple affection and familial bonds that others took for granted. Little Li, you don't look well. Come and sit on the sofa, and I'll check your health, Xiao Changtian said, noticing her troubled expression as he hobbled towards her. Xiao Jinbei gently wrapped his arm around Yi Li's slender waist, teasingly saying, "The new year is approaching. My dad has given you your New Year's money." With tears in her eyes, Yi Li smiled. "At my age, who still gives New Year's money? In our eyes, you are still a treasure. No matter how old you are." "What?" Yi Li turned to look at Xiao Jinbei, bewildered, unaware of her difficult upbringing. Xiao Jinbei's lips curled into a charming smile as he naturally referred to her as a treasure. "You are my dad's little treasure, my great treasure. Our family cherishes you dearly, all right?" Yi Li's eyes shimmered with tears. "Hey, little treasure, what is wrong with you?" Xiao Jinbei was in a state of panic. "Did I say something wrong? If so, I shall refrain from calling you precious and instead refer to you as Lily, my dear, or perhaps little cutie." Yet on second thought, it would be inappropriate to call a woman of 34 little cutie. It might provoke her ire. "How about I call you big cutie instead? You talk too much." They exchanged smiles and settled beside Xiao Changtian, who wore a benevolent smile. Xiao Changtian took Yi Li's pulse while Xiao Jinbei supported her waist, providing a sturdy backing against his chest as they sat together. "You are experiencing liver qi stagnation, with obstructed blood flow. Your sleep is poor, and you frequently feel anxious, have palpitations, and experience hair loss," Xiao Changtian observed, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Yes, that perfectly describes my condition," Yi Li replied, her excitement palpable. At last, someone understood her without pretense. She also mentioned her irregular menstrual cycle and abdominal pain, to which Xiao Jinbei added his observations. Xiao Changtian, exuding calm authority, said, "I will prescribe some medicine for you. Take it 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night, for a course of 2 weeks, and continue this for 3 months. This will regulate your body from within and fundamentally improve your constitution." Yi Li expressed her worries. "My work is demanding, and it's inconvenient to manage medicine. Preparing herbal remedies is quite a hassle, and I struggle to adhere to a schedule." Xiao Changtian, with gentle warmth, reassured her, "I will take care of preparing your medicine. I shall deliver it to your office every morning at 8. You should drink the first dose warm, the second after heating it in the microwave post-lunch, and the third after dinner." He turned to Xiao Jinbei. "You must ensure that Xiao Li takes her medicine 3 times a day and watch over her while she does." "Understood," Xiao Jinbei replied, who was stationed at the headquarters of a real estate company, while Yi Li worked at the group headquarters, a 40-minute drive apart. He felt a bead of sweat form discreetly. Accompanying Yi Li for her medicine at noon would mean rushing to the group headquarters immediately after work, and then returning right after she finished, making for a rather hectic lunch break. He lowered his gaze to Yi Li, who showed no inclination to speak on his behalf. In Chapter 32, The Pinnacle Showdown, Yi Li appeared before him, gentle and amiable, devoid of any airs befitting a corporate president, as approachable as a beloved daughter. This eased Xiao Changtian's heart, his face adorned with a kind smile. Xiao Jinbei intended to take his father to dine at a hotel restaurant, and Xiao Changtian did not object. With his left hand guiding his father and his right hand holding Yi Li's, they chose a restaurant specializing in global cuisine. As the shimmering doors swung open, a kaleidoscope of diverse faces greeted them. People of various skin tones mingling amidst the clinking of glasses, the romantic play of light, and the elegant ambience starkly contrasting with the snowy world outside. Xiao Changtian slowed his pace, relying on Xiao Jinbei's support to move forward. "Thanks to Lily, my father is willing to visit such a place today," Xiao Jinbei remarked with a smile. Xiao Changtian, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, "Well, I am getting older, and my legs are not as nimble. I do not wish to be a burden." "Let us sit here," Yi Li suggested, pointing to a window-side booth. It was a cozy spot, with a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the hotel's scenic garden, where a musical fountain was in full display. As Xiao Jinbei assisted Xiao Changtian toward the booth, a cheerful voice called out, "Yongfeng, over here, over here. I prefer sitting here." The sound of high heels approached rapidly, prompting Xiao Jinbei to step aside with Xiao Changtian. The restaurant's passageway was quite spacious, and the two individuals walking side by side posed no obstruction. The urgency in her voice hinted at a palpable impatience, prompting concern that she might inadvertently harm someone. As the lady in high heels leapt before Xiao Jinbei, she abruptly halted. His gaze met the slightly breathless Yao Qin. "What brings you to such a place?" Yao Qin exclaimed in astonishment. "This is a global gourmet restaurant, serving delicacies from a staggering 32 countries today, with an average expenditure exceeding 3,000 per person. Simply indulging here could easily cost thousands in this upscale dining establishment. It catered to affluent patrons like Xie Yongfeng, and Xiao Jinbei could certainly afford it, having brought two companions along." Yao Qin glanced at Xiao Chantian, who remained unchanged, dressed heavily, short and squat, resembling a half-buried utility pole, his air of penury undiminished. Her gaze then shifted to Yi Li, and she was momentarily taken aback. It was as if she had locked eyes with a resplendent rose. Her modest pride crumbled in the presence of Yi Li. What made her feel most inadequate was the aura exuded by Yi Li, radiating confidence and elegance that rendered Yao Qin hesitant to meet her gaze. "Are you not leaving?" Xiao Jinbei's voice was chillingly indifferent. "Oh," Yao Qin turned, attempting to grasp Xie Yongfeng's arm. At that moment, finding a support to prop up her crumbling self-esteem was of utmost importance. Yet, she found Xie Yongfeng's eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Yi Li. Yao Qin stepped aside slightly, allowing Xie Yongfeng to brush past her shoulder and approach Yi Li, extending his plump hand. "Messieurs, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Greetings." Yi Li cast a sidelong glance at Xie Yongfeng's hand, her demeanor icy and distant. "I am here with my fiancé and father for a meal." What? Xie Yongfeng's hand drooped, falling from its lofty position to hang limply by his side, his astonishment directed towards Xiao Jinbei. Xiao Jinbei sneered. "Do you wish to conduct business with my Li Sheng group, Mr. Xie? Your aspirations are futile." He took one companion by each hand, leading Xiao Chantian and Yi Li away. Left standing in place, Xie Yongfeng slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn it! A lucrative opportunity had just slipped through his fingers. The newly constructed headquarters of Li Sheng Group was nearing completion, and recently, the project manager had hosted a bidding meeting for office furnishings with a budget of 50 million. Yet, this was not the primary focus of furniture vendors vying for the project. There lay an even more enticing, long-term opportunity that captivated their interest. Li Sheng Group's real estate division specialized in premium projects, catering exclusively to the wealthy elite. Through this collaboration, furniture vendors hoped to establish connections with Li Sheng Real Estate. The properties sold by Li Sheng were all fully furnished, with announcements made that starting next year, every furnished unit would come complete with high-quality furnishings, allowing homeowners to move in seamlessly. Calculating the cost, a 100 square meter unit would require at least 100,000 in furnishings. With 10,000 units, the profit was unfathomable. Moreover, real estate development was a perpetual cycle, with new projects continuously emerging, this year, next year, and the year after, ensuring that as long as Li Sheng Real Estate thrived, the CF family would have an unending source of wealth to rely upon. Xie Yongfeng was both furious and vexed. Yi Li had inadvertently revealed her fiancé and father. Xiao Jinbei was indeed her partner, and being his sworn enemy, Xie Yongfeng would never be afforded an opportunity. If this were to reach the ears of Mr. Xie, he would recall that 6 months ago, he had entrusted the opportunity to collaborate with Li Sheng Real Estate to Xie Yongfeng, urging him to diligently follow through and, amidst the current market downturn, to cling to Li Sheng for support. Yet, the situation has unfolded in such a manner that Xie Yongfeng's previously buoyant spirits, buoyed by the prospect of indulging in global cuisine, have been thoroughly dashed. He turned on his heel, and at that moment, Yao Qin grasped his arm, inquiring where he intended to go. This hotel, renowned for its high expenditure and exquisite ambience, had long been a place Yao Qin yearned to experience. Among the trifecta of essentials for a sophisticated woman is the enjoyment of global delicacies, which serves to enhance conversational prowess. However, such an establishment, devoid of a man to foot the bill, was beyond her solitary means. "I want to eat," Xie Yongfeng declared, his expression darkening. Yao Qin felt a sting in her eyes, recognizing the frustration that emanated from Xie Yongfeng as he grappled with his failed attempts to curry favor with Mr. Yi, leaving him humiliated. Yet, she was not one to empathize with another's plight. Instead, she felt the weight of his disdain, which pierced her heart. Her gaze instinctively drifted to the already seated Xiao Jinbei, who wore a gentle countenance. His fiancée, Yi, and father were perusing the menu. While he alternated his attention between the two, leaning in to elucidate any inquiries his father had. In stark contrast, Xiao Jinbei had never cast her a disparaging glance. Not once. Even during their time in a dilapidated rental, he toiled day and night, working until dawn to head straight to the office, yet never lost his temper. The chauffeured vehicles he drove were luxury cars, engaging with individuals of stature and influence. On occasions when he encountered inebriated clients who hurled insults or even resorted to violence, he would return home, injured, but would never transfer his frustrations onto her. Tears welled in Yao Qin's eyes, her heart heavy with sadness. Xie Yongfeng, realizing he had upset her, quickly wrapped an arm around her slender waist, apologizing, "I'm sorry, dear. I've encountered a little trouble in business. My mood is simply poor. Please understand." He coaxed Yao Qin into selecting a seat, positioning them a bit further from Xiao Jinbei's table. Yao Qin deliberately turned her back to him as she lifted her wine glass. Yet, as soon as she poured the wine, Xie Yongfeng began to vent his grievances. "Damn it, that good business of mine has been ruined by Xiao Jinbei. If it weren't for him, we would have secured a 50 million yuan order for office furniture from Lixing Group at the start of the year. Without him, we would have been poised to establish a long-term collaboration with Lixing Real Estate by mid-next year, supplying furniture for luxury apartments and reaping substantial profits. Damn it." Yao Qin ordered her favorite red wine, a distinguished vintage from a renowned French vineyard. Yet, as she listened to Xie Yongfeng's crude remarks, the exquisite taste of the wine eluded her. Chapter 33. Yao Qin. I regretted Xie Yongfeng was seething with anger, his lips flapping like a machine gun. What on earth is Xiao Jinbei? Just a mere worker, wearing a ridiculous green hat, penniless, without a car or a home, and no wealthy father. What gave him the right to win over Mr. Yi? Does he possess some extraordinary attribute that Mr. Yi is lacking? His eloquence, usually charming, was now reduced to nothing but utter nonsense, painfully unpleasant to hear. Yao Qin dared not utter a word, feeling as though inserting herself into the conversation would provoke Xie Yongfeng's wrath. She feared becoming the target for his misplaced anger, bearing the brunt of his negative emotions. Caught in a whirlwind of trepidation and sorrow, she remained silent. From time to time, she would glance back, surreptitiously observing Xiao Jinbei. Whenever she felt startled and trembled in the presence of Xie Yongfeng, Xiao Jinbei's gentle, jade-like smile served as a mirror, reflecting her current expression, which was replete with regret. She regretted it, indeed. She regretted abandoning the elegant gentleman, Xiao Jinbei, in favor of the ostentatious Xie Yongfeng. Xie Yongfeng would erupt with fury over trivial matters. At this rate, should he fall ill or face business misfortunes, he might resort to violence. Today, Xie Yongfeng dared to insult and demean others in her presence. In the future, he would not hesitate to disrespect her, perhaps even subjecting her to domestic abuse. Yao Qin, filled with trepidation, continued to eat. At that moment, Xiao Jinbei assisted Xiao Changtian in leaving the table. Yi Li's voice drifted over. "Do you need me to help Uncle back to his room?" Xiao Jinbei replied, "No. You enjoy your meal. I will take him." Given his age, Xiao Changtian would feel satisfied with just a taste. Xiao Jinbei first escorted him back to rest. Yao Qin watched his retreating figure, her gaze unblinking. Suddenly, Xie Yongfeng sprang to his feet. "Qin, take your time eating. I'm going to chat with General Yi." As Yao Qin diverted her attention back from Xiao Jinbei, she noticed Xie Yongfeng had already left their private table, striding towards Yi Li with exaggerated swagger. Jealousy crept across Yao Qin's face as she rolled her eyes at Yi Li. That shameless woman. She looks several years older than Xiao Jinbei, and yet clings to a young man. To her astonishment, she realized that while her boyfriend, Xie Yongfeng, shamelessly pursued Yi Li, she felt envious of Xiao Jinbei instead. It became clear who truly mattered to her. Yao Qin sent a message to Xie Yongfeng. "Darling, I'm feeling a bit down. I'm stepping out for some fresh air, but I'll be back soon. Grabbing her bag and clutching a crumpled tissue in her palm, she hurriedly exited. After ensuring Xiao Changtian was settled, Xiao Jinbei made his way back, and upon reaching the garden several hundred meters away from the dining hall, he heard Yao Qin's voice calling out to him from behind a small flower stand adorned with chrysanthemums. In the biting winter wind, Yao Qin's face was pale. Her hair whipped about chaotically, harmonizing with the wild display of the white chrysanthemums. Xiao Jinbei glanced back briefly, then resumed his stride. Wait, Yao Qin dashed out. I have something to say to you. Xie Yongfeng had taught her that women should know when to cut their losses. She resolved to do just that. Abandon Xie Yongfeng and turn back to reconcile with the virtuous Xiao Jinbei. How clever. I have nothing to say to you, Xiao Jinbei declared. Lengthening his strides, Yao Qin pursued him, her voice tinged with desperation. General Yi is watching. Are you certain you want her to see us in this tangled mess? Xiao Jinbei denied her the opportunity to express her desire for reconciliation as she chased after him, pulling at him in full view of others, tears streaming down her face. Unwilling to believe that Xiao Jinbei wished for such an outcome, Xiao Jinbei finally halted. Jinbei, come here, let us talk slowly. Yao Qin reached out to embrace him. Xiao Jinbei evaded her grasp, stating, Speak quickly. I'll give you 3 minutes. It's not that I fear for my image, but rather to make you realize that you mean nothing to me now. Yao Qin, aware of her own shortcomings, adopted a somewhat conciliatory tone. In the northern region of Jin, I have pondered extensively over the past few days, regretting that we could not reach the end together. Xiao Jinbei glanced over. Let's start anew, said Yao Qin. Xiao Jinbei chuckled in disbelief. Who has given you the audacity to utter such words? Yao Qin retorted, Isn't Mr. Yi in his 30s? Women in their 30s are like crumbling tofu. Devoid of makeup, they reveal a face marred by age. Yet, I am merely 23. She was younger than Mr. Yi, more vibrant and full of life. It is said that men are perpetually enamored by 18-year-olds. She believed her youth would grant her the confidence to conquer Mr. Yi and reclaim Xiao Jinbei. The allure of her youthful beauty emboldened her. Yao Qin lifted her chin slightly, attempting to present herself as exceptionally attractive. Xiao Jinbei stifled a laugh, implying that his beloved Lily was unattractive. Lily? Yao Qin paused, momentarily confused by the name, but upon reflection, she felt a jolt. Jealousy surged within her. Are you two that close? She could not suppress her anger. Xiao Jinbei replied, Lily is my dear little treasure. Does this explanation satisfy you? Tears streamed down Yao Qin's face. Isn't Lily just wealthy? What makes her so remarkable? Xiao Jinbei's affection was her personal domain. How could it be shared with Li? Li had snatched away the love that belonged to her, igniting her fury. Xiao Jinbei regarded her coldly, stating, Were it not for my ascent to the position of president and the power and wealth I now hold, you would still perceive me as insignificant. You, with aspirations higher than the heavens, yet a life as fragile as paper. To borrow Lily's words, you have no princess-like fate, yet you possess a severe case of princess syndrome. Return home to remedy your affliction and spare yourself from further embarrassment. With that, Xiao Jinbei departed. Yao Qin felt as if struck by lightning, stunned by his words. Xiao Jinbei rebuked her. What? She had approached him with goodwill, seeking reconciliation, yet he remained unappreciative. How could he treat her thus? She had lowered herself to extend an olive branch, providing Xiao Jinbei with another chance to have her back. His unwillingness to cooperate in mending their relationship must surely be due to Li's status as the company president. He was not a man who could be swayed by wealth or status. Previously, many affluent women had approached him, offering to be his mistress with a monthly allowance of 1 million. Yet he had declined, preferring to brave the elements and toil for the woman he loved. Yao Qin could not fathom this drastic change in Xiao Jinbei. In an instant, her wrath was redirected towards Li. It must be that the older woman had employed underhanded tactics to keep Xiao Jinbei tethered to her. Just wait. She would gradually uncover the truth and expose the despicable nature of the older woman who preyed upon young men. Yao Qin, do you enjoy the taste of the northwestern winds? As Xiao Jinbei entered, Xie Yongfeng emerged hastily. Yao Qin immediately recognized that Li Li would not tolerate two men in her vicinity. Xie Yongfeng appeared diminished in Xiao Jinbei's presence. Possessing an unremarkable face and an unflattering physique, feeling inferior as he fled to find her. Yao Qin approached him, and Xie Yongfeng grasped the nape of her neck. "My dear, what are you thinking?" "Just catching my breath," she replied. "Is your heart still heavy?" "Not anymore." Xie Yongfeng's demeanor softened slightly. Their business had crumbled due to Xiao Jinbei's influence, and the Xie family had been cast aside by Li Li. It was an undeniable truth that wealth had slipped through their fingers. He could not afford to lose Yao Qin. She was beautiful. A beautiful woman is a splendid remedy for a man's emotional wounds. Chapter 34. If you do not want me, then I shall not want you. Xiao Jinbei took a seat. Yi Li inquired about your acquaintance with that girl. Xie Yongfeng had been flattering her for quite some time while standing beside her table. And he was also with Yao Qin. Yi Li's eyes sparkled with insight. "My ex-girlfriend," she remarked with a smile, "quite beautiful." "Not as beautiful as you," Xiao Jinbei countered, pouring himself a glass of wine and lightly clinking it against Yi Li's. "You become ensnared by her." Xiao Jinbei looked up, while Yi Li remained composed. "I saw her leave." Xiao Jinbei struggled to articulate the tangled relationships. "Regret is futile. I had long since moved on from her." Yi Li responded. "You hold an unforgiving stance towards the woman who betrayed you. Of course, no man relishes accepting a woman who has been trampled upon. You are rather fierce." Yi Li chuckled. Xiao Jinbei playfully pinched her cheek. "Little treasure, remember this. If you cast me aside, I shall not look back." Xiao Jinbei was imparting the message. "I do not desire you, nor should you desire me. Indeed, when you no longer wish for me, I too shall forego wanting you." Such heartlessness. Yi Li swatted Xiao Jinbei's hand away, yet a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. "Affection is reciprocal. I advocate for mutual affection." Yi Li cast a glance at Xie Yongfeng as he rejoined Yao Qin. "She cheated, and it was for that man, surnamed Xie." "Indeed," Yi Li laughed. "That man lacks the elegance of a gentleman, yet suffers from the malady of arrogance, short, stout, and cunning. He is neither as handsome nor as clever as you." Xiao Jinbei playfully filicute Yi Li's forehead, vesting. "You speak the truth. Mr. Xie pales in comparison to you by a wide margin. He possesses wealth and a father who knows how to generate more. You are wealthy now as well, and you have me to help you prosper. Do you wish to reconcile with your ex-girlfriend?" Xiao Jinbei gazed silently at Yi Li, unable to decipher her thoughts. "Your ex-girlfriend is youthful and beautiful, and she actively seeks reconciliation. Does this not stir your heart?" Xiao Jinbei leaned across the table, cupping Yi Li's face. "I understand now. You are feeling jealous." Who would have thought that the formidable female CEO could be susceptible to jealousy? "Not at all. You are overthinking." Yi Li turned her face aside. "Are you afraid of losing me?" "Nonsense." Xiao Jinbei grinned mischievously. "Then let the gentleman's ailment be treated as a princess's affliction, and let our little treasure, Li Li, be joyful every day, shall we?" "You." Yi Li's earlobes turned crimson at his flattery. "Haha, let us drink." While they engaged in playful banter, Yao Qin sat across from Xie Yongfeng with a face as sour as a bitter melon, her plate of Brazilian barbecue untouched and cold. "Yao Qin, you regret it, don't you?" Xie Yongfeng asked. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yao Qin quickly gulped some red wine to mask her disordered emotions. Admitting regret would be tantamount to acknowledging that abandoning Xiao Jinbei was a mistake. Throughout her life, she had been met with praise, applause, envy, and flattery. She was flawless in the eyes of others and could not allow them to see her flaws. Regret surged like a flood, yet Yao Qin concealed it well. "Qin, you need not envy Xiao Jinbei for his power and wealth. My assets surpass his, and my influence is weightier," Xie Yongfeng asserted with unshakable confidence. The round table was imbued with an inexplicable assurance. Xiao Jinbei merely enjoys the status of a boyfriend. Yi Li has invested hundreds of thousands in him and even arranged for him to become the general manager of the real estate department. This is the pinnacle of his ascent. He was born into privilege, a true scion of wealth, exuding an air of superiority. Unlike before, when Yao Qin would be captivated by Xie Yongfeng's grandiloquent tales, she simply nodded in silence. She was not blind, She could discern how well Xiao Jinbei was faring, clad in a luxurious Prada suit and driving a Maybach. Xiao Jinbei's status was unmistakable. The Li Sheng Group boasted total assets in the billions, with stock prices soaring at 33. In stark contrast, Xie Yongfeng donned a modest jacket paired with jeans, his entire ensemble costing no more than 2,000. His vehicle was unremarkable as well, and he often boasted about wanting to experience a humble life by taking the subway. Xie Yongfeng rambled on. Qin, Xiao Jinbei knows nothing of women. Before long, President Yi will cast him aside. I have always cherished you. You shall forever be my princess. Yao Qin was about to force a nod in response when her phone rang. She answered it with urgency. Yongfeng, my grandmother is gravely ill. My father requests your presence at our home. Yao Qin sprang to her feet in distress. I think it best if I don't go, he replied nonchalantly. He's not a doctor. It's pointless for him to make the long trip. Yao Qin's family awaited Xie Yongfeng's financial assistance for her grandmother's medical care. She noticed his indifference, but refrained from expressing anger. Pressing with impatience, she urged, hurry. Xie Yongfeng retorted, I have a business matter to attend to. Yao Qin wept. If you do not visit my home today, we shall part ways. A boyfriend's worth lies in alleviating his girlfriend's burdens. Yao Qin sought not emotional solace, but economic support, which Xie Yongfeng sufficiently provided. Only then would she entertain a romantic relationship. Otherwise, she would not settle for a boyfriend devoid of value. With a forced smile, Xie Yongfeng lazily rose, draping an arm over Yao Qin's shoulder. My dear, if your grandmother is unwell, she should remain in the hospital for treatment. Why bring her home? Yao Qin busied herself with her bag. Xie Yongfeng continued, bringing the patient home will only cause chaos. I cannot comprehend this approach. Driven to her limit, Yao Qin exclaimed, if my family were as wealthy as yours, you wouldn't dare speak so flippantly. Xie Yongfeng paused, taken aback. Your family can't even afford the medical bills for your grandmother? Yao Qin realized she had misspoken and quickly clarified. What I meant was, my grandmother has been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, having devoted her life to the family. She understands her condition and wishes to avoid being a burden. She insists on being discharged. Oh, what a kind-hearted elder, Xie Yongfeng remarked. Today, he was driving his own car, while Yao Qin navigated her own, making the call convenient. Ma Yuran, guiding her over the phone, insisted you must extract 100,000 from Yongfeng today. Yao Qin furrowed her brow. Mom, why so much? She believed that a request for 10,000 would suffice to charm Xie Yongfeng into granting her favor. However, 100,000 was a substantial sum, and her greed was all too evident. Xie Yongfeng was not in a relationship with her merely to spend money. He sought love. Chapter 35. Xie Yongfeng was frightened into considering escape. The Yao family was shrouded in chaos. Yao Guangrong lit a cigarette, taking deep drags as thick clouds of smoke enveloped the living room. Ma Yuran's eyes were prominently baggy, and her dark lips and face sat at the entrance. Xie Yongfeng arrived in haste, having not purchased anything. Ma Yuran and Yao Guangrong approached him, and he rummaged through his wallet, revealing little cash. Uncle and aunt, I came in a rush and didn't buy any nutritional supplements for Grandma. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. He extended the money towards them. Ma Yuran glanced at the thin red bill, her expression a mix of complexity. Xie Yongfeng's bright eyes sparkled with an unusual glint. Perceiving the amount as insufficient, he emptied his cash, though it totaled only 800 yuan. Yet he offered all of his heartfelt intentions. The recipient's dissatisfaction revealed a sense of greed and a lack of integrity. In merely half a month of dating Yao Qin, he had already spent over 90,000 yuan, 70,000 of which went towards purchasing bags and boots for her, treating her to lavish meals, and an additional 8,000 yuan for today's buffet. Previously, he had gifted 5,000 yuan as a red envelope when Grandma was in the hospital, alongside other small expenditures for casual dates. Engaging in romance was not akin to charity work. He desired a partner, not a burden laden with family responsibilities. Xie Yongfeng's expression shifted slightly as he turned to hand the money to Yao Qin. Here, Qin, buy something for Grandma that she can enjoy. I have business matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. As Xie Yongfeng prepared to depart, Yao Guangrong stubbed out his cigarette and kicked Ma Yuran. Ma Yuran rushed forward to intercept him. Good son-in-law, it's rare for you to visit. Stay for a meal before you go. It was only 4 in the afternoon. Too early for dinner yet. Xie Yongfeng smiled politely. No, I have matters to attend to. Ma Yuran and Yao Guangrong exchanged glances at Yao Qin. Pressured and on the brink of tears, she choked. Yongfeng, you've just arrived at my home and you're leaving already? Have we not been hospitable enough? Not at all. Where did your thoughts wander? Then stay, eat dinner first before you leave. Just as Xie Yongfeng opened his mouth to excuse himself, Yao Qin, with tears glistening like pear blossoms, implored, if you leave now, we will break up. Threatening a man with a breakup is akin to grasping his throat. She had employed this tactic countless times with Xiao Jinbei, who had always capitulated. Her deep affection bred a fear of loss, rendering her hesitant to contradict her wishes. Xie Yongfeng's expression darkened somewhat, yet he ultimately decided to remain. You have mentioned breaking up twice today. Yao Qin continued to weep. It's because you've been provoking my anger. Xie Yongfeng softened his tone. Princess, while a little playful petulance may be endearing, crying wolf too often may lead to losing one's authority. She didn't comprehend the concept of crying wolf. She simply knew that if he loved her, he would heed her wishes. What sort of logic is that? It's the logic from the romance manual for women. Oh, if you love me, you must comply with my every whim. Indeed, a man's love for a woman is often expressed through unwavering obedience to her demands. Xie Yongfeng sighed deeply. This was not his first foray into romance. He had encountered women since high school, and while he had not had 1,000, he had certainly met his fair share. Among the many women, some possessed a strong desire for control. However, the control they exerted typically revolved around restraining his physical pursuits, ensuring he didn't flit from one to another in a single day. He regarded their small whims as inconsequential. Yao Qin, however, was the first woman who sought to dominate his intellect. She had turned him into a tool, and for her to wield him effectively, he must acquiesce to her designs. To disregard her is to not love her. She perceives this lack of affection and resorts to threatening separation. Xie Yongfeng feels as though a handcuff has tightened around his neck, nearly suffocating him. I dislike being constrained, he declares. I also abhor a boyfriend who is selfish. Yao Qin retorts. To disregard your feelings is indeed selfish. Precisely. If a boyfriend were not selfish, he would naturally consider my emotions and needs. If he does not adopt a more favorable attitude towards her, she will likely assert once more that they are incompatible and should part ways. Xie Yongfeng's eyes widen as he surveys Yao Qin, her exquisite visage, her statuesque figure, her waist that could be grasped delicately by a man's hand. Every aspect of her aligns with what men find desirable. He endures it, at least until he has had his fill, to be more precise, until he has satisfied his desires. Yao Qin surpasses the 999 women he has encountered before. He playfully pinches her nose. Little enchantress, you have found my soft spot. Yao Qin leans closer, nuzzling against his slight paunch. This is all you're doing. You promised to indulge me, and I am your princess. Sighing, Xie Yongfeng gazes skyward. He has uttered this phrase to all 999 of his former girlfriends. They initially believed in him, eagerly following him, lavishing him with affection, only to soon denounce him as a scoundrel, losing faith and departing. Only Yao Qin has remained steadfast, believing in him from the start and continuing to do so. Is she truly naive and easy to deceive, or has he simply yet to earn her devotion? Her affection for him is profound and unwavering. The two frolicked in the yard for a while until Yao Zuxin returned. A BMW parked outside the gate, drawing the attention of neighbors who were munching on sunflower seeds. The big boss is back. Yao boss, when will you arrange a job for your brothers? My wife is threatening to abandon me because I am not earning enough. Yao boss, help me achieve greatness. My ex-wife haunts me with dread. Whenever someone in our group passes away, she inquires if it is me. Amidst the flattery and envy of onlookers, Yao Zuxin stepped through the gate. Upon seeing Xie Yongfeng, his eyes sparkled. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? The whirlwind has returned to meet the wealth-bringing brother-in-law. The unsold cement now relies on you. He eagerly anticipated the prosperous brother-in-law to elevate him. Xie Yongfeng overheard the neighbors and noticed the BMW. With a hearty laugh, he approached Yao Zuxin, clasping his hand in a warm greeting. The cement business is thriving. I see. Yao Zuxin beamed with flattery. Your furniture factory is doing even better. We are both fortunate. My brother-in-law possesses remarkable talent, capable of excelling in business, renowned for his wealth throughout the region. Their conversation flourished. Xie Yongfeng's wound from losing the opportunity to collaborate with Lixing Group began to heal. He felt a sense of satisfaction in having a capable brother-in-law. Though he had lost the coveted partnership with Lixing Group, he was untroubled, for he could secure other collaborative opportunities through his industrious brother-in-law. Due to the adverse effects of the industry downturn, exes sales have plummeted this year, leading to a staggering loss of over 3 million. The mounting labor costs add to the burden, prompting him to seek your assistance in introducing several real estate developers who specialize in fully furnished homes, catering to homeowners ready to move in. His father wishes to restructure the sales channels. In an instant, Yao Zuxin's demeanor soured, feeling that his emotions had been squandered. He returned hastily upon receiving a call from Yao Guangrong, seeking a meeting with Xie Yongfeng, primarily due to the cement factory cessation of operations and the consequent unsold inventory. He hoped to leverage the substantial resources of the affluent Xie Yongfeng to his advantage. Historically, the furniture industry has been intertwined with real estate, and he anticipated that Xie Yongfeng would guide him toward success, much like Xiao Jinbei had done. However, to his dismay, Xie Yongfeng turned the tables and found himself pleading for assistance instead. Xie Yongfeng, witnessing Yao Zuxin's glum expression, felt his own mood darken. Whenever Yao Qin was displeased, she would threaten to end their relationship, while Ma Yuran frowned upon the meager finances and refused to engage. Yao Zuxin's gloomy demeanor revealed the emotional volatility of his family. He recalled his father's wisdom. Those who cannot manage their emotions are ill-equipped for significant endeavors. One's capacity for endurance dictates their vision and social circle. Individuals with low resilience are confined to their immediate circles, limiting their life prospects. With a huff, Yao Zuxin did not even enter the living room, opting instead to rev the engine and drive away. Ma Yuran, busy preparing dinner, heard the car start and rushed out. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Son, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Yao Zuxin muttered a curse under his breath. Unaware of the earlier altercation between Yao Zuxin and Xie Yongfeng, Ma Yuran assumed he was lashing out at his parents. Recently, Yao Zuxin had been blaming them for their inability to support his career, and his resentment toward his parents had grown, particularly for not properly educating Yao Qin, leading her to miss out on the affluent Xiao Jinbei. Ma Yuran leaned against the car window, coaxing her son, "Darling, your brother-in-law is here. He will assist you. Please go inside, have a meal, drink some wine, and have a good conversation with him." In Chapter 36, rumors circulated about the Xie family's wealth. But Yao Zuxin appeared as if he owed them his very life, accelerating away in frustration. Ma Yuran, bewildered, thought, "This child has been spoiled. His temper is volatile," showing no consideration for his parents. As dinner was served, Ma Yuran poured wine for Xie Yongfeng while expressing her grievances. "Yongfeng, I hope you could do me a favor." Xie Yongfeng, feeling irritable and yet to touch his food, responded, "Annie, what is it? My son Zuxin's cement factory is struggling, and he is under immense pressure. I hope you can introduce him to some real estate developers." Zuxin's only hope lay with Yongfeng, whose extensive connections could be invaluable. "He is doing well. Our family operates a furniture factory," Xie Yongfeng replied. Ma Yuran remained oblivious to his internal shift, assuring herself that collaboration between the furniture and real estate industries was common, and asking for help was not a difficult request. By introducing the real estate developers he worked with to Zuxin, the connections could pave the way for endless business opportunities. Previously, the ineffectual Xiao Jinbei had facilitated Xie Yongfeng's entry into the cement industry, smoothing the path for sales channels. Ma Yuran firmly believed that with Xie Yongfeng's considerable resources, securing prosperity for Zuxin would be a mere matter of a few gestures. As the styles of imported furniture diversify, the materials become simpler and more affordable, and online shopping enhances offline services, traditional furniture manufacturers find themselves in a precarious position. This year, My family is also seeking collaboration with real estate developers. The CF family, established as a traditional furniture factory, has evolved from a small workshop into a significant enterprise. While holding a moderate financial standing within the furniture industry, they remain inconspicuous amidst numerous brands, unable to even brush shoulders with the titans of real estate. 6 months ago, Xia's father spent hundreds of thousands to bribe the general manager of Lixing Real Estate, securing the opportunity to participate in the bidding for office furniture for the Lixing headquarters. With this thought, Xia Yongfeng raised his glass and gulped it down, his anger surging anew. The toil and effort of his father had been utterly squandered by Xiao Jinbei. Ma Yulan was taken aback, implying that he was unable to assist Zhu Xin. As these words escaped her lips, Yao Guangrong directed a lethal gaze at Xie Yongfeng, having awaited his arrangement for the office director position. If Xie Yongfeng could not introduce Zhu Xin to his network, it would cast doubts on the potential of leveraging the CF family connections for employment. Under the scrutiny of complex gazes, Xie Yongfeng spoke the truth. His family had no ties with the real estate developers. Today, having seen the true nature of the Yao family, he no longer wished to maintain a faade. To continue painting grand visions for the Yao family would only invite further exploitation. As they sought to drain him of his resources, Ma Yulan's countenance fell. Xie Yongfeng's connections were so feeble that even the intrepid Xiao Jinbei surpassed him. If he could not facilitate even minor business introductions for Zhu Xin, what purpose did he serve? Yongfeng, what about my job? Have you made any arrangements? Yao Guangrong strained to maintain his composure, his fingers trembling. Oh, uncle, it's like this. And so began the rhetoric of the CF family. 3 minutes later, uncle, don't rush. Let's wait until after the new year to start work. By then, the weather will be warmer and grandma will be well. You can confidently go out to work. Not just anyone could be appointed as the office director. Previously, when he painted grand visions for Yao Guangrong, it was merely to enhance his own standing and pave the way for securing Yao Qin, initially intending to delay until after the new year, hoping that Yao Guangrong would either seek alternative paths or that Yao Qin would be ready to marry after a month of discussions. Today, however, Yao Guangrong could no longer wait and press for answers. He was unafraid. The Yao family had seen through him, and he had discerned their true nature as well. Neither party was virtuous, and if a deal could not be struck, so be it. Ma Yulan, suspecting the CF family, blurted out, Yongfeng, is it true that your family's assets are in the millions? Given the current market downturn, business is generally tough. Xie Yongfeng raised an eyebrow. Ma Yulan pressed further, implying that the rumored wealth of the CF family might be unfounded. Xie Yongfeng silently thought to himself, what a fierce woman, maintaining a facade of a smile. He understood that her insinuation was that if he were not indeed worth millions, they would need to reconsider the relationship between Yao Qin and himself. No, Gog. That's not what I meant, Ma Yulan said, her face reddening as she sought assistance from Yao Guangrong. Come, let us drink. Don't pay heed to the women's nonsense. Yao Guangrong raised his glass. Yao Qin interjected, Dad, you need to take care of your liver. You shouldn't drink. It's fine. I'm happy tonight. I'll have a drink with Yongfeng. Yao Guangrong was genuinely delighted, sharing an entire bottle of strong liquor with Xie Yongfeng. He collapsed drunk at the dining table, and Ma Yuran helped him back to his room. Xie Yongfeng called for a designated driver and waited for the chauffeur in the courtyard. Yao Qin suggested, go and see my grandmother. She has been thinking of you. Huh. She must be thinking of my money. Xie Yongfeng, inebriated, tore off his facade, his face flushed and bloodied. If you keep speaking recklessly, I will. Yao Qin restrained herself from saying break up. Regardless of whether Xie Yongfeng possessed millions, she needed to hold on to him. Even if it were only a few $100,000, the betrothal gift could not be less than what Xiao Jinbei had once offered. Her family was besieged on all sides, in dire need of funds to alleviate their pressing crisis. Xie Yongfeng stood in the courtyard when his grandfather, supporting his grandmother, came looking for him. From afar, the old man extended his cane, calling out, Yongfeng, good child, you've arrived. Why don't you go see your grandmother? His grandfather was anxious. Your grandmother is thinking of you. She misses you dearly. A chilling wind blew, causing Xie Yongfeng to shiver, his mind clearing somewhat. Oh, grandmother, your health is poor. You should stay indoors and rest. Coming out in the cold will worry the family. His grandmother extended her hand, waiting for him to grasp it, her body trembling uncontrollably. With a tearful voice, she lamented, "Yongfeng, you are the only one who cares for me." During her hospitalization, a comprehensive examination revealed that she was in the mid-stages of lung cancer. The doctor recommended surgery followed by chemotherapy with a projected 5-year survival rate. However, Ma Yuran and Yao Guangrong brought her back, insisting on conservative treatment. This merely involved taking some medication prescribed by the hospital, without a dedicated physician to care for her. Her condition worsened day by day, and it seemed she could hardly endure much longer. Unfilial descendants, refusing to provide me with medical care, she lamented. Finally finding solace in Xie Yongfeng, crying heartbrokenly. Yao Qin was infuriated and retorted, "Grandmother, don't say such things. My parents have done nothing to deny you care." It was clear they lacked the funds to cover the hundreds of thousands required for medical expenses. The elderly woman failed to comprehend her family's hardships and painted her children as ungrateful in front of outsiders, which was truly detestable. Qin, do not speak out of turn. Your grandmother is neither blind nor deaf. She is fully aware of how you treat me. Her grandmother clutched Xie Yongfeng tightly. Good child, where is your family's hospital? It must be very convenient for me to seek treatment there. Xie Yongfeng sighed. My family does not own a hospital. I told you this last time. That cannot be. Xiao Jinbei, an outsider who cannot afford a house, still manages to see me for treatment. The wealthy Xie family should be able to provide me with superior medical resources. If I cannot rely on my own descendants, I must depend on a good son-in-law. Eager to escape, Xie Yongfeng said, "My designated driver has arrived. Goodbye, grandmother." He withdrew his hand and hurriedly fled. His grandmother, reluctant to let him go, called after him, "Good child, you're the most filial. I do not wish to travel in your luxury vehicle. Just take me to the hospital for surgery, and I will wait for you." Chapter 37. Qin, hurry and chase after Xiao Jinbei. How infuriating. At your age, you should know better than to lament about ungrateful descendants in front of others. Where do we save face? How can you expect respect from us while you act in such a manner? As soon as Xie Yongfeng's car departed, Ma Yuran emerged from the house, seething with anger. Grandmother has gone too far, showing no understanding of our financial struggles. She, diagnosed with mid-stage lung cancer, lamented her fate, exclaiming her age of 71. While recalling her mother who lived to 96, believing in her own longevity genes that promised at least another 20 years. Yet, according to the physician's treatment plan, the combined cost of surgery and chemotherapy would commence at no less than 100,000. The Yao family could scarcely muster even 10,000. The grandmother, overwhelmed with grievance, wept bitterly, recounting her arduous life dedicated to raising her family, marrying her son, and nurturing her grandchildren, only to be abandoned in her time of need. "If you disregard my plight, I will seek treatment with Yongfeng. What is wrong with that? He is well off and devoted. Is it not natural for me to rely on him? Not long ago, he was preparing to take me on a trip in a luxurious RV. Qin mentioned that the RV cost several million, and if he was willing to spend hundreds of thousands on my medical care, what was the harm? I am not beyond healing. It's merely a matter of financial expenditure." Ma Yuran, infuriated, retorted, "Grandmother, listen closely. Xie Yongfeng will never contribute a penny towards your treatment. You speak in haste." The grandmother remained steadfast in her belief of Xie Yongfeng's sincere filial piety, chastising Ma Yuran for her lack of respect towards elders, declaring, "You are the only one who treats your in-laws with disdain. I speak the truth. Xie Yongfeng is miserly and refuses to part with even a cent." Ma Yuran, in her fury, vented her frustration towards him, feeling betrayed after having treated him with utmost respect as a son-in-law. He cannot even assist in introducing business opportunities to Guoxin, nor can he secure a position for Guangrong as an office director. When visiting, he only managed to contribute 800 yuan for medical expenses. Useless. A fa of grandeur. With a sudden collapse, the grandmother fell in the courtyard. The grandfather, trembling with age, attempted to support her, but lost his balance as well. Yao Qin rushed over, and the grandfather commanded her, Quickly call Jinbei. We need him. Xiao Jinbei has ended his relationship with Qin. How many times must I remind you? Ma Yuran shouted. She cared little for anyone's plight as long as it did not involve her or her children. She would never plead with Xiao Chantian on behalf of her in-laws. The grandfather, filled with exasperation, asserted his elder authority, reprimanding. Did you not claim that Xie Yongfeng was exceptional, with a fortune in the millions, running a leading enterprise? Able to manage a prominent furniture business, yet incapable of affording the treatment for your grandmother? You wish to escape the duty of honoring the elderly, hoping they pass away sooner. Indeed, an early demise would bring peace to the household. Ma Yuran often criticized their elderly scent, finding it repugnant. The new car that Yao Qin had purchased over a month ago had yet to be used by the old man. The grandmother had only entered it when taken to the hospital due to illness. Just because someone possesses a fortune, does that obligate them to provide for you? Ma Yuran snapped. With a firm grip, she guided her grandmother back to her room. After administering a bowl of warm water, the grandmother revived, and Ma Yuran pulled Yao Qin outside. It seems we have overestimated Xie Yongfeng. Ma Yuran frowned. Mother, you regret it now, don't you? Yao Qin blinked her eyes innocently. What about you? Ma Yuran hesitated, fearing that admitting her regret would invite blame from her daughter. The daughter might assert that had she intervened and not accepted Xie Yongfeng, she would not have lost Xiao Jinbei. If her parents had been astute enough to see through Xie Yongfeng, she and Xiao Jinbei would be deeply in love. Now, the benefits of being the president and Xiao Jinbei's extraordinary medical skills would still belong to her family. How could they have fallen to such depths? Yao Qin, with her innocent disposition, candidly expressed, since my interactions with Xie Yongfeng, he has not lived up to my expectations of a wealthy individual. He is miserly, slick-tongued, and uncouth. When he insulted someone today, I trembled with fear, worried he might lash out at me. Ma Yuran was immediately alarmed. Regret from one person can be attributed to a flawed perspective, but if two individuals regret, it signifies that Xie Yongfeng is not the benevolent, wealthy person he appears to be. In other words, they had misjudged him, falling into his trap and losing Xiao Jinbei in the process. In comparison, Xiao Jinbei is undoubtedly the better choice. Qin, prepare yourself to pursue Xiao Jinbei. Ma Yuran urged excitedly. How do I pursue him? Yao Qin recalled the scene from earlier today when she had blocked Xiao Jinbei in an attempt to reconcile. He had been as cold as ice towards her, making it difficult for her to approach. I cannot rely solely on my own efforts unless you have a brilliant strategy. Go and tell him you wish to reconcile. I won't cause any more trouble. That won't work. He won't forgive me. Xiao Jinbei is head over heels for you. He cannot live without you. You have only been gone for a month. He must be longing for you day and night. Yao Qin felt embarrassed to admit she had already tried to pursue Xiao Jinbei and had met with failure. She had even encountered his fiancée, Yi Li, and felt inadequate in comparison. In Ma Yuran's eyes, her daughter was one of a kind, and Xiao Jinbei would be incredibly fortunate to marry Yao Qin. If Yao Qin was willing to look back, Xiao Jinbei would be eager to have her. Ma Yuran advised Yao Qin, tomorrow morning, go to a restaurant, pack some breakfast, and bring it to Xiao Jinbei's company to express your feelings. Will that be effective? Of course. Listen, to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. You have previously only focused on your own enjoyment and neglected Xiao Jinbei. Now that you show genuine concern for him, he will undoubtedly be moved. Yao Qin had not considered this brilliant plan before. It made sense. Previously, Xiao Jinbei had cooked for her and cared for her. Yet she had never offered him even a warm bowl of porridge or a cup of hot water. If she brought him breakfast, his heart would surely be touched by her transformation. Mom, let me ask you again, what if he refuses to accept my breakfast? Just go. Bringing breakfast shows you're softening your stance. If he still refuses, apologize if necessary. Yao Qin nodded in agreement. Ma Yuran gently stroked her hair, saying, remember, when apologizing, do not overdo it. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from saying I am sorry. Men can sense weakness. If you lower yourself just a bit in front of him, he will be elated. Understand. Keep in mind what I said. Men should not be indulged. Okay. Still feeling uneasy, Ma Yuran added, once a man is spoiled, it becomes challenging to manage him. The next day, Yao Qin rose at 6, meticulously preparing her appearance. By 7, she left home, stopping along the way to buy Xiao Jinbei's favorite soup dumplings and beef noodles. With a delicate handbag in one hand and breakfast in the other, she made her grand entrance at the base of the Lishan Group building. Xiao Jinbei had blocked her, and she was unaware of where he worked. She had only heard that Xiao Jinbei was employed at the real estate company, and she assumed the company occupied one of the floors in the corporate building. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was 7:45 a.m. The employees were sparse, and the area in front of the building was desolate. The biting cold wind stung her face, and her nose was turning red from the chill. "Ah, old man, just wait for me in the car." No, I will accompany you upstairs. I'm delivering medication to my daughter-in-law. What about you?" The voices of two elderly men tugged at her attention as their footsteps approached. And when Yao Qin turned to look, her pupils widened in shock. It was actually Xiao Jinbei. The little old man had arrived, bundled up in thick clothing and carrying a small pink bag. Chapter 38. Jinbei, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Encountering Xiao Jinbei at this moment was both fortuitous and unfortunate. The fortunate part was that she could inquire about the president's office to obtain Xiao Jinbei's address, which would facilitate her pursuit of him. The unfortunate part was that Xiao Jinbei held grudges and might ignore her. Steeling herself, Yao Qin approached. "Uncle, it's snowy and the roads are slippery. Why are you out here?" Xiao Jinbei was accompanied by a refined-looking old friend who was a head taller than him. Both elderly gentlemen paused upon seeing Yao Qin. The old friend inquired, "Is this your daughter-in-law?" "No," Xiao Jinbei replied with a detached expression. "Let us go," he called to his companion. "All right, you lead the way. I'll follow." Yao Qin hurriedly stepped in front. "Uncle, I wish to speak with you for a moment. I am delivering health supplements for my daughter-in-law." "I have no time," Xiao Jinbei replied, clutching the pink floral bag. It was a charming little bag that he had purposely bought for Yi Li for 10 yuan. His companion, a retired teacher, had advised him that women appreciate romance, and bringing a thermos to the office would not be appropriate. "Uncle, I want to go in with you," Yao Qin said, tears welling in her eyes. "What do you want to go in for?" "I brought breakfast for Jinbei." She raised the plastic bag for Xiao Jinbei to see. She had matured and was now concerned for Xiao Jinbei. She had changed, and Xiao Jinbei's eyes brightened at the sight. He should have noticed that. Turning back, having come this far, what more could Xiao Jinbei say? Yi Li was merely an older woman with a bit of money. Apart from her wealth, she was nothing. If she was willing to turn back, the astute Xiao Jinbei would naturally choose her. "My son's household has servants, and they offer dozens of breakfast options. He has already eaten." Xiao Jinbei waved at the security guards. Two spirited young men rushed over. "Good morning, uncle." "Good morning. It's cold and slippery. It must be hard for you to be out." "Not at all. Taking care of my daughter-in-law is my responsibility." One young man helped Xiao Jinbei with a pink bag, while the other assisted him up. As the revolving glass door opened, Yao Qin also attempted to enter, but the security guard stopped her. "I want to see President Xiao." Her eyes glistened with tears, and her face expressed deep grievance. "President Xiao is not here. This building is a restricted area for business, and unauthorized personnel are not permitted." Yao Qin felt disheartened. Pointing at the retreating figures of Xiao Jinbei and his companion, she protested that they were less authorized than she was. If they could enter, surely she, a beautiful young woman, could too. The guard, visibly impatient, replied, "That gentleman is President Zhao's father, the father-in-law of Ms. Yi. Their status is different." Yao Qin sensed the disdainful looks directed at her and retreated down the steps, feeling defeated. Xiao Jinbei is not at the headquarters. Where could he be? Regardless, I must see him today to mend our broken bond, as my grandmother is gravely ill and urgently needs support. Yao Qin dialed Yao Zuxin's number, seeking his assistance. "Do you know the address of Xiao Jinbei's real estate company headquarters?" Yao Zuxin responded harshly. "Where are you planning this time?" Yao Qin, aware that her abandonment of Xiao Jinbei for Xie Yongfeng had caused immense damage to her family, refrained from arguing with him despite his vitriol. "My sister brought breakfast for Jinbei. I waited for him downstairs at the group building, but didn't see him," she explained. Yao Zuxin interrupted. "So now you regret chasing after him? Have you no shame? Did you consider your worth when you were cheating?" "You're just a worthless vase. Easily deceived by Xiao Jinbei's sweet words. Tears streamed down Yao Qin's face as she lamented. Can you please stop mocking me? I'm already in a terrible situation. With a car loan of 6,000 due next month, a borrowed 10,000 from a colleague yet to be repaid, and a total debt of 50,000 from 4 lending platforms. Her family was pressuring her to find money for her grandmother's medical expenses. If you can refrain from mocking me, then just return the cooperation contract with leasing real estate to me. Restore my business to the state when Xiao Jinbei supported me. And I'll consider you still my sister, Yao Qin concluded before hanging up the phone, infuriated. Yao Zuxin continued to bombard her with messages. It's the end of the month. I need to repay over 20,000 in car loans and more than 50,000 in high-interest debts. The cement is not selling at all. Yao Qin, you've brought this disaster upon me. You need to come up with 70,000 to help me pay off my debts. Your chosen Xie Yongfeng is wealthy. Go find him. I don't care if you have to share a bed or ride him. Do whatever it takes to get me the money. You caused this mess. Now you must bear the consequences. In dire circumstances, each sought to preserve their own interests. Yao Zuxin had a clear objective, to reclaim the funds to cover his losses, regardless of Yao Qin's plight. In fact, he believed that her choices had led him to his current state. The cement factory was in dire straits, and Yao Qin bore full responsibility. Even the closest people turned against her, driving Yao Qin to the brink of despair. With no escape in sight, she wandered beneath the group building, the wind and snow dampening her scarf, yet she remained motionless. Xiao Jinbei was her only hope. Half an hour later, a longtime associate of Xiao Chantian emerged. Spotting him alone, Yao Qin wiped her tears and approached with a bright smile. Excuse me, where's my Uncle Xiao? The old associate glanced at her disdainfully and coldly replied, I don't know, before striding away with his hands behind his back. A dark green SUV was parked by the roadside. The associate got in and drove off, stopping about 50 meters ahead. Xiao Chantian emerged from a side entrance of the building, supported by 2 women in professional skirts. They assisted him into the car, which drove a few hundred meters before they turned back. They resembled Yi Li's secretaries. It seemed Xiao Chantian had brought medicine for Yi Li, who must have sent his assistant back after taking it. A bitter sensation enveloped Yao Qin's eyes, and tears surged forth. Xiao Chantian went out in the dead of winter to deliver medicine. How much he must care for Yi Li. This love had once belonged to her, Yao Qin. Xiao Chantian had previously doted on her, always the first to lend a hand when she was in need. Xiao Chantian takes the bus to see his grandparents for medical care. He mentions that the bus is often crowded and uncomfortable, while the subway offers a more pleasant experience. He notes that the subway costs 5 yuan, whereas the bus is only 2, preferring to save money when possible. The elderly man has endured hardships to ensure a more comfortable life for her, yet now he seems reluctant to see her. Unwilling to be pushed out of Xiao Jinbei's world, Yao Qin braves the wind and snow, waiting for over 4 hours. When some employees from her group go out for lunch, she finds herself amidst a crowd and sees Xiao Jinbei's car approaching. She dashes forward to block the vehicle. What are you doing? Xiao Jinbei steps out of the car. Yao Qin, with snowflakes adorning her hair and her face flushed from the cold, pleads, Jinbei, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Jinbei chuckles. I didn't invite you. This is self-inflicted suffering. I assent it. It suffices that you see my struggles for you. She retorts, enough of that. Your suffering is self-imposed. Jinbei, look at my breakfast, Yao Qin continues. The soup dumplings have frozen solid. Attempting to appeal to Xiao Jinbei's appetite proves futile. Her concern feels unexpressed. In a moment of desperation, she decides to apologize to him, recalling Ma Yuran's advice that an apology may be necessary at times. As she contemplates how to apologize without losing her dignity, Xiao Jinbei's phone rings. A soft smile spreads across his face as he responds. Xiao Bao, wait a moment, I'm being held up. The content of the conversation is unknown, but Xiao Jinbei's smile deepens. Chapter 39, Pursuing Love. I want to follow you after finishing the call. Xiao Jinbei's lips curl upward, and he adjusts his long legs to head towards the car door. Yao Qin hastily follows, her high heels wobbling, leaving disheveled prints in the thin snow by the roadside. Don't go, she cries, blocking his path, trembling and on the verge of tears after waiting for over 4 hours, feeling as frozen as an ice cream. Lily is waiting for me, Xiao Jinbei states, extending his arm over Yao Qin's head to open the car door. Yao Qin pouts, expressing her grievances. I'm so cold and hungry. Don't you care? That is not my concern. He replies. She sobs softly. I want to be with you. Are you sure you want to follow me? He asks, incredulously. Can't you see my feelings for you? She has brought him breakfast, trying to show her care. She has waited patiently, her intentions unmistakable. Yao Qin, I do not know what you have gone through to cling to me. But I must remind you once more that I am engaged to Yi Li. My affections are solely for her. Xiao Jinbei then steps into the passenger seat. Yao Qin, undeterred, opens the back door and sits down, lowering her head. The secretary, Gu Xinghe, drives, casting a quiet glance at the rearview mirror. Xiao Jinbei takes the exclusive elevator for the president, with Yao Qin trailing behind, carrying the breakfast. He stands on the right side of the elevator, while she occupies the left. As the elevator ascends to the first floor, Yao Qin subtly shifts to the right. Upon reaching the second floor, she inches closer, unexpectedly wrapping her arm around Xiao Jinbei's. Jinbei, please don't be angry with me, she implores, her voice tinged with suppressed tears. Xiao Jinbei pulls his arm away, leaning against the elevator wall. Have some self-respect, he admonishes. Jinbei, don't treat me this way. Your indifference feels like a knife to my heart. It hurts so much. Yao Qin whispers, tears spilling forth. The entanglement between Xiao Jinbei and Qian Kai is genuine, as is the affection he holds for her, as long as they can reunite. Her shame is of no consequence. Listen to me. My relationship with Xie Yongfeng is merely a spiritual one. I have not been intimate with him, maintaining my purity. I am still the same Qin as before, so please do not sulk. Yao Qin clung to Xiao Jinbei's right arm, employing the same endearing tone and habits as before. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Upon reaching the 66th floor, Xiao Jinbei swiftly exited the elevator with purpose, while Yao Qin, clutching her frozen breakfast, trailed behind, her hair adorned with droplets of melted snow, weeping softly. During a lunch break, several employees of Lixing Group witnessed Yao Qin's disarray. Who is that? I haven't seen her around the company before, one remarked, noting her attire resembling that of a mall sales clerk. What is she chasing after Mr. Xiao for? Just infatuated, admiring his talent, and clinging on hopelessly, another commented. Xiao Jinbei entered Yi Li's office, where she rose to greet him. Mr. Xiao, you are late. He playfully scooped her up with one arm, embracing her warmly. I accept my punishment, he declared. Yi Li playfully tapped his lower back, proclaiming, 3 bowls of rice as penance. All right, I shall heed my wife's words. I'm not worried about overindulging, he replied. The two exchanged laughter as they proceeded to the large sofa, where a long dining table was set with a meal ready to be enjoyed. Xiao, Jin, bye. Yao Qin called out from the doorway, witnessing their flirtation unfold before her. Was she to be treated as invisible, or was this a deliberate humiliation? It was true she had followed Xiao Jinbei like a devoted shadow, yet her heart was vast, deserving of an equal response from him. Rather than witnessing his affection for Yi Li, Xiao Jinbei's arm encircled Yi Li's slender waist as he turned, and Yi Li followed suit. This is Yi Li, he introduced. My ex-girlfriend, Yao Qin, he stated with utmost seriousness. Yi Li narrowed her eyes slightly. I believe we met yesterday. Yao Qin's jealousy surged. Her face twisted in bitterness as she glared, feeling powerless to express her anger. Since we are acquaintances, please join us for a meal. Yi Li invited as she and Xiao Jinbei took their seats. Unable to bear watching them from the entrance, Yao Qin descended the steps, approaching them reluctantly. She placed her cold breakfast at the corner of the table. Miss, please. Yi Li's secretary offered her a towel. Thank you. Yao Qin's cheeks flushed. The warmth of the room, maintained at a comfortable 25 degrees by the central air conditioning, thawed her frozen face, yet she felt a sense of embarrassment. Yao Qin had anticipated that by entangling herself with Xiao Jinbei, Yi Li would undoubtedly feel jealous, either scolding him to leave or expressing her fury. If a conflict arose between Yi Li and Xiao Jinbei, It would create an opportunity for her to shine in contrast to Yili's jealousy and anger. To her surprise, Yili did not exhibit the expected feminine reactions. She remained composed, neither angry nor jealous, graciously inviting Yao Qin to join them for the meal. As the female president, Yili's demeanor and sophistication were evidently superior, devoid of the petty emotionality typical of ordinary women. In essence, Yili did not regard Yao Qin as a worthy rival at all. She is unworthy to be Yili's rival. They exist on entirely different levels. Yao Qin found herself regretting her decision to follow Xiao Jinbei inside, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles, too anxious to even move her chopsticks. The sweet and sour ribs were delightful. You should have more, Xiao Jinbei urged as he served Yili some ribs. I'm on a diet. You're making it difficult for me, Yili replied. Xiao Jinbei smiled indulgently. Eat first. I'll accompany you to the gym tonight. All right, I'll give you that. Yili conjured it. Ribs were her favorite. Yet Yao Qin sulked in silence as Xiao Jinbei neglected to serve her. Not once did he cast a glance in her direction as he finished 3 bowls of rice. He instructed Yili to take a shower and prepare for rest while he went to heat some medicine. Yao Qin slowly finished half a bowl of rice, watching Xiao Jinbei as he blew on the medicine bowl. When Yili emerged wrapped in a bathrobe and shook her head at the sight of the medicine, Xiao Jinbei pressed her down on the sofa, instructing her to take a deep breath and hold it, downing it in one go. He sat beside her, steadying her shoulder with one hand while holding the medicine bowl with the other. Drink it while it's warm, he urged gently. It's so bitter. Yili grimaced. Hold your breath and swallow it all at once. Don't sip and stop to taste it, he coached. Yes, just like that. Good girl. Yili closed her eyes and pushed the bowl away, and Xiao Jinbei wiped the corner of her mouth. Witnessing this, Yao Qin felt tears of anguish welling up. In a sudden burst of emotion, she leaped up and fled, pursued as if her life depended on it, running frantically. She inadvertently broke a broom with her foot, colliding with a cleaner. Hey, what are you doing? The startled cleaner exclaimed. Yao Qin escaped to the safety of the stairwell, leaning against the wall and sobbing. Xiao Jinbei was utterly unreasonable. How could he dote on another woman right before her eyes? She would never forgive him. She vowed to remember his actions today for the rest of her life. Yili was equally insufferable, flaunting her status as the president of a mere conglomerate, speaking arrogantly and behaving as if the world revolved around her, utterly repugnant. Yao Qin clenched her fists, filled with hatred for both Xiao Jinbei and Yili. They treated her this way. She would ensure she lived better than them, showcasing her worth. Yao Qin dialed Xie Yongfeng's number. Hello, Yongfeng. I'd like to come see you, she said. Xie Yongfeng replied. Aren't you supposed to be at work today? Yao Qin responded, I took a leave. I missed you and really want to see you. Chapter 40. Xie's mother plays matchmaker. Yao Qin fled in disarray. Yidi furuit herburot. She had insisted on coming in with you, and now she was leaving. Xiao Jinbei remained unfazed. That was her nature, willful, impulsive, and self-centered. She left without so much as a goodbye. Who knows what scheme she was plotting now? Xiao Jinbei did not believe Yao Qin would sever ties with him because of this incident. Once her anger subsided, the unresolved financial issues would inevitably bring her back to him. It mattered little whether one considered Yao Qin to be thick-skinned or lacking in dignity. What was evident was her relentless obsession with money, her every action revolving around it, ready to do anything for financial gain. Though Yao Qin had claimed several times she would never forgive him, she had always reneged on that promise. When she found herself in dire straits, she would come crawling back to him. Upon encountering Xie Yongfeng, her life seemingly underwent a seismic transformation, descending into a state of disarray that surpassed her capacity to endure. Xiao Jinbei, contemplating this, promptly halted his thoughts. The troubles of the wretched were of no concern to him. Yili reached out, draping her arm around his shoulder, and urged him to accompany her. Xiao Jinbei glanced at his watch. It was 1:20. He needed to return to the real estate company just in time for the afternoon shift as a preliminary land bidding meeting was scheduled. It's about time. I must take my leave now and will join you later this evening, he stated. Xiao Jinbei lifted Yili and placed her on the large bed in the president's office lounge. He covered her with a blanket, reminding her that after taking her medication, She ought to rest for half an hour to aid in absorption. Suddenly, Yili sat up, wrapping her arms around Xiao Jinbei's neck and kissing him fervently. The unspoken words lodged in her throat, her clear atoms apple-bobbing. Lili, Xiao Jinbei began, only to find his rationality waning as he grasped her shoulders, gently separating her from him. "Love me," Yili whispered, her eyes narrowing, her crimson lips pursing toward him once more. "I am your employee. My primary role is to be your fiancée. Are you still in your right mind?" She had initially agreed to substitute for Hong Xiao in assisting with the engagement. It was solely work, not a true romantic entanglement. "Sleep with me, and don't regret it. I know what I want," she replied, her determination resolute. The door to the president's office lounge was tightly shut. An hour passed, yet Xiao Jinbei did not emerge. In the outer room, Gu Xinghe, awaiting his return, had no choice but to announce the cancellation of the afternoon meeting on his behalf. Meanwhile, the flustered Yao Qin rushed straight to Xie Yongfeng's storefront. The Xie Solid Wood Furniture Showroom at Shop 36 in the eastern district of the Imperial Capital Furniture City was opulent, occupying 4 storefronts. "Yongfeng," Yao Qin called out as she approached Xie Yongfeng, who was engrossed in his phone at the front desk. He gestured for her to take a seat beside him. "Is everything at home, all right?" Xie Yongfeng surmised that her decision to take leave today stemmed from her dismal mood. Her grandmother's severe illness, compounded by financial constraints, weighed heavily on her. Her father was constantly seeking work, her mother incessantly nagging, lacking insight, while her brother was selfish and disrespectful, with a fiery temper. It was indeed a troubling situation. If he were in her shoes, he would also lack the motivation to work. Yao Qin could not confess that her absence was to pursue Xiao Jinbei. Instead, she feigned sentimentality, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "No, I simply want to see you." "Oh, then do tell, what were you thinking of me?" Xie Yongfeng's gaze swept over Yao Qin, scrutinizing her from head to toe. At this point, only her attractive appearance piqued his interest. Yao Qin, wishing to share a bed with him, would certainly find him amenable. "I find working as a hotel receptionist too perilous. My beauty attracts unwanted attention from men who make inappropriate jokes and pursue me. I no longer wish to continue in that role," Yao Qin confessed, her demeanor a blend of shyness and timidity. Xie Yongfeng continued to assess her, pondering what else she could possibly do if not in a hotel. It was not that he belittled her capabilities. Rather, Yao Qin was genuinely a pretty face, lacking higher education and practical skills, and unwilling to endure hardship. "I wish to follow you in your endeavors." Yao Qin's eyes sparkled with hope. "What can you do for me?" "I can assist you with the cash register." Yao Qin playfully leaned on Xie Yongfeng's arm, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, shaking her arm in a charming manner. Xie Yongfeng chuckled. "Are you familiar with the cash register software? It seems to me you are merely using the guise of handling the register to stash money into your bag." Despite his teasing, a smile lingered on his face, as it was rare for Yao Qin to be so affectionate. Seizing this rare opportunity, he dismissed all other thoughts and gently held her hand, their eyes locked in a tender exchange as they sat at the front desk, immersed in sweet conversation. In the afternoon, the store was bustling with customers, particularly with the new year approaching. Many were purchasing finished furniture. About 10 sales associates were busy attending to clients. 2 robust gentlemen entered the store to look at furniture, but found no one to assist them. One of them raised his hand to signal for a sales associate, and the store manager called out to the front desk, "Xiao Xie, I'm tied up at the moment. Could you please attend to these gentlemen?" Xie Yongfeng, still holding Yao Qin, remained oblivious to the manager's request, lost in the depths of her gaze, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The 2 sturdy men began to explore the sofas, fiddling with a redwood coffee table and tapping on an antique root carving placed atop a wooden table. After some time, they strolled out through the second door. "This redwood is indeed imported and of good quality. What do you think?" one man asked. "The style is quite appealing as well." "Let's check a few more places for comparison," the other replied. "Of course, please follow me. I brought someone here last week for an evaluation, and the quality was commendable," he continued as they navigated through the corridor. At that moment, Xie Yongfeng's mother arrived at the store and coincidentally encountered the 2 gentlemen as they exited through the second door. Noticing their high-end attire and overhearing their discussion about comparing other stores, She smiled knowingly. "Gentlemen, which piece has captured your interest? Please take a seat. I can provide some introductions," she offered. The robust men bowed slightly, replying, "Thank you, but we shall continue to browse." Xie Yongfeng's mother immediately summoned a close aide, instructing, "Keep an eye on them. When they return from the neighboring store, invite them back in. The chances of closing a deal will significantly increase." She then entered through the second door, first glancing to the left where several sales staff were bustling about, and then to the right, where the front desk was situated far away, only two heads bobbing in view. Adjusting her shawl, her purple qipao swaying elegantly, she approached with her heels clicking. She knocked gently on the office desk. Xie Yongfeng, known for his flirtatious nature, was not unfamiliar with engaging in playful banter with women during work hours. To avoid being caught staring directly at the two heads, she shifted her stance, her gaze directed outside the store. "Mom, what brings you here?" Xie Yongfeng exclaimed, hastily releasing Yao Qin and leaping to his feet. His mother turned slowly, casting a sidelong glance, her icy, sharp gaze landing on Yao Qin's face. It was evident to her that her son had chosen a superficial companion. Yao Qin's innocent eyes reflected ignorance, her greed evident on her face, brazen yet completely unaware. Chapter 41. The Shattered Dream of a Wealthy Family Mom. "Why are you here?" Xie Yongfeng stood beside his mother, sheepishly laughing as he scratched his head. His mother regarded Yao Qin with unabashed disdain. "I have come to inform you that the eldest daughter of the Qin family has agreed to be courted. Your father will return tonight to host a banquet for the Qin family, and you are to conduct yourself appropriately." Xie Yongfeng, infatuated with indulgence, frequently engages in romantic pursuits. He spends his days and nights reveling in pleasure, achieving a mere score of 105 in his college entrance examination, and then a disheartening 99 upon retaking it the following year. He squandered money on a private university, only to drop out midway, ultimately purchasing his diploma. His parents, determined for him to marry early and secure a formidable wife to manage him, have arranged countless blind dates over the years, no less than 100. Good women disdain him, while those of his ilk find him unworthy. This summer, during a sweltering heat wave, the eldest daughter of the Qin family returned from abroad at the age of 32, arranged by her family to meet Xie Yongfeng. Elegant and sophisticated, she agreed to the union. However, Xie Yongfeng found her too liberal, with a sharp face and pointy nose, resembling a product of cosmetic enhancements, akin to a doll. While he looked down on the eldest Qin daughter, he nonetheless entertained a relationship with her. A mere glance at Yao Qin, a delicate beauty, left him feeling as though she surpassed the Qin daughter by leagues. "I don't fancy the eldest Qin," he declared. "Then why did you sleep with her? Now she's pregnant. Enough of your excuses. Prepare yourself for fatherhood." Xie's mother glowered. Xie Yongfeng stood agape, as if a large duck egg could fit in his mouth. "Heavens! The eldest Qin's face is artificial. I fear I might distort her sharp nose during intimacy. Her bosom is also fabricated. I cannot dare to embrace her fully. I cannot fathom the prospect of spending a lifetime with her." Xie Yongfeng slumped in despair, resembling a drenched quail. Yao Qin's situation was even more dire. She trembled, her dreams of grandeur shattered, ensnared by a deceitful man. Xie Yongfeng had duped her with irrefutable evidence. She found herself unable to cry, shaking and gasping in utter disarray. "Mother, please compensate the Qin family so that the eldest Qin can have an abortion." Xie Yongfeng gritted his teeth. Xie's mother angrily retorted, "That is out of the question." Xie Yongfeng struggled. "If I marry the eldest Qin, there will be no chance for Qin. His mother looked at him with disdain. "You have too much money to spend. Do you think she would help you squander it?" "Mother." Xie's mother remained outside the second gate, while her robust male entourage entered. The adjacent store erupted in excitement. Two gentlemen had ordered their exquisite mahogany furniture, with a total budget exceeding 10 million, yielding a commission of 320,000 for the staff. What was once their own bounty had now slipped into another's grasp. "Get out!" Xie's mother vented her fury upon Yao Qin. "Your kind has caused our family a loss of over 10 million. Xie Yongfeng was bewildered, having failed to comprehend what the entourage had said. Smack! Xie's mother delivered a resounding slap, turning Xie Yongfeng's head at a 90-degree angle, blood gushing from his nose, splattering onto Yao Qin's face. Do you realize the magnitude of the contract you just missed? She lamented, frustration evident. Business is lacking. Your father's out of town. Your elder brother is seeking clients in the county, enduring hardship while you squander opportunities presented to you. Do you intend to strike me? Xia Yongfeng glared, indignation flaring within him. At 25, must he still endure such treatment? His mother, domineering and fierce, had always resorted to physical punishment, never comprehending the essence of love. While it may have been manageable during his childhood, now it felt unbearable. He has already managed to get my sister-in-law pregnant, and yet he was publicly humiliated. How can his self-esteem endure such treatment? What have you done to deserve this? Disobedient, disappointing, utterly worthless. I cannot be responsible for you. Oof. Xie Yongfeng snatched the car keys and left. Yao Qin trembled as she wiped the blood from her face, sobbing uncontrollably. A child born of a mother who gave birth but did not raise. Shameless, harassing my son in broad daylight. Just wait. I will confront your parents and demand compensation for the losses inflicted upon my family. Fearing that Xie's mother would strike her, Yao Qin fled with tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, bang! Her vision blurred with tears as she collided with the glass door of a furniture store. It hurt. She pressed her forehead and cried out. Xie's mother's people rushed over, paying no heed to her head, but focusing solely on the glass door. Madam, their SA cracked from top to bottom. It cost over 10,000 to replace the entire pane. You will compensate me. Xie's mother grabbed Yao Qin by the nape and turned her around, glaring fiercely. Pay up. You broke my door. Xie's mother was notoriously fierce towards women who entangled with Xie Yongfeng. She believed that her son's failures were due to shameless women who distracted him, and she would confront each one she caught. Yongfeng, save me. Yao Qin's cries attracted numerous onlookers at the furniture store. To preserve her dignity, Xie's mother surprisingly let her go. After Yao Qin escaped, she collapsed onto a stone step, hugging herself and crying out loud. What an unprecedented humiliation she endured today. It felt akin to being stripped bare and publicly tortured. Xie's mother was inhumane, a ferocious tigress. The betrayal from Xie Yongfeng stung her deeply in her moment of peril. He had abandoned her, leaving her to face Xie's mother's oppression alone. It felt like a man caught in an affair, slipping away while the woman was paraded in shame, bearing the brunt of injustice alone. What was once a shared romance had left her to confront the unfairness by herself. Xie Yongfeng was a coward. He dared to indulge, but lacked the courage to face the consequences. A deceitful liar, he had convinced her that she was his princess, promising to cherish her. Yet when trouble arose, he forsook her, leaving her vulnerable to bullying. Mom, I've been deceived by Xie Yongfeng. Yao Qin cried, trembling and unable to walk. Seeking help from Ma Yulan. Ma Yulan, frantic, exclaimed, Weren't you delivering breakfast to Jinbei? What happened with him? Yao Qin replied, I went to Xiao Jinbei's company. That heartless creature has another woman and does not care for me at all. Woe is me. Ma Yulan reassured her, Sweetheart, do not mourn over Xiao Jinbei. He is not worth your tears. Focus on your relationship with Yongfeng. He cherishes you. With his good family background, strive to get engaged quickly. Our family is counting on the bride price to settle debts. Mom, you are mistaken. We have all been misled. Xie Yongfeng is a scoundrel disguised in human form. Everything he said was a lie. Ma Yulan pressed, What on earth happened? Yao Qin recounted the encounter with Xie's mother in detail. Ma Yulan reproached her. What were you thinking? You couldn't contain yourself during the day, clinging to Yongfeng at the store, disrupting his business. His mother must have been furious. Xie's mother is not angry. Otherwise, I would not continue my relationship with Xie Yongfeng, who has made a woman from the Qin family pregnant. A truly despicable act. Ma Yuran continues to blame him, saying, Didn't T Yongfeng say he would arrange for an abortion? Once that is taken care of, he will still marry you. Every young person has a dark past. You are not innocent either, so mutual understanding is necessary. Ma Yuran and Yao Guangrong are now driven to the brink by financial pressures. With no alternatives left, they cling desperately to Xie Yongfeng. Even if he is unreliable, they have no one else to depend on. Yao Qin touches her swollen forehead, tears welling up. Xie Yongfeng has abandoned her, deceiving her. while her mother also holds her responsible. Now, she finds herself alienated and alone, burdened with car loans and online debts, needing at least 30,000 yuan this month to make ends meet. She feels utterly overwhelmed. Sitting motionless until evening, she drunkenly stumbles into a bar, ordering white liquor. She drinks alone. When someone strikes up a conversation, she hazily responds. As someone pours her another glass, she drinks it. In her foggy state, she is led to her room. Feeling heavy, she pushes against the weight, murmuring, "I want to sleep, don't move." Suddenly, her ear is bitten, and she hears, "Little fairy, let's play with Big Brother." Later, Yao Qin is awakened by the hotel cleaning lady shaking her. With bleary eyes, she hoarsely asks for the time. The cleaning lady shifts her long broom and replies, "Young lady, you need to get up, get dressed, and leave." The room charges ended at noon, and it's already 1 o'clock. The front desk had received the male guest S room key back early in the morning, and by 1 o'clock, the woman in bed was still sleeping. They had no choice but to send a 60-year-old cleaning lady to wake her. Yao Qin's mind feels blank, her vision hazy, and she feels exhausted. Rolling over to face the window, she closes her eyes again. It's already 1 o'clock. It seems she will not go to work today either. Rising would mean confronting a myriad of chaotic issues at home, so she prefers to remain in her slumber. She barely registers the cleaning lady's words about the room charge, thinking she is at home, where Ma Yuran is nagging in her room. The cleaning lady anxiously stamps her foot, exclaiming, "Young lady, your companion has already left. Are you not afraid your parents will find out and come looking for you?" In her daze, Yao Qin hears the mention of Big Brother, and the memories of last night's drunken escapade at the bar resurface. The details gradually emerge, bringing the story to life. Last night, someone had been forcefully pouring drinks down her throat and leading her away. A heavy weight pressed upon her. Suddenly, she jolts upright, her eyes wide open, staring intently at the cleaning lady. The elderly woman, having worked in hotels for over 20 years, picks up her broom and prepares to leave, saying, "I just started my shift. I don't know anything. You need to vacate the room quickly. I have to clean." "Then why did you mention Big Brother?" Yao Qin shouts at the cleaning lady's retreating back. Fleeting memories flit through her mind. She collapses into tears for a moment, then scrambles off the bed to collect her scattered clothes. Dressing sends a chill of sweat over her body. As she steps forward, she feels as though her hips are at odds with each other, refusing to cooperate. Supporting herself against the wall, she makes her way to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she sees her neck covered in red marks, and tears fall like scattered pearls. The cleaning lady urges her on, and Yao Qin, crying, hurriedly washes herself before escaping the hotel. Today, the sun is absent, and dark clouds loom ominously over the city, with gentle raindrops falling like delicate petals. Yao Qin treads on soft cotton-like surfaces, her head feeling heavy and her feet light as she alternates between running, walking slowly, and pausing to gaze vacantly into the distance. Time eludes her as she finds herself among the throng of pedestrians, mechanically following the crowd. A gruff voice inquires about the preferences of several elderly men, and Yao Qin is jolted from a reverie, erupting in anger. "You scoundrel! I don't want it. I want to eat it." The irate old man retaliates. "Why are you queuing if you're not buying?" The crowd stirs in surprise. Yao Qin, feeling a prick of awareness, realizes she is the center of attention. People are watching her, some whispering, others mocking, pointing fingers and offering unsolicited advice. She has unwittingly joined the line at a popular pancake stall, engaging in an argument with the owner while onlookers savor the spectacle. Her mind spirals, as if the incident with the stranger from the previous night has been laid bare for all to see. In a sudden burst of desperation, she shoves her way through the crowd, stumbling away. Thud! Her forehead collides with someone, causing items to fall. Startled, she looks up to meet the striking face of Xiao Jinbei, who appears genuinely concerned. What's wrong? With her hair tousled by the wind and her neck flushed, Yao Qin's visage is quite alarming as tears well up in her eyes. "I've been bullied," she confesses, unafraid of his judgment. Feeling free to be herself in his presence, she fears that in her current state, Xiao Jinbei may no longer want her. Yet perhaps he might still offer her some sympathy. "Do you need me to help you report this?" Xiao Jinbei suggests, bending to retrieve the fallen items. Yao Qin notices two boxes that have slipped from the plastic bag, one labeled emergency motion sickness medication and the other containing imported rubber rings. No need, she replies, her heart sinking. Her gaze drifts slightly, and she spots Xiao Jinbei's Maybach parked across the street, with Eli's wavy hair blowing in the wind from the open window. Half of her face turned toward him. Eli is waiting for Xiao Jinbei. He must have stopped midway to purchase these items, revealing their connection. Yao Qin steps aside from Xiao Jinbei and wobbles away, wandering along the sidewalk. Should I help you contact your parents? He calls after her, embodying the noble instincts of a man in light of her misfortune. Reporting the incident and notifying her family seems only right. Turning back, Yao Qin gazes at Xiao Jinbei with a detached demeanor. I didn't say anything just now, but if you dare spread rumors about me, I will hold you accountable. Xiao Jinbei chuckles self-deprecatingly. Miss, I didn't hear a thing. He carries his bag of medicine, his long legs striding purposefully as the Maybach drives away in a cloud of dust. Yao Qin sinks onto a stone bench by the street. Given her current predicament, she is reluctant to involve the authorities. Concealing herself, she still sees herself as the pristine and ethereal Yao Qin, akin to a white lotus on a mountain. Countless suitors line up, each potentially wealthier than the last. Suddenly, her phone buzzes insistently with Ma Yolan's texts. Yao Qin scrambles to find her car. Upon returning home, she finds her grandmother in bed, her grandfather also lying down, and Yao Guangrong similarly resting. Her grandmother, in the advanced stages of lung cancer, bears dark spots on her skin, with a high forehead that betrays the severity of her condition. Grandfather has caught a cold, lamenting that his entire body aches. Yao Guangrong's complexion has turned a sickly yellow, and he claims to be suffering from pain in his liver. Ma Yulan first carries grandmother to the car, then returns to assist grandfather, while Yao Qin supports Yao Guangrong. The mother and daughter collaborate to load all three ailing individuals into the vehicle. Yao Qin takes the wheel, with Ma Yulan seated in the passenger seat. Yao Guangrong is positioned between grandfather and grandmother, bearing the weight of their aged heads upon his shoulders. Qin, quickly contact Yongfeng and ask him to come over to lend us some money. Ma Yulan brushes off the footprints on her leather pants, remnants from when she carried grandfather earlier. She has run out of funds. The 20,000 yuan that Yao Qin borrowed previously for grandmother's hospital discharge has dwindled to just over 10,000 after medical expenses. In this period, the family has been burdened with daily necessities and the costs of purchasing medicine for grandmother, leaving only a few coins to spare. Yao Qin is overwhelmed with frustration. Mother, I no longer wish to associate with Yongfeng. Ma Yulan interrupts. How can you be so thoughtless? Our family is in dire straits. If you break up with Yongfeng, who shall we rely on? Although Xie Yongfeng may be a scoundrel, he is, after all, a wealthy heir. Maintaining ties with him could provide some assistance to our family. If he were to come today and offer even 5,000 yuan, it would be better than receiving nothing at all. Grandmother, with her bleary eyes half open, mutters, Yongfeng is a good man. He is so filial, preparing a house and a car for me, planning to take me traveling. And he even wants to pay for my medical treatment. Be quiet. Ma Yulan snaps, her anger boiling over. Oh, woe is me. I have toiled and sacrificed to raise Guangrong, to marry him off, to help him raise children, and now I am left exhausted and ill, while the entire family considers me a burden. Grandmother sobs, wiping her tears. Do not engage in moral coercion. Ma Yulan shouts. Yao Guangrong sighs deeply and closes his eyes. Ma Yulan, do you intend to see me in my grave today? Chapter 43. The Yao family's despair. The Yao family, having fallen to such depths, scrambles to gather a mere 2,000 yuan from their combined pockets. With 3 out of 5 family members ill, seeking treatment at a major hospital is evidently out of reach. Yao Qin drives the car to a modest 2-story clinic located outside the 6th Ring Road, in search of medical assistance. The clinic is owned by a retired doctor known as Professor Hua, who has spent many years at the city hospital. Xiao Tian is acquainted with Professor Hua, having taken Yao Qin to his 80th birthday celebration last National Day. We've arrived, Ma Yulan calls out, her voice raised. Grandmother, startled, nearly loses her balance. We are at the provincial hospital. Ma Yulan retorts in a strange tone. It's a clinic. Grandmother, agitated, exclaims, "Oh dear, my illness requires surgery. The clinic's doctor cannot treat me. The clinic is more affordable. Please refrain from causing such a commotion. It is truly vexatious for our family to be in such disarray. Unfilial descendants. Oh heavens!" Grandmother cries, her tears streaming down her face as she stamps her feet. "I asked you to call Yongfeng over, yet you refuse to listen. I want him to take me to the provincial hospital to be treated. Do not mention Xie Yongfeng again. He is a scoundrel." Ma Yulan spits out in anger. Grandmother, in a state of utter confusion, laments, "You wish for my demise. You find me a burden, filthy and stinky. Xie Yongfeng wants to provide for my treatment, yet you obstinately obstruct him, pocketing all the money meant for me." The elderly matriarch, with a resolute demeanor, expressed her frustration over the situation, stating emphatically that she had never obstructed Xie Yongfeng. "He has generously prepared several million for a mobile home to take me traveling, yet I refuse to go. It's a simple matter for him to provide me with some funds for my medical treatment. All this coughing is truly your fault." She commanded Yao Qin, "Be obedient. Do not be heartless like your mother. Quickly call Yongfeng and inform him of my grave condition. Upon hearing of my illness, he will abandon his work to visit me. Yongfeng is a good boy. He is filial and compassionate, and just thinking of him brings me joy." Yao Qin, suppressing her exasperation, explained, "Grandma, this clinic is operated by a friend of Xiao Jinbei, who frequently comes here to hone his medical skills and is quite proficient." The grandmother paused, surprised. "Xiao Jinbei is here?" "No, it is his acquaintance," came the response. "Heaven has eyes. Good people are always favored, while the wicked eventually face retribution. That Xiao Jinbei, with his arrogant demeanor, has not once visited me during my prolonged illness nor offered a shred of comfort. Even family members have been unable to summon him. Look, if he won't assist us, we shall seek alternatives. There are physicians aplenty. As long as we pay, we can choose any doctor we desire. We are not reliant on Xiao Jinbei." With that, the grandmother ceased her complaints and leaned against Ma Yuran. Yao Qin helped Yao Guangrong down, who in turn supported their grandfather. The 5 members of the family formed a disheveled line as they approached the clinic's entrance. Upon entering, they found the waiting area filled with patients occupying every bench. Yao Qin detained a nurse, explaining the urgent medical needs of her elderly relatives. The nurse went inside to inform Professor Hua. A resounding voice emerged from within, proclaiming, "Patients in critical condition will be prioritized. We shall add 3 more numbers to the queue. Kindly be patient for about 10 minutes." The 2 individuals in the consultation room, awaiting their turn, did not express any irritation. Instead, they extolled the high moral standards and boundless compassion of the physician. Patients waiting outside, observing the poor physical condition of the Yao family, first praised Professor Hua, followed by expressions of sympathy and understanding towards the Yao family. The men accompanying their relatives promptly stood to offer their seats to them. The grandmother was seated in a soft chair. Within a mere 2 minutes, it would be her turn once Professor Hua finished with the current patient. Feeling honored and respected, the grandmother began conversing with the man who had graciously given up his seat. "See, this is what a true doctor is like. He possesses good ethics and a kind heart, earning the admiration and respect of his patients, unlike that Xiao Jinbei, whom we went to great lengths to summon, both financially and physically, yet he remains elusive." Upon hearing this, various reactions erupted in the room. Some inquired, "Do you know Xiao Jinbei well?" While others asked, "Has he offended you?" Additionally, those curious about the commotion craned their necks, eager to learn, "Who is Xiao Jinbei?" A quick-tongued individual clarified, "He is a friend of Professor Hua, an exceptional physician whose medications are both affordable and effective." At this point, nearly everyone began to retrieve their phones, seeking Xiao Jinbei's contact information. The grandmother interjected with a sigh, "Xiao Jinbei, a scoundrel, do not place your trust in him." Those who had previously consulted with Xiao Jinbei advised, "Elderly lady, do not speak ill of him. Dr. Xiao does not charge a registration fee. He often provides medications at no cost, and for those he does not have, he simply writes a prescription for us to purchase elsewhere, never profiting from his patients." We all return to express our gratitude after our health is restored. Grandfather angrily retorted, "Then why don't you seek out Xiao Jinbei if you find this place so crowded?" The man, clearly displeased, coldly asserted, "Dr. Xiao has moved. His son's engagement has kept him preoccupied, and he cannot spare the time at present." The crowd moderated their conversation, for when visiting Professor Hua's clinic, it was only right to extend him due respect. Yet the Yao family remained obstinate, dismissing him as nothing more than a charlatan, lacking even a medical license. Observing his parents being targeted, Yao Guangrong interjected forcefully. Although his words were insincere, he was willing to utter them for the sake of his family's interests. The atmosphere became charged as voices rose in condemnation. At that moment, a nurse opened the consultation room door, inviting grandmother inside. Grandfather and Yao Guangrong followed suit. Professor Hua, with a kind and gentle demeanor, inquired softly, "Dear elder, do you appear troubled? Is there something weighing on your mind? Such melancholy is detrimental to your health." Naturally, in the presence of a physician, it was best to express oneself freely. "I merely mentioned Xiao Jinbei, and that group outside drove me to exasperation," grandmother lamented. Professor Hua raised an eyebrow. "You know old Xiao?" "Of course I do. I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes," she replied through gritted teeth. Were it not for Xiao Changtian's disdainful demeanor that left her without medical recourse, her condition would not have deteriorated so severely. The smile faded from Professor Hua's face. Yao Guangrong hastily patted his mother, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Yet, as grandmother continued to describe her ailment, she attributed the worsening of her condition to Xiao Changtian, exclaiming, "If I were to perish, Xiao Changtian must bear the responsibility." Professor Hua withdrew his hand from taking her pulse. "I cannot treat this ailment of yours." He returned the stack of medical documents he had just reviewed to the file bag and pushed it toward Yao Guangrong. "You should seek a more capable physician. It's not the doctor. My mother has lost her senses. Please do not hold this against her," Yao Guangrong implored, standing in desperation. He too sought medical attention, as he had endured pain in his right abdomen for several days, suspecting that his liver had suffered under pressure and needed a skilled doctor's care. If he could not receive proper treatment, he would have to be hospitalized at a large institution, which was financially untenable. Grandmother glared. "I am perfectly aware. Xiao Changtian is wicked at heart. I will not have his son." She dismissed Xiao Jinbei and chose to be with the genuinely good-hearted Xie Yongfeng. Professor Hua turned to his assistant. "Xiao Luo, please give old Xiao a call and invite him to gather with some old friends at my place tonight." The next patient, Zhang Tianxian, entered for a consultation. Yao Guangrong stood aside. "Doctor, my mother cannot be treated here. What about my father and me?" Professor Hua remained unwavering. "You may seek care elsewhere. That is all. What has become of your medical ethics?" Yao Guangrong retorted angrily. "Is it justifiable to expel us from the consultation room over a few confused words from an elder? Where's the justice in that?" Professor Hua turned to him, his expression stern. "Before questioning my medical ethics, perhaps you should reflect on your own character. I have accommodated you for treatment without charging a registration fee, solely for the sake of your health. Yet you choose to slander my friend before me. I have known Xiao Changtian for 18 years, and I can assert that there is no one more honest and kind-hearted than he." Chapter 44. Xie Yongfeng's triumph on this day. Yao Guangrong came to understand the true meaning of defeat in character. The forces that had driven his family to the brink were not the incompetence of Xiao Jinbei, nor Xiao Changtian's refusal to attend, nor a lack of support, habitually deflecting responsibility onto others. He was awakened from his slumber by the insights of the octogenarian Professor Hua. He opened the door, his sallow face turned towards Ma Yuran. Upon witnessing Ma Yuran's eager neck craning into the room, he saw his grandmother muttering curses under her breath, while his grandfather appeared visibly agitated. Both exuded an air of indignation. "Go carry them out," Yao Guangrong declared before departing. After stepping outside, he first settled into the car. Ma Yuran and Yao Qin each took charge, one carrying their grandmother while the other supported their grandfather. Amidst the astonished murmurs of onlookers, the mother and daughter left in a rather disheveled state. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ma Yuran, once inside the vehicle, could not suppress her curiosity about what had transpired. As they left with their grandmother, she had wished to voice her thoughts amidst the crowd's discussions. But the throngs of patients rendered her voice powerless, forcing her to hold back. Once in the presence of her family, she vented all her pent-up negativity. "Why don't you ask, Mom?" Yao Guangrong leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Ma Yuran turned to reproach him. "Is it your meddling that made the doctor refuse treatment?" Their grandmother lamented, "Unfilial descendants, with a large hospital available, yet they bring me to this small clinic, encountering quacks. Accomplices of Xiao Changtian, conspiring against me." Before she could finish, Yao Guangrong slumped over, his head striking against his grandfather's ear. "Guangrong, what's wrong?" His grandfather, unable to move him, shouted in distress. Upon seeing Yao Guangrong had fainted, Yao Qin immediately turned the car around, transporting the family to the provincial hospital. As the emergency stretcher was brought out to receive Yao Guangrong, their grandmother raised her hands in desperation. "I want to see a doctor too. I'm in the late stages of cancer. I'm gravely ill." Ma Yuran slapped her frail arm back. The grandmother sobbed heartbrokenly as they waited in the car for Yao Qin to return and take them home. The elderly feared death, especially in the harsh winter. The more they feared, the more they struggled. Her needs went entirely unrecognized. Yao Qin and Ma Yuran proceeded to arrange for Yao Guangrong's hospitalization. "Qin, after you take Grandpa and Grandma home, go find Xie Yongfeng immediately." Ma Yuran was solely focused on how to gather funds, for Yao Guangrong's life depended on money. Unlike her grandmother, who had been her mother-in-law for over 20 years, their relationship had soured. Her grandmother had never treated her kindly, nor she to her grandmother. If they could not afford to treat her grandmother, then they would not. Yao Guangrong, however, was her husband, and as a traditional woman, regardless of his character, her mindset still compelled her to save him. Yao Qin nodded. Xie Yongfeng was a scoundrel. She could not afford to dwell on his shortcomings. She could only consider what funds he might provide. Yet, obtaining money from Xie Yongfeng, who had abandoned her, would not come easily. "Hello, Xie Yongfeng, how are you?" Yao Qin spoke in a tone of negotiation, reclassifying him from her lover to a transactional counterpart. "My mother hit me, and you witnessed it. How could I be well? I ask you, do you still want me?" Xie Yongfeng coughed lightly. "You heard that day. Miss Qin is pregnant with my child. She is older and has a thin uterine wall, insisting on carrying it to term. Yao Qin, I have decided to marry Miss Qin. You need to break up with me. After this call, it's goodbye, and we shall each go our separate ways." A wave of sorrow washed over Yao Qin. She could hardly believe it. 3 months prior, a man who pursued her with fervent devotion declared that he no longer desired her. A month ago, in the presence of Xiao Jinbei, he extolled the virtues of adoration, vowing to cherish her and treat her like a princess, only to subsequently drag her from the heavens and cast her into the abyss. "What the affection you promised me? You assured me of meticulous care and a position as a wealthy matron. Where has it all vanished to?" Yao Qin wept bitterly. Xie Yongfeng replied with impatience. "Do you believe everything a man says?" He had made similar declarations to his 999 ex-girlfriends, none of whom had taken him seriously. Yao Qin accepted it all, lamenting her own foolishness. It was unjust to blame others. Men excel in the art of sweet talk when it comes to romantic affairs. Flattering women is merely a tactic. Yao Qin wiped her tears and declared, "Fine, if it's a breakup, so be it. I have no objections. Then I shall hang up. No, wait. Don't think of laying claim to my assets. We were together for merely a month. There will be no severance pay." Xie Yongfeng retorted with hostility. Yao Qin, holding back her feelings, asked, "What if I were to sleep with you?" Xie Yongfeng countered, "Are you offering to sell yourself? Offer me 1 million, and I shall comply with your desires," she replied. Xie Yongfeng laughed heartily. "Xiao Jinbei has used her for 3 years. You truly overestimate your worth. The market rate for a top-tier escort is merely 20,000. Do your research before making an offer." A striking revelation. The market was clear, revealing the expertise of a seasoned player. Yao Qin felt nauseated, yet she endured. With her father, Yao Guangrong, lying in the hospital with an uncertain fate, she needed to secure money for medical expenses. "Then how much will you give me, considering our shared academic past and the plight of your family?" "I'll offer you 30,000, but let it be known that I dislike using protection. I have many personal quirks." If you agree, then come. Yao Qin contemplated the despair of such a transaction. However, money felt like a chain around her neck, compelling her to move forward. Xie Yongfeng, I am far more beautiful and pure than your escorts. You should at least offer me 150,000. 5,000. I might be able to add a little more. 100,000. No more negotiation. After a round of haggling, Xie Yongfeng cursed, then come over. I'll pay 100,000 for a fleeting moment of youth. Yao Qin complied. Upon entering, Xie Yongfeng lunged at her. The world seemed to collapse around her. She felt as though she had died and come back to life, only to realize the next evening that she was fully awake. Her phone incessantly buzzed beside her. Ma Yulan's frantic voice pierced her ears. Where have you been? Your father has been diagnosed with a recurrence of liver cancer. The doctor insists on another surgery to eliminate the cancer cells. There was an urgent need for money. Vast sums were required, as treating cancer is an endless pit. Yao Qin struggled to rise from her bed after a prolonged battle. On the hotel carpet lay her clothes scattered about. She donned her down jacket and leaned against the wall to relieve herself. A sharp pain radiated through her lower abdomen. Blood stained her urine. Xie Yongfeng, you scoundrel. She dared not recall the methods he had employed against her. All she knew was that her body could not withstand his peculiar preferences. Yao Qin exchanged her suffering for a mere 100,000 yuan. The passionate romance between Xie Yongfeng and Yao Qin has come to an abrupt end. Stumbling out of the hotel, she purchased emergency contraception and took it once more. When she arrived at the hospital with 100,000 yuan to see her parents, Ma Yulan had just finished a phone call with an experienced matchmaker. Qin, you can no longer rely on Xie Yongfeng. Wang Pobo has introduced you to a company owner. Prepare yourself for a blind date tomorrow. Chapter 45. Yao Qin, the man of third marriage. The corridor of the inpatient department had just been cleaned. The wet tiles shimmered under the light, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Yao Qin, feeling nauseated, covered her mouth and nose, leaning against the window as Ma Yulan passionately described her potential suitor. The matchmaker had informed her that the man's name was Chun Ming, a distinguished graduate of the Imperial Capital University, who runs a medical equipment company with an annual income in the millions. His company is set to go public after the new year. Chun Ming was exceptionally handsome, standing at 6 feet tall with striking features, a gentlemanly demeanor, and a kind disposition. He was particularly attentive to women. Coming from a straightforward family background, he was an only child, free from the disputes over inheritance that often plague siblings, and he had no burdensome relatives requiring his financial assistance. His parents were open-minded and considerate, residing in a rural ancestral home, living quietly without demanding retirement funds, and not interfering in their son and daughter-in-law's lives, embodying humility and kindness. Qin, your in-laws will be easygoing, which is a wonderful advantage. After marriage, you will be in charge of the household, and all of Chun Ming's wealth will be under your control. After finishing her introduction, Ma Yulan paused, reflecting on whether she had omitted any details. Confirming that she had relayed every word without error, she shook Yao Qin's arm excitedly. How splendid. This is a match made in heaven. Since Xie Yongfeng is no longer an option, the brilliant Chun Ming has stepped into the spotlight. Just look at his educational background. Xie Yongfeng pales in comparison. And as for his appearance, with his broad face and narrow shoulders, Xie Yongfeng looks like a mere shadow next to him. Moreover, look at his parents, calm and understanding. A far cry from Xie Yongfeng's domineering mother. This is precisely what Ma Yulan found most satisfying. Yao Qin's breakup with Xie Yongfeng was all due to that mother of his. The lack of refinement in that domineering woman, who meddled in every aspect of life, even dictating her son's choice of a bride, was unbearable. Xie's mother looked down on Yao Qin's family, and Yao Qin held her in even greater contempt. Now, Yao Qin is set to pursue Chun Ming, a man who surpasses Xie Yongfeng by a considerable margin, and show the Xie family what a truly good man looks like. Yao Qin shifted slightly, and a sharp pain shot through her legs. Last night, Xie Yongfeng had been particularly aggressive, uttering vulgarities while he manipulated her, boasting about how he would reclaim the 100,000 yuan by engaging with other women for 20,000 each. claiming that giving Yao Qin 100,000 warranted a five-fold return. He had taken medication twice last night and even brought props. At this moment, Yao Qin leaned her arms on the windowsill for support, her muscles aching, her limbs feeling as though they were about to give way, and even her throat was sore. Her swollen lips trembled as she pondered how someone with such admirable qualities as Chun Ming still needed a blind date. Ma Yulan's lips twitched slightly as she remarked, "He is indeed enamored with your beauty. His hometown is merely a few kilometers from ours, and he has admired you for quite some time." Had this sentiment been expressed previously, Yao Qin would have found it entirely reasonable. She was born with great beauty, renowned for miles around since childhood, captivating every man who laid eyes on her. However, she has recently encountered the deceitful man, Xiao Jinbei, and after suffering from his betrayal, she has gained a modicum of wisdom. A man like Chun Ming could have any woman he desires. It is hard to believe that he has developed such deep feelings for her. Ma Yuran frowned, stating that her innocence and lack of wariness stemmed from how well she and her father had raised her, shielding her from the harsh realities of the world. Having endured the betrayal from Xiao Jinbei, she has faced loss and heartbreak and has learned to be more discerning. To be candid, Chun Ming has been divorced twice and has two daughters. It is no wonder that a man who earns millions annually and is preparing his company for an IPO is seeking a partner. I cannot approve of this union. Yao Qin pondered the man's intentions for marriage. Perhaps he was not as exceptional as he seemed and could potentially be deceitful. Ma Yuran, exasperated, exclaimed that the man was merely waiting for Yao Qin to agree to the engagement, offering a bride price of 1 million. Our family is in dire straits. Your father needs money for medical treatment, your grandmother requires funds for her health, and your grandfather is incapacitated. Your brother owes 2.04 million in high-interest loans. You must say nothing further. Just agree to the engagement and use the bride price to help the family through this crisis. Yao Qin wept, questioning whether sacrificing her happiness for money to aid her family was appropriate. Ma Yuran insisted that as a family member, it was only natural to assist relatives in difficult times. Yet, Chun Ming is not a good man. Yao Qin cried out. Ma Yuran raised her voice, arguing that the man earned millions, possessed handsome features, and a commendable stature. What was wrong with him? He had been divorced twice. Alas, with so many divorces occurring nowadays, even men earning 3,000 a month are separating. Surely, a man earning 1 million should not be judged harshly for his past. Mother, he has been divorced twice. Have you considered the reasons behind it? He might have a propensity for domestic violence, driving both of his wives away. He could also have been unfaithful, unable to maintain a relationship due to his numerous affairs. Ma Yuran contended that his two daughters were born from his former wives. In a divorce, both parties often have their own justifications. To remain fair, I shall not favor either side. However, I will point out that neither of his ex-wives took their children, indicating a lack of maternal love and responsibility. This suggests that they may be selfish and hedonistic, caring only for their own pleasures and neglecting family duties. Yao Qin protested. On what grounds do you make such accusations? Ma Yuran replied, as a mother of 2 children myself, if I were to divorce, I would never relinquish you for financial gain. With the wisdom gained from life's experiences, she declared that good mothers do not abandon their children after a divorce. Ma Yuran, fervently arguing, reddened with passion, maintained that both ex-wives had forsaken their children. Thus, the reasons for the divorces lie with the mothers, not the man. Ma Yuran concluded. Yet, Yao Qin remained unconvinced, asserting that even if the divorces were not his fault, she would still refuse to marry him. At just 22, she was not prepared to step into the role of a stepmother to 2 daughters. That is perfectly fine, Ma Yuran replied. The daughters will be cared for by Chun Ming's parents, living with their grandparents in the countryside, which will not interfere with your life. Furthermore, they will help care for your child when you have one. Yao Qin scoffed, expressing disdain. Chun Ming, as a successful young man of the new era, has the audacity to allow his daughters to become left-behind children. His sense of responsibility is certainly questionable. Ma Yulan, growing impatient, altered her tone. There are billions of left-behind children nationwide. He is merely one father among many. To condemn him for his perceived irresponsibility seems overly harsh. Moreover, when a man leaves his children in the countryside under the care of their grandparents to pursue his career, is it not with the intention of working diligently to earn more and provide a better life for his family? Yao Qin stamped her foot, retorting, "Mother, earning money and child education are not synonymous. How can they not be? You expect him to carry an infant to work. How could he then engage with influential business figures or negotiate significant deals?" Chapter 46. Seeking reconciliation with Xiao Jinbei. Ma Yulan, with fervor, passionately defended the man who had been married 3 times. Yet, Yao Qin remained unmoved. "I will not marry him." Ma Yulan held up 10 fingers, exclaiming, "The bride price is 1 million. Not even 10 million will suffice. Do you wish to witness your father perish without receiving treatment?" Tears streamed down Ma Yulan's face. "He is only 51. I fear falling into a trap, being deceived by a scoundrel." Yao Qin's tears flowed even more fiercely. Ma Yulan hesitated momentarily, then suddenly shuddered. I understand now. You are thinking of Xiao Jinbei and hoping to reconcile with him, aren't you?" In today's world, Xiao Jinbei had risen to prominence. His status comparable to that of Chunming. He was still in his first marriage, placing him at a slight advantage over the thrice-married Chunming. Yao Qin pressed her lips together tightly. "Of course I wanna, but I no longer have the right to look back." During this time, she had engaged in fleeting encounters with 2 strangers at a bar and had spent the night with Xie Yongfeng. She felt tarnished. Ma Yulan seized Yao Qin's arm, insisting, "If you wish to reconcile with Xiao Jinbei, let's seek him out. Xiao Jinbei has become successful now. I heard he bought a small villa for Xiao Changtian, preventing the old man from selling goods on the street. Today, as Xiao Jinbei is worthy of you. You should take the initiative to mend things with him and refrain from comparing him to other men. Focus on building a life together." Yao Qin hesitated, struggling against her mother's insistence. "I have already approached Xiao Jinbei. He does not want me. If he does not want you, it is because he perceives a lack of sincerity on your part. If I accompany you, it will represent the attitude of our entire family. Xiao Jinbei will surely be more receptive." Ma Yulan forcibly dragged Yao Qin along. The underground parking garage was cold and dim, and Yao Qin felt anxious. "Do not go. He does not want me anymore. It would be humiliating to approach him shamelessly." Ma Yulan firmly rebutted, "Child, you are too thin-skinned and too kind-hearted, always considering others. You must realize that merely delivering breakfast to Xiao Jinbei and suggesting reconciliation once is insufficient. Pursuing a partner is akin to chasing a spouse. Regret only surfaces when it is too late. Your mother has consumed more salt than you have rice. I will teach you every step of the way. You must be proactive, relentless in your pursuit. If he wounds you, do not harbor resentment. Simply press the wound and declare, 'I would love you even unto death.'" Ma Yulan continued to pull Yao Qin along. Nearing the car door, she instructed her, "Reflect on the romantic novels you have read. Men who pursue their wives are willing to go to great lengths. Learn from that." On the way, Ma Yulan spent 20 yuan to buy 6 pounds of oranges. Oranges are priced at 10 yuan for 3 kilograms, appearing to be of a superior caliber compared to tangerines, reflecting an unprecedented level of sincerity. Xiao Changtian's new address had long been inquired about. However, his elevated residential status now finds him residing in a townhouse, a stark contrast to the previously accessible, dilapidated abode. The security personnel barred entry. Yao Qin parked her vehicle by the roadside to make a phone call. Xiao Jinbei had blocked her number, rendering her attempts futile. Xiao Changtian's original phone number was deactivated, likely replaced with a new one, making contact impossible. "Mother, it seems fate is conspiring against us. We should not proceed," she lamented. "Nonsense. To falter at the first sign of adversity demonstrates a lack of resolve. It is no wonder Xiao Jinbei would refuse your overtures." Ma Yuran promptly called the police, citing her in-laws' disability and the inability to reach them as grounds for assistance. Consequently, the mother and daughter gained entry without hindrance and were eventually granted an audience with Xiao Changtian. "My former in-law, long time no see. I came to pay you a visit," Ma Yuran announced, taking small, eager steps as she presented the oranges. "I brought you a gift." Xiao Changtian clicked his tongue, remarking, "Your minds are quite exceptional. What do you seek from me?" Standing firm, he awaited their response. Ma Yuran began to scan the surroundings, her gaze landing on a waist-high decorative vase at the entrance before sweeping the area. Yao Qin mirrored her curiosity, her eyes growing brighter with each observation. Former in-law, your villa must be over 4 stories high, Ma Yuran exclaimed, her face glowing with excitement. The villa was stunning, with marble floor tiles gleaming even brighter than the mirror in her own bathroom. The floor-to-ceiling windows spanned an entire wall, adorned with layers of curtains, some thick, some sheer, topped with an elaborate valance embellished with crystal beads. Last year, while renovating her own home, she had contemplated a similar valance she encountered at a fabric market, only to be met with the shopkeeper's curt dismissal, 500 per meter to start. The windows in Xiao Chongtian's living room were estimated to be over 20 meters in length. The curtains in his home were of a far more exquisite quality than the sample she had seen, assuming a cost of 5,000 per meter. The investment in window adornments alone would exceed 200,000 yuan. My goodness, such wealth, a life of high quality. This was precisely the lifestyle Qin aspired to. This villa must have cost over 5 million, right? Ma Yuran, overly enthusiastic, continued as Xiao Chongtian ignored her, yet she brimmed with words to share. What do you intend to do? Xiao Chongtian turned to face them. I, Yao Qin, stand here to apologize on behalf of my family. Bringing Qin to express our regrets to you and Jinbei, she said, clutching her clothing tightly, her cheeks flushed. Apologize, Ma Yuran urged, giving Yao Qin a nudge. In her stumble, Yao Qin nearly fell at Xiao Chongtian's feet. Fool! Ma Yuran pinched Yao Qin's waist. In such a situation, one should kneel. Their home is resplendent and unattainable. You must set aside your pride to sacrifice for your love if you wish to win the hearts of the Xiao family. My son has been engaged to Yi Li for a while now. They are living happily together. Ma Yuran, are you not aware? Ma Yuran forced a smile indeed. I hadn't heard. Then let me clarify. You should leave promptly, Xiao Chongtian insisted. Ma Yuran remained steadfast, passionately advocating. Chongtian, Qin is young, beautiful, and nurturing. Qin has only known one man from Jinbei, remaining pure and unblemished, and she has upheld the family's honor since marrying into your household. She also has me and her father. We are young and industrious, ready to assist with future grandchildren and any relocations that may arise. Qin is still innocent. She will defer to Jin in their marriage, not imposing her will as a strong woman. What does Xiao Jinbei's fiancée possess, aside from a bit of wealth, that can compare to Qin? Marriage is a lifelong commitment and deserves careful consideration. As the ancient adage states, one should marry a virtuous wife. The gentle and dutiful Qin, nurtured in a traditional family, cannot be compared to a woman who spends her days surrounded by men. Xiao Chongtian stood with hands behind his back, composed. Ma Yuran, you are not well. You should seek treatment. Ma Yuran's expression soured in an instant. How dare you curse me? She presented a hefty gift, pouring her heart out to Xiao Chongtian about reconciling the 2 children, yet he remained ungrateful. This is outrageous. Yao Qin, take your mother out. Cease these foolish antics. Jinbei's beloved, Xiao Li, you must have a sense of her excellence. Mother, Yao Qin, with tears brimming, bit her lower lip until it bled, declaring, let us go. She ran ahead, a single tear splashing onto the marble floor. Asai lintang wishing gulfid mayuran. She grabbed an orange and chased after Yao Qin, calling, Dear, we haven't accomplished anything yet. Why are you running away? Chapter 47, Yao Qin's Regret. How to eliminate Xie Yongfeng. Don't run. Yao Qin, if you wish to reconcile with Xiao Jinbei, return to me. Have you not gleaned anything from those domineering CEO novels? The pursuit to reclaim love leads one to the crematorium. Once you reach that point, a man's heart will soften. Yet, you've barely made it halfway to the funeral home. Yao Qin cried as she fled, with Ma Yuran's desperate shouts trailing behind her. She fled the community as if her life depended on it. Suddenly, her pupils widened and her steps halted. She spotted Xiao Jinbei's car. Xiao Jinbei, he has returned. Ma Yuran, seeing the gleaming Maybach, quickened her pace, dashing to intercept the car, holding her large orange to block Xiao Jinbei's path. Knock, knock, knock. Jinbei, come out. I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Jinbei remained indifferent. Ma Yuran sincerely apologized. Our Qin regrets her decision. She wishes to reconcile with you. On her behalf, I am here to express our contrition. Jinbei, you are a good man. Do not hold Qin's betrayal against her. She was deceived by Xiao Feng, a smooth-talking scoundrel, while Qin, pure and kind, was sheltered from the darker sides of society. Jinbei, now that you have achieved success and everything is well, we will not impose on you as we did before. Once you marry Qin, you may choose how to live your life, and we will respect your decisions. Qin has never forgotten you during your time apart. Surely, you two have been yearning for her day and night. Your feelings for each other are profound. Let the past be bygone. Do not dwell on it further. Please, come down and see Qin. She is waiting for you, having shed countless tears for you. Xiao Jinbei, cold as ice, replied, please step aside. Ma Yuran walked away carrying a large orange, believing that his car was about to turn around. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jinbei started the vehicle, driving straight into the parking entrance and down the slope. Ma Yuran stared at the vanishing rear of the car, frozen in disbelief. On the way home, the mother and daughter fell into a heavy silence, mourning the bittersweet pangs of their lives. When the headlights illuminated their doorstep, Ma Yuran was startled, wondering if those people had come to demand repayment for a loan. At the entrance stood 4 or 5 menacing figures clad in black, their features grotesque under the dim light, resembling vengeful spirits. Ma Yuran leapt from the car, her teeth chattering with fear. The black-clad thugs parted to create a path as Xiamu emerged, adorned in extravagant jewelry. You are Yao Qin's mother? Yes. Fortunately, they were not there to collect debts. Ma Yuran's heart, which had leapt to her throat, settled back into her chest. But the next moment, Xiamu issued a cold command. Repay the money. What money? Ma Yuran's heart raced back into her throat, her complexion shifting dramatically. Yao Qin has squandered 193,205 yuan of my son's money. Yao Qin, having locked the car, approached with trembling hands and legs, timidly stating, Xiao Feng pursued me and insisted on financing our romantic endeavors. Please do not cause a ruckus. At that moment, Ma Yuran grasped the situation. She tossed the orange aside, rolled up her sleeves, placed her hands on her hips, and began to scold. It is the mother's fault if the child is unruly. How could you let Xiao Feng turn into such a disgrace? Have a look in the mirror. Xiamu tossed a stack of photographs at Ma Yuran's face. Though she wanted to retaliate, her gaze was captured by a pair of glistening figures in the pictures. The one below was Yao Qin, and the one above was Xiao Feng. They appear to be deeply engaged with one another. Ma Yuran was taken aback, turning slowly to look at Yao Qin. Previously, she had defended Yao Qin's innocence, placing blame solely on Xiao Jinbei. What have you done? Ma Yuran's anger brought her to tears. Yao Qin was to go on a blind date tomorrow. If such scandalous news spread, would Ming still want her? Ma Yuran fumed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. With no divine intervention and surrounded by adversaries, she felt as if she had no right to even breathe. Xiamu had raised a son like Xiao Feng and had the audacity to expose his sleeping photographs. She was even more despicable than her son, a shameless wretch. If they did not repay the money, such shameless individuals could resort to anything. Ma Yuran feared for Yao Qin's reputation, worried it would be tarnished and subjected to ridicule. Yet her family lacked the means. Romance is a matter between two individuals. The expenses should be shared equally. Xiao Feng should bear half, and my daughter will return 950,000 yuan. Ma Yuran spoke diplomatically, fearing to provoke the mother tiger and endanger Yao Qin. Xiamu raised her chin, scrutinizing Yao Qin, and scoffed, Your daughter's foolish demeanor is worth 100,000 a night. What are you saying? Ma Yuran ground her teeth in fury. The pure and innocent girl had been sullied and humiliated. She declared, I shall sue your son for assault. Go ahead. I welcome you to do so. I've long wished to see Xiao Feng behind bars, to face some consequences. When the police summon him, I will leak your daughter's scandal to the media. Make sure your family locks the doors tightly. Those who throw dung and rotten eggs can be quite deranged. You. Ma Yuran crushed her teeth, swallowing her anger. Yao Qin dialed Xie Yongfeng's number, her voice filled with frustration as she demanded repayment. How could you treat me this way? Xie Yongfeng yawned in response. My mother has a temper, and you know that. What can I do about it? Xie Yongfeng, you need to come here immediately. Face the consequences. I'm busy. I need to be with my wife. She has an early prenatal checkup tomorrow. Xie Yongfeng, Yao Qin, if you can handle it. Let go. Clinging like this will only make me lose respect for you. Yao Qin hung up, feeling the sharp gaze of Xie's mother slicing across her face. It stung. Entrapped by a scoundrel's sweet words, she had paid a grievous price. With tears held back, she thought to herself, Xie's mother, I have never encountered a woman as cold-blooded as you. I will return the money, but remember this. Evildoers will eventually face their reckoning. Mind your own affairs. Little girl. Xie's mother asserted her dominance. Ma Yuran, left with no choice, contacted a matchmaker. The matchmaker reached out to Chun Ming, who promptly transferred 200,000 yuan. Upon receiving the money, Xie's mother scoffed, You needn't perceive me as utterly malicious. My ruthlessness is only directed at those who seduce my son. You've repaid our family's money. Behave yourself henceforth, and I shall not trouble you. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed them. The men hastily retreated like a gust of wind. Damn it, a true villain. Ma Yuran collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yao Qin pondered throughout the night, biting her fingers in desperation. How to rid herself of Xie Yongfeng. How to deal with that tigress of a mother. How to exact her revenge. She retrieved a kitchen knife, wrapping it in a cashmere scarf. Imagining herself waiting at the maternal and child health hospital the next day, where Xie Yongfeng would accompany his mistress for a prenatal checkup, she envisioned swiftly striking with a knife. Alternatively, she could don flat shoes, tie her hair in a bun, transform into a heroine, and stand guard outside Xie Yongfeng's home, ramming her car into him as soon as he emerged. A sacrifice for mutual destruction. It sounded heroic. It felt exhilarating. Yet when dawn broke, her courage faltered. She couldn't wield the knife. She had never even chopped vegetables before. Fearing that the knife would be wrested from her hands by Xie Yongfeng before she could strike, she feared death even more. Her cowardice bred trepidation. She reassured herself. Sacrificing her life to accompany Xie Yongfeng to the grave was not worth it. But vengeance must still be sought. If she lacked the courage, she would rely on those who dared to assist her. Chapter 48. Yao Qin gets married. Yili is pregnant. Hongxiao returns on New Year's Eve. Snow began to fall. Yili struggled to rise from her bed. Xiao Jinbei massaged her legs, asking cramps? Are you lacking calcium? Her stomach ached as well. Resting against Xiao Jinbei, her voice was faint. He continued to massage her abdomen. With so many year-end parties and social obligations, you've exhausted yourself. She felt nauseous, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Jinbei gently grasped her chin. Open your mouth, let me see. After examining her tongue, he raised her chin to check her tonsils. It looks like you have a bit of indigestion. We should visit my father early and have him take a look. He lifted Yili into his arms and carried her to the bathroom, adjusting the water temperature as she bathed, while he went downstairs to fetch her something to drink. Upon reaching the stairway, his phone vibrated and rang within the confines of his trousers. Upon answering, he heard the faint voice of Yao Qin. Could you step outside for a moment? It had been a considerable time since Yao Qin last intruded upon him, and today she was calling from a new number. I'm not available. Are you afraid I will pester you, or that I will ask to borrow money again? Yao Qin's voice trembled as she confessed. I am getting married. Xiao Jinbei was not taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, Yao Qin had parted ways with Xie Yongfeng. He had assumed Yao Qin had been seeing that wealthy heir for some time, and the new year was indeed a propitious time for discussions of marriage. Congratulations, he replied, leaning against the railing, his fingers pressed to his forehead, supporting his drooping head. Their love had been genuine. Yao Qin had been his first love. Although deeply wounded by her, the joy she once brought him was undeniably real. I am to marry a man I have only met once, Yao Qin continued, awaiting a response that did not come. She sniffled. I have written you an invitation. Xiao Jinbei responded with a measured tone. I apologize. But Li and I are planning to go to New Zealand after the new year, so I will not be able to attend your wedding. A heavy silence fell on the line. Just as Xiao Jinbei thought Yao Qin was about to hang up, she said, "I have left the invitation at the security office. It is up to you whether you retrieve it." With that, she ended the call. Xiao Jinbei glanced at the WeChat moments of Yao Qin's colleague, Xiao Mei. Close friends with Yao Qin, Xiao Mei had visited their rented apartment before. She had posted a series of photos from the wedding, one of which featured Yao Qin and her fiancé in formal attire. Flanking Yao Qin were two little girls, one about 5 or 6 years old, and the other perhaps 7 or 8. Despite their differing appearances, both wore identical princess dresses and crowns, their expressions serious. Yao Qin's fiancé appeared to be in his 30s, sporting square glasses and a sharp nose. Perhaps due to the high filters of the wedding photos, he exuded a rather cunning demeanor. The adage suggests that one's face reflects one's heart. Xiao Jinbei felt a throbbing at his temples. If Yao Qin were to marry this man, she would face considerable hardship. If he were Yao Qin's father, he would never allow his daughter to leap into a pit for the sake of wealth. Yao Qin seemed destined to become a stepmother to 2 daughters who would not favor her. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Yeli's cries from upstairs. Xiao Jinbei rushed back to find Yeli, who had just bathed, bent over the toilet, violently vomiting. The food from the previous night had yet to settle. They were both alarmed and swiftly dressed to drive to the hospital. After a series of questions, the emergency room doctor issued a referral to the gynecology department. The patient is experiencing stomach pain and vomiting due to indigestion. Are you certain we should consult gynecology? Xiao Jinbei supported the weakened Yeli. Yes. The patient cannot recall the date of her last menstruation. We need to rule out pregnancy. Upon hearing the word pregnancy, Yeli's head shot up in shock. Leaning against Xiao Jinbei, she murmured in disbelief. How could I be pregnant? You always were protection. I even took emergency contraception. Our precautions were effective. The results of the early pregnancy test from the gynecology clinic arrived swiftly, revealing 2 vivid red lines. The blood test results would require some time. Yeli hung her head in despair. Do you not want a baby? Xiao Jinbei grasped her hand. In his view, a 34-year-old woman is indeed capable of bearing children. With just a year to go before reaching the threshold of advanced maternal age, the quality of fertility may begin to decline, making this the last opportunity to conceive. Naturally, Yili does not wish to have a child, and he comprehends her stance. After all, their relationship has thus far been strictly professional. Despite the harmony and intimacy shared in bed, they have yet to pierce the veil of love that separates them. If Yili does not intend to spend her life with him, it is only natural that she would not desire to bear his child. It is a complex matter. Yi Li's complexion is pale. Prior to the pregnancy, she had no plans for motherhood, and upon receiving the pregnancy report, an unusual sensation stirred within her. Thus, the decision of whether to keep the child remains tentative. With a sense of responsibility towards the nascent life, her immediate obligation is to fulfill the necessary medical requirements. The doctor prescribed folic acid, and Xiao Jinbei went to queue at the pharmacy window. Yili sat and waited for him, her eyes following Xiao Jinbei's tall figure. Soon, her line of sight was joined by 3 white coats who had cut in line, one of whom was as tall and slender as Xiao Jinbei. This individual was engaged in discussion with colleagues, and as they turned to face Yi Li, she was taken aback. The doctor, upon noticing her, was equally astonished. Little Yi, his eyes ignited with fervor, burning brightly. Yi Li's breath faltered for a moment. Under the intense gaze of the doctor, she slowly rose to her feet. Zhuang Yin. It has been a long time. Indeed, after many years, he still resembled the figure etched in her memory. Xiao Jinbei returned with the medication and witnessed the profound exchange of glances between Yi Li and Zhuang Yin. Clearing his throat, Yi Li snapped back to reality, brushing a wave of curls from her face as she extended her hand to Xiao Jinbei. Their fingers intertwined, and she introduced him. This is my fiancé, Mr. Xiao Jinbei. Zhuang Yin appeared momentarily stunned, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. Xiao, you're quite young. His thin lips twitched, a hint of discomfort evident in his pale complexion. And you're quite handsome, doctor. Xiao Jinbei smiled in return. Then we shall take our leave. Farewell. Zhuang Yin waved goodbye. Who is that man? Xiao Jinbei asked, holding Yi Li's hand as they navigated the crowded hall with care. My first love. Oh, your former flame. How unfortunate. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have taken a closer look at him, Xiao Jinbei remarked. Yili sighed. What is the point of dwelling on a love that has perished? It seems you both bear regrets, he observed. Yili responded candidly. Back then, my mother forced us apart, pulling us in different directions. Now that her mother has passed, does that mean her love with Zhuang Yin is destined to revive? Xiao Jinbei glanced back, seeing Zhuang Yin still standing in place. The man's gaze was fixed on Yi Li, his eyes stretched like threads, conversing with his colleague. At that moment, Yi Li's phone rang. A call from the household servant reporting that Hong Xiao had arrived. We must hurry. That scoundrel has returned. Yi Li clasped her phone and pulled Xiao Jinbei along. Take it slow. You're pregnant, and those heels are high. Be careful not to fall. Yi Li was still in a rush, concerned that Hong Xiao's volatile temper might lead him to vent his frustrations on her antiques. Xiao Jinbei, still reeling from the encounter with her first love, felt a sense of suffocation as another complication presented itself in the form of Hong Xiao. He loosened his tie. In passing, I sent a message to Gu Xinghe, commanding her to come quickly. That woman possesses extraordinary combat prowess. Chapter 49. Hong Xiao. Be a man. Yi Li was unwell due to her pregnancy, and Xiao Jinbei carried her out of the car. She nestled in his arms, a soft bundle, her breath gentle and sweet. Xiao Jinbei was fortunate to witness her vulnerable side, fully embodying the noble demeanor of a protector as he carried Yi Li home. In the living room, a thin veil of smoke lingered. A cold-faced man sat with crossed legs at the center of a genuine leather sofa. His close-cropped hair, thick brows, and deep-set eyes, along with his sharply defined features, resembled a battle map crafted from 5 lethal instruments, exuding an aggressive aura. The long-anticipated Hong Xiao had returned. As Xiao Jinbei entered, cradling Yi Li, Hong Xiao remained seated. He pinched a cigarette between his fingers, reclining against the sofa with an air of nonchalance. Sir, Li Li is unwell. Please step outside to smoke, Xiao Jinbei stated from the doorway. Hong Xiao remained unmoved. At that moment, Yi Li requested to stand. As Xiao Jinbei gently set her down, Hong Xiao sprang up, swiftly positioning himself before Xiao Jinbei. Who are you? Hong Xiao demanded, grasping Xiao Jinbei by the lapel of his suit. Yi Li, filled with rage, shouted, Hong Xiao, let him go. With a glare, Hong Xiao retorted, You betrayed me. I will not spare your pretty boy. How dare you blame me for your betrayal? With a resounding slap, Yi Li struck Hong Xiao. The day before the engagement party, you took that despicable Sue on a private jet abroad, personally canceled the engagement ceremony, and severed ties with me. Have you forgotten? Hong Xiao looked at Yi Li in disbelief, astonished by her audacity. As she raised her hand again to strike, Hong Xiao's fury turned towards Xiao Jinbei, his fists clenched in a desire to unleash his wrath upon him. Xiao Jinbei forcefully pushed Hong Xiao aside. Hong Xiao, be a man. Do not allow me to scorn you. What kind of lowlife are you? How dare you interject in my presence? Hong Xiao retaliated, swinging his fist. Just then, a red figure flew in, positioning herself before Xiao Jinbei and engaging Hong Xiao in combat. Gu Xinghe, step aside. This does not concern you. Hong Xiao glared at the timely arrival of Gu Xinghe. It was New Year's Eve, and Yi Li had given her bodyguards the night off. Thus, when Hong Xiao arrived, there was no one to hinder him. He had come unaccompanied, believing that teaching Xiao Jinbei a lesson would be a mere trifling matter. However, Gu Xinghe's appearance disrupted his rhythm. Well, Miss Gu, are you not returning home for the new year? Is it that the Gu family does not wish for your return? Or are you holding a grudge against your father for favoring the children of your stepmother? He mocked. Indeed, who would desire a woman like you? You deserve to live in solitude. Enough of your nonsense. Scoundrel, leave. Yedirebukid. With a commanding presence, Hong Xiao declared, when I left, I merely stated the cancellation of the engagement party. I never mentioned a breakup. I warned you when you became engaged to your pretty boy that I would return. Now that I am back, the engagement party can be rescheduled. Whether it is early or late, an engagement is still an engagement. It does not lead to death. If you disobey, seeking out fresh meat so quickly signifies your betrayal. I'm not a garbage station, Hong. From a moment you betrayed me, any possibility between us vanished. Leave my home and let us never meet again. Yi Li's complexion was pale. Sumi clung to me, desperately seeking attention. I merely went abroad to resolve some personal matters. Yet you incessantly speak of betrayal, which is most unpleasant. If you find it distasteful, then let us maintain a distance as vast as the galaxy. Yi Li, you are the esteemed president of a corporation, a formidable woman of great ambition. Why do you act like a timid vase, fretting over trivial matters? Hong Xiao raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed as to why Yi Li fixated on that incident. Yi Li, who managed Li Sheng Group with decisiveness and a disregard for minutiae, was not one to dwell on such trivialities. They were akin to each other, brought together by mutual admiration. He and Yi Li were not yet married. What was wrong with taking Sumi out? Yi Li's insistence on this matter was indeed her fault. Yi Li, Hong Xiao called out forcefully, pointing at Xiao Jinbei. You need to get rid of him. Let's live our lives. Yi Li scoffed. Who do you think you are to be so confident that I would want you? Hong Xiao ground his teeth in frustration. Yi Li retorted, Listen, Mr. Xiao and I fell in love at first sight. We are living together in harmony, and I am pregnant. You are no longer part of this equation. Do you understand? Upon finishing her words, Yi Li turned to meet Xiao Jinbei's gaze. He appeared pleasantly surprised. Was this a declaration of love? Yi Li wrapped her arms around his neck. Mr. Xiao, if you wish, I can share more with you tonight. Xiao, I won't let you off easily. Hong Xiao's words cut through the tension. Xiao Jinbei remained unfazed. Mr. Hong, a man should stand tall and take responsibility. You have chosen Su Xing, and my Li Li no longer desires you. Farewell. He lifted Yi Li and carried her upstairs to rest. Hong Xiao attempted to pursue them, but Gu Xinghe's long legs intercepted him. Gu Xinghe, are you sure you want to oppose me? Hong Xiao roared. If you oppose Mr. Xiao, you are opposing me as well. Oh, Mr. Xiao, you sound quite affectionate. Of course, as his top secretary, it is my duty to alleviate Mr. Zhao's burdens. Hong Xiao derisively laughed. Is it necessary to be so sycophantic? Yi Li has given me a second chance at life, even if it cost me my life. I shall not hesitate. Hong Xiao nodded. Such loyalty, such spirit. Just wait. I will deal with each of you one by one. With a huff, Hong Xiao stormed out. Gu Xinghe clapped his hands, adjusted his pants, and went upstairs to check on Yi Li. In the large bed, Xiao Jinbei held Yi Li close. Drink some more. He offered her lemon water. Yi Li leaned against his chest, shaking her head. Pregnancy is so difficult. Xiao Jinbei laughed heartily. There's nothing like a mother's love. It shows how much mothers sacrifice. Ah. Yi Li pushed the cup away weakly. Her face pale. I have never felt so weak. I feel utterly powerless and quite annoyed. Gu Xinghe, standing by the bed, said, Discomfort is caused by pregnancy hormones. Endure it for 3 months, and things will improve in the second trimester. Yi Li glanced at her with narrowed eyes, as if to say, as if you have ever given birth. Chapter 50, The Assault of First Love. Yi Li wavers on New Year's Eve. Gu Xinghe arrived to lend a hand, and Xiao Jinbei brought her along to celebrate the festival at Xiao Chongqian's villa. Xiao Jinbei had originally planned to prepare the New Year's dinner himself. However, Yi Li's unexpected pregnancy and Hong Xiao's resurgence, coupled with several unforeseen events, disrupted his plans. Accompanied by the two women, they arrived at Xiao Chongqian's quaint villa just as dusk began to settle. Dad, I apologize for the delay. Let us dine out for the New Year's Eve dinner, Xiao Jinbei announced as he entered, holding Yi Li, who was pregnant, by the hand. Xiao Chongtian beamed with joy, lifting the edges of his apron to wipe the traces of cooking from his hands. I have prepared the meal. It's chilly outside. Come in quickly. He welcomed Yi Li inside, saying, Xiao Li, please sit on the sofa. I'll pour you some hot water to warm your stomach. As Yi Li settled in, Xiao Chongtian turned his attention to Gu Xinghe. Secretary Gu, happy spring festival. Happy New Year, uncle. I hope I'm not a bother. She replied, Not at all. Our home welcomes you. He reassured her. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinbei took charge of the kitchen, tidying up after a brief delay, while Xiao Chongtian had already begun distributing red envelopes to the two ladies. Xiao Li, happy spring festival. He handed her one before producing another from his apron. This is for the baby, welcoming our new family member. Thank you, Uncle. Yi Li smiled. Don't mention it. We are family. Xiao Chongtian then presented a third red envelope to Gu Xinghe. She was taken aback, pointing at herself. Uncle, for me? I am 23 and an outsider to the Xiao family. Indeed, it's for you, as New Year's money, he replied. Touched, Gu Xinghe exclaimed, "Uncle, you are truly kind." Xiao Chantian responded, "And Secretary Gu is quite wonderful as well." Witnessing the harmonious scene, Xiao Jinbei felt a deep sense of contentment. This was the happiness he had envisioned for many years but had not yet realized. He diligently prepared a table filled with dishes, serving everyone with care and ensuring they were seated comfortably. Xiao Chantian and Gu Xinghe toasted with drinks, while Xiao Jinbei opened a bottle of Mount Ai for them. He then prepared fresh orange juice for Yi Li, pouring it into a glass jug filled with warm water to gently heat it before bringing it to her. When Yi Li expressed a desire for shrimp, Xiao Jinbei donned gloves to peel them for her. However, before he could feed her, she felt queasy again. Weakly, she pointed to the osmanthus honey-glazed yam, indicating she no longer wanted shrimp, but rather that dish. Understood, Xiao Jinbei replied, tossing the half-peeled shrimp into his mouth before immediately picking up the honey-glazed yam for her. Yi Li took a small bite, savoring the sweetness, but left the rest in Xiao Jinbei's bowl. "Are you feeling very unwell?" he asked, concern etched in his eyes. "It's not just uncomfortable. It's exceedingly difficult to bear," she admitted. Xiao Jinbei ladled a bowl of chicken soup, suggesting, "Try some soup. It might soothe your stomach." Yet, barely 3 minutes after drinking the soup, Yi Li clasped her mouth and leapt to her feet. Xiao Jinbei dropped his chopsticks, swiftly scooping her up and racing upstairs to the room that Xiao Chantian had specially prepared for them. Gu Xinghe watched them depart, sighing. "It seems President Yi is really struggling," Xiao Chantian remarked. Severe morning sickness can arise from two scenarios. Either the mother is older and her body faces greater strain, or the fetus is developing exceptionally well, resulting in an overproduction of pregnancy hormones. "Uncle is right," she agreed. Gu Xinghe raised her glass, urging a toast. "Cheers!" Xiao Chantian clinked his round wine cup against her elegant goblet. "Here, a chicken leg for you. I notice you enjoy this." Gu Xinghe's smile blossomed like a flower. "This sesame-oiled chicken is exquisite, so fresh and tender, with a lingering aroma. I only tasted this flavor at my grandmother's home when I was a child." Consequently, Xiao Chantian offered her another chicken leg. A few days ago, a fellow villager brought back some farm-fresh chickens from home. That explains the distinctive flavor. Gu Xinghe savored the chicken leg, feeling no burden of personal image in the gentle presence of Xiao Chantian. He looked at her and said, "If you have a vacation this summer, you could accompany me back to my hometown for some fun. The mountains are filled with free-range chickens and ducks. The climate is refreshing, and there are waterfalls and streams for fishing and shrimping. You'd have your fill of farm chicken while enjoying a summer retreat." "Sounds wonderful. I toast to you, Uncle." Gu Xinghe's eyes sparkled. Every year, she had annual leave but had never taken a break, too apathetic to venture anywhere alone. Now, having Xiao Chantian as a companion made it all the more delightful. He resembled a father, a grandfather, and even a grandmother to her. His many qualities fulfilled her yearning for warmth. Gu Xinghe poured more for Xiao Chantian, and on this New Year's Eve, the old and young forged a deep friendship. Yi Li, having finished her meal, lost her appetite. Xiao Jinbei cradled her on the sofa while watching the evening gala, peeling oranges and feeding her the juicy segments. The slight tartness of the fruit was refreshing. After Gu Xinghe and Xiao Chantian washed the dishes, they remained occupied. Donning his reading glasses, Xiao Chantian cut a piece of floral cotton fabric to sew a medicinal herb pillow for Yi Li. The rectangular pillow was filled with dried, medicinal flowers collected from the mountains. "This is so soft and fragrant," Yi Li said, nuzzling her cheek against it. "I love the scent of the herbs." Gu Xinghe admired him, thinking how skilled her uncle was. Xiao Chantian suggested, "Would you like a sachet? I can sew one for you to hang on your bag during the day to ward off mosquitoes and place by your pillow at night for better sleep." "Yes, please," Gu Xinghe exclaimed, linking her arm with Xiao Chantian as they headed to his herbal medicine room to select flowers. Xiao Jinbei felt the urge to relieve himself. He gently placed Yi Li on the sofa before stepping out. Just as he left, a solemn phone call came in. Yi Li's voice, tinged with a hint of petulance. "Answer, what is it?" "Zhuang Yan, I apologize. Without your consent, I obtained your contact information from our mutual friend." He quickly continued, "Yi, what are you up to?" "Just finished dinner. I want to see you. Yi. Not now. Yi pinched her brow. At this age, she was no longer the naive youth. Fully aware that going out would inevitably lead to romantic entanglements. Zhuang Yin pressed on. Our breakup years ago wasn't due to any issues in our relationship, but rather because your mother forcibly separated us. Now that Yi Li's mother had passed, the obstacle between them was removed. Yi, I have never forgotten you in these 11 years, Zhuang Yin said earnestly. I'm hanging up. I don't want to discuss this. Wait. Zhuang Yin began to choke back tears. Years ago, I was injured by your mother's bodyguard and fell into a coma for a week. When I finally regained consciousness, I rolled out of bed to find you, only to learn that you had gone abroad. Yi, I understand that you too are trapped by circumstances. Had you possessed even the slightest means, you would never have left my side. At our age, you ought to comprehend that life is indeed fleeting. The happiness we can seize is scarce. Why not grant ourselves a chance to truly be ourselves? Yi Li's eyes gradually filled with tears. Throughout her life, she had never truly been herself. From a young age, her mother had bound her to the standards of an heir, instilling in her that she could not cry, could not be willful, could not act on emotion. She was expected to be rational, decisive, and to prioritize her career, becoming a strong and independent woman. How she longed to be herself. She simply had never found the opportunity. Chapter 51. A Change of Heart. Yi Li's miscarriage. Zhuang Yin intensified his approach, inquiring in a doctorly manner, "How is your health?" They had coincidentally encountered each other at the hospital, and her condition was evidently concerning. Yi Li did not conceal the truth. "I am pregnant and feeling severely unwell." "You have taken contraceptive pills," he stated. Yi Li countered. "What does severe morning sickness have to do with medication?" Zhuang Yin proceeded to elaborate extensively, ultimately telling her, having taken medication, there's a 50% chance the fetus could be affected. An unexpected pregnancy requires careful consideration. Yi Li had heard a gynecologist mention this earlier that day. She had taken the pill only once that month, and it was not necessarily on the night of conception. She was someone who aspired to achieve great things and had a broad mindset. When the gynecologist briefly explained, she did not perceive it as a significant issue. However, now, with Zhuang Yin's detailed professional discourse, she felt a tinge of anxiety. "Yi, I have always loved you and never forgotten you. I believe you still love me too. Come back to me. Let us start anew and reclaim our lost youth and love." "Zhuang Yin, please stop." "No. After the new year, you will be 34 and I will be 36. How many years do we have left? If we do not seize true love now, we will forever regret it." Yi Li was troubled, her pregnancy weighing heavily on her body and mind. It is no exaggeration to say that being pregnant had instigated severe, negative emotions within her. Her maternal instincts were weak. Before meeting Xiao Jinbei, she had never contemplated motherhood. Even in her engagement with Hong Xiao, they had mutually agreed not to have children. The uncertainty surrounding this child intensified her inner turmoil. "If you decide to keep it, I will raise it with you. If you do not wish to carry it to term, I will assist you in terminating the pregnancy, support your recovery, and we can enjoy a few carefree years before having a healthy, intelligent baby that belongs to both of us." Zhuang Yin offered a firm reassurance. Yi Li's heart raced, the rare sensation of tension pressing upon her. She felt little sorrow in relinquishing the fetus. Her mother had never loved her, and she did not yearn to be a mother. The real dilemma lay with Xiao Jinbei. The child was his. Given the closeness between Xiao Tian and Xiao Jinbei, it was clear they cherished children and would nurture them well. She could not play the role of a mother, but Xiao Jinbei would undoubtedly be a good father. She wished to terminate the pregnancy, but she knew he would not agree. Her thoughts spiraled into another realm. Did she truly love Xiao Jinbei? To love him meant she could not discard his child. Carrying his baby and giving birth were manifestations of her affection. Conversely, if she did not love Xiao Jinbei, she ought to terminate the pregnancy, severing all ties to him to prevent a child from complicating her future happiness with Zhuang Yin. She had no desire to wed Zhuang Yin while bearing the child of someone she did not love, for that would tarnish the sanctity of her first love. Yi Li contemplated this throughout the night. The following morning, as Xiao Jinbei prepared breakfast, she stumbled into the bathroom, overwhelmed by waves of nausea. She had resolved to abandon the child and leave Xiao Jinbei. He came from humble beginnings, a mere commoner, while she was born a distinguished heiress. With her illustrious lineage and vast wealth, only someone of equal standing, like Zhuang Yin, who toyed with medicine as a hobby while inheriting a fortune, was worthy of her. With the decisiveness of a CEO, Yili pressed the button to conclude this chapter of her life. Without a word to Xiao Jinbei, she made her way to the hospital. Zhuang Yin arranged for her to see a chief surgeon for the operation under general anesthesia. Upon awakening, she felt a soothing relief. "How do you feel, Yi?" Zhuang Yin asked, sitting by her bedside, holding her hand with evident concern. "It's all over now. Let me help you drink some water." "All right," she replied, as Zhuang Yin propped her up against his chest, gently feeding her water while saying, "You should move in with me. Take good care of yourself during your recovery, and then we shall marry." Yili nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinbei had gone out to buy strawberries. Earlier that day, Yili had mentioned she was going out for a meal with several other heiresses. Though he offered to accompany her, she insisted on driving herself. Standing at the entrance of the community with strawberries in hand, Xiao Jinbei anxiously scanned the surroundings. A day passed, and she remained unreachable. Worry gnawed at him. She was pregnant and prone to bouts of vomiting. He wondered if she could manage outside. The biting cold wind stung his face, sending a shiver down his spine. Reminiscent of the night he caught Yao Qin in an act of betrayal. Lost in these thoughts, a van abruptly halted in front of him. The doors swung open violently, and 5 men clad in black leaped out, each wielding a club. Sensing the impending danger, Xiao Jinbei turned to flee. Thud! A blow struck his neck, and his consciousness began to fade as he fell forward. Just then, a sharp sound pierced his awareness, jolting him awake in the frigid air. "How dare you steal my woman? You're courting death." A voice thundered. "I told you I wouldn't let you go. Today is your end. Beat him," came the command from Hong Xiao, and Xiao Jinbei's mind cleared. He opened his eyes to see 2 men in black raising their clubs to strike him. "Wait!" Xiao Jinbei shouted, his hands bound, leaving him only his voice to plead with. "Are you still hoping Gu Xinghe will come to save you?" Hong Xiao mocked. "No," Xiao Jinbei replied, trapped with no escape. He continued earnestly. "I've always wondered, haven't you noticed how much we resemble each other?" Hong Xiao furrowed his brow. He had realized this resemblance long ago when he received Yi Li's wedding photo. What of it? In this world, there are countless individuals who resemble one another. To think one could evade retribution based solely on superficial similarities is utterly implausible. Strike me if you must. Wait, I have not yet finished speaking. Xiao Jinbei continued his nonsensical ramblings with utmost seriousness. "Perhaps I am your brother. Not long ago, I posted my personal information on a kinship website. Why not have someone conduct a paternity test?" Hong Xiaohu seized Xiao Jinbei by the chin, baring his teeth, and taunted, "Try it. You have nothing to lose, after all. What if you truly have a brother?" In the stifling atmosphere, one of Hong Xiao's bodyguards handed over a mobile phone. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was his adoptive father. Discarding Xiao Jinbei, he rose to answer the call. The room where Xiao Jinbei was confined was cramped, yet he could hear Hong Xiao's voice clearly. After exchanging New Year's greetings with his so-called adoptive father, Hong Xiao inquired, "Do I have a brother?" The voice on the other end spoke for several minutes. Upon ending the call, Hong Xiao's expression darkened considerably. Xiao Jinbei, feeling cold and shivering, endured an hour of torment before 2 doctors in white coats arrived, one of whom drew his blood. After their departure, the bodyguard assigned to watch over him also left. Locking the small room behind him, he found himself engulfed in darkness. This was a windowless chamber. Having been nurtured in the boundless affection of Xiao Changtian since childhood, he had never experienced physical punishment. Being confined in this dark space was a torment both mental and physical. Thoughts of his father, Yi Li, and the unborn child within her provided him solace. Embracing his newfound identity as a father, Xiao Jinbei encouraged himself, "Stay strong. You are destined to be a dad. You must leave this place unscathed." He held faith that Yi Li would send someone to rescue him. She had been gone for a day. Upon returning home to find him absent and unable to reach him by phone, she would undoubtedly seek him out. Chapter 52. Preparing for a proposal, Xiao Jinbei's heritage. The darkness was boundless. Xiao Jinbei lay in silence, so profound it felt lifeless. Time stretched like thickened ink, rendering the distinction between day and night indistinguishable. When the wooden door of the small dark room, barely 50 centimeters wide, swung open, a shaft of light fell upon Xiao Jinbei, painfully piercing his eyes, which were filled with darkness. He shielded his forehead with his hand and gazed toward the entrance. There stood Hong Xiao, silhouetted against the light, with slumped shoulders, drooping hands, and legs askew. So, has the kinship test result arrived? Xiao Jinbei managed to retrieve his voice, devoid of warmth. Yet Hong Xiao's response was unexpectedly gentle. It has come back, he said softly, lacking the ferocity he had previously exhibited. Hong Xiao stepped aside, allowing an elderly man with slicked-back hair to enter. Xiao Jinbei scrutinized the older gentleman, who appeared to be in his 60s, with shining hair, piercing eyes, a prominent nose, thin lips, and crow-esque feet at the corners of his eyes. Your mother's name is Huang Ying, is it not? The old man inquired. Yes, Xiao Jinbei replied. But who are you to know my mother? The old man sighed deeply, failing to respond immediately. He turned, glaring at Hong Xiao, reproaching him with a dual tone of admonition and command. Release your brother at once. At this, Hong Xiao's bodyguard sprang forward, drawing his knife to cut the ropes. I will do it myself, Hong Xiao interjected, kneeling slowly with reddened eyes to personally untie Xiao Jinbei's hands. They all moved to the reception hall of the Hao Di Mountain Villa. Xiao Jinbei was utterly bewildered, his gaze fixed upon the man with a slicked-back hairstyle. Hong Xiao had someone draw my blood yesterday. I wish to understand what transpired. The elderly man regarded him, stating the blood test was conducted for direct kinship verification, and the results have just been revealed. You are the biological brother of Xiao. Despite harboring doubts, the undeniable truth left Xiao Jinbei in a state of shock. Then you are my biological father. The man gently patted Xiao Jinbei's shoulder, advising him to remain calm and to sit down for a more measured conversation. Xiao Jinbei returned to his seat, but felt a sharp discomfort, as if a needle had pricked him, squirming in unease. Your biological father passed away 21 years ago, when you were just 1 year old, and your brother Hong Xiao was 6. I returned to my hometown to pay respects to my ancestors when the private plane encountered mechanical failure and made an emergency landing in the wilderness. Your father, while chopping wood, noticed sparks flying and rushed to assist. Both the pilot and I sustained severe injuries, and your father carried us one by one to safety on the mountainside. Tragically, he returned to extinguish the fire and lost his life in the process. With tears glistening in his eyes, the elderly man introduced himself. I am Hong Tinghui, originally from Hongjiashan in Days County. When Xiao Jinbei turned back to Hong Xiao, he found him resembling a remorseful child, head bowed, too afraid to speak. What about his brothers and my mother? Xiao Jinbei asked, visibly agitated. Hong Tinghui explained. Your father perished because of me. I provided your mother with 2 million yuan, a sum sufficient for you three to live comfortably for a lifetime. However, 3 years later, one morning, your mother and you two brothers sought me out at the entrance of my domestic branch and knelt to plead for help. She was at her wit's end, lamenting that your grandparents had taken all her money, using part of it to build houses for your uncles, to secure brides, to buy cars, and to establish an agricultural processing factory, while the remainder was squandered in gambling. Your uncle's factory went bankrupt, leaving them destitute. Your grandfather fell ill, and your mother was burdened with a debt of 10,000 yuan. As a widow with 2 young boys, she was powerless against the injustices she faced and fled under the cover of night with you both. During the day, your mother worked at a construction site, and in the evenings, she cooked and did laundry for you. One day, your brother accidentally fell from the 2nd floor, injuring his head and resulting in a neurological condition due to the lack of medical care. While your mother was at work, your brother, unable to control his impulses, often lashed out at you. Moreover, after his injury, he became a source of trouble at school and was expelled. Your mother found me again, torn between the desire to keep both sons with her and the need for your brother to receive treatment. She entrusted him to me, while you, still so young and unable to articulate your needs, left with her. I provided her with an additional 500,000 yuan. Hong Tinghui was uncertain about what transpired afterward. Had it not been for Hong Zhao's efforts to bring Xiao Jinbei into a dispute that revealed their familial ties, they might have remained oblivious to each other's existence forever. Xiao Jinbei added, "My adoptive father told me that when my mother moved across from him, I was 5, a frail child, while she was emaciated, suffering from lymphoma. With little money for hospital care, it was my adoptive father who treated her without charge and often provided meals for us, allowing her to endure for 3 years. Before she passed, she entrusted me to him. Over the years, my adoptive father treated me as his own, nurturing and guiding me, ultimately shaping me into a distinguished student at Qingbei University." Xiao Jinbei spoke with tears welling in his eyes. "You have suffered. I am truly sorry for you." Hong Tinghui embraced him warmly. "Each person has their own destiny. Uncle Hong need not bear the burden of guilt." Xiao Jinbei was a reasonable man. Hong Tinghui called for Hong Xiao, saying, "Jinbei is your younger brother. Henceforth, do not bully him again." "Yes." Hong Xiao nodded emphatically. Hong Tinghui then addressed Xiao Jinbei. "Please also consider your brother's circumstances. He suffered a head injury in his youth, which impaired his memory and left him with a temper. He acts impulsively." Xiao Jinbei cast a glance at Hong Xiao, his elder brother, bound by blood despite any shortcomings. "As your adoptive father, I will transfer the real estate companies in the capital to my brother. I will take good care of him," Hong Xiao declared. "Very well. You may discuss it amongst yourselves," Hong Tinghui replied, patting Xiao Jinbei on the shoulder. "I have heard that you are currently the general manager of the real estate department at Lixin Group. Your brother is entrusting the management of the Hong Group's real estate to you, which perfectly aligns with your strengths. Do your best. I have never married, and all my assets will belong to you both." Xiao Jinbei felt a bit hesitant. "I will discuss this with Lily first." Hong Xiao erupted as a man. "You should handle your own affairs without consulting a woman. Is it true that you intend to marry Yili?" Hong Tinghui inquired. Xiao Jinbei hesitated. "My relationship with her is somewhat complicated." Hong Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Do not mind my interference. To speak frankly, both Yili and I are strong-willed. She does not submit to me, nor do I allow her to dominate. Our initial plan for union was purely a business arrangement, devoid of romantic entanglements. Our relationship is clear. If you wish to marry her, then do so. It is of no concern to me." A weight lifted from Xiao Jinbei's heart. Though uncertainty about Yi Li's feelings lingered, he could not claim to love her deeply at this moment, but he was confident they could maintain a respectful and harmonious life together. His gentle and considerate nature would surely complement a strong woman. As Xiao Jinbei experienced a significant shift in his identity, a newfound confidence arose within him as he bid farewell to Hong Tinghui and Hong Xiao. From that moment forward, he could proudly declare that he too had a support system. On his way home, he impulsively purchased a diamond ring and a bouquet of roses, preparing to propose to Yili, who was carrying his child. Chapter 53. Yili, you are not human. On his journey home, Xiao Jinbei felt a tumult of emotions. He cradled the roses in his arms, inhaling the fragrance that guided him toward a pivotal moment in his life, while his fingers caressed the ring box nestled in his palm. After tonight, he would be Yi Li's man. From this day forth, he would be a husband and a father. This transformation in his identity awakened a sense of responsibility. The youthful recklessness must be subdued. He needed to remember that he had a family now, to keep his eyes in check, to govern himself, and to become a successful man of integrity, resilient against life's trials. Holding the roses and securing the ring, he approached his home with a mix of trepidation and determination. The words of his proposal lingered on his lips, ready for the moment he would kneel before Yi Li, hoping to surprise her. Of course, it could also be a shock. Yet, regardless of whether it was a surprise or shock, it would not deter him from proposing. Through his relentless efforts, he envisioned taking Yi Li's hand, leading her to the sacred altar of matrimony, weathering life's storms together and growing old side by side. Alas, upon entering, he found the living room empty. Yi Li was not there waiting for him. It was of little consequence, having vanished for a day and a night. He felt a sense of relief. Yi Li, carrying their child, was unwell and in his absence, she neither sought him out nor awaited his return. Such was the norm. Thus, he ascended the stairs alone to the bedroom to see Yi Li, burdened with dust, apprehension, and a bittersweet joy born of surviving calamity. The bedroom door stood wide open, revealing two servants engaged in cleaning. One was tidying the wardrobe, while the other was adjusting the bedspread. "Where's Miss Yi?" Xiao Jinbei asked, surveying the room without spotting her. The servants exchanged uneasy glances. "Do you not know?" They replied. "What has transpired?" Xiao Jinbei retorted. It was he whom Hong Xiao had abducted last night. Yi Li had not been taken. With power and wealth at her disposal, Yi Li was unlikely to be in any peril. "Miss Yi has moved out." One servant lowered her head, the harsh reality sinking in. "She has moved out?" "Indeed." "When did this occur?" "This afternoon." Mr. Zhuang came to retrieve her personal belongings. So Zhuang Yin had swiftly established a connection with Yi Li. Indeed, first loves are indelible marks upon one's life. The fervor for a first love can ignite at any moment. Xiao Jinbei's heart sank in fervent despair. The future he had envisioned lay in ruins. He had been captured by Hong Xiao, faced with misfortune, and had vanished for a day and a night. Yi Li, Pidignant, was free to disregard him, to refrain from calling, unable to concern herself with his safety, and he fully empathized with the fragility and struggles of womanhood. However, he could not accept that Yi Li had moved out without his knowledge. It felt akin to abandonment. In a fit of anger, Xiao Jinbei carelessly tossed the roses onto the vanity and flung the ring box amidst the flowers, a bitter smile of self-mockery gracing his lips. Yi Li had forsaken him, unilaterally severing their ties. Truth be told, he did not mourn the loss of Yi Li herself. She was 8 years his senior, with a dominant personality, not his ideal. What pained him was the end of their affair, all due to the child growing within Yi Li. Now, separated from her, he believed that in the future, it would be Yi Li who would regret this decision, and she would bear the brunt of the loss. She remained oblivious to what she had forfeited. Xiao Jinbei dialed Yi Li's number, attempting to reach her for the 7th time since she had driven away alone the previous morning. This time, he was met with success. Yi Li's first words were, "We can separate now," delivered in her commanding CEO tone. Xiao Jinbei looked skyward and, "What, my child?" He had no objection to their separation. Their relationship had begun as a mere guise to replace Hong Xiao and had evolved into a nominal engagement. Yi Li's authoritative tone marked the end of their bond. "I terminated the pregnancy," Yi Li stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing the success of her day's work. Enraged, Xiao Jinbei shouted, "You unilaterally dealt with my child without consulting me. It is my body, and I have the final say. You have no say in this matter. You are a woman and a mother. How could you be so heartless? I do not wish to bear your child. I will terminate it, as is customary. Please speak with greater respect." Xiao Jinbei pressed his forehead, feeling a sharp pain in his ears. Yi Li's words were as piercing as a sword. It felt as though he had shared a bed with an unfeeling automaton. "Yi Li, you are inhuman. I am your boss. Mind your manners. I shall scold you. You cold-hearted woman. You will come to regret this." Regret is absent from my lexicon. I strategize and control all. Unable to win the argument against Yi Li, who had held a high position for years and was accustomed to arrogance, Xiao Jinbei smiled bitterly. "In your eyes, how inadequate am I? Am I unworthy of being the father of your child?" Yi Li maintained her tone as the CEO, rational and aloof. "You are indeed exceptional, talented, and handsome. However, I cannot continue this relationship due to our differing social backgrounds, as you well understand." Xiao Jinbei replied, "Of course to you, I am merely a powerless, insignificant man, unworthy of your esteemed status as a golden female CEO. Xiao Jinbei, you must comprehend that upper-class marriages emphasize compatibility. Let me be direct. I have dismissed your fiancé from his position. Although I am severing our romantic ties, it does not diminish my recognition and admiration for your talents. You may continue as the general manager of Lixing Real Estate, with compensation in accordance with the company's regulations." Xiao Jinbei lit a cigarette. Hong Xiao had left one unfinished on the coffee table during the New Year's Eve visit. As he took his first drag, he wrinkled his nose and squinted, finding no relief in the act. "Yi Li, I wish to ask you, after all this time together, do you truly feel no love for me? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Perhaps there are some feelings, Yili replied decisively. Xiao Jinbei pondered. There are some feelings? Yet Yili deemed him unworthy of her affection, choosing to weigh the pros and cons and ultimately abandon him. Yili relinquished her investment in what she considered a fruitless emotional endeavor, opting instead for a man of equal social standing. This man was indeed worthy of her love. He was a 36-year-old older gentleman whose vitality had long since waned. What could an older man possibly offer in comparison to his youthful charm? Women often venture into peril for what they deem significant, only to retreat in tears after being wounded. I must go now. Take care. Yili pressed the end call button. Xiao Jinbei spent 10 minutes gathering his belongings. He descended the stairs with his suitcase in tow, summoning a servant. I am leaving. Please ensure all matters concerning me are sealed. If Missy inquires about me, claim ignorance. The servant bowed. Yes, sir. Xiao Jinbei forced a smile. The servant blinked through tears. You deserve better. I shall pray for you. He stepped outside. Inside, 3 servants huddled together, watching him depart from a distance. No longer would there be a man to prepare sweet soup for Missy. In truth, there had never been one before. She missed a good man, though she remained unaware of it. Xiao Jinbei hailed a cab, leaving Yili's Maybach in her villa's garage. He returned to Xiaochangtian, dragging his suitcase behind him. In northern Jin, an incident has unfolded. As Xiaochangtian had settled down for the night, he was stirred by a commotion and draped himself in a cotton coat to investigate. He found his son, Xiao Jinbei, with a despondent expression, which only heightened his concern. Dad, I have found my biological brother, he declared. Chapter 54. The complete loss of Xiao Jinbei in the living room. The atmosphere was oppressive, weighed down by a somber ambience. The dim light enveloped the space like a prison for the weary. Xiao Jinbei, shrouded in shadows, spoke in a hoarse voice, recounting the tale of his reunion with his brother. Xiaochangtian listened in stunned silence as Xiao Jinbei narrated their brotherly acknowledgement and the subsequent inheritance of the Hong family conglomerate. The conversation took a sharp turn as he mentioned Yi Li's abortion and her reunion with her first love after 11 years. Xiaochangtian swayed slightly. Had the eyes of women truly become so distorted? She was indeed a capable and accomplished woman. Why then was she incapable of discerning the truth? It was a bitter irony that she had been unable to see clearly and had instead chosen to embrace a skewed perspective. She had delved into this relationship, only to suffer and lament, seeking forgiveness in vain. I raise you well. You're competent, upright, kind, gentle, and considerate. You cater to Yi Li's every whim and treat her like a queen. Xiaochangtian lamented, tears streaming down his face. Yi Li, a president in her own right, was knowledgeable and capable. How could she remain so oblivious? It was heartbreaking to think of the innocent life within her, an existence that had never seen the light of day and was not welcomed. Xiao Jinbei dropped his suitcase and took a few steps forward, embracing Xiaochangtian, whose sorrow was palpable. Jinbei, we have weathered many storms together. We have witnessed numerous trials. Set aside your burdens. Now you are a man with backing. Work diligently with Hong Tenghui, and soon, girls will line up to seek your affection. Dad, I will, Xiao Jinbei replied, assisting his elderly father back to his room, removing his cotton shoes and covering him with a blanket. After Xiao Jinbei stepped out for a shower, Xiaochangtian rose again, donning his cotton coat and delving into his herbal medicine cabinet. Dad, what are you doing at this hour? Xiao Jinbei inquired. I cannot sleep. I'm tidying up. We must move to a new place and maintain some distance from Yi Li, Xiaochangtian explained. Xiao Jinbei nodded in agreement. I think the same. Let us sever ties completely and ensure our well-being. Xiaochangtian spent the night organizing. The next morning, Hong Xiao arrived with a group of impeccably dressed individuals. Xiaochangtian felt embarrassed. Young Master Hong, you, with your esteemed stature, should not have to help this old man with the mess of herbs, he said. Hong Xiao, effortlessly carrying a large sack, replied, Do not be modest. You arranged my mother's funeral and raised my brother. It is only fitting. It is my duty, Xiaochangtian said, as he was seated in an armchair sipping tea, his eyes sparkling as he observed the energetic young men bustling about. That day, Xiao Jinbei moved into the villa that Hong Xiao had gifted him, a European-style, standalone mansion covering over 800 square meters, overlooking the river. With the windows open, one could gaze upon the moonlit waters, while the stars twinkled in the vast night sky. The front and back gardens were adorned with flora, and Xiao Chantian expressed his intent to plant lilies beneath the jade pine in the backyard, utilizing the fallen needles as fertilizer for the blooming flowers. Xiao Jinbei mentioned that the front yard's pool maintained a constant temperature year-round, ideal for his father's morning and evening swims to enhance his health. Hong Xiao tossed a set of car keys to Xiao Jinbei, saying, "This is for your new place. Enjoy it as you wish." Xiao Jinbei experienced the bliss of having an elder brother. Just after the annual leave, Hong Xiao personally led a team of lawyers to accompany him to the Housing Authority and the Vehicle Administration Office. Hong Xiao transferred 15 properties and 4 luxury cars worth millions to him. Xiao Jinbei's life shifted from suffering to joy, and happiness and glory enveloped him. He first assumed the position of president at the Hong Group's real estate company. After reporting for duty and attending the inaugural executive meeting of the new year, he proceeded to Li Sheng Group to conclude matters with Yili. "I heard you didn't show up at work after the new year. What kept you busy?" Yili spoke while turning in her genuine leather executive chair, lifting her chin. Today, her hair was elegantly styled, exuding a dignified and imposing presence. It had only been a week since her miscarriage, yet her complexion was rosy and her spirit vibrant. Her health was remarkably restored. Indeed, love is a healing balm for the soul, and the heart is the gateway to one's spirit. Returning to the embrace of her first love, nourished by true affection, made all the difference. Xiao Jinbei had little to say. He directly laid his cards on the table. "I did not return to work at Li Sheng after the new year. I took 2 days off and have come to formally submit my resignation." Along with his resignation letter, he presented the card that Yili had given him. 100 million, it's yours again. Yidi suintet hereyes. Are you planning to sever all ties with me? Not at all. I simply wish to delineate our boundaries. Xiao Jinbei, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Yili abruptly pushed away from her chair, standing upright. Of course I do. You have spent quite a sum from the card, over 5.08 million on a townhouse for your father alone. Yili's demeanor was formidable. She had encountered countless young individuals who, despite their destitution, remained obstinately proud. Xiao Jinbei was one of them. 3 years post-university, he owned nothing. His family background was meager. Money was more vital to him than life itself. Although he had squandered a substantial amount, he stubbornly sought any means to repay it. He clearly needed a respectable job to survive, yet he chose to resign. Clinging to his pride, "I must remind you, by submitting your resignation today, you are effectively terminated. My group will not offer you any future employment opportunities." Yili was furious. "Understood. I've already mapped out my future." "Huh. Xiao Jinbei, what are you pretending for in my presence? Do you think I am unaware of your true worth?" She knew him well, the lazy, vain ex-girlfriend with lofty aspirations, a frail and aging father, and his own destitution pieced together chaotically. Xiao Jinbei's life was indeed a mess. Had it not been for her, granting him the opportunity to rise and shine, he would have long been crushed by the duo of Yao Qin and Xie Yongfeng. One could say that without her, Xiao Jinbei was utterly lost. Without her protection, even someone like Yao Qin would have trampled all over him. Xiao Jinbei took a few steps back. "President Yi, I thank you for your support during my troubled times. I benefited from your goodwill to navigate through difficulties, and you, in turn, derived emotional value that money cannot buy from me. Our past was mutually beneficial. Now, we owe each other nothing. Should we cross paths in the business world again, we shall be rivals, and I will show no mercy. Take care, President Yi." With that, Xiao Jinbei turned and departed. "Today, I have come to resign, with a clear objective, to eliminate the remnants between myself and Yi Li. I have not disclosed to Yi Li that I have received the same paternal care and support from Hong Tenghui, nor have I revealed that Hong Xiao is his elder brother. Yi Li, due to my humble origins, deemed me unworthy of her and chose to abandon me. It would be too sudden for Yi Li to learn of my splendid rise, It might echo the way Yao Qin fled from her new partner, pursuing me with desperation. Yili stood, lost in thought, gazing at Xiao Jinbei's retreating figure. The personal secretary entered with coffee, informing her that President Xiao had left, taking the employee-only elevator number 3 down. He even refused to use my exclusive elevator, delineating boundaries with such meticulous caution. Yili realized that she had completely lost Xiao Jinbei. She had even mentioned that the position of president at Lixing Real Estate would remain for him, despite our separation. He would still be her subordinate at Lixing Group. They would frequently cross paths, allowing her to see his handsome, gentle visage and hear his tender voice. She never anticipated he would resign. Yili felt as though she had misplaced something of considerable value, leaving an emptiness within her heart. A sense of panic washed over her. Touching her temples, she pondered where someone of Xiao Jinbei's caliber would go after leaving her. The position I offered him was of the utmost prestige. Do not panic, do not rush. The harsh realities of society possess the capability to shatter a man's pride. If Xiao Jinbei encounters adversity, suffering wounds, and reaching a dead end, he may return. Chapter 55. He is a good man. Gu Xinghe's background. Xiao Jinbei has resigned, leaving his special secretary, Gu Xinghe, unemployed. She stormed into the president's office, her 10-centimeter stiletto heels clicking with urgency. Her eyebrows furrowed in frustration as she fired off 5 questions in rapid succession. Why did you terminate the baby? It is your child, your flesh and blood, the continuation of your life. Do you not understand? Why did you cast aside Xiao Jinbei? He is a good man. His talents are evident. He carries himself with grace, possesses a face that women envy, and has an exceptionally kind disposition. Have you not seen the openness and wisdom of Xiao Changtian? Xiao Jinbei's emotional stability is not a fade. His kindness is ingrained in his very being, gentle yet profound. Do you know what you have missed? Gu Xinghe was ablaze with passion, nearly consumed by her fervor. She could not fathom the confusion that clouded Yi Li's judgment, leading her to such a perplexing decision. At 34, Yi Li finds herself in a diminished golden period of womanhood. She yearns for a family, but her options for a suitable partner are limited. The men of her social standing are either of a similar age with numerous personal flaws, or older, bearing the burdens of middle age, or even those embarking on second or third marriages with children in tow. It is nearly impossible to find a virtuous, youthful man of 24, like Xiao Jinbei, with a face that shines like a star. Marrying Xiao Jinbei would be akin to embracing happiness. He would cherish and love her until their old age. Xiao Changtian would treat her as a precious gem. Should she fall ill, he would brave the harshest of seasons to provide her with care. Her child would be born into a warm and loving family. Xiao Jinbei would personally nurture their offspring, while Xiao Changtian would provide unwavering support. Unlike other families whose children fall ill and cause chaos in hospitals, her child would have the old doctor at their side, requiring not a single ounce of her worry. To speak of Xiao Jinbei's shortcomings, there is but one: his humble origins, devoid of power and influence. Yet, is this truly a dilemma? Yi Li possesses a fortune worth billions. Her wealth could sustain her for generations. While Xiao Jinbei lacks monetary resources, Yi Li possesses an abundance. In a marriage, partners should complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. What he lacks, she provides, and where she falters, he supports. Why sacrifice the happiness and joy that Xiao Jinbei brings her for the sake of trivial financial matters? Gu Xinghe trembled with indignation. What right do you have to question my decision? Yi Li's countenance darkened significantly. As the CEO, her authority must not be undermined. Gu Xinghe, as her subordinate, was clearly reminded by the company code that she should focus solely on her duties and refrain from voicing personal opinions. Obedience to her superior is the fundamental responsibility of Gu Xinghe. This marked the first instance of her defiance against Yi Li, who reprimanded her sharply as a warning. Yet, Gu Xinghe persisted, arguing, "Yi Li, you are mistaken. This time, you are truly wrong. Zhuang Yin is 2 years your senior, 36 now. Having spent a decade studying and working abroad, how well do you understand his social connections or his lifestyle habits? The sweetness of first love was a sentiment from your 20s. Now, in your 30s, after a separation of 11 years. How much of that genuine affection remains amidst the fickleness of human hearts and the passage of time? Yi Li, repeatedly affronted, could no longer contain her fury. Pointing at Gu Xinghe's forehead, she commanded, "Get out." At the age of 23, she had inherited the presidency of Lixing Group, commanding respect and obedience for over a decade. How dare Gu Xinghe question her decisions, criticize her actions, and confront her, all while siding with Xiao Jinbei? Should Gu Xinghe prove disloyal, she would no longer be of service. Competent secretaries abound in the world. Employing anyone merely requires a bit of financial expenditure. Fajink Yidisrat. Gu Xinghe's eyes glistened with tears. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Yi Li pointedly instructed, "Do not let me see you again." Gu Xinghe turned away. Yet Yi Li's anger persisted, lashing out at her retreating figure. "If you speak so highly of Xiao Jinbei, then go and claim him. I would not mind if you took what I have discarded." Gu Xinghe hesitated. Yi Li's tone carried a threat. "When your family discovers that the esteemed Miss Gu has chosen a common man, leading a mundane life, they will scorn you even more." The mask of civility was torn asunder, and Yi Li was unrelenting in her disdain. She would not mourn the shattering of Gu Xinghe's heart. Tears glistened on Gu Xinghe's fair visage as she choked out, "Yi Li, I once felt fortunate to have your encouragement during the days of torment inflicted by my stepmother. In my youth, with your support, I enrolled in a martial arts class, and when I faced my stepmother's abuse once more, I fought back fiercely. You were a beacon of salvation in my life. For years, I have loved, respected, and obeyed you, treating you as an elder sister and a mother. Your rift with Xiao Jinbei is a grievous mistake. My suggestion was born not of malice, but from a place of love, wishing for your happiness. Lamenting the loss of a good man. You failed to comprehend my heart. You deem me a scoundrel. Yi Li, you are not the first to cast me aside. At the tender age of 8, my parents divorced, with my mother abandoning me. Following her departure, a stepmother entered my life, while my father already had 3 elder sons and later welcomed 2 younger daughters. I found myself with no place in the Gu household. At the age of 10, I was expelled from the family, living with a nanny instead. The Gu family regarded me with disdain, and I reciprocated their feelings with equal indifference. Over the years, apart from the shares I was entitled to, I paid no heed to any member of the Gu family. Today marks my birthday. I am now 23. You cast me out, yet I wish to convey that my resolve is unwavering and resolute. I shall never look back. From this moment onward, you are you, and I am I, entirely unrelated." Gu Xinghe paused, tears streaming down her face. Yi Li's complexion turned pale. The phrase entirely unrelated echoed the sentiment of Xiao Jinbei when he spoke of mutual debts. Gu Xinghe bore the same tenacity as Xiao Jinbei, a distinctive pride born from overcoming adversity, a hard and unyielding pride. Yi Li, seasoned in numerous battles, still felt a tinge of intimidation. "You previously threatened me, suggesting that if I sought a person like Xiao Jinbei, the Gu family would look down upon me. Yi Li, let me clarify. First, I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Gu family. My identity will not diminish due to others' disdain. Secondly, I hold 10% of Gu's shares, with annual dividends exceeding 100 million. Let us revisit your words. Should my husband possess nothing, it matters not. My wealth is sufficient for us to live comfortably for generations. I seek no additional riches to satiate my superficial desires, nor do I require a pleasing reputation or benefits to uphold my identity as Miss Gu. I have ample money. Reputation holds no significance for me. As for benefits, others will not offer them without reason. I refuse to barter what I possess for things I do not need to maintain appearances. I shall remain true to myself. Thus you need not impose your values upon me." Gu Xinghe's calm gaze swept over Yi Li's face, and she departed with elegant composure. Yi Li remained in a daze for an extended period. Having controlled Gu Xinghe for many years, she had forgotten that Gu Xinghe was indeed the esteemed Miss Gu. Chapter 56. Commemoration in the Blue Night Bar. Vibrant lights flickered, casting shadows across faces as visitors scattered like phantoms in every corner. The private booth was spacious, yet Xiao Jinbei occupied only a corner, nearly curling up and drowning his sorrows in solitude. Before him stood two neat rows of empty bottles, his face flushed with the effects of alcohol hidden behind the bottles. He took two small cups and poured a glass of white liquor into each. The tiny cups, placed one to the left and one to the right, resembled gravestones at a memorial. To you, Dad. Xiao Jinbei raised his tall wine glass, clinking it against the small cup on the right. He drank deeply, his hand trembling as he refilled his glass. This time, he toasted the left cup. May you live well in the afterlife, free from worry. Yili had terminated her pregnancy just a month in, with no knowledge of the child's gender. Xiao Jinbei divided his thoughts into two, one for a boy and the other for a girl. In his own manner, he commemorated the child's brief existence, paying tribute to the fleeting life that had touched this world. Hey there, handsome, drinking alone must be rather dull, called out a lively group passing by in the corridor. One of them returned, leaping into the private booth and plopping down beside Xiao Jinbei. Xiao Jinbei turned his face, holding a wine glass. Their eyes met. The man grinned lewdly, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm a 1 with 8-pack abs. Huh, do I look like a 0? Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly. Whether 1 or 0 is insignificant. What truly matters is my love at first sight for you. I could be a 0 for love. Let us go. The man extended his hand, intending to touch Xiao Jinbei's Adam's apple. Xiao Jinbei leaned toward the window. Where to? We're having a party tonight. Let us have fun. To my private villa. Oh, I thought you were heading to the graveyard. We could go together. Brother, you're drunk. You're going to die, you troublemaker. Suddenly, his companion sprang up in anger. At that moment, a woman's voice interjected, Don't move him. The figure of Gu Xinghe appeared in Xiao Jinbei's dazed eyes. He was unaware of how Gu Xinghe had entered or whether she had struck that one. As the surroundings quieted, his empty glass was refilled with wine, poured by Gu Xinghe. If you're going to drink, drink to your heart's content. Xiao Jinbei's thoughts drifted as he spoke aimlessly. You ran out to drink with me. Aren't you afraid of Yili's punishment? I resigned, Gu Xinghe replied. Resigned? Xiao Jinbei's mind sharpened a little, raising an eyebrow. Did I get you into trouble? No. We had a falling out over differing opinions. What are your plans now? I just took a break today. I have no time to make plans. Gu Xinghe raised her glass. Xiao Jinbei did not follow her lead, gazing at her with hazy eyes. You're so well-behaved. You shouldn't be in a place like this. Today is my birthday. Gu Xinghe drank a full glass of wine by herself. Birthday? Yes. How old are you? 23. Xiao Jinbei beckoned her closer with a finger. What's the matter? Today is also my birthday. I know. You're 3 years older than me. We share the same month and day, but not the same year. Happy birthday to us both. Xiao Jinbei wiped his face, attempting to regain clarity. Xiao Jinbei, what are your plans for the future? Gu Xinghe frowned, genuinely concerned for him. Xiao Jinbei smiled lightly, choosing not to disclose. Gu Xinghe fell silent. Indeed, as a man of no influence, what could Xiao Jinbei do after leaving the powerful Yili? He could only return to his old profession, seeking work at a small real estate company to continue his sales career. Do you have dreams? Gu Xinghe rested her chin on her hand, examining Xiao Jinbei's handsome face. You first. I love the grand stage. I adore showcasing myself, but my childhood dreams have evaporated. Xiao Jinbei shook his head. You're only 23. Life is just beginning. It's still possible to retrieve your dreams from the past. Chapter 57. Yao Qin. I'm pregnant indeed. She is only 23, a blossoming age. It is entirely feasible to revive childhood dreams and pursue them now. The entertainment channel of Magic City Television is preparing a challenging reality show called Ordinary People Become Stars, and I want to participate. Gu Xinghe's eyes sparkled. Xiao Jinbei's encouragement intensified. Go for it. You're so exceptional. Take the grand stage, and your future will shine brilliantly across the land. Will you come to support me? If you wish. You may. I am grateful for your support. It has restored my confidence. Gu Xinghe raised a toast. After Xiao Jinbei finished his drink, he heard her say, Brother Bei, I have connections that could lead you to a good job. Let me reach out. Receiving Gu Xinghe's earnest gaze, Xiao Jinbei's handsome face broke into a refined smile. Thank you, but I've already made arrangements. Gu Xinghe furrowed her delicate brows, concern etched on her face. Don't worry. I want to mention your drinking to ease your troubles, to Yili. I understand your predicament, but I respect you and believe in your abilities. My offer to help you find work is sincere. I would never spread rumors that could tarnish your reputation. I already have a job, Xiao Jinbei replied, looking at her earnestly. Gu Xinghe fell silent for a moment, then quietly took out her phone, her slender fingers deftly navigating the screen. Xiao Jinbei received a new message notification and glanced at it. Gu Xinghe had transferred him 20,000. He looked up to find her gentle eyes shining brighter than the stars. I'm just giving you some pocket money to tide you over. No need to thank me. And please don't refuse. Xiao Jinbei wanted to smile, but suppressed the corners of his mouth. You're truly kind. I'm just worried that Uncle Xiao might be going hungry without you around. It would be hard on him. In an instant, Gu Xinghe stood up and left without a word. Xiao Jinbei watched her graceful figure disappear, sipping the remaining wine in his glass. The music in the dance floor shifted to a loud, electrifying beat. Couples were dancing closely together, and the colorful lights flashed chaotically around the room, making the scene appear a jumbled mass of bodies. He felt nauseous. Gathering himself, he left the elegant seating area and stumbled out of the bar. He called for a designated driver, and when the driver arrived, he realized it was a middle-aged woman. She wore a large fur coat and shiny leather pants, her round body and jovial face quaking with laughter. As soon as he got into the car, his phone rang. Xiao Jinbei closed his eyes to rest and did not answer. The calls kept coming. The plump female driver, displaying an unusual enthusiasm, said, Sir, you might have some important business to attend to. Xiao Jinbei's ears perked up. Oh yes. He had just taken on the role of president of the Hong Group South Real Estate Company, and work was indeed demanding. With his eyes still closed, he felt in his pocket for his phone. He opened his eyes to see the incoming call flashing. He reached for it, but his finger couldn't seem to press the answer button. The round woman driver stopped at a red light, and, with her thick neck, kindly pressed the button for him. Jinbei, are you okay? A woman's voice came through once the call connected. Xiao Jinbei, slightly dazed, subconsciously recognized the voice, but couldn't rationally place it. Thus, he replied, I'm fine, very well, exceptionally well. I need your help with something. Xiao Jinbei, still in a fog, responded, What is it? I'm pregnant. What? Xiao Jinbei jumped up, his head colliding with the roof of the car. The sudden impact jolted him awake. It's not a joke. I'm pregnant and need your assistance in finding a qualified institution for early pregnancy paternity testing, ensuring complete privacy, absolute safety, and medical authority without any discomfort. Yao Qin. Xiao Jinbei rubbed his forehead. It sounded like Yao Qin's voice. However, that is not correct. Yao Qin has married a man who wears glasses, and now she is pregnant. She ought to seek her husband, as he is responsible for the child if there are complications. What is the meaning of approaching me? You have made an error. Xiao Jinbei abruptly ended the call. Nonetheless, Yao Qin did not relinquish her pursuit. As his car arrived at the entrance of the Jinjiang villa, Yao Qin stood alone, a solitary figure by the vehicle entrance. She obstructed the path, halting Xiao Jinbei's vehicle. Just as he alighted, Yao Qin dashed in front of him, and their gazes locked. Xiao Jinbei was taken aback. It had been merely over a month since their separation, yet Yao Qin's transformation was astonishing. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her face had slimmed considerably, and her prominent cheekbones made her lips appear sharper. In Xiao Jinbei's mind, she resembled a flower uprooted, stunning yet wilting, withering on its stem. You should seek your husband regarding the pregnancy. What do you intend by entangling me? Xiao Jinbei tugged at his coat collar, a chill seeping in, penetrating to his bones. Yao Qin wept uncontrollably. At this juncture, having found her way to Xiao Jinbei, she cast aside all notions of dignity and pride. The child is not my husband's. With a sudden rush, tears cascaded down Yao Qin's cheeks, streaming forth like twin rivulets. She cried with abandon. Xiao Jinbei sighed, his worldview collapsing. The child could potentially belong to Xie Yongfeng, she timidly confessed. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Xiao Jinbei remarked, You certainly lead a colorful life. I never perceived that side of you. Having spent over 3 years with her, he was aware of her minor flaws, yet she had remained steadfast in her commitments, never straying to other men. However, Xiao Jinbei soon regained his composure. The current Yao Qin was not the one who once envisioned a life of companionship with him. Her ideals had been tainted by Xie Yongfeng. She had become materialistic, favoring wealth over poverty, her vanity inflated. It was plausible that in her pursuit of a desired lifestyle, after Xie Yongfeng's exit, she might seek another man. She had not only had Xie Yongfeng in her life, but potentially others as well. Observing her hesitance, it seemed likely that there were multiple men involved. You now hold a position of power and influence, have extensive connections, and possess great knowledge. I implore you to assist me in finding a reliable and reputable testing facility. Yao Qin sobbed, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. I have come to seek your help, unafraid of your scorn. To speak candidly, I obtained my marriage certificate with Chun Ming at our first meeting. He is on his third marriage, with 2 daughters from previous unions, and life has been difficult since. He is still unaware that the child is not his. I wish to ascertain the test results. If the child is Xie Yongfeng's, I shall keep it. If not, Yao Qin paused. When Xiao Jinbei glanced at her, she bit her lip fiercely, tears welling up, as if scheming something ominous. If the child is not Xie Yongfeng's, I shall terminate the pregnancy. A child conceived within marriage, yet fathered by another man, is a secret that cannot be concealed indefinitely. Chun Ming will eventually discover the truth, and when he does, she will undoubtedly face dire consequences. She did not wish to spend her life with a man on his third marriage. She aimed to make provisions for herself, holding on to Xie Yongfeng's child as a safety net until her divorce, thereby ensuring her future. It was widely reported that many affluent second-generation women leveraged their children for substantial alimony. She could do the same. Even though Xie Yongfeng's family may seem affluent on the outside, their wealth is but a facade. She would still settle for a mere 1 or 2 million. Her desires not excessively greedy. Chapter 58. You have a woman, once a woman who held herself as a princess. Her former girlfriend has now descended into the life of a housewife. Her visage has transformed, appearing gaunt and haggard. Her actions have also shifted, becoming shameful as she roams the streets, carrying an unknown child. Harsh words have been exchanged in abundance in the past. Xiao Jinbei, however, has regained his composure, questioning, "Why do you have to seek me, and what obligation do I have to assist you?" Yao Qin, trembling and weeping, confessed, "It was my folly to trust Xie Yongfeng's sweet nothings and betray you. But after being with him, I have come to realize that it was you who treated me with kindness. I trust you. I have no other recourse but to turn to you." Xiao Ru's character remains steadfast, his essence unchanged. He had been good to her in the past, and he could be again if he so chooses. Yao Qin is not afraid of Xiao Jinbei's reluctance. She understands him well enough to know that with a little pleading and persistence, he would relent. "I'm under no obligation to assist you, nor do I wish to," Xiao Jinbei declared, intent on leaving. To take on this mess would betray the fragmented self he once was, and could even invite calamity, staining him with undeserved blame. A married woman bearing another's child seeks him out, and if he is not cautious, he could find himself entangled in a web of complications. "Jinbei, please don't go," Yao Qin implored, rushing to grasp his hand. He raised his arm to ward her off, and a young security guard, wearing his helmet askew and grinning, approached. "Mr. Xiao, do you need assistance?" "I'll call the police. This pregnant woman requires help." "Very well," the young guard replied, removing the walkie-talkie from his shoulder. With a sudden leap, Yao Qin slapped it away. "Who asked you to meddle?" Her fury was nearly frantic. A second security guard hurried over, while bystanders gathered in curious clusters. Surrounded by the crowd, Yao Qin felt utterly desolate. "Xiao Jinbei, why won't you help me with this small favor?" Xiao Jinbei, cold as ice, responded, "You abandoned me to stand by Xie Yongfeng's side, reveling in his affection. Your fate now lies in his hands. If you are suffering, he is the one responsible. You have come to the wrong person." Once again, Xiao Jinbei turned away, leaving her amidst her turmoil, indifferent to her plight, as he chose his own path. Yao Qin's eyes brimmed with tears, realizing she was reaping the consequences of her own actions. Despite knowing Xiao Jinbei was not to blame, she could not bear his indifference. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, her dignity already lost, willing to sacrifice a bit more. "Xiao Jinbei, if you do not help me, I shall remain here on my knees until you agree, she cried out, her heart breaking. Xiao Jinbei continued to walk away while dialing the police. Well done. You have emerged, pregnant with another child, causing a scene. When your husband arrives to take you and confront your child's biological father, this will resolve matters for everyone. Yao Qin, stunned, sprang to her feet, turning to flee without a word. When Xiao Jinbei glanced back, she had vanished from sight. Ah, escoffed. Ah, women. When treated with excessive kindness, they often become oblivious to the realities surrounding them. It is only after encountering adversity that they realize their insignificance, akin to mere specks of dust. Upon returning home, Xiao Jinbei found Xiao Changtian engaged in a drinking session with Hong Xiao. A birthday cake adorned the corner of the dining table, its pristine cream topped with a plum candle. Brother has arrived, Xiao Jinbei remarked with a fleeting glance. Hong Xiao, with a gruff voice, lamented, "Where have you been? I came to celebrate your birthday, yet you were absent. I encountered Yao Qin on my way home, which delayed me." Damn it. Hong Xiao slammed his palm on the table, causing the cake to tremble and the candle to tilt precariously. Xiao Changtian silently righted it. That wretched woman has a skin thicker than a fortress. I shall arrange for a few individuals to deal with her. Xiao Jinbei sat down next to Xiao Changtian, maintaining an air of composure. She was pregnant, the identity of the child's father unknown, and a myriad of troubles could easily plunge her into despair. There is no need for him to mingle with troublesome individuals and tarnish his own reputation. Hong Xiao downed a glass of liquor, his teeth grinding. You have just parted ways with Yili. You must find someone soon to prevent that woman from regretting and coming back to entangle you. Brother, I have recently taken over Hong's real estate. There are numerous matters to attend to, leaving me no time for romance. You need not worry. Your adoptive father and I will arrange everything for you. Hong Xiao continued. This time, we will find you a good woman who will care for you, unlike those you have dealt with in the past. Brother, Xiao Changtian embraced Xiao Jinbei's shoulders, urging, Jinbei, heed your brother's advice. It is uncertain whether you will like her. But meet her first and judge from there. Father, are you urging me as well? Your father is 72. I cannot predict how much longer I have. You should establish a family, someone to care for you, so I can depart in peace when my time comes. Gazing at Xiao Changtian's weathered visage, Xiao Jinbei swallowed many unspoken words. His matrimonial affairs were being orchestrated personally by Hong Tinghui. Soon, a suitable candidate emerged, and Hong Tinghui arranged a banquet for the woman's family on Sunday. Xiao Jinbei's life began to fall into place, progressing towards a favorable direction. Meanwhile, Yili's passionnette romance faced turmoil. The Zhuang family possessed an extraordinarily spacious bathroom, where Yili enjoyed soaking. One evening, after her bath, as she drained the water, rose petals clogged the outlet. In a casual gesture, she picked up a petal, unexpectedly revealing an exceptionally long strand of black hair. The hair had become ensnared in a rather inconspicuous spot near the bathtub's drain, evidently having been there for quite some time. Zhuang Yin, you have a woman. Yi Li, draped in a bathrobe with her damp, wavy hair, confronted Zhuang Yin, who was absorbed in his work at the computer desk. She bore the scars of betrayal. Hong Xiao had imparted a significant lesson to her. At the mere sight of a man's wandering gaze, her mind would drift towards unsavory thoughts. Zhuang Yin shut his email page and adjusted his glasses. That is all in the past. His tone was casual, as if discussing the necessity of a skin test prior to administering penicillin. Yi Li's instinctive reaction surged, her face flushed with anger. So there was someone. Zhuang Yin stood, grasping Yi Li's shoulders gently, soothing her. That was before our reunion. Since we reconciled, I have severed ties with them. Them? The implication of multiple past relationships struck like a thunderclap. Yi Li pressed her forehead, feeling as though the ground beneath her trembled. Zhuang Yin remarked with a casual air. It's perfectly normal. I am already 36, and a man of this age is unlikely to be without a bedfellow. His tone was as composed as when discussing the necessity of fasting for over 8 hours prior to an anesthetic procedure. Yet, a tumult of emotions stirred within Yi Li. Her gaze gradually descended, landing upon Zhuang Yan's withered cucumber, her eyes brimming with disdain and indignation. Was she to share a wretched cucumber with the sordid women outside? Absurd. As the esteemed president of the Li Sheng Group, a formidable woman akin to an empress of antiquity, she stood above the masses, exuding unparalleled nobility. How could those mediocre and lowly women dare to share a man with her? Zhuang Yan, sensing Yi Li's mounting fury, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He gently patted her, imploring, "What must I do to ease your discomfort? Just tell me, and I shall comply." In Zhuang Yan's view, a 36-year-old man with several women was as commonplace as the daily necessity of 3 meals. It was an entirely normal affair. What more could she say? Her values were shaken, and the once cherished memory of a pure love had turned dark. Even if Zhuang Yan vowed to cease all contact with those women post-marriage, why should she place her trust in him? What could possibly restrain him? Yi Li harbored profound insecurities regarding love. The wounds inflicted by Hong Xiao, who had brought another woman abroad just before their engagement, felt like a shameful mark imprinted on her heart. Zhuang Yan and Hong Xiao appear to be cut from the same cloth. With her expression souring, she warned, "You better be careful." Zhuang Yan grasped her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. "Darling, don't be upset. I promise to amend my ways." Yi Li pushed him away, exclaiming, "Let go of me. No, I love you. Yi Li, am not someone who can love just anyone." As the words left her lips, Zhuang Yan's mouth found hers. Yi Li stood frozen. Emotionally, he embodied the dreams of her youth, the vessel for all her joys and sorrows. She had envisioned that any happiness in this life would surely be delivered by him. Logically, however, she lacked the confidence to tame a man with such proclivities. The thought of him kissing her and then turning to kiss another was unbearable. Yi Li abruptly opened her eyes, shoving Zhuang Yan away. Their lips, moist and lingering, hovered at a distance as they gazed into each other's eyes. "Darling, you don't believe me," Zhuang Yan said, his glasses obscuring half of his eyes, concealing his true emotions. "Let us pause for today," she replied, needing time to contemplate and reassess their relationship. Yi Li turned to leave, but Zhuang Yan swiftly seized her wrist, his voice pleading, "Don't let a trivial matter ruin our love. I have severed ties with those women. Our love is pure and fervent. If we allow external factors to interfere and miss one another, the regret will linger for a lifetime." He was her first love, the man to whom she had devoted her entire being without reservation. His standing in her heart was unparalleled, unsurpassed even by Hong Xiao or the later suitor, Xiao Jinbei. If Yi Li were to seek a companion for the rest of her life, he would undoubtedly be her ideal choice. His affairs with other women were inconsequential. He had promised not to engage with them. "I am weary." Yi Li withdrew her hand as the ink-black night enveloped them. Yi Li lay in her bed, the door firmly shut. Zhuang Yan, restless, stood guard at the entrance, engaging in conversation with her. "We met when you were 20, fell in love at 21. Our passionate romance, as the campus beauty and the esteemed senior, stirred the entire university. Once upon a time, we were the acknowledged golden couple. Our admirers scattered throughout the campus. On the confession wall, someone penned poetry, wishing for our love to endure eternally." Yi Li's thoughts drifted with these words, her reason repeatedly drawn back to her youthful days. The indelible mark left by her first love lingered in her heart. With Zhuang Yan, she found it challenging to embody the demeanor of a CEO. As dawn broke, she opened the door, and Zhuang Yan immediately embraced her. "Ye, you finally agreed to see me. Ye di facitif. I am granting you a chance," he declared, his tone authoritative, tinged with warning. "Thank you, my dear," Zhuang Yan professed with deep affection, "and I love you. Remember, this opportunity is singular. All right, I will cherish you dearly. If I discover you entangled with another, I shall no longer want you." Yi Li gritted her teeth, compelled to afford the love that her mother had forced to its demise a chance. Perhaps Zhuang Yan would renounce his former ways, redeeming the darkness within him. "I swear to love you forever and cherish you. Should I betray this oath, may heaven punish me." Zhuang Yan knelt, one knee on the ground, gazing up at Yi Li. She had never witnessed a man kneel before her in such a vow. She had heard of it, even seen it portrayed comically in dramas. Zhuang Yan appeared earnest at that moment, yet upon reflection, it seemed ostentatious. Yi Li's suspicions found no resting place. That noon, after attending to documents, she summoned her longtime secretary into the CEO's office. President Yi, would you like some lunch? The seasoned secretary, nearing 40, was calm and composed. Old Jean, please sit. I have some inquiries. Of course. Secretary Jean adjusted her skirt, elegantly taking a seat on the sofa. You have been married for 15 years, correct? Indeed. You must possess considerable experience in male-female interactions. Tell me, do men's vows hold any weight? No. Secretary Jean replied earnestly. A leopard cannot change its spots. Yili's gaze fell slightly, her long eyelashes casting shadows. Let me ask you again, if a man behaves like a playboy before marriage, can he reform after? Secretary Jean pondered seriously. Her own marriage could hardly be deemed happy. It was not entirely miserable either. Her husband, a university professor, was a reserved and aloof individual, mirroring her calm demeanor. They lived in a relationship characterized by mutual respect, each avoiding conflict with the other. They slept in separate rooms, coming together only once a month, a rule set by her husband. Their interactions were brief and bland, akin to tepid water. Given such circumstances, the man surely had no interest in seeking companionship elsewhere. Secretary Jean could not provide an answer drawn from personal experience in a timely manner. Yili was already aware. Secretary Jean, yes. The pensive secretary jolted slightly. If asked to elaborate, she found herself at a loss for words. Sometimes she pondered whether her husband could truly be considered a man. Her adherence to traditional values was upheld by her rigid character. Please investigate this person's hotel records. Yili inscribed the name Zhuang Yin on a piece of notepaper, followed by a suffix. At the age of 36, he was the young master of the Zhuang family in the capital and currently held a position at the provincial hospital. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon, Secretary Jean presented the investigation results to him. You may proceed with your duties, she said. Yili accepted the folder of documents, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over the emotions flickering in her eyes. With considerate intent, Secretary Jean quietly closed the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, Yili opened the folder and extracted 2 sheets of paper. She turned her chair to face the floor-to-ceiling window and began to read intently. Her gaze fell upon the stark contrast of black ink on white paper, each word reverberating through her very soul. The last record of Zhuang Yan's hotel stay indicated that he had checked in the previous night at 8 o'clock and checked out at midnight. Yili recalled vividly that just the night before, Zhuang Yan had informed her that his family was hosting a reunion dinner for his grandfather's 80th birthday, prompting his return home. Yet, here he was, attending to matters in a hotel room. Did he not fear retribution from the heavens, exposing this hypocritical man to public scorn? Chapter 60. The union of Xiao Jinbei. Outside the window, clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Yili's hands trembled, struggling to steady the record of Zhuang Yan's hotel stay. He had indeed spent the previous night with his so-called bed partner, which meant he had deceived her. Reflecting on last night, she remembered confronting Zhuang Yan with the long hair she had inadvertently found in the bathtub, only for him to claim that he had severed ties with his bed partner upon their reunion. Their reconnection had occurred half a month prior. He had checked into a hotel just the night before, all the while lying through his teeth and treating her as if she were a fool. A surge of rage filled Yili. Secretary Jean was summoned to the president's office once more. Yi, you must help me investigate. Yili's eyes glistened with anger, demanding information on every woman Zhuang Yan had been involved with. Understood, Secretary Jean replied before departing. As soon as she left, the young lady of the Liu family, Lu Yinyan, called. Yili sank back in her office chair, taking a deep breath to calm her emotions. Lu Yinyan's sweet and cheerful voice was delightful. Sisterly, I'm going on a blind date this Sunday. Oh, congratulations, little Yinyan. Sisterly, Yili welcomed her warmly. Are you seeking advice on how to navigate relationships with men? She certainly possessed ample authority on the matter, having dated several outstanding individuals, even the materially modest Xiao Jinbei, who had a face that could captivate any woman. Lu Yinyan hesitated, her shyness evident, struggling to articulate her thoughts. No, it's not that. My father has arranged this marriage for me, and the suitor is from the Hong family. Yili sat up straight, startled. You are to be united with Hong Xiao? That man was notorious, a reckless scoundrel who indulged in debauchery the night before his engagement, behaving like a ghost. He was unworthy of marrying a true princess like Lu Yinyan. Not Hong Xiao, but his younger brother, Lu Yinyan's side. They had yet to meet, but based on Hong Xiao's reckless demeanor, the character of his brother was concerning. Yili scratched her voluminous waves, but I recall that Hong Xiao is an only child with no siblings. Lu Yinyan, equally perplexed, realized she was merely a pawn in her father's plans. Vague but candid words emerged. Sisterly, I can only discuss the specifics after I meet the other party on Sunday. I call to give you a heads up, lest the news of my potential union with the Hong family reaches you and affects our sisterly bond. Yili smiled. How could that be? Hong Xiao is Hong Xiao, and his brother is his brother. Hong Xiao's betrayal has no bearing on his sibling. Lu Yinyan sighed in relief. That's good to know. Yili reassured her. I wish you success in finding a worthy partner. Thank you, sisterly. Share any good news with me promptly, okay? I will. After hanging up, Yili's thoughts withdrew from the solemn facade of deceit. Resting her chin on her hand, she pondered at her desk. Hong Xiao had a brother. This was news to her. Given Hong Xiao's reckless nature, it was likely his brother was not a paragon of virtue either. Was Lu Yinyan destined to marry a second-rate scoundrel? A pang of concern struck Yili. That simply wouldn't do. Lu Yinyan was innocent and vibrant. Marrying a second-rate rogue would be a pity. Yet, she quickly reflected, what was her place in this? Merely a close friend of Lu Yinyan, at best an outsider, with no right to meddle in her marriage affairs. The Lu family was a prominent clan in the bustling metropolis, and there were others to oversee Lu Yinyan's matrimonial matters. Nevertheless, this situation piqued Yi Li's curiosity. After several years of abstaining from her social media, she made an exception to peruse Lu Yinyan's updates. Perhaps due to the recent engagement, there were no traces of the man in Lu Yinyan's posts. Yili found herself shrouded in a fog of curiosity. She ceremoniously circled Sunday on her calendar, marking it with special annotations to remind herself daily to await Lu Yinyan's updates on her blind date. Meanwhile, the Xiao family, under Hong Tenghui's leadership, prepared for their outing. The four men, clad in matching black suits and ties, exuded a sense of unity. It was the first time Xiao Chantian donned a suit. Yet he refrained from attending the hotel, citing mobility issues, wishing not to burden Jinbei. Hong Tenghui patted his shoulder, remarking on his brother's principles. Not accompanying the blind date, but donning a suit? You provide a sense of ceremony for Jinbei. They won't disappoint you. Tears glistened in Xiao Changtian's bright eyes. Chairman Hong, I am but an ordinary man. I entrust Jinbei to you. We're family. There's no need for formalities. On t'ennuierait sur doigt. At my age, what remains undiscovered? Rest assured, I will look after Jinbei. All right, I will wait for your return. Xiao Jinbei gazed at his father, feeling a profound connection beyond mere blood relations. Dad, don't worry about me. I will handle my affairs. I believe in you. Unable to contain himself, Hong Xiao pulled Xiao Jinbei along, urging, let us go. No need for sentimentalities. Be gentle, Xiao Jinbei retorted, brushing off Hong Xiao's hand. This brother often left one feeling overwhelmed. It was also a source of happiness. He was unreserved when action was required. As they entered the hotel's prestigious VIP room, Hong Xiao announced with a flourish, greetings, everyone. This is my legendary younger brother, Xiao Jinbei, age 26, a graduate of Qingbei University, renowned as an exceptional scholar. A hand casually draped over Xiao Jinbei's back, propelling him forward. He found himself exposed to the gaze of the Lu family, greeting them with a polite bow. Hello, uncles and aunts. Greetings, elder brother and second brother. Standing tall, he turned to Lu Yinyan. Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Yinyan's delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue. You are quite handsome, she said, her bashful smile curving her eyes, while her tender, pale fingers subtly shielded her lips. What a startling revelation. The robust Hong Xiao had a younger brother who possessed the countenance of a celestial being. Lu Yinyan's gaze was firmly affixed on Xiao Jinbei, who was undeniably striking, his brows, like ink, arched elegantly, and his elongated eyes sparkled with a tender light, exuding a deep emotional resonance. His tall frame, broad shoulders, and long legs complemented the graceful line of his neck, with a prominent Adam's apple peeking through the thin, smooth skin of his throat, radiating strength and allure. Clad in a tailored suit, he embodied the essence of a refined gentleman. His voice, equally melodious, was gentle and heartfelt, charming all who heard it. Lu Yinyan's reaction betrayed her feelings, while her parents beamed with delight, exchanging astonished glances as they regarded Xiao Jinbei. When Hong Tenghui proposed to their family, Lu Yinyan had silently scoffed at Hong Zhao's rugged demeanor, envisioning what his brother might resemble. The Lu family had only entertained this meeting out of respect for Hong Tenghui's power and influence, initially intending to find a convenient excuse to decline. "Young Xiao, please come and take a seat." Lu's father welcomed him warmly, eyes crinkling with mirth. Xiao Jinbei settled beside Lu's father, while Lu Yinyan sat next to her mother, a mere seat separating her from Xiao Jinbei. Unable to contain her excitement, Lu Yinyan discreetly snapped a picture while her parents engaged him in conversation, sending it instantly to her best friend, Yili. "The most handsome in the universe. Sisterly, I've struck gold. Look at my husband. Oh my, he is so handsome. I'm losing my mind." Chapter 61. Yi Li's Regret. How to win him back? Is this Xiao Jinbei? Yi Li's eyes widened in disbelief, a whirlwind of confusion erupting in her mind. The thought of Xiao Jinbei and Lu Yinyan engaging in a courtship, aiming for union with the Lu family, seemed impossible. Xiao Jinbei had nothing to his name, burdened with a disabled father. Their combined strength barely sufficed for survival. How could he ever be worthy of the daughter of a prestigious family? Lu Yinyan had mentioned her connection to Hong Xiao, implying that Xiao Jinbei was indeed Hong Zhao's brother. The threads of this narrative were tangled and perplexing. Yili dialed Lu Yinyan's number. "Sister Lia, I've stumbled upon a treasure. I adore him." Lu Yinyan's elation was palpable, even through the screen, radiating joy. Yili felt a pang of envy. "Yinyan, there's something I don't understand. How can Xiao Jinbei be Hong Zhao's brother?" Lu Yinyan replied, brimming with excitement. "I'm not entirely sure. Our parents are discussing the marriage, and it feels inappropriate to inquire." Yili was left wanting for answers, shifting to her own reasoning. Hong Xiao was the son of Hong Tenghui, a magnate in the entertainment industry of Aoshi. His life had been illustrious, yet he remained unmarried. It was rumored that Hong Xiao was the illegitimate child of his most cherished woman. Hong Tenghui relocated from Australia to Shanghai last year to live with Hong Xiao. It is implausible that Xiao Jinbei could be Hong Tenghui's second illegitimate child. Xiao Jinbei himself has a father, Xiao Chantian, who cherishes him dearly. The two live in modest circumstances, struggling at the bottom of the social ladder, leading an ordinary life. Apart from his resemblance to Hong Xiao, Xiao Jinbei possesses no other qualities that align with him. The only conceivable reason for Hong Tenghui to acknowledge Xiao Jinbei is due to Hong Zhao's insistence. Hong Zhao's alliance with Xiao Jinbei is motivated by a desire for revenge against her. From Yi Li's perspective, it is evident that Hong Xiao harbors resentment toward her, particularly because she retaliated after his betrayal by secretly becoming engaged to Xiao Jinbei, thus tarnishing Hong Zhao's reputation. Hong Xiao is a man who believes in settling scores. As for Xiao Jinbei, Yili perceives his resentment towards her as even deeper, given that she terminated his child without consulting him, demonstrating her disdain and lack of respect for him. She cast aside Xiao Jinbei to seek solace in Zhuang Yan's embrace. In this vast world, no man would harbor no ill will towards an ex-partner after such mistreatment. Yi Li, with her acumen honed in the business realm, deduced that she was facing a dual assault from two men who bore grudges against her. Resolute and decisive, she stormed into Xiao Jinbei's villa that evening. "Xiao Jinbei, come out. I have something to say," she demanded, making a phone call. Xiao Jinbei emerged in casual attire, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Yeah, you've come here at this late hour. Have I offended you?" Yi Li's gaze shifted from Xiao Jinbei's handsome face to his feet clad in simple white sneakers. He appeared enveloped in a soft glow, exuding an air of tranquility. "What do you mean by being involved with Hong Xiao?" Yi Li suppressait had émotions, concealing the turmoil within. Xiao Jinbei found her sudden appearance perplexing. In his mind, Yili had reconciled with Zhuang Yin and was living a blissful life. He could not fathom her intentions in approaching him regarding matters of the heart. What do you mean? I don't understand, he retorted. Yili piresit Xiao Jinbei. Do you hate me? No, he replied, but she remained unconvinced. Then why are you secretly colluding with Hong Xiao? He is my brother, Xiao Jinbei stated earnestly. Yili scoffed. Do you think I would believe that? Don't engage in petty schemes for revenge. She was no ordinary person. Her intellect was of superior caliber. Immune to deception. Xiao Jinbei's gaze turned icy, concluding coldly, from the day I left your office, I cast you aside. Yili's chest heaved as she swiftly interpreted his words. She was not worthy of his hatred. She believed that Xiao Jinbei's departure signified a grievous loss for him, akin to the loss of a sovereign. Yet, she realized she did not even merit his hatred. She was inconsequential to him, leaving no trace in his heart. Feeling wounded, her lips trembled. Xiao Jinbei, does this mean you have no feelings for me at all? There's no need for us to discuss personal feelings, he replied, his coldness akin to frost beneath the bright moon. A chill coursed through Yili. You went on a blind date with Lu Yinyan tonight, she said desolately. Once, she too was cherished and adored by Xiao Jinbei, held tenderly in his hands. Now, his affections have shifted to Lu Yinyan right before her eyes, leaving her heart with a jagged void. The pain is unbearable, an acceptance she cannot fathom. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, contemplating her uncanny awareness of events. However, his emotions merely flickered across his features before settling into a calm demeanor. The union is a matter between two families. The Lu family and Hong Tonghui could stir the very fabric of the metropolis with a mere gesture. Yili understood that there was little left to discuss. Xiao Jinbei's handsome visage remained warm and inviting. Yes, I have indeed met Yinyan. Yili felt a surge of jealousy. She is quite taken with you. Xiao Jinbei chuckled lightly. Is that so? Indeed. Lu Yinyan is an admirer of beauty. You align perfectly with her aesthetic, and she seems utterly captivated by you. It appears that even President Yi has a penchant for gossip. Huh. It seems you're also quite fond of Lu Yinyan. Xiao Jinbei, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed skyward. The moonlight cascaded over his face, accentuating his striking features. He appeared ethereal and regal, akin to a fallen star. Indeed, I, too, am captivated by Yin Yan at first glance. At just 22, she serves as the president of the Stray Animal Association, embodying youth, beauty, kindness, and gentleness. Truly the epitome of an ideal partner. In comparison to the 34-year-old Yili, Lu Yinyan shines with the exuberance of youth, a full generation younger. The issue of age is a persistent burden for women, a knife that remains forever embedded in Yili's heart. She stood there, dazed, her eyes devoid of light. I must return. My father will worry if he does not see me. Xiao Jinbei turned to leave. Please send my regards to Uncle. Yili's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Jinbei nodded. His figure receded from the moonlight, stepping into the glow of a street lamp. He seemed to traverse from the realm of the celestial into the mundane world. The pain in Yi Li's heart, the piece that had been severed, became increasingly acute. She turned and entered her car, her hands trembling as she dialed Secretary Jin's number. Secretary Jin, if a woman pursues her ex, does that make her seem desperate? Secretary Jin replied, not at all. I believe a woman who dares to seek happiness is a heroine. Secretary Jin, bound to a husband she sees only once a month for a minute over the past 15 years, knows what happiness is, yet has never dared to pursue it. She admired female heroes in silence countless times. So how does one win back her ex? Tears welled in Yi Li's eyes. I believe you should approach him directly and confess that you still love him. But what if he has forgotten me? Where sincerity is genuine, even the hardest hearts can be softened. If you approach him with true feelings, he will be moved. Yi Li's distress did not diminish. Secretary Jin. What if my ex has moved on? Is he married? No. Secretary Jin replied. Then there's nothing to worry about. Given your qualities, he would be fortunate to have you. Chapter 62. Do not touch me. How true. With conditions like Xiao Jinbei's, he would indeed be eager to marry her. Yili felt slightly reassured. Although Xiao Jinbei has become involved with Hong Xiao, his humble origins remain unchanged. He is still the same young man from the lower echelons. The superficial glamour is merely a veneer bestowed upon him by Hong Tunghui. Once Hong Tunghui ceases to support him, he will inevitably be abandoned, returning to a mundane existence akin to that of an ordinary laborer. Hong Tunghui serves as the benefactor to Xiao Jinbei. Whether he is treated well or poorly is entirely contingent upon her whims. Should the affluent benefactor decide to forsake him, it would be a far more merciless act than the abandonment of a pet dog. This is not a matter of cruel words. It is simply the harsh reality that human emotions often pale in comparison to the affection one might hold for a dog. In Yi Li's eyes, Xiao Jinbei is an astute individual. By aligning himself with Hong Tunghui, he is acutely aware of his own position. Xiao Jinbei possesses a clear understanding of himself. When she beckons him, calling him to her side with promises of affection, he will undoubtedly comply. Marrying her and becoming her man would be infinitely more advantageous than remaining under the shadow of Hong Tunghui and Hong Xiao. After their union, her feelings for Xiao Jinbei would remain steadfast. He could spend a lifetime by her side, basking in opulence. The clever Xiao Jinbei naturally comprehends that rather than being swept along by fate at Hong Tunghui's side, it is far more appealing to establish himself as her master. Yi Li, ever perceptive, clarified her thoughts and directed her focus toward Zhuang Yan. First, she intended to clear away the debris before summoning Xiao Jinbei back to her side. Secretary Jean promptly presented a list of women associated with Zhuang Yan. One of the women who had spent the night with him was named Lin Qinjiao, a 28-year-old assistant who had been with him for 6 years, inseparable during the day and accompanying him home at night. From Yi Li's perspective as the CEO, Lin Qinjiao was Zhuang Yan's mistress. Zhuang Yan also had 2 other temporary companions. One was a 21-year-old nurse from his department, freshly graduated from a nursing school through connections, and the other was a student of clinical medicine, 22 years old, who was described in her profile as someone who greatly admired him. That evening, Yi Li stormed into Zhuang Yan's study, flinging the dossier at his face. "You, give me an explanation. Darling, what has upset you?" Zhuang Yan's voice trailed off, disregarding the dossier that had fallen from his face, wearing a broad smile and opening his arms to welcome Yi Li. No woman can escape the embrace of a man's chest. A hug and a few soothing words could easily remedy the situation. After all, what woman does not delight in sweet words and the tenderness of a man? Yet, as Yi Li gazed upon Zhuang Yan's oily visage, she felt an overwhelming nausea. With a sudden motion, she leaped aside to evade him. "Do not touch me." Zhuang Yan laughed heartily. "My darling, who has upset you? Speak to your husband. I will support you. Put away that fade. It disgusts me. Yedi gurund hertit. Have I angered you again? All right. I was wrong. A self-imposed punishment." With that, Zhuang Yan slapped himself twice across the face, turning his cheeks a vivid red. He approached Yi Li with his wounded face, grinning slyly. "See, I'm disciplining myself for you. Calm down, will you? Can 2 slaps truly erase a person's infidelity? If that were the case, the world would be awash with chaotic relationships." Regret welled within Yi Li's eyes as she lamented her misjudgment. "Zhuang Yan, you have changed. You are no longer the Zhuang school prince that I once knew." Zhuang Yan laughed solemnly. "Indeed, 11 years have passed. The world has changed. And our alma mater has undergone reconstruction twice. I cannot remain stagnant." He tugged at Yi Li's sleeve, insisting, "I have grown up, matured, become more of a man. Haven't I?" Yi Li shot him a glance, as if perceiving a pile of excrement attempting to charm her. "Get lost." Anger surged within her, distorting her features. The supposed maturity he flaunted, cultivated among women, only reeked of foulness. The pure moonlight that once resided in her heart had ultimately morphed into darkness. Yi Li's faith crumbled. Zhuang Yan's smile stiffened as he picked up the fallen documents. "What have you done to provoke such fury?" he remarked, his eyes narrowing into crescents, gradually widening, until, at last, his eyes bulged in horror, his expression grotesque. "What more do you have to say?" Yedi beloit in ekaspiraten. Zhuang Yan's gaze fell upon his hotel records, his mouth fervently defending. That was all in the past. Yi Li scoffed. "Just the night before last, something occurred. How can you dare to speak of the past? I told you, once married, I would cease my relations with them, he protested. Shameless, she retorted. You meant to say you would sever ties with those women after our reunion. Yet the truth is you continue to indulge in debauchery behind my back. Zhuang Yin, in a desperate struggle, explained the other night I intended to return to my grandfather's for his birthday celebration, but my assistant Lin Qianjiao called, claiming there were new results in the lab that require my attention, and that was why I met with her. So you went to a hotel bed to discuss research results? Zhuang Yan's expression twisted, caught in a web of helplessness and hypocrisy. It's not as you think. We were merely engaged in professional discourse, a collegial relationship. Slap. Yi Li, unable to contain herself, delivered Zhuang Yan a resounding blow. What utter nonsense! Despicable and shameless. Professional discourse in a hotel room? The lab was insufficient, so you resorted to a CAF with no seats? When the hotel lobby had someone chasing you away, you found no other place but a bed. Such excuses wouldn't even fool your parents, let alone me. Are you out of your mind, you scoundrel? Zhuang Yin was taken aback, bewildered. You dare strike me? Do not question my hand. You should be grateful I haven't taken your life. Yi Li, you have gone mad. Zhuang Yin roared, his face contorted. Yi Li, undeterred, declared, you deceived me, and you must bear the consequences of your actions. The argument escalated. What is wrong with a single man having a few playthings? I have neither stolen nor coerced any woman into undressing. What transgression have I committed? Zhuang Yan's rage boiled. You are neurotic, stirring up trouble for no reason. At 34, you should possess some self-awareness. Your twisted visage is utterly repugnant. He clutched his face, stinging from the 2 slaps, and howled. Insulting a woman by calling her old and ugly is akin to stripping her bare and parading her in public. Yi Li seized a vase from the desk and hurled it at Zhuang Yan. You scoundrel! Zhuang Yin leaped aside. The vase missed its target, but as it shattered upon the ground, glass shards flew and cold water splashed onto his leg, soaking his sock. You call me a scoundrel. Is that surprising? Zhuang Yan's fury surged, pointing a finger at Yi Li's nose. You, carrying Xiao Jinbei's child, dare to flirt with me. How utterly debased. You not only engage with men, but also bear their offspring, a true embodiment of depravity. I cannot even claim a third of your infamy. Not content with that, you venture forth to pursue new suitors, balancing multiple affairs with ease. Your shamelessness is astounding. Even Pan Jinlian would feel inadequate in your presence. Should anyone dare to challenge you, you would ensure that Yi Li suffers the direst consequences. Insulting others is a trivial endeavor. None are virtuous, and yet you lack self-awareness. Should Yi Li seek her own demise, you would readily grant her a heart pierced by 1,000 arrows. Chapter 63. The white moonlight, the shattering of love. Yi Li was seething with rage, tears streaming down her cheeks, carving cold, wet trails upon her face. You are the most repugnant man I have ever encountered. Her shrill, tempestuous outburst reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath her. Her legs trembled, threatening to betray her, forcing her to grasp the edge of the desk for support. Zhuang Yin observed with a cold gaze, returning her barbs without restraint. It is your overwhelming desire for control. The men you have encountered conceal their true natures in your presence. The mask has been torn away. The once white moonlight has turned to darkness. The relationship is irreparable, and there is no need for further civility. Yi Li struck him, and he retaliated with harsh words. They exchanged blows, inflicting wounds upon one another, reaching a state of mutual disillusionment. Leave. Zhuang Yin pointed toward the door, glaring fiercely at Yi Li. At that moment, he was utterly exasperated with her. Her temperament was peculiar, her need for control all-consuming, as she dictated every aspect of his life. She resembled a domineering empress, proud and irksome, even attempting to govern the most intimate aspects of his existence. Being with her felt suffocating. Yi Li was taken aback. She never expected Zhuang Yin to utter such words. She interpreted his command to leave as mere bravado. Zhuang Yin, having endured a slap, was furious and spoke without thought, not genuinely wishing for her departure. After all, he was deeply enamored with her. Their reunion after 11 years saw him confess on the very first night, declaring that he had never forgotten her. Zhuang Yin was well aware of her pregnancy with Xiao Jinbei's child, yet resolutely desired to pursue a relationship with her. He was unfazed by her condition, his heart expansive enough to embrace it all. His capacity for such acceptance stemmed from his profound love for her. Zhuang Yin further declared, "If you choose to bring the child into this world, I shall raise it alongside you." Observe, he was unperturbed by the prospect of caring for another's child, a testament to the depth of his affection witnessed by the heavens. Do not speak in anger. Yedi koliktet hersef. Ha ha. Zhuang Yin doubled over in laughter. His palm braced against the desk, his features contorted, his lips darkened, revealing a set of white teeth as he enunciated each word with clenched jaws. "I would rather remain unmarried for a lifetime, indulging in hedonistic pursuits, than be with a woman like you. I can already envision the dismal life we would lead if we were to marry." As Zhuang Yin raged on, memories of Yi Li's late mother flooded his thoughts. The matured Yi Li bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. "You have inherited your deceased mother's traits entirely, exhibiting a dominance surpassing that of any man. There is no semblance of feminine grace within you. Being with you imposes immense psychological pressure. For this duration, I have lived in constant apprehension, fearful of your reproach for the slightest misstep. I have suppressed my own identity, yet you cling to any leverage you can find. Thus, it was fitting that they parted ways, bidding farewell to the first love and white moonlight. He vowed never to revisit the past, choosing instead to embrace a life of unrestrained freedom. Casting aside the burdensome Yi Li, he reclaimed his autonomy, free to revel in life as he pleased. A most sagacious decision. You should leave at once." Solemn and merciless, he gathered all her belongings and took them away, not wishing to see even a single sock belonging to Yi Li. Years ago, Yi Li's mother had aggressively intervened in their relationship, sending bodyguards to assault him, leaving him with a concussion that rendered him unconscious for 3 days and nights. Such events were buried along with the youthful love they once shared. Yet the shadow of her mother lingered in Yi Li, reviving those painful memories with vivid intensity. Even if he chose to be magnanimous and not hold grudges, he could not withstand Yi Li's harsh scrutiny. Her relentless criticism transformed her in his eyes into the embodiment of his deceased mother, inciting a profound loathing within him. Listening to his cold, unsympathetic words and gazing at his contorted visage, Yi Li awakened to a harsh realization. Zhuang Yin did not love her. His feelings for her were not as sweet as the honeyed words that accompanied their reunion suggested. Perhaps after 11 years, the man Zhuang Yin had become was no longer the same one who had once cherished her during their university days. Yi Li felt utterly defeated, her unwillingness to accept this fate gnawing at her. "You have ruined my life. If it weren't for your meddling, my child would be safe, and Xiao Jinbei would not have left me." Zhuang Yin scoffed at her, asserting, "You lack common sense. You blindly follow whatever I say. Blame others only if you refuse to think for yourself. Even if you do blame others, it is unjust. You willingly fell into this emotional trap. No one forced you at knife point. Zhuang Yin, you are crossing the line. Furi surgit anit viting yidi." She seized Zhuang Yan's laptop. "Put that down," he threatened, pointing at her. "It contains crucial information. If you damage it, I will not spare you." Yi Li had never encountered a man who could intimidate her. His threats meant nothing. With a forceful thud, she slammed the laptop onto the ground, jumping up to stomp on it twice. Lifting her chin defiantly, she taunted Zhuang Yin. "If I break it, what will you do? I want you dead." In a sudden rush, Zhuang Yin lunged at her, gripping her neck with both hands. Yidi gasped, feeling her eyes bulge. The brutal pressure on her throat constricted her windpipe, making it impossible to breathe. Her face burned with an unprecedented heat and swelling. She felt death approaching, helplessly gazing at Zhuang Yan's ghastly expression, a face that seemed to be a grim specter demanding her life. She was on the verge of being strangled to death. The world around her began to fade. She realized she was crying, tears blurring her vision. In that moment, she recognized her fear of death, uncertain of what lay beyond, worried that her vast wealth would be devoured by her family's unscrupulous members. She had no child, no husband, no family. Her life was consumed by incessant work, filled with fame and vanity, and she had never truly lived, yet now she faced the end. I will strangle you. Let's see how arrogant you can be. A proud and assertive woman, she refused to let him dominate her, determined to show him the consequences of his arrogance. I will end your tyranny for all men. Zhuang Yan's words echoed hauntingly in Yi Li's mind as her consciousness spiraled into darkness. She believed she was dying. However, she later regained consciousness, awakened by the cold wind. She beheld the pitch-black night, devoid of moonlight and stars. Lying on the damp grass, she faced the chilling darkness. Before her stood the imposing walls of Zhuang Yan's residence. Behind her loomed the villa. It was shrouded in darkness, the entrance tightly shut. The steps were strewn with debris. Her garments lay haphazardly, cosmetics shattered, their contents spilling onto the ground. Zhuang Yan, you scoundrel! Yili wept once more. Had Zhuang Yan rendered her unconscious only to cast her aside in the garden to fend for herself? Cursed be him! It took her 5 minutes to rise from the ground. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering her unable to walk. She could only crawl, slowly making her way to the pile of clutter, searching for her bag, retrieving her phone. She wished to call Secretary Jean, a person she trusted, unafraid of ridicule or invasion of privacy. However, upon dialing, there was no response. She lay there until dawn, suddenly realizing she had dialed the wrong number. It was Xiao Jinbei's. Chapter 64. I miss you, let us meet. Yili vividly recalled her moment of desperation when seeking assistance from Secretary Jean. Yet reality shocked her. The call she made to Secretary Jean had reached Xiao Jinbei instead. Some inexplicable twist of fate had altered her intentions. It seemed as though a celestial force governed these events. Though she and Xiao Jinbei had parted ways, destiny inexplicably bound them together. This indicated that Xiao Jinbei belonged to her, and she to him. They were destined to be a pair. With this realization, Yili felt invigorated, managing to rise once more, her legs now capable of movement. She promptly resolved to undertake 2 tasks: to inform her bodyguard to prepare a sack for Zhuang Yan's head and to strike him fiercely before discarding him in the wilderness, and to head to the hospital for a checkup. The near-death experience from the previous night had enlightened her. Previously, she labored tirelessly for fame and fortune, clinging to superficial aspirations, living like a machine. Now, she desired to live authentically, to embrace a life of substance. When her time came, she did not wish to face a death as grim as the one she had experienced the night before. The fear of death and the regrets of this life should be resolved while she still breathed. When her life concludes, her state should be one of contentment, having savored life's pleasures and possessed all that was meant to be, departing with a smile. The medical examination consumed the entire morning. The report indicated no significant harm. The bruises on her neck appeared alarming, yet her organs remained unscathed. After all, Zhuang Yan was a doctor, skilled in restraint. The physician prescribed a sedative. Yili took the medication to soothe her emotional trauma, her thoughts tumultuous. While the medication could mitigate the psychological shadows cast by her fright, it could not heal her wounds. That night, she suffered from insomnia, rising to pour herself water and take her medication, only to vomit it all back up. Her stomach ached, her head spun, as she broke out in a cold sweat. After vomiting, she collapsed by the toilet, unable to rise. She yearned for someone to hold her, yet all she found behind her was the colorless, flavorless air accompanying her. The furniture felt cold, and the lavish room was devoid of warmth. The quilt, rolled up on the bed, had likely lost its warmth from her prolonged absence. A sense of loneliness enveloped her, a yearning for companionship. She craved someone by her side, to embrace her in times of need, to converse with her in moments of solitude, and to pour her tea during her vulnerable hours. The thought of Xiao Jinbei crossed her mind. Undoubtedly, he was well suited for her. Xiao Jinbei was her ideal partner, and she no longer held his humble origins against him, for the quality of life was of greater significance, in comparison to the pursuit of a high-quality existence. Wealth and status seemed trivial. An hour later, Yili appeared before Xiao Changtian. The spring breeze had banished the winter chill, prompting Xiao Changtian to shed his heavy cotton coat, donning a traditional short shirt, barefoot, wielding a small hoe beneath the grand old pine tree in his backyard. The tree was ancient, its trunk marred with cracks, and its needles strewn across the ground. The soil turned up was black, and at his feet lay a pile of lily petals next to his military canteen. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Xiao Changtian's bright eyes still sparkled with penetrating wisdom. Yili felt a twinge of guilt as she forced a smile. Uncle, I am unwell and would like to ask for your assistance. Xiao Changtian gazed upward as a few crows flew by, casting shadows over the spring light. Miss Yi, your family is affluent. If you're unwell, you should visit a hospital. I do not possess a medical license, and I only attend to the ailments of friends and family. It is inconvenient for me to consult outsiders. Ye li fait à sitink in hernose. But, Xiao, I am also your acquaintance. Xiao Changtian brushed the black soil from his hoe. Our relationship has changed. You are now Dr. Zhuang's wife, and I am the father of the man you disdain. As he paused, a thought struck him. Ah, your husband is indeed a doctor. I've heard he is an expert at the provincial hospital and has studied abroad. The doctor was right beside Yili. She had no need for a bedside companion and had instead come to seek out an old man. Something felt amiss. Tossing aside his hoe, Xiao Changtian hurriedly descended from the flower bed. If he were to treat Yili today, she would hold power over him. This woman, having aborted her own flesh and blood, could resort to the most depraved actions for a man outside their family, indicating her heart was devoid of humanity. She had come to ensnare the old man, undoubtedly intending to trap them both. With a limp, Xiao Changtian fled, his pace quickening, his short stature causing him to bob awkwardly against the electric pole. Yili watched his panicked retreat, her heart a tumult of emotions. Xiao Changtian regarded her as a plague, fearing any delay might lead to contamination. She understood his aversion. The harm she had inflicted upon the father and son was undeniable. With Xiao Changtian unwilling to engage, Yili turned her attention to Xiao Jinbei. At that moment, he was diligently working. As a newly appointed official, he was eager to take decisive action, seeking to revive the stagnant projects of Hongfa real estate. 3 years prior, Hongfa had acquired a parcel of land amidst fierce competition from over 100 real estate developers, and the then general manager had secured it by continually raising the bid. However, the investment was exorbitant, and project development was severely restricted, culminating in the sudden death of the general manager from a heart attack. The newly appointed manager, unwilling to tarnish their reputation with the mess left behind, has skillfully evaded the development rights of that land over the past few years, opting instead to put the land up for sale. However, it remains unsold, with potential buyers offering half the price. As Xiao Jinbei was lost in thought, a call from Lu Yinyan interrupted him. The caller, the delightful Yinyan, had a background tune playing, "You look so good when you smile," and her screensaver displayed a photo of the two of them, heads together, making a scissored gesture with pouting lips. Xiao Jinbei's lips involuntarily curled into a smile upon seeing her, akin to spotting an adorable pet. "Brother Jinbei, it's your little cutie. I know. Am I interrupting your work with this call?" "Not all. Please go ahead. I miss you. Let us go on a date tonight." Xiao Jinbei glanced at his schedule. How fortuitous, he had a slot free without any social engagements. Upon agreeing, Lu Yinyan squealed with delight, her laughter soaring. "Brother Jinbei, that's wonderful. Tonight, I'll introduce you to my best friend. I'll be waiting for you." Xiao Jinbei's smile broadened. That little girl. After ending the call, he completed his work before heading out for the date. The venue chosen by Lu Yinyan was a lakeside restaurant, featuring a magnificent octagonal structure with grand columns reaching into the water. Graceful willows at the shore bent down, offering slender branches adorned with tender leaves, swaying half towards the octagonal building and half towards the passing guests. Water lilies blossomed, their central flowers aglow with delicate lights. Wild ducks floated gracefully, their beaks pecking at the water in search of food. A young waitress donned in a crimson embroidered hanfu, adorned with a jade hairpin, guided Xiao Jinbei with a lantern. "Brother Jinbei, you're here," Lu Yinyan exclaimed, flitting towards him like a joyful bird. Xiao Jinbei instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, but before he could react, Lu Yinyan dashed into his embrace, shyly resting against his chest. "I'm so happy, Brother Jinbei." Xiao Jinbei, with his hand stiffened, replied, "I am happy as well. Come, let me introduce you to my best friend." Lu Yinyan pulled away from his embrace, grasping his right arm and bouncing towards the private room. A beautifully dressed woman turned to the sound. Upon seeing her face, Xiao Jinbei's smile froze momentarily. "Allow me to introduce. This is my fiancée, Xiao Jinbei," Lu Yinyan announced. "And this is my dear friend, Yili." Chapter 65. Yili, marry me, and give you a name. Xiao Jinbei exchanged glances with Yili, where he glimpsed a rare tenderness on her face, a softness directed solely at him. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyan, still chirping joyfully, was distracted when her phone rang on the table. "Huh, Cece has arrived. She can't find her way after parking." A small hand entwined with Xiao Jinbei's arm as Lu Yinyan gently shook him. "You chat with my friend. I'll go fetch Cece and be right back." "All right," Xiao Jinbei acquiesced, a smile appearing in his eyes. "Brother Jinbei is so kind." Lu Yinyan beamed before darting off. Xiao Jinbei's gaze returned to Yili. "Ms. Yi, using a little girl for your own ends. How cunning of you." Yili did not deny her actions. "If I hadn't sought out Yinyan, how would I have met you? Thus, you've twice exploited her to arrange a meeting with me, ensuring her absence for your convenience. Xiao Jinbei, you are truly astute. President Yi, you are even more astute. In your presence, I, Xiao Jinbei, feel like a mere novice." Lu Yinyan has been waiting for half an hour and has yet to arrive. The table is laden with dishes, yet Xiao Jinbei lacks the appetite to eat, and Yili shows no inclination to dine either. "Today I visited your father, but he ignored me." Xiao Jinbei jested. "The esteemed president of the Li Sheng Group seeks out my father during work hours? Is Dr. Zhuang unable to satisfy you? And now you are in search of another man, perhaps my father? Xiao Jinbei, please show some respect." Yili exclaimed with wide, beautiful eyes. Xiao Chantian is 72. A diminutive, disabled man. Can his motors still function? If I were to seek someone, it certainly would not be an elderly man with a musty scent. The variety of companions in the club is vast, and one can indulge freely. Is that not appealing? Such harsh words were spoken. "I have invited you here for a serious discussion," Yili said, her brow furrowed as she adjusted her curled hair. The scent of her perfume wafted towards Xiao Jinbei. Inhaling the familiar fragrance of a woman, Xiao Jinbei's gaze darkened slightly. Fate plays cruel tricks. The woman who once passionately devoted herself to him has transformed into a familiar stranger. "Let us reconcile," Yili suggested, her fingers lightly moving the wine glass. Xiao Jinbei sensed her internal turmoil, a subtle smile forming on his lips, pondering the madness of President Yi. It had been less than a month since she underwent an abortion with Zhuang Yan. Physiologically speaking, she had not yet fully moved on from that man. Yet she was already contemplating a return. Yili, serious and earnest, declared, "Zhuang Yan and I are not suited for one another. After years apart, our personalities, values, and life pursuits have diverged. Are you implying that I made a mistake in choosing Zhuang Yan?" Yili lowered her gaze, reflecting on the emotions from her school days and realizing that her wish to rekindle their relationship was hasty. In both life and work, one ought to understand deeply before deciding on a course of action. Admitting one's mistakes can be quite a blow to one's pride. As a female president managing over 30,000 employees, she stated, "I am in a relationship, as you have seen." Xiao Jinbei frowned. Yili dismissed this notion, asserting that Lu Yinyan, being naive and sheltered like a greenhouse flower, was ill-equipped to match his intellect. "It is unethical to slander a close friend and to steal her boyfriend. Xiao Jinbei, one must not act solely for oneself. Heed my experience from having faced death. Strive for what you must. Do not hesitate over what you deserve. The world is unpredictable. One must follow their heart and live for themselves. Setting aside my future with Yinyan, let's focus on us, Yili. I have said that if you do not want me, then I shall not want you." Yili pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I do not recall." Xiao Jinbei understood. At the time she spoke those words, Yili viewed him merely as a substitute for Hong Xiao, and he held no significance in her eyes. His words bore no weight, and naturally, she would not take them to heart. The past is unchangeable, yet the future is full of possibilities. Let's look forward. Yili poeted fine. I toast to you, with sincerity, for a fresh start. Xiao Jinbei remained motionless. Yili held her glass, silently awaiting a response. 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She pursed her red lips. Let us reconcile. I will marry you, the kind of marriage that includes a certificate. I will grant you shares in the group, and you may choose your position, ensuring that you have both a name and status alongside me. Xiao Jinbei would no longer need to worry about being forsaken. She offered a marriage in a rightful place, as long as she reconciles and marries him. Xiao Jinbei can ascend to great heights. It can be said that her meticulous arrangements have alleviated Xiao Jinbei's worries. I no longer want you. I have said this long ago. Xiao Jinbei replied nonchalantly. Yili raised her voice. Do you truly intend to marry Lu Yinyin? It is none of your concern. I am better than her. I am more suited to you. Xiao Jinbei, no matter how good you are, I still do not want you. Yili insisted. You mind my fidelity, don't you? Let me clarify. I did not sleep with Zhuang Yin. I did not. I just had surgery. And I'm still recovering. As she spoke, Yili's eyes turned red. I terminated the pregnancy without informing you. I admit my impulsiveness, but there is still room for negotiation. I will compensate you. Once we are married, I will bear your child. She continued, you are young and vigorous. Having children is easy for you. She had already compromised. Despite having no plans for children, she was willing to endure the hardships of pregnancy for Xiao Jinbei. Are you satisfied now? However, late emerging affection is often less valuable. When I cared for you, you abandoned me. Now that you wish to find me again, I'm already with someone else. Whether it is Lu Yinyin or another, the rift in our relationship does not require mending. We shall each find our own peace moving forward. Xiao Jinbei stood up. Lu Yinyin had yet to return. Yili attempted to persuade him. Xiao Jinbei, be rational. His association with Hong Tinghui and Hong Xiao will not last. Sooner or later, he will return to a life of insignificance. Missing this opportunity, she offered would lead to irrevocable regret. Hong Tinghui is a tycoon in the entertainment industry, with his dubious enterprises spread abroad. You are too naive to compete with him. Hong Xiao is crude and arrogant, living by his whims. Your elegance and gentleness will make you an easy target for him. Yili earnestly advised. Xiao Jinbei's best future lies with her. He should be rational, think carefully, and not end up regretting his choices. Mind your own affairs and do not entangle yourself with me any longer, Xiao Jinbei said as he departed. That day, he had told Yili that Hong Xiao was his elder brother, but she did not believe him. Words were futile. Time would prove his claims. Yili watched Xiao Jinbei's retreating figure. You will regret this, Xiao Jinbei. When you come to regret and seek to marry me, I will not be waiting for you. Xiao Jinbei walked in the spring breeze, willow branches brushing against his shoulders. Brother Jinbei, where are you going? Lu Yinyin, holding Cici's hand, ran joyfully toward him. Xiao Jinbei bumped into her and smiled. I have matters to attend to. I must leave first. Oh, Lu Yinyin pouted. What a pity. You have not accompanied me for a meal. Another day, then. Let me see you off. No need. You should hurry inside. President Yi is waiting for you. Xiao Jinbei waved his hand. Just as his car left the restaurant parking lot, a video call from Gu Xinghe came through. Chapter 66, Unwanted. Gazing at Gu Xinghe through the screen, her exquisite visage resembled that of their first meeting, elegant and ethereal, gentle and serene. Xiao Jinbei's tumultuous emotions began to settle. Brother Bei, how are you? Gu Xinghe asked with a smile. I am well, how about you? I have signed up. Today I am stepping in for a contestant who withdrew. Tomorrow I will participate in the Jiangnan District Elimination Round. Could you come to support me? I need encouragement. Xiao Jinbei glanced at the schedule. Tomorrow was Saturday. In the morning, he would accompany Hong Tinghui for his morning exercise, share a meal with him at noon, and indulge in a game of cards with him in the afternoon. Hong Tinghui, feeling the weight of solitude with age, had no children of his own, placing all his hopes on the two Xiao brothers. While Hong Xiao was boisterous and carefree, Hong Tinghui had grown increasingly attached to Xiao Jinbei since his arrival. I have an appointment tomorrow. I want to be free until after 3 in the afternoon, Gu Xinghe expressed with a hint of disappointment, yet a flicker of joy lingered. Then come over at 4. I will perform around 4:30. I'll inform the staff in advance to let you in midway. Although he could not accompany her from the beginning to the end, joining her in the latter part still felt like a stroke of fortune. Having something, even if partial, was better than nothing at all. All right, Xiao Jinbei replied, observing Gu Xing's eyes sparkle with delight as she shyly covered her mouth and smiled. What makes you laugh? He inquired, joining her in laughter. I'm just so happy to see you, she replied, leaving Xiao Jinbei momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately settling for a smile. The following morning, he promptly took Xiao Chantian to Hong Tenghui's residence. Little Xiao was unable to walk easily, so he settled in the garden with tea, watching Xiao Jinbei accompany Hong Tenghui for a light jog. Xiao Chantian was lazy and playful, returning home at 3 in the morning and not rising until noon. The corners of Hong Tenghui's mouth curled upwards, embodying the unassuming persona of a doting father. Having nurtured Hong Xiao for over 20 years, they had forged an inseparable bond. Stripped of the distractions of the outside world, Hong Tenghui, who thrived in the entertainment industry and held an open-minded approach, never imposed rigid expectations on Hong Xiao. Throughout his upbringing, he had granted Hong Xiao the freedom to develop at his own pace. If he showed disinterest in academics, so be it. If he desired to play, he was encouraged to do so. It mattered little if he became somewhat idle, as the family wealth was ample enough to ensure he had opportunities to enjoy life. As Xiao Chantian savored his tea and breakfast leisurely, he looked on with satisfaction at Xiao Jinbei, clad in athletic wear, dutifully accompanying Hong Tenghui. Truly, he was proud of the son he had raised. Any attribute could be regarded as exemplary. While jogging, Xiao Jinbei initiated a conversation. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Go on, Hong Tenghui encouraged with a warm gaze. I do not wish to enter into a marriage alliance with the Liu family. Miss Liu is indeed a fine person, cherished by her family. Yet our life experiences differ profoundly, and we are worlds apart. Last night's encounter with Liu Yanyan had left him disheartened. A young woman may embody innocence and vivacity, but she should not be naive to a fault. Hong Tenghui responded, having traversed much in life, your thoughts are naturally intricate. Pairing you with a girl devoid of guile may alleviate many worries and allow for a more carefree existence. In truth, my resilience far exceeds my tribulations. My inner strength is substantial. I do not wish to be encumbered by a partner who lags behind. It would only exhaust me further. Hong Tenghui ceased his persuasion. If it is not meant to be, then so be it. I shall convey my regards to the Liu family. We shall remain friends. Thank you, father. Xiao Jinbei expressed gratefully. Indeed, you are remarkable. I have heard from the elder members of the real estate company that your work capabilities exude the charisma of a leader of the new era. While I cannot interfere with your professional endeavors, I shall assist you in selecting a suitable partner for marriage. Xiao Jinbei pondered, deciding it would be less troublesome to seek out the matter himself. Do you have someone special? He inquired. No, Confronting we check it. Just remember to bring her back to show your father and me. We've consumed quite a bit of salt together. It's only right that we help you vet her. Understood, Xiao Jinbei responded. After accompanying his 2 elderly fathers through their morning exercise, he indulged them in a soothing soak in the hot springs. He dutifully attended to both gentlemen, Hong Tenghui, with a burgeoning belly, and Xiao Chantian, who had grown lean and wiry. He engaged them in conversation, eliciting laughter, while also offering a gentle back rub. The morning swiftly slipped away. Later, as they entered the entertainment room to play cards, Hong Xiao emerged, hair tousled, standing at the door with his hands in his pockets. Jinbei, why didn't you bring Yin Yin along? Hong Xiao incroyable d'honnêteté. He no longer desires that young girl. Hong Tenghui replied. No longer desires? Hong Xiao is gaz charpent. Jinbei, do you still wish to pursue the one with the surname? Brother, mind your thoughts. I caution you as an elder. Never covet a woman who has left you for another. If you forgive her, she will merely run off with another. Her nature is unlikely to change. Hong Tenghui scoffed. Men are the same. One's character is difficult to alter. Hong Xiao then asked, what about you and Sumi? Nothing much. We ve parted ways, came the reply. Have you found someone new? Hong Tenghui probed. Hong Xiao lit a cigarette. We share the same fate. My heart cannot settle. I shall remain unmarried for life, playing until I can no longer. Hong Tenghui offered no objection but cast a glance at Xiao Jinbei, saying, the task of continuing the family line is now yours. After marriage, bear several children, one for me and one for your brother. Let's expand our family. Xiao Jinbei chuckled with those conditions. What woman would dare to marry you? After finishing his bath, Hong Xiao brought forth food to join the entertainment. Seizing the moment, Xiao Jinbei relinquished his seat to him, transferring the responsibility of caring for the two elders. He then utilized the remaining time to assist Gu Xinghe as part of her support team. Upon arriving at the television studio, he quickly realized how conspicuous he appeared. During the elimination round, each contestant had assembled a support group, primarily composed of female companions. Gu Xinghe's two close friends were also women, leaving Xiao Jinbei sandwiched between them, a striking anomaly. After Gu Xinghe performed a sword dance, the host, visibly astonished, animatedly called for the support group to share a few words. As the camera focused on Xiao Jinbei, he became the center of attention. This is the host. The host gestured, and this is her boyfriend. My friend, Gu Xinghe replied, blushing with a shy smile. Isn't he your boyfriend? The host exclaimed with fervor. Gu Xinghe's cheeks flushed deeper. Xiao Jinbei caught her bashful gaze and opened his mouth to clarify. But the host's enthusiastic proclamation drowned him out. Love should be boldly expressed. Let us give him a round of applause. The audience erupted in cheers, and Gu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with delight. After the event, Gu Xinghe invited Xiao Jinbei to a hotel under her ownership. As the dishes were served and wine poured, Gu Xinghe raised her glass and asked, Today, the host was rather flamboyant, speculating on our relationship without our consent. Does that upset you? Xiao Jinbei maintained an air of grace, responding, It was merely for the sake of entertainment. I won't take it to heart. Oh, she replied. Gu Xinghe raised the cup to her lips, savoring each sip slowly. She inquired again, What was your feeling when the host referred to you as my boyfriend? Chapter 67. Competing for Xiao Jinbei, what is it like to be Gu Xinghe's boyfriend? Xiao Jinbei fell into a 5-second silence before retorting with a teasing tone. I am but an ordinary bricklayer, temporarily donned with the title of your boyfriend. It must be quite a burden for you, having experienced the affections of two distinct women, Yao Qin and Yi Li, both yearning for men of higher stature. Xiao Jinbei refused to flaunt his identity to assert his worth. Should Gu Xinghe learn that he had ascended to the status of Hong Tenghui's adopted son and shared the privileges of heir alongside his brother, Hong Xiao, it was likely she would pursue him relentlessly, akin to Yao Qin's tenacity. However, he desired no such entanglement. He held steadfast to his principles, believing that love should be anchored in genuine affection for the individual rather than for their possessions. Should a woman love a man for his status, her affection would be a mere scheme, driven by her own desires, masquerading as love while seeking to satiate her inflated vanity. Gu Xinghe's smile waned slightly as she formally corrected Xiao Jinbei. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. I admire your intellect and respect your character. Though my time as your secretary has been brief, I have witnessed the profound familial bond between you and your father. You share a warmth and optimism that I find delightful. I cherish the atmosphere of your family and value your friendship. I also hold your father in high regard. He is knowledgeable, compassionate, and an exceptional physician. We have arranged a retreat to Xiao Family Mountain this summer, where he will gather herbs while I indulge in the local delicacies. She giggled, covering her mouth as she laughed. In that moment, her exquisite and ethereal countenance radiated the innocent exuberance of a 17-year-old girl. Xiao Jinbei felt as though he were captivating a young maiden. If he were to confess his feelings, she would undoubtedly believe him wholeheartedly, following him without hesitation, oblivious to the potential pitfalls of such a choice. Xiao Jinbei appeared momentarily lost in thought. Although Gu Xinghe's smile was precious to him, it also seemed naive and childlike. Aren't you afraid my father might deceive you and sell you off in some remote area? Gu Xinghe blinked playfully. You should be more concerned that I might swindle him instead. Xiao Jinbei replied, When I visited your home for the new year, your father gifted me a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. Gu Xinghe laughed until tears welled in her eyes, recalling he later confided that he lacks a medical license, treating only acquaintances for free. His income comes from the tokens of gratitude given by those he heals. It is easy to imagine how hard it must be for him to hold on to 1,000 yuan. Xiao Chantian had no obligation to present her with a red envelope. In the Xiao family, she was merely an outsider, just Gu Xinghe, the secretary, a staff member accompanying her boss home for the new year. Hosting her lavishly was already more than generous. Yet, Xiao Changtian exceeded expectations, gifting her not just money, but a heart filled with kindness and love. Furthermore, he crafted her a fragrant sachet, indulging her whims in selecting the herbs, stitching it together with meticulous care. I have no mother. She passed away when I was 8. A month from now, my father will bring his lover into our home, while I remain engulfed in the sorrow of losing my mother. Suddenly, I find myself with 2 elder brothers, followed a year later by a sister, Gu Xinghe, whose eyes glisten like droplets of water. Xiao Jinbei hands her a tissue. It dawns on me that my father possesses the potential to be a mother. Well, I do not mind your affection for him. Gu Xinghe manages a smile through her tears, remarking on my unexpected sense of humor. Indeed, you are right. I apologize for causing you to laugh. No need for apologies. Your sincerity is refreshing. As Gu Xinghe wipes her tears, she confides that besides Yi Li, no one at Li Sheng Group is aware of my background. Oh, I consider myself fortunate to be the second person to earn your trust. Am I not? Gu Xinghe says, I am candid with you to express that I do not mind what job you have or whether you achieve greatness. Xiao Jinbei raises his glass, his long fingers caressing the rim. You are truly different. I presume you have never faced hardship. The things that matter to President Yi seem trivial to you. A man with a mundane job possesses nothing. A woman alongside him must endure suffering. As for others, Xiao Jinbei knows from personal experience that Yao Qin could not abide the ordinary and was intolerant of the mundane, just as Yi Li could not. Both women he once loved could not withstand the weight of their circumstances, abandoning him to seek heights beyond his reach. Gu Xinghe clarifies, I have endured hardship, faced injustices and injuries. My indifference to your situation stems from my confidence in living well. She then reveals to Xiao Jinbei, you are aware of the Gu family, right? I am the eldest daughter of Gu Ronghua, and I possess shares sufficient for my family to thrive for 3 generations. She hesitates to continue, and Xiao Jinbei comprehends her thoughts. It is unseemly for a man to rely on a woman, he quips. Gu Xinghe responds earnestly, marriage is a partnership. You contribute what you can, and I will do what I can. We complement each other, weathering life's storms together, which embodies the essence of companionship. I believe as long as a man dedicates himself to his family, he is a good man. Each individual excels in different areas, and their brilliance shines in diverse ways. Do you not agree? Xiao Jinbei nods in agreement. Gu Xinghe chuckles softly, stating, you are quite extraordinary. Xiao Jinbei gazes at her, feeling a profound sense of ease. Gu Xinghe's worldview diverges from that of Yao Qin and Yi Li. After this meal, Xiao Jinbei perceives Gu Xinghe as an elegantly captivating woman. Gu Xinghe is set to participate in the reality show From Ordinary to Star, and Xiao Jinbei has been invited to be her partner in the next segment. Meanwhile, life here flows serenely. In contrast, Yi Li stirs the waters with a grand gesture, publicly sharing a photo of her engagement with Xiao Jinbei. She unequivocally declares her position. She desires Xiao Jinbei. With genuine intent, she wishes to be with him. Xiao Jinbei belongs to her, and the women entangled with him hastily retreat, relinquishing their futile aspirations. Acquainted business associates of Xiao Jinbei screenshot the post, sharing it with him. They congratulate him on winning the affections of the president of Li Sheng Group, having successfully captivated a formidable woman. Remarkable indeed. That woman, along with her immense fortune, now belongs to him. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Xiao Jinbei embarks on a journey of psychological fortitude. A formidable barrier of iron was being forged. Yet before Yi Li could launch an assault, Yao Qin unexpectedly arrived at the doorstep. To add to the surprise, she was not alone. Accompanying her were her esteemed parents, the illustrious Yao Guangrong and Ma Yulan, who had not made an appearance in some chapters. Xiao Jinbei hastily responded to a call for help from Xiao Changtian and rushed over. Upon arriving at a residential building, he found Xiao Changtian encircled by a group of men. Opposite him sat a row of men and women. In the center of the throng lay a tea table, laden with an array of food and drink, including a whole free-range chicken nestled in a large porcelain dish. Xiao Jinbei noticed Xiao Changtian attempting to rise, but an elderly retired town mayor beside him restrained him, urging patience as the young couple engaged in conversation first. The Yao family stood up at the same time. Yao Qin stepped forward, her demeanor soft and gentle. "Greeting, Jinbei, you've come." In chapter 68, she approached him with a radiant smile, though tinged with a hint of trepidation. "I heard from Zhu Xan that you have left leashing real estate," she said, biting her lip. "What does my employment matter to you? I am aware that you and Yi Li have parted ways." Xiao Jinbei let out a soft laugh, realizing she believed she had rekindled her chances and was trying to draw him in. Tears welled in Yao Qin's eyes, cascading down her cheeks, hanging sorrowfully from her chin. Yao Guangrong interjected, "Jinbei, it was my family that was at fault in the past. As the head of the family, I failed in my duties. Please allow me to apologize on behalf of Yao Qin." At the sound of his voice, Xiao Jinbei turned his gaze and met Yao Guangrong's eyes. That single glance pierced through him, causing his heart to race. He saw the signs of mortality etched on Yao Guangrong's face, sunken cheeks, yellowing eyes, and a pallor that spoke of decline. In just over a month, Yao Guangrong had wasted away. Voices rose around him, among them the town mayor's booming voice urging, "Jinbei, comicite, let's talk slowly." Complying, Xiao Jinbei moved closer. When he had excelled in his studies and returned home from Qingbei University, the town mayor had visited his family, delivering aid to impoverished households and encouraging him to strive for excellence, praising him as the pride of Ziyajishan. Now, as he settled beside the mayor, someone offered him a drink. A cacophony of voices urged reconciliation. Yao Qin's family is quite well off. Their villa boasts 3 stories. I hear it is slated for demolition, and they will distribute compensation per head, leading to a sudden fortune. Yao Qin is a native of the capital. Her children will not have to scurry about seeking educational opportunities. Guangrong has a kind disposition, amiable and generous. Having him as a son-in-law is a blessing for generations. Having a refined and educated partner like Lan is indeed commendable. She is capable, passionate, and unparalleled within several dozen miles as a mother-in-law. Jinbei, we hail from the same vicinity of Ziyajishan, and as fellow compatriots, we all wish for your happiness. Frankly speaking, marrying Qin is a stroke of fortune for you. Indeed, with Chang Tian having mobility issues, your matrimonial matters rest solely on your shoulders. Nowadays, young ladies often prioritize family circumstances. Lacking a home or a vehicle makes it exceedingly difficult. Jinbei, you're 26 this year, right? Delay a bit longer, and you may find yourself nearing 30. The label of bachelor is beckoning you. If you do not seize this opportunity with the Yao family's luxurious vehicle, you may find yourself burdened by unfavorable family conditions, rendering you unable to find a wife. The villagers are all deeply concerned for him. Xiao Jinbei observes these folks, and one can only imagine how long the Yao family has been present, what words they have exchanged, and how thoroughly they have swayed opinions in their favor. He glanced at Xiao Changtian, who remarked, "Your town mayor uncle came to the city for a health check, and Xiao Yong called to invite me here." It was at that moment that the Yao family arrived alongside. "This is hardly surprising," Yao Guangrong stated. "Jinbei and Qin have been together for 3 years. We've long since treated each other as family. I have contact information for all the fellow villagers present. Xiao Jinbei regarded Yao Guangrong, who seemed to be perpetually monitoring his affairs. The moment Jinbei and Yi Li had a falling out, he promptly brought his daughter into the picture. I am grateful to all the elders for your concern regarding my marriage and future. Allow me to clarify. I have resigned from Li Sheng Real Estate and have not been idle. I am now the president of a subsidiary of Hong's Entertainment Group. I have located my biological brother, named Hong Xiao. Perhaps some of you have heard of him. My brother and I are beside President Hong Tinghui at Hong S Group, and he has already prepared for the division of assets, of which I am one of the heirs. This was his first flamboyant display, solely to silence the ignorant and simultaneously extinguish any lingering thoughts in Yao Qin's mind about returning to him. The crowd erupted in surprise. Flattering words flowed. Polite requests were made for Xiao Jinbei to arrange employment. Others sought introductions to Hong Tinghui, while some retracted their earlier statements, now extolling his present status as worthy of a wealthy heiress. The tides had turned. Yao Qin found herself devoid of support. Jinbei, with his impressive education and handsome appearance, left Qin with little hope. Alas, had they known this would be the outcome, why abandon him in the first place? Now that he has flourished, he would not desire her. May each find peace. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. What a pity. A few illiterate women engaged in casual conversation. Had you not given up on Jinbei, Guangrong's illness could have been treated. It would not have deteriorated to this extent. If only he had remained with Jinbei, he would have been in good health. At that time, Guangrong was driving a tour car for the sales department, dressed in a suit and tie, and was in excellent shape. Indeed, his ailment arose after his mother fell ill, he lost his job, and his son's cement factory ceased operations. Meanwhile, the new partner Yao Qin found is rumored to be a faux affluent individual, leading to the resurgence of his old afflictions under such pressure. Yao Guangrong stood up, stating, "We shall take our leave now. Please continue to enjoy your meal." The family of three formed a line, dragging their heavy legs toward the entrance. No one attempted to retain them. Only polite farewells were exchanged. Yao Qin frequently glanced back. Her once enchanting eyes that had captivated Xiao Jinbei now glittering with unfulfilled longing. All her dissatisfaction was manifest in her gaze. Once deeply enamored with her, Xiao Jinbei, who had once held her tenderly in his embrace, now turned away, treating her with the indifference of a stranger. How could such a transformation occur? His love, profound as the ocean, could not possibly vanish in an instant. Amidst the convivial atmosphere as he drank with others, Xiao Jinbei caught a glimpse of Yao Qin's alluring gaze. He resolutely averted his eyes. The present state of the Yao family resembled that of a fallen dog. Should he spare them a glance, they would undoubtedly swarm around him, pleading for assistance. What Xiao Jinbei did not anticipate was that after indulging in food and drink, as he departed the gathering with Xiao Changtian and approached the parking lot, he would find a Yao family of three waiting under the night sky. "We've been waiting for you for quite some time," Ma Yuran spoke first, her tone laced with an implication of sincerity. Having invested time and patience in waiting for him, surely he owed them something in return. Yao Qin interjected, "Jinbei, I refuse to believe that your love for me has entirely withered. We once made solemn vows, pledging to hold each other dear for a lifetime." Yao Guangrong remarked, "Your separation is partly my fault for not guiding Qin properly, leaving the innocent and kind-hearted girl to be deceived by Xie Yongfeng." Ma Yuran continued, "Even after marrying, Qin still thinks of you every day. If you agree to reconcile, I will take her for a termination tomorrow, allowing her to recuperate and then live a quiet life with you." Xiao Changtian, who had remained silent for far too long, could no longer endure it. "My Jinbei has made it abundantly clear at the dinner table that Yao Qin is not worthy of him. Kindly cease this entanglement." Ma Yuran was displeased. "Do not speak of worthiness. My Qin is young and beautiful, with a good temperament. She is kind, intelligent, and loved by all. Do not hold her past against her." Your Jinbei has also shared a bed with Yi Li. Chapter 69. Is a single experience of love truly irreplaceable for a lifetime? The Yao family had become delusional, unable to hear reason, lost in their self-devised fantasies. "Do not bother me further. I have stated this countless times," Xiao Jinbei declared sternly. As a married woman, Yao Qin should embody the decorum befitting her status and adhere to her obligations with her husband. Ma Yuran, unable to withstand the provocation, retorted, "She is still devoted to you. You should be grateful that someone loves you. To claim she does not uphold her duties as a wife only reveals your lack of romantic sensibility." Xiao Jinbei found himself both amused and infuriated. "Very well. If your daughter is indeed perfect, then take care of her and refrain from flaunting her charms before me." Yao Qin, heartbroken, blinked back tears. "Jinbei, please speak honestly. Have you truly moved on from me?" Xiao Jinbei solemnly warned her, "Your current demeanor is utterly shameless." "My intentions are clear." Speechless, he questioned how she could have the audacity to repeatedly seek him out while carrying another's child. Did she truly believe that a woman loved once would forever be irreplaceable in a man's heart? "Wake up," he urged. "What era do you live in?" Yao Qin, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears. Yao Guangrong and Ma Yuran wore expressions of deep concern. Xiao Jinbei, We have earnestly sought you out today to communicate with you. Qin is willing to relinquish her current marriage and reconcile with you. This proposition was made before you revealed your reunion with your brother. Think carefully about it. Yao Guangrong stated. Unbeknownst to them, Yao Qin was prepared to reunite with Xiao Jinbei, even without knowledge of his employment at Hong's group. In essence, Xiao Jinbei, who was willing to embrace a life devoid of direction after leaving Yili, found himself accepted by Yao Qin, who no longer regarded him as mundane or ineffectual. The authenticity of his feelings was as evident as the passage of time. Yet, Xiao Jinbei misinterpreted the intentions of others, which was quite excessive. Yao Guangrong's face, ravaged by illness, became fearsome in his anger. It felt as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Xiao Jinbei, wishing to avoid further entanglement, resolutely expressed his stance. Yao Guangrong, I'll reiterate, I have my own home and a woman I cherish. Your daughter is unworthy of me. Please refrain from harboring any misguided sentiments. You dare to call me by my name, he exclaimed, incredulous. Names are not meant to be withheld. Are they to be kept solely for the confines of one's bed? The refined words of a gentleman fell upon them like whispers of the wind, for they were impervious to understanding, their audacity thicker than the walls of a fortress. They compelled him to utter hurtful words, and so he bore the brunt of it. Yao Guangrong, teetering on the brink, trembled as he pointed at Xiao Jinbei. Father, how are you? Darling, do not be angry. It is not worth compromising your health. Yao Qin and Ma Yulan hurriedly supported Yao Guangrong. Yao Qin, I warn you, should there be another instance of you provoking my father and me, your husband shall confront you right here. Xiao Jinbei opened the car door and assisted Xiao Chantian into the vehicle. As the car started, the Yao family trio turned to look. Through the driver's side window, Xiao Jinbei issued a stern warning. Mind yourselves, should you err again, I shall not grant forgiveness. As the car exited the community, Yao Zuxin was stationed at the exit. Xiao Jinbei leaned out to hand over the parking card, and Yao Zuxin tossed aside his cigarette butt and rushed over. Jinbei, my brother, I'm so glad to see you. Yao Zuxin beamed with a smile that was in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding Yao Guangrong and his companions. Please step aside, I need to leave. Yao Zuxin remained unmoved. Brother, I have something important to discuss with you regarding your matters. Yao Zuxin, whatever you wish to convey has already been expressed by your sister and your parents. There is no need for redundancy. Yao Zuxin waved his hand dismissively. I am not aligned with them. They are incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, protecting each other despite their foolishness and malice. Vehicles behind them honked impatiently, urging them to clear the way. Xiao Jinbei consented to grant Yao Zuxin 5 minutes, maneuvering the car to the side and parking beneath a large phoenix tree. Yao Zuxin leaned against the car window, chattering incessantly. Brother, my sister is utterly shameless. Do not feel any sympathy for her. She is married and pregnant, yet seeks to rekindle a relationship with you. Such behavior is utterly deranged. Moreover, do not heed my parents. Their hearts are vile and shameless. Urging their daughter to forsake her current husband for an ex, Xiao Jinbei regarded him. You are quite forthright. Yao Zuxin, wearing a pleasing expression, replied, of course. You know my character. I always prioritize principles over kinship, discerning black from white. Xiao Jinbei pondered this. Yao Zuxin seized the moment. To speak frankly, my sister's life with that man, who has been married 3 times, is chaotic. He has 2 daughters aged 8 or 9 who do not heed her commands at home, spreading rumors about her being lazy and extravagant, neglecting household duties and indulging in snacks while binge-watching dramas. My sister's 3rd husband is a seasoned rogue. When she argues with him, he simply vanishes from home. Moreover, she must contend with a pair of cunning in-laws. Before marriage, they claim to enjoy a comfortable retirement in the countryside. After the wedding, her father-in-law moved into their marital home under the pretense of needing treatment for back pain. My sister, while watching television with the lights on, faces accusations of wasting electricity. Each day, she is chastised for her water consumption during showers. When she receives packages, she is scolded for squandering money, with veiled insinuations regarding her reliance on her husband since their marriage. The matters of her culinary inadequacies and the indiscriminate washing of socks and undergarments in the same load remain unspoken, while her in-laws incessantly nag her. It is no wonder that with such burdens, Yao Guangrong has found himself in a position to apologize. Xiao Jinbei's many questions have found clarity. The so-called lingering affection of Yao Qin for him is revealed to be born out of desperation, seeking his support as a safety net. Yao Qin recalls him as a long-term, stable source of sustenance, fixated on the reliability of that support. Yao Zuxin is no better, revealing his true nature. A man who would betray even his family is devoid of conscience. Xiao Jinbei maintains his gentlemanly demeanor, stating, "Once you are finished, I shall take my leave." Just a moment. Yao Zuxin interjects, grinning, "I am transferring my cement factory to a friend at a bargain price." The $2.4 million in high-interest loans has taken a toll on the Yao family. Yao Qin's dowry has been depleted, leaving the entire family to toil endlessly to make ends meet. "I am currently without work. Could you perhaps arrange a position for me?" Yao Zuxin beams, assuring he will work diligently to avoid disappointing him. "I have just taken office." Xiao Jinbei replies. Just as Yao Zuxin begins to speak, Ma Yolan's voice interrupts, "Do not waste your breath on him. His conscience is beyond repair." Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Jinbei observes Yao Qin and Ma Yulan assisting Yao Guangrong out. "Mother, be quiet." Yao Zuxin retorts. "You silence yourself." He continues, "You at your age protecting the guilty have dragged me into this mess." Yao Zuxin strides over to confront them. Xiao Jinbei maneuvers the steering wheel, merging into the fast lane, his vehicle blending into the flow of traffic. Upon realizing Xiao Jinbei has vanished from sight, Yao Zuxin stomps his foot in frustration, cursing under his breath. "What I do now?" Yao Qin, alarmed and panicking, exclaims. "What else can be done? You foolishly let go of a reliable source of income for a couple of worthless options. You brought this upon yourself." Yao Qin bursts into tears. Xiao Jinbei no longer wants you. Even your tears will not reach him. Yao Zuxin grumbles, exasperated. Yao Guangrong scolds, "Enough with the noise. If you wish to resolve the issues at hand and restore order in the family, who desires conflict? Your son is on the brink of rebellion. You're the only one in the nation facing this." Yao Guangrong, with a stiffened neck, asserts, "If you deem me useless, know this, before I depart this world, I shall ensure that certain individuals pay the price." Chapter 70, Yili, I love you, do not doubt it. The annual Business Association of the capital is held at the new exhibition center. Xiao Jinbei accompanies Hong Tenghui to the event. Having relocated from Australia to the capital last year, this is Hong Tenghui's inaugural attendance, appearing as a specially invited guest of the association's presidium. With slick-back hair, a deep ebony hue, a shining forehead, and piercing eyes, he dons a dark suit that accentuates his robust figure, exuding an air of nobility and composure. In contrast, Xiao Jinbei sports a stylishly tousled haircut with a classic side part, his hair meticulously styled for a voluminous and youthful appearance, the tips brushing against his sharp eyebrows. Every stride taken reveals a graceful movement of his hair, radiating warmth and charm from his expressive features. He exuded a refined demeanor akin to jade, complemented by a dark gray suit that accentuated his tall, upright stature, reminiscent of a jade pine thriving atop a high peak. His presence beside Hong Tenghui was strikingly radiant. "Mr. Hong, Xiao has not arrived," the chairman of Chile Group remarked as he approached, flanked by a group of followers. This year, with his younger brother present, Xiao had ample reason to indulge in leisure. Hong Tenghui patted Xiao Jinbei's shoulder, proudly introducing him. "This is my second son, my recently acknowledged godson, Xiao Jinbei." Chairman Qi lavished praise. "Ah, this is Mr. Xiao. I recognize him from the Li Sheng real estate gala not long ago. His work is exemplary." Indeed, Jinbei's talents had garnered the respect of the group's veterans. Not only was Mr. Xiao exceptionally gifted, but he was also strikingly handsome. Hong Tenghui raised an eyebrow in jest. "In our family, we produce handsome men." Chairman Qi laughed heartily. "Indeed, from you to your two sons. I've seen you in your youth. You are not being modest." The laughter resonated. Xiao and Mr. Xiao bore a resemblance. yet could be easily distinguished. Mr. Xiao possessed a cultured elegance that was pleasing to the eye. I believe Jinbei is more handsome than his brother. Hong Tunghui whispered, "Lower your voice, or it will reach Hong Zhao's ears, and he will get upset. At over 30, he still gets jealous. Oh yes, sometimes he even sleeps in my room." The two seasoned businessmen, forged in the crucible of commerce and conflict, let out a boisterous laugh that dominated the surrounding atmosphere. Attendees turned their attention toward them, recognizing the audacity of the laughter belonging to Hong Tunghui and Qiming. Enthusiastic smiles adorned the faces of onlookers as they gravitated towards the focal point. Xiao Jinbei sensed the approaching throng and glanced around. His gaze inadvertently met that of a tall, strikingly beautiful woman at the forefront of the crowd. Yili. Xiao Jinbei's eyes darkened slightly. The people one least wishes to encounter always seem to appear. The world is indeed small. Yili was dressed to captivate attention, adorned in a shimmering ice blue strapless gown that accentuated her curves. Her voluminous waves framed her face, complemented by a Korean-style makeup look. A few strands of hair cascaded delicately over her forehead and temples, adding a touch of softness to her vibrant beauty. Diamond earrings sparkled brilliantly, harmonizing with a diamond-studded choker that elegantly embraced her swan-like neck. Xiao Jinbei's gaze was drawn to her elongated neck, contrasting with her radiant skin, inadvertently showcasing her pronounced features. Yili carried herself with the pride of a queen. "Jinbei," she greeted, her smile radiant as she approached him directly. Xiao Jinbei smirked, a silent mockery dancing on his lips. Yili truly possessed remarkable composure. Despite their tumultuous past and the rifts that had torn them apart, she managed to appear unfazed. The gathered magnates eagerly teased, "Ms. Yi, your fiancé is so handsome, it makes me envious. When did you two get engaged? I saw the photos circulating online, yet I haven't heard you mention it. How inconsiderate, not inviting us to the wedding feast." Yili addressed the nearest inquiry. "Our engagement was a private affair with only our families present. We haven't made any public announcements." Xiao Jinbei had stepped in for Hong Xiao during the engagement. The union between Hong Xiao and her was a strategic business maneuver necessitated by her overseas company's need for protective backing, with Hong Tunghui possessing influence in both legitimate and illicit spheres. The Hong Group's domestic branch does not enjoy the smooth sailing typical of local enterprises, and Yili is capable of providing assistance in this regard. She and Hong Xiao have entered into a marriage of convenience, having privately reached an agreement that remains undisclosed to the public. At that time, the two were unfamiliar with one another, leaving room for maneuvering. Yili's strategy was to become engaged first, observe the situation, and if all went well, publicly announce their union and host a grand wedding. If not, they could retreat without hesitation. Both parties maintained their privacy with great care, which is why the outside world is unaware of the emotional entanglement between her and Hong Xiao. The unwitting public, eager to curry favor, assumed this was expected, as Mr. Hong dislikes ostentation and Ms. Ye's parents have passed, making it reasonable for family witnesses to be present at the engagement ceremony. The flattery escalated, with a reminder that the wedding banquet should not be forgotten. Indeed, there is great anticipation to partake in the couple's joyous celebration. Yili felt elated, envisioning a grand wedding that would invite esteemed peers from the industry. Xiao Jinbei glanced at Hong Tunghui, surrounded by numerous esteemed dignitaries, and discreetly tapped his secretary, indicating he needed to step away for a moment and asked him to inform his godfather. The secretary replied affirmatively, assuring him he would return shortly. Xiao Jinbei stole another look at the back of Hong Tunghui's head, noting how the elder enjoyed bringing him along wherever he went, proudly introducing him as his second son. If he were to look back and find him missing, he would likely become upset. Once arrangements were settled, he turned his attention to Yili. In the spotlight, Xiao Jinbei smiled and politely fabricated a pretext. "Lili, please come with me." Several strong-willed female executives, akin to Yili, placed their hands on her, playfully exclaiming, "Wow. Xiao Shui wants to share a secret with you. You two are utterly stunning. Hurry up and go. Remember to share what you discuss on social media." Yili, enveloped in their sweet teasing, radiated happiness. Xiao Jinbei feigned a smile and urged her to follow. The group of ambitious women finally relinquished their hold on her, allowing Yili to approach and slip her left hand into the crook of Xiao Jinbei's right arm. He stiffened momentarily but took a step forward, with Yili obediently following without questioning their destination or commanding him. Xiao Jinbei led her to the VIP lounge, shutting the door immediately upon entry. "Are you done causing a ruckus?" Xiao Jinbei's demeanor shifted sharply. Yili remained composed and replied, "I am not causing trouble. I am mending my love." "How dare you speak of love?" he retorted. "If you loved me, would you have aborted our child?" Not wishing to bear his child and unilaterally deciding to terminate the pregnancy, how can that be considered love? The aftermath of the abortion had her moving into the Zhuang family home and cohabiting with the woman he adored during her confinement. Yi Li's actions were undeniably reckless. To profess love under such circumstances is an affront to the very essence of love. Yi Li countered, "I have already apologized to you and acknowledged my mistakes. Why must you continue to dwell on it?" Moreover, she had promised to bear Xiao Jinbei a child immediately upon their marriage, indicating that losing the baby could be rectified. As it was not a monumental issue, her sincerity was evident. She had put aside her status as a CEO and actively sought reconciliation. What more could Xiao Jinbei hold on to? Revisiting old grievances could provoke her anger, which could have severe consequences. There is a saying, "Once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy." To this, Xiao Jinbei declared, "This is my stance." Chapter 71. I truly desire you once unfaithful, never again. Xiao Jinbei declared resolutely, dismissing past affections without a second thought. Yili listened with an air of nonchalance. As Xiao Jinbei turned to leave, Yili suddenly lunged towards him, crashing into his embrace, her arms entwining around his strong waist, burying her face against his chest. "Jinbei, please do not be angry with me. Let us reconcile." "Let go." "No." Her grip around his waist tightened, unabashedly revealing her deep-seated affection for him. She regretted her mistakes and lamented the lost time with Xiao Jinbei. After their separation, it was no easy feat to catch a glimpse of him, let alone embrace him. Xiao Jinbei sighed, "Yi Li, it is over. We have parted ways. But I want you, sincerely want you." Yi Li rubbed her forehead against his chest, softening in his arms. Even Yi Zong can act coy," Xiao Jinbei remarked, pushing her gently by the shoulders. Yi Li maneuvered her right leg between his knees, leaning her weight upon him, striving with all her might to win him back. "I am a woman too, with my own vulnerabilities. I occupy a high position, responsible for many lives. I am their pillar. Yet I find no one to lean upon myself. For years, I have longed for someone to be my support, but I have found none." Xiao Jinbei swayed slightly. Yi Li gazed up at him. "Jinbei, you must understand my feelings. Before you two battled alone against the winds and rains, shouldering burdens of family and future. You were the cornerstone for your kin, as well as for the future version of yourself. You worked tirelessly, caring for all. Yet you are human too, capable of fatigue, pain, and hardship. It is not that you do not wish for a shoulder to lean on. Rather, you find yourself unable to rely on anyone but yourself." Xiao Jinbei felt as if a blade had sliced through the veil of memory. Past experiences surged forth like a deluge. He recalled those arduous 3 years post-university, toiling like a beast, days spent selling properties, napping in the office to rejuvenate, and stopping by the market on his way home. Yao Qin would only eat pork ribs, which were too expensive at 29 yuan per pound, so he would buy just one, chop it into pieces to cook with potatoes. After her bath, Yao Qin would lounge in a nightgown, munching snacks and binge-watching dramas, awaiting dinner. Once the ribs were ready, he would let her eat first, while he cleaned the kitchen and washed his hands before partaking. He ate whatever was left in the bowl, and if she left any bones uneaten, he would gnaw on those too. He yearned for better food, for someone to shop and cook for him, someone to share the burdens on his shoulders, to lend him support when he could no longer bear the weight. Yet, he had only himself. No matter how arduous or exhausting, he had to endure alone. "Jinbei, Jinbei." Yi Li gently patted Xiao Jinbei's face. "Will you forgive me?" His thoughts returned from the depths of memory, only to meet Yi Li's tear-streaked face. An unexpected sense of kinship arose, recognizing their shared plight. He envisioned a scene, he and Yili approaching one another from different paths. Their journeys divergent, yet equally marked by the ravages of life, battered by storms, solitary and unsupported. Their similar life experiences forged a bond of understanding between them. Yili empathized with his struggles and hardships, and she recognized his vulnerable side. However, what does it matter now? Time has passed, and the world has changed. He has embarked on a new chapter in his life, while Yili finds herself marked by an indelible darkness from her past with Zhuang Yan. The past is irretrievable. Suddenly, Yili rose on her toes, grasped his face, and kissed him fervently. Su Jincheng was taken aback, his lips abruptly silenced. "Don't do this, I love you," he exclaimed as he pushed Yili away. Stumbling a few steps, Yili choked back tears. "It was only after losing you that I realized you were the best for me. I have missed you so much during these days apart. I think of you every day, during lunch, reminiscing about how you used to coax me to take my medicine, lying in the CEO's office lounge, thinking of our first time there. There are nights I think of you so much that I can't sleep." Tears streamed down Yili's face. In the shimmering light of her tears, Su Jincheng saw his own reflection. Her eyes were filled with him. The household staff remarked, "No one has ever made me sweet soup, nor cared for my menstrual pains. When I am exhausted and unable to move, I still have to push myself forward. But after meeting you, when I experience abdominal pain, someone cares. When I can't walk, someone carries me for part of the way. When I don't want to eat, someone comforts me. That someone is you. I have been loved by you, and I cannot find anyone who treats me as well as you do. Jincheng, let us reconcile. I will cherish you in the future, just as you have cherished me. Moreover, I want you to know that I can be your support as well. When you're tired or weary, you can lean on me." Yili soaket hatchakes. The pain of regret pierced through the CEO's arrogance, leaving her feeling small and vulnerable as she gazed up at Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng felt a surge of emotion. "I am not one to dwell on the past. Once something is over, I turn the page. You should do the same and forget me." His brow furrowed. "Then shall we try to interact as a couple?" Yili implored, "I wish to date you, to visit the places we wanted to go, but never had the time to start anew." Her eyes sparkled as they fixed on Su Jincheng. They had previously discussed accompanying Xiao Tian for the holiday, but their plans to fly to New Zealand were thwarted by her pregnancy, which ended in miscarriage, leading to a messy conclusion of their relationship. This thought cast a heavy shadow in Su Jincheng's heart. Yili seemed to split herself in two, one half a fellow traveler of hardships, the other half a polished executive who had lost a child and sought solace in a fleeting fantasy. Su Jincheng could empathize with the former Yili, but struggled to accept the latter. Their conversation lingered until Hong Tenghui's secretary arrived to summon him. Su Jincheng returned to the venue to accompany Hong Tenghui on stage to speak. Yili's makeup artist entered to refresh her appearance. After Yili was ready, she returned to her seat. When Su Jincheng descended from the stage, the chairman of the business association invited Yili to represent the successful women in the business world and deliver a speech. Under the spotlight of numerous gazes, Yili ascended the stage, armed with a brief official speech she had prepared. As time passed, her gaze roamed the venue, landing on Xiao Jinbei, who sat alongside Hong Tenghui in the front row. She regarded him with profound intent. "We hail from various corners, delving into diverse industries to build enterprises. Once, my work consumed my entire being as I labored tirelessly for the benefit of over 30,000 employees at Lishan Group. During the new year, my life underwent a significant transformation. At my lowest point, I found solace in the presence of my beloved, who supported me in rising once more to great heights. Now, I wish to introduce the most important person in my life." Is she about to make an announcement? A unilateral declaration, made without prior consultation or his consent. Xiao Jinbei's heart raced in his chest. Chapter 72. This man is the one. Do not make an announcement. Do not take such liberties. I despise domineering women. Yet, Yili proceeded with her declaration. "He is my fiancé, Xiao Jinbei." Applause erupted from all directions, coalescing into a resounding force that shook the very air. Xiao Jinbei found himself thrust into the spotlight, feeling his heart pounding fiercely within his chest. Confused, he glanced at Hong Tenghui, who gently advised him, "It's all right. Follow your heart and proceed at your own pace." In that moment, Xiao Jinbei realized the depth of gratitude he felt for his father figure. For the first time, when he needed support, someone was there to bolster him, lifting him up. He was no longer fearful of facing calamities alone or of plunging into an abyss from which he could not escape. With grace, Xiao Jinbei rose and strode confidently to the stage. He stood beside Yi Li, immersing himself in the whirlwind of rumors she had stirred. Yi Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Xiao Jinbei understood her intentions. By taking the initiative to publicly enhance their relationship, she aimed to achieve two objectives. First, to publicly affirm her commitment to Xiao Jinbei amidst a gathering of influential figures and a live broadcast by an economic television station, thereby solidifying her desired love. Second, to dissuade any women who might harbor interest in Xiao Jinbei. Yi Li's affection remained as unwaveringly assertive and self-centered as ever. In her realm, she was the sovereign, wielding control over all. Xiao Jinbei felt a sense of suffocation. A man led by a woman is likely to struggle in life, for no man willingly relinquishes his essence to live for another. Taking the microphone, Xiao Jinbei spoke candidly. "Recently, there have been numerous rumors regarding me. My engagement photo with President Yi was shared by someone with intent, spreading widely across social media, and I have seen it. Today, President Yi declared me her most important person, and indeed, we have shared some happy moments together. However, a month ago, President Yi and I amicably parted ways due to differences in our work. I have embarked on a new chapter in my life, reuniting with my biological brother and gaining a father figure." Yi Li's smile faltered momentarily, but soon returned to its previous brightness. Xiao Jinbei dared to announce publicly that he had found his biological brother, confirming that Hong Xiao and he were indeed siblings. Their familial bond could withstand public scrutiny, which emboldened him to share it openly. In this light, offering his wealth and securing a position for Xiao Jinbei as bait to rekindle their relationship lost its allure. Hong Xiao was the apple of Hong Tenghui's eye, pampered beyond measure. Xiao Jinbei has an elder brother, Hong Xiao, yet he still yearns for power, wealth, status, and women. Whatever Xiao Jinbei desires, he possesses. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Jinbei has undergone a remarkable transformation, ascending to the pinnacle of success. Yi Li's countenance is overshadowed by gloom. In the present day, Xiao Jinbei stands as an eminent figure, brimming with vigor and authority, elevated above all. The chasm between them widens. He no longer desires her. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Some await further developments, while others express their admiration and praise, including Hong Tenghui and Hong Xiao. A request is made to the prominent figures to remove any engagement photos shared on social media. Xiao Jinbei continues. "The path of commerce is long, and on this journey, we are comrades, partners, and beacons for one another. We gather warmth in unity. We stand united against adversities, and we shall share the fruits of our labor. The future is vast. Thank you all for your support. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to President Yi." With a bow, Xiao Jinbei concludes his remarks. The etiquette attendant guides him off the stage. Yi Li gazes intently at his poised and spirited retreat. He is striking, elegant, and composed. He embodies the demeanor of a successful man, coupled with an impeccable appearance that many lack. No, she desires this man. She must have him. She cannot allow such a perfect man to not love her. Even if Xiao Jinbei has triumphed and surpassed her, she will not permit such a reality to unfold. Yedi regains her composure, eudin confidenge. Mr. Xiao is correct. We shall enjoy a period of happiness together. I believe the obstacles before us are merely temporary. As a businesswoman, overcoming challenges is an everyday endeavor for me, and I shall strive to reclaim the happiness that has slipped away. Following the opening ceremony of the business association, a cocktail party ensues. Yi Li, holding a glass, navigates through the throngs of sycophantic admirers, making her way toward her target. At this moment, Xiao Jinbei stands beside Hong Tenghui, engaged in conversation with Qi Ming, the chairman of Qi Li Group, who has his daughter, Qi Fei, on his arm. Yedise gaze veridisetis onji Fei. Qi Fei, radiant and poised, with a high ponytail and bright smile, engages in conversation with Xiao Jinbei. "Hello, Mr. Hong." Yili bows slightly, positioning herself beside Xiao Jinbei to interrupt their exchange. "Greetings, Chairman Qi." "Miss Qi," she offers with a polished smile. Qi Meng remains unfazed, returning the courtesy politely. Qi Yifei, youthful and acutely aware of the earlier scene on stage, regards Yi Li with overt hostility. Yet, Yi Li remains undeterred. In her eyes, these young women from affluent families are no match for her. With a mere flick of her finger, she could easily outmaneuver them. 100 Qi Yifeis would not stand against her. "Mr. Hong, let us converse," Yi Li asserts, bypassing Qi Yifei's glare. Qi Meng smiles. "Old Hong, let us gather another day, and please bring Jinbei along for a visit to my home." "Certainly." Hong Tinghui instructs Xiao Jinbei to accompany Uncle Qi. "Understood." Xiao Jinbei revealed his signature smile, warm and exquisite. "Uncle Qi, this way please." "Miss Qi, you too." "Thank you, Brother Jinbei." Qi Yifei instantly forgot about Yi Li, responding to Xiao Jinbei's radiant smile. Qi Yifei was a year younger than Xiao Jinbei, having completed her studies in management at Haver Business School in September. She interned for 6 months at an overseas branch of Qi Li Group and returned home just before the new year. She now serves as the general manager of the hotel and tourism division under the group. Xiao Jinbei accompanied the Qi father and daughter to a quieter corner for conversation. As he took just a few steps, business tycoons flocked to him, drawn by his presence and the wine glass he held. Yi Li observed Xiao Jinbei engaging confidently with the crowd, exuding an elegance and composure that was captivating. The wisdom of a refined gentleman resonated deeply within. A sense of loss, akin to having misplaced a treasured possession, enveloped Yi Li. "Uncle Hong, long time no see. How have you been?" she inquired, channeling all the anguish from her love into pleasing Xiao Jinbei's adoptive father. "Hong Tanku replied coolly. Ye, apologize." Previously, Hong Xiao misbehaved and disrupted the engagement banquet. "It's of no consequence." Hong Xiao's cancellation of the engagement clarified his intentions. "I took it upon myself to maintain the ceremony, and the guests were all close family, so it didn't cause significant disruption." The emotional scars left by Hong Xiao's last-minute change of heart before the engagement banquet were profound. Yet, her heart was now solely set on Xiao Jinbei, as she sought to reclaim what she had lost. Coexisting harmoniously with Hong Tinghui was essential. "Yi, my son Jinbei has someone he likes," Hong Tinghui stated. Yi Li dismissed the notion. "Is it Lu Yinyan?" "Forgive my candor, but Yinyan's innocence and naivety do not suit Jinbei. Otherwise, there are many girls who admire him." Chapter 73. I Miss You. Numerous young women admired Xiao Jinbei, including the stunning Qi Yifei, who made a remarkable entrance today. Hong Tinghui hinted at this, and Yi Li felt a pang of sorrow. It was no surprise that Xiao Jinbei was well-liked. He possessed a face that appealed to all ages, complemented by his admirable character. Previously, his less-than-ideal family circumstances were a topic of concern, but now he had risen to prominence, transformed into the perfect Xiao Jinbei. There was no one who did not favor him. "Uncle Hong, please grant me a chance. I want to let you down." Yi Li bowed her noble head. Hong Tinghui replied sternly, "Yi, we are both people of significant endeavors, clear about our grievances and unconcerned with trifles. I will not pursue how you treated Jinbei in the past. As for your potential future with him, I respect Jinbei's decisions. His feelings are his to govern." Failing to win over Hong Tinghui, Yi Li stepped back. An acquaintance from the business realm greeted her. She paused, selecting a position closer to Xiao Jinbei, engaging in polite conversation while keeping a watchful eye on him. As Xiao Jinbei escorted the Qi father and daughter away, Qi Yifei remarked, "Let us meet again next Tuesday to discuss further. If all goes well, my company will take over that piece of land. Looking forward to a pleasant collaboration." Xiao Jinbei smiled in response, and Qi Yifei returned a sweet smile. A bitter sensation surged in Yi Li's eyes as unwelcome emotions clouded her delicate features. Turning around, she dismissed her accompanying staff. She drove alone to the underground parking lot, positioning her car directly in front of Xiao Jinbei's vehicle. When Xiao Jinbei attempted to start his car, his assistant honked the horn, only to see Yili's head emerge from the window. President Xiao. Yili is blocking our way, the assistant reported helplessly. Xiao Jinbei promptly exited his car. Yili opened the door of her passenger seat, a smile gracing her face. Jinbei, get in. Her demeanor was gentle and tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. It was as though Xiao Jinbei remained the adoring man he once was. Standing by the window with his hands tucked into his trousers, Xiao Jinbei inquired, "What do you want?" "I want you." "You must be mad. How could that be possible?" Yili chuckled softly. Someone like me would never lose her composure, even if the world went insane. Her love was fervent and sincere. Her feelings for Xiao Jinbei pure and brave. "What madness are you speaking of? Once again, you have taken control of the situation tonight, trampling on my dignity for your own desires. Do you truly believe I would still want you?" Stubborn as ever. What man would dare to love such a woman? Yili retorted, "I want you." It must be made official. She anticipated his refusal, knowing he would merely dismiss her with feigned indifference. If their relationship remained lukewarm, Xiao Jinbei would surely be snatched away by someone else. "You treat me as a mere possession, wielding your power as a CEO to claim me." Yili, let me be clear. I despise being manipulated, especially by a woman who seeks to dominate me. It is utterly repugnant. Yili appeared wounded. "I have lost you, and perhaps I pursued you a bit too fervently. You must understand that I love you without malice. There is no need to nitpick at my intentions. As the proud president of a conglomerate, I have humiliated myself multiple times in my pursuit of you, and today it has escalated to you publicly humiliating me. Enough is enough. Please do not offend me further. I am Yili, president of Li Sheng Group, not a mere woman to be toyed with at your whim. A man can redeem the woman whose heart he has pierced. Yet why can she not obtain forgiveness for her pursuit of Xiao Jinbei? She had merely terminated his child and rekindled an old flame with his white moonlight. It was but a minor transgression, not a crime deserving of such harshness. To be so cold-hearted and exacting is utterly excessive. Having come this far, I cannot relinquish my efforts. I must secure you." Yili, in a fit of anger, pressed the accelerator, fleeing as if for her life. Xiao Jinbei barely had time to react. Just after leaving the parking lot, Gu Xinghe's video call came through. Xiao Jinbei dismissed his assistant and took the wheel himself. The meeting place was chosen by Gu Xinghe, a picturesque tea house built on a lake. Located outside the 6th Ring Road, distant from both village and town, the tea house was exquisitely decorated, with intimate seating arranged in a pavilion. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the fragrance of lotus flowers filled the air. Xiao Jinbei felt quite cheerful. "Are you in a hurry to see me? Do you have good news to share?" he asked. Gu Xinghe's beautiful face flushed, her gaze fixed on him as if admiring a rare treasure. Xiao Jinbei teasingly touched his high nose bridge, saying, "Do I have something on my face?" Leaning forward with her arms resting on the table, Gu Xinghe softly replied, "Can I say that I miss you?" The unexpected advance caught Xiao Jinbei off guard. He deflected, "I can no longer assist you with recording the variety show." Gu Xinghe's smile faded, her eyes dimming. "I know you and Yi Li made the financial channel's list of trending personalities today, achieving fame overnight. The internet is digging into your life at a lightning pace, making it inconvenient for you to appear in public." Xiao Jinbei, caught up in his busy schedule, remained oblivious to his newfound fame. Out of curiosity, he logged into Weibo and was taken aback by what he saw. His rumored relationship with Yi Li prominently featured in trending topics. The finance channel characterized him as follows: "The emerging real estate prodigy Xiao Jinbei is passionately involved with CEO Yi Li," while the entertainment section offered a unique angle. "Caught a super handsome figure, Xiao Jinbei, president of Hong Group. A romance from CEO novel comes to life, featuring the stunning beauty of Xiao Sheng." It also insinuated that Yi Li, the formidable businesswoman, was being rebuffed in her affections, questioning, "Is there still someone in your heart?" Gu Xinghe quietly observed Xiao Jinbei's reaction. "I publicly clarified today that I have already parted ways with Yi Li," Xiao Jinbei stated as he put away his phone. "You have another woman?" "No." Gu Xinghe pressed on. "Then why not respond directly to my feelings for you?" Xiao Jinbei pondered. I am not prepared to embrace a new relationship. I do not wish to let you down. Really? Yes. No sooner had he spoken than a soft, feminine voice interrupted. Jinbei, is that really you? Chi Fei, on her way to meet her friends with her mother, happened to glimpse Xiao Jinbei while traversing the wooden walkway by the lake. Hello. Xiao Jinbei rose to greet her mother. Good day, Annie. Chi Fei playfully poked her mother with her finger as her mother scrutinized Xiao Jinbei. With each glance, her eyes sparkled brighter. So you must be Xiao, she said with a smile. Indeed, I am the one set to collaborate with you. I am Hongshu's godson, Xiao Jinbei. Good, her mother responded. Xiao, Uncle Chi has arranged to meet with your father this Sunday at our home. Auntie will be expecting you. Thank you for your hospitality, Auntie. Xiao Jinbei replied with a slight bow. As Chi Fei departed, she glanced back multiple times. Gu Xinghe's expression darkened, her face wilting like a flower. You and Miss Chi, Xiao Jinbei clarified. I have a parcel of land that my predecessor acquired through a competitive bidding process at a price above market value. It has remained idle until now. Upon my appointment, I initially intended to develop it myself. However, by coincidence, we reached a collaboration with the Chi family, who require land for a new hotel project. An enormous project worth nearly $1 billion, he added, noting the necessity of networking. However, Gu Xinghe perceived a different narrative, observing the mutual glances exchanged between them. Miss Chi seems quite fond of you. Xiao Jinbei wished to avoid delving deeper, insisting, that's not the case. You are overthinking it. Is it that you look down on me? Gu Xinghe retorted as she rose to leave. Have I been overly sentimental? Chapter 74. A Frantic Revenge, Secretary Gu. You. Gu Xinghe interrupted. You don't harbor feelings for me and are afraid to say it directly, right? Her voice trembled as tears cascaded down her cheeks, blurring her makeup. She turned abruptly, clutching her bag strap, and fled. Xinghe. Xiao Jinbei called out, concerned she might rush out and get into an accident. Women often lose their reason when love drives them to madness. Yet, he could not pursue her immediately. After settling his accounts, he looked up, only to find Gu Xinghe had vanished. Today had been overwhelming. Some matters required reflection. Once in his car, Xiao Jinbei did not rush to depart, but took a moment to reassess the rumors surrounding him. As an ordinary person, he had never anticipated achieving such sudden fame. It has been over an hour since I last logged into Weibo. The trending topics are ablaze with fervor. A multitude of netizens has flocked to Yi Li's comment section, vehemently lambasting her. How dare someone of your age shamelessly pursue Jinbei? Yi Li, using her alternate account, boldly retorted, if you were as successful as I am, you could indulge in excellence too. Her alternate account added, if I let go, would you take my place? Were you even? My bae is young and dashing. Yi Li, you might as well be his aunt. Yi Li's alternate account shot back. You are merely envious and resentful. But jealousy is palpable. Xiao Jinbei felt a shiver run down his spine. Most of those fervently expressing jealousy over him were women, alongside a few delicate young men. He could not comprehend the whims of trendsetters meddling in online affairs. Resigned, he allowed the men and women to bicker while he turned to his own neglected Weibo account. It had been years since he logged in, and the account felt rusted. He decided to abandon it once more. Previously a mere unknown with scant followers, no one would recognize his account anymore. He disregarded the online discourse. Yi Li reappeared, eager to relay the public sentiment. Did you see today's trending topic? What do you wish to convey? Xiao Jinbei, you know my alternate account. For you, I have lowered myself to engage online. I am vindicating my love. And you should feel my sincerity. She was determined to possess him. Regardless of the obstacles, Xiao Jinbei was hers, and no one could stand in her way. Public opinion was insignificant. She alone had the power to dictate its presence online. If she chose to suppress it, the Lishan Group's PR team could swiftly resolve any issues. As public opinion simmered, she anticipated a deeper entanglement with Xiao Jinbei, fueled by the ensuing fervor. Xiao Jinbei found such a woman to be terrifying, assertive, domineering, and frenzied. Her vigor was astonishing, supported by wealth and power, enabling her to achieve whatever she desired. Yi Li, I have given up on you. Do not provoke me, or you shall humiliate yourself. Yi Li replied coolly, The word defeat is absent from my lexicon. Wait and see. You will willingly return to my side. Xiao Jinbei was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly heard the revving of an engine. As he turned to look behind him, a loud crash echoed. A vehicle had collided with his. Unbuckled, he was thrust forward from the rear seat, narrowly avoiding a collision with the speaker. Alert! He sprang to his feet, opened the door, and stepped out to investigate. A harrowing scene unfolded before him. Two masked men emerged from the shadows of the roadside, wielding long knives. Being a scholar, his instinct was to evade danger. Just as he turned to make a swift escape, a bloodied Yao Guangrong tumbled from the dented van's driver's seat, brandishing a knife aimed directly at Xiao Jinbei's face. It dawned on him that the individual who had just struck him was Yao Guangrong, the seasoned driver, attempting a deadly ambush to take him down with him. Caught in a precarious situation, Xiao Jinbei thought to himself that it was over. Fighting was not his forte. The secluded tea house was far from populated, leaving him without aid. He stood there, unarmed and vulnerable. The objective is to eliminate Yao Guangrong, a man who is gravely ill and has sustained injuries from a car accident, yet still possesses the audacity to strike back. However, while his aspirations are grand, the reality is starkly different. He launches an attack on Yao Guangrong, only to be confronted by two assailants armed with knives from behind. A chilling gust of wind penetrates his spine, leaving him feeling cold to the core. As he is struck from behind, the blade narrowly misses its intended target, merely tearing his suit and shirt, exposing his flawless skin to the frigid air. The situation grows perilous, as the next blow could very well sever his coccyx. Yao Guangrong, have you lost your mind? Xiao Jinbei exclaims, grasping Yao Guangrong's hand to control the knife. Yao Guangrong bellows in response, I cannot live like this. Before I die, not a single person who has harmed my family shall escape retribution. Understand this. Your family wronged me, not the other way around. His voice rises in fury. My mother has died, and my father is gravely ill, all thanks to you. You and your father stood by while my mother suffered and ultimately perished. Qin merely made a small mistake, yet she has apologized and even knelt before you. But you remain unsatisfied. You have made my life a living hell, causing me to worry incessantly and suffer from the recurrence of cancer. My illness is your doing. You even forced my family into a dire situation, purchasing a dilapidated house and burdening us with a usurious loan of $4 million. It is you. You are the reason my family has been devastated. Xiao Jinbei should indeed perish. Yao Qin, who merely strayed emotionally, remains innocent, yet Xiao Jinbei refuses to forgive her. In a world where women flit from one cohabitation to another, changing boyfriends as easily as changing clothes, Yao Qin simply wished to escape her hardships and experience a life of comfort, yet Xiao Jinbei condemns her as a lifelong sinner. This hatred can only be quelled by death. Stab him, Yao Guangrong shouts to his accomplices. Xiao Jinbei finds himself trapped, surrounded by the glinting blades of two long knives. The moonlight casts a frosty glow, illuminating the sharp edges that glisten ominously, enveloping him in an aura of impending doom. He is doomed. One blade aims for his head, while the other threatens to cleave his body in two. He will meet a gruesome fate. One can only imagine the anguish of Xiao Jinbei, a physician for over 40 years, who has healed countless patients, yet is unable to save his own son. Surely, Xiao Jinbei must perish as well. He will be driven to his demise by despair. To lose the exceptional son he raised through hardship, to have a white-haired man bury a black-haired one, and to follow Xiao Jinbei's mangled corpse into the depths of hell. This would be his only solace. I will drag you both down with me. I shall die without regrets. Yao Guangrong's deranged howl resonates with madness. In the throes of life and death, Xiao Jinbei hears a voice cry out, stop. Gu Xinghe, clad in a flowing white dress, bursts through the darkness, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. She leaps onto a branch and seizes a slender stick adorned with leaves, charging at the two assailants. Brother Bei, you must run. Xiao Jinbei, filled with concern, knows that despite Gu Xinghe's remarkable skills, she is still facing two burly men wielding weapons. He abandons the dying Yao Guangrong and brandishes his knife to assist Gu Xinghe. Yet he fails to strike the assailants and instead suffers a kick from one of the injured attackers, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. The assailant seizes his knife, preparing to strike. Jinbei. Gu Xinghe screams, her voice breaking with terror, trembling as she rushes to Xiao Jinbei's side. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, her right arm is struck by a knife. Chapter 75. Embracing her in his arms, the air around them ignited with madness. The night was shrouded in darkness, and everything lay in a deathly silence. The only remnants in the universe were the menacing glimmers of blades wielded by frenzied assailants. Xiao Jinbei found himself staring blankly as a knife bore down upon him, the specter of death yawning wide, ready to claim him. His heart halted, and his mind was engulfed in confusion. He had not contemplated the pain of dying, nor did he consider how to evade it. His brain was a void, confronted by the sudden onslaught of impending doom. In that moment, a pale hand reached out to him with astonishing swiftness. This hand seized the collar of his shirt and yanked him away, casting him aside. His heart, which had momentarily ceased, jolted back to life, pounding anew. With each thud, his consciousness returned, clarity flooding his vision. He beheld Gu Xinghe standing resolutely before him, her right arm marred by a wound. Xinghe! Xiao Jinbei lunged forward, extending his hands in a desperate bid to shield the woman who had fought valiantly for him. Yet, he grasped nothing but the warm spray of blood that erupted from her injured arm. The crimson droplets splattered upon his palm. Gu Xinghe, undeterred, vanished once more into the shadows, engaging the two knife-wielding brutes, drawing them away while the ethereal figure of Zhou Xian flitted between them. Xiao Jinbei found himself seated on the damp ground, the chill of the night seeping into his bones. From a distance neither too far nor too close, he watched the woman who risked everything for him. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in his eyes. Aside from Xiao Chantian, no one had ever fought for him with such fervor, not even his mother, revered as the world's most selfless being, who, upon receiving over 2 million from his father's sacrifice, never spent a dime on his well-being. She, in the name of traditional maternal kindness, allowed the funds meant for his upbringing to be consumed by his grandparents and uncles, ultimately leaving him orphaned. In his youth, he remained with Xiao Chantian, who lived a life of modesty. Together, they toiled relentlessly. Both father and son strived to thrive, offering kindness and support to others. He was the giver, accustomed to relentless struggle. In his romance with Yao Qin, he battled for her. In his dedication to Yili, he worked tirelessly for her. He had been perpetually fighting, determined to live well, to strive for a better existence. In doing so, he had forgotten that he too was human, deserving of protection, warmth, and reliance. Gu Xinghe, battling fiercely beneath the night sky for his sake, appeared like an otherworldly angel, performing deeds no one had ever done for him. She was his salvation. Xinghe. Xiao Jinbei rose to his feet, making his way toward Gu Xinghe, who had toppled the two assailants and now sat on the ground, tending to her wounds. A warm surge coursed through his heart, gradually sealing the wounds of his past. The deep-seated voids accumulated over the years began to mend. He collapsed beside Gu Xinghe, grasping her arm as his voice trembled. "Let me see." Gu Xinghe smiled, reassuring him, "It's nothing, just a scratch." Xiao Jinbei cradled her cooling blood in his palm. How could this be merely a superficial wound? He insisted on examining it. Gu Xinghe removed her small hand that covered the injury, revealing a blood-red gash, over 10 centimeters long, before Xiao Jinbei's eyes. His brows furrowed deeply, his voice still trembling. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, so don't worry." Gu Xinghe replied with a smile. Even a minor cut from chopping vegetables required a bandage. So how could he fathom the pain of such a lengthy gash? He swiftly tore off his tattered suit, removed his tie, and unbuttoned his white shirt, pulling it off to expose the jagged tear on his back, ripping it in half. He picked up a piece, selecting a clean strip to fashion a makeshift bandage. As he lifted Gu Xinghe's right arm, he bound her wound with the fabric of his shirt. The night breeze stirred, the branches of the willow tree danced, carrying the cold dampness from the lake that lashed against Xiao Jinbei's bare skin, sending shivers through him. "Are you cold?" Gu Xinghe weakly asked. Not cold, he replied, focused on tying her injury. You're shivering, and yet say you're not cold. Once he finished binding her, he lowered his gaze. You're trembling too. Xiao Jinbei raised his eyes, gazing gently at her delicate face. She appeared untroubled by the world, her demeanor demonstrating a profound barrier between herself and the deceitful realm around them. His gaze wandered down. Gu Xinghe wore a sleeveless dress, the silk fabric thin and revealing the blood that streamed down her arms. He realized her violent shivering stemmed from a severe drain in her strength, likely exacerbated by the chill and her weakened state. With a long reach, he pulled Gu Xinghe into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Her hair was thick, soft, and silky, and when he found his chin unsteady, he pressed her head into the crook of his neck, allowing her to rest against his chest. Are you still cold? He inquired. Gu Xinghe remained motionless against him. You need to feel sorry for me. Xinghe, don't say anything. I understand, she choked out. What do you understand? Xiao Jinbei nudged the top of her head gently. You don't even like me. Holding me is akin to killing me. You. Before he could finish, the police arrived. He helped Gu Xinghe to her feet to cooperate with the investigation. On the ground lay the barely conscious Yao Guangrong and two assailants, injured by their own blades. Moments later, a black Bentley sped into view, its body slicing through the darkness. Hong Xiao jumped out, striding forward with an imposing presence, vociferously cursing. Are you seeking death? Do you have a death wish? I will make your entire family pay. Two bodyguards leapt from the vehicle, one on each side, restraining Hong Xiao. Respect the presence of law enforcement. One of the officers urged. Hong Xiao kikid Yao Guangrong. Just wait. Once you're dead, your family will owe a debt. He darted to Xiao Jinbei, grasping his smooth shoulders. Are you injured? Xiao Jinbei had regained his composure. I'm fine. Xinghe was hurt while saving me. Hong Xiao is gaz shifted, landing on Gu Xinghe. A good woman. Thank you for saving my brother. Whatever you desire, once you heal, tell me, and I shall fulfill your wishes. Thank you. Gu Xinghe replied, Xiao Jinbei's hand resting on her shoulder. Amidst the oppressive aura of Hong Xiao, she quietly nestled against Xiao Jinbei, finding solace in his embrace. Hong Xiao swiftly removed his black suit with one hand and draped it over Xiao Jinbei's shoulders. Quickly take her to the hospital for treatment. I will handle things here. Once Xiao Jinbei donned the attire, he escorted Gu Xinghe away. Hong Xiao signaled one of his bodyguards to assist him in driving. They arrived at the provincial hospital's emergency department, where the situation regarding the injuries proved to be quite tumultuous. The emergency room was chaotic that night, inundated with several trauma patients. Gu Xinghe was among the least injured, positioned towards the end of the queue. The attending surgeon on duty was none other than Xie Yongfeng, the very same who had articulated the renowned theory of indulgence. He had also been targeted by the fatal schemes of Yao Guangrong. Before Yao Guangrong decided to ram into Xiao Jinbei, he had first collided with Xie Yongfeng. Xie Yongfeng's vehicle was of average quality, and he sustained a head injury from the impact. Seizing the opportunity while he was trapped in the driver's seat, Yao Guangrong decisively plunged a knife into his abdomen. Chapter 76. At merely 25 years of age, how would Xie Yongfeng manage if rendered incapacitated? Outside the emergency department, a row of soft chairs leaned against the walls. Xiao Jinbei held Gu Xinghe close, allowing her to lean against him. Gu Xinghe's hand bore a puncture from skin test, and she awaited the results, needing a tetanus shot. Soon, Xie Yongfeng's family arrived. An overweight older man accompanied by a sharp-tongued, thin-lipped matron who cornered the emergency doctor with inquiries. How is my son? The doctor replied. Initial examinations reveal a skull fracture, a rupture of the right kidney, and over 300 milliliters of blood accumulation in the abdominal cavity. The right kidney is likely to be necrotic, losing its function. Xie Yongfeng's mother broke into tears. Will they need to remove the right kidney? The kidney is vital for a man. She lamented. Oh. She sobbed. At just 25, Xie Yongfeng was in the prime of his life. How could he survive if rendered useless? The thought of a skull fracture sent chills down her spine. The doctor adjusted his glasses, stating that further tests were necessary, and the family should prepare for the possibility of dire outcomes. Yao Guangrong, you scoundrel! You caused the death. Xie Yongfeng's mother wept, expressing her anguish. Xiao Jinbei observed quietly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. There was both shock and gain this evening, was there not? Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed down the corridor, filled with crude indignation. Arresting me is illegal. Xie Yongfeng, who had engaged in deception and wrongdoing, deserved his fate. His mother was undoubtedly the most venomous woman in the world. When her son spent money on a romantic relationship, something all mothers would consider normal, she had audaciously led a group of ruffians to her house, coercing them into taking 100,000 yuan, even demanding that her son's dating and dining expenses be covered by her family. Refer to Chapter 47. Retribution. This is her retribution, she exclaimed. Taking 100,000 yuan has brought disaster to her door. Her son's life is the price for her malice. Xiao Jinbei felt a flicker of familiarity in the voice. Turning his gaze, he spotted two grim-faced thugs escorting Ma Yuran. He tightened his embrace around Gu Xinghe, silently observing the confrontation. A slap resounded as Xie Yongfeng's mother, in a fit of rage, struck Ma Yuran across the face. Yao Guangrong has assassinated my son Yongfeng. Such crimes should be punished across generations, she cried. You dare hit me? Ma Yuran retorted, leaping higher as she seized Xie's mother by the hair, pinning her down, unleashing a flurry of punches upon her back. The formidable Ma Yuran displayed such fierce determination that even the bodyguards could not deter her. I cursed the entire Xie family to bear the consequences of their actions. In public spaces and hospitals, with surveillance cameras above and security personnel below, the two henchmen privately employed by the Xie family dared not act recklessly. A scuffle ensued, separating Ma Yuran from Mother Xie. The two factions resumed their verbal sparring. Mother Xie glared menacingly at Ma Yuran, her disheveled curls framing her neck, declaring, I will not let you escape unscathed. What you've done to Xie Yongfeng has rendered him a mere shell of a man. The enmity between us is profound. I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. With unwavering confidence, Ma Yuran proclaimed, my daughter carries Xie Yongfeng's child. I wonder if you dare to harm your own grandchild. Such a powerful statement. Undeterred by Mother Xie's venomous gaze, Ma Yuran felt invincible. Yao Guangrong, suffering from a recurrence of cancer, was destined to die. If he could take Xie Yongfeng down with him, it would be a worthwhile end. The Yao family was unperturbed. Their sorrow was minimal. The pain lay squarely with the Xie family. Xie Yongfeng, so young, would leave his parents to either endure the tragedy of burying their child or to care for a disabled son. Either outcome would spell disaster for the Xie family. There was no hope left in Xie Yongfeng. Thus, the prospect of a grandchild became invaluable. A new life to replace the incapacitated Xie Yongfeng. Would the Xie parents dare to act against them? After all, their son Xie Yongfeng was already a disgrace, indifferent even in his prime, and his injury rendered him inconsequential. Ma Yuran contended that a grandchild was different. Her daughter Qin was exquisite and exceptionally intelligent. The child she bore would be a prodigy, a celestial being gracing the world. A treasure beyond compare, far superior to the worthless Xie Yongfeng. Ma Yuran had thrown caution to the wind, utterly unconcerned for her own reputation. Just an hour prior, while the Xie henchmen had stormed the Yao household to confront her, she had spoken with Yao Qin. Yao Qin revealed that her third husband, Chun Ming, had suddenly requested a divorce, seemingly coerced by some unknown threat, severing their relationship. Chun Ming no longer desired Yao Qin, or rather, he no longer dared to pursue her. Perhaps he had offended someone and was forced to abandon her, or perhaps Yao Qin had unwittingly attracted the ire of someone powerful, who pressured Chun Ming to cast her aside. In any case, Yao Qin was now free, merely needing to collect her divorce certificate the following morning. Without a family or a husband, she could cause any scandal she wished, unbound by societal morals. After a brief discussion, the Xie parents chose to let Ma Yuran be. Without commenting on the child Yao Qin carried, the couple, accompanied by their henchmen, proceeded to visit Xie Yongfeng. Ma Yuran let out a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall as she slowly sank down, her hands supporting her weight, her bottom barely grazing the edge of a chair, inadvertently nudging the person beside her. Excuse me, don't hog the seat, you're blocking me. Ma Yuran shot a sideways glance, then suddenly sprang up, her hand clutching her heart, her face pale. Xiao Jinbei, what are you doing here? Heavens! She felt as though she had seen a ghost at the moment when the CF family had driven her to her limits. And her nemesis Xiao Jinbei appeared right on cue. At this moment, Xiao Jinbei's appearance signifies his intent to strike her, to extract her final vestige of strength, to suffocate her essence, and to send her into the abyss, all while mocking her demise. Xiao Jinbei, I recall you as a man of stature, one who does not indulge in the disgraceful act of kicking someone when they are down. Ma Youlan's slanted eyes brimmed with tears, unable to withstand the weight of despair any longer. If Xiao Jinbei were to attack her now, she would surely collapse, life extinguished. Yao Qin stands alone, bereft of support. Yao Zuxin has vanished, hidden away, leaving her in uncertainty. Upon learning of Yao Guangrong's misfortune tonight, she dialed dozens of times, yet Yao Zuxin's phone remained off. If she were to perish, Yao Qin would follow suit. Observing the pitiful state of Ma Yulan, Xiao Jinbei uttered not a word. To assault a woman would tarnish his dignity, especially when it concerns a woman of lesser refinement. Reasoning with Ma Yulan is akin to attempting to teach a dog not to eat excrement. Such a dog would never learn, and he would only degrade himself in the process. Xiao Jinbei assisted Gu Xinghe to her feet. It was time for her medical examination. Suddenly, Ma Yulan sprang up. Jinbei, why are you ignoring me? What do you wish to hear? Xiao Jinbei replied with calmness. Ma Yulan scrutinized Gu Xinghe, filled with envy and loathing. Such beauty, such capability. She served as Xiao Jinbei's secretary with great fervor and possessed martial skills. Yao Qin mentioned that when Gu Xinghe raised her long legs, she obstructed her path entirely. Why are there so many exceptional women in the world? Ma Youlan's jealousy welled up, manifesting as murky tears. These women continually seek Xiao Jinbei's affection, causing Qin to be sidelined the moment she distanced herself from him. Chapter 77. Pure and untainted. Ma Youlan's murky tears broke through her swollen eyelids, cascading down her prominent eye bags. In her distressed state, she cried out, Xiao Jinbei, Qin has divorced. Are you pleased now? Xiao Jinbei held Gu Xinghe close. Responding nonchalantly, she reaps what she sows. Ma Yulan, with her face raised in indignation, retorted, if it weren't for you, how would she have fallen to such depths? Xiao Jinbei typically refrained from sparring with women. Yet at this moment, he deemed it necessary to provide Ma Yulan a definitive end, preventing any resurgence of her grievances. What have I done to her? Speak up, he challenged. You refused to forgive Qin, breaking her heart, leaving her no choice but to marry Chun Ming. Is that not enough? To be unforgiven by a woman is a devastating blow. Qin, in her despair, hastily married. Xiao Jinbei remained composed. Are you aware of my reasons for withholding forgiveness? Ma Yulan lowered her gaze, her expression contorted with anguish and rigidity. Is it not merely youthful folly, influenced by societal trends in pursuit of a better life? Qin merely believed that Xie Yongfeng was suitable and wished to explore that path. She did not sleep with him. Upon discerning his true nature, she withdrew and returned to acknowledge her mistakes. She is innocent and has committed no grave error. Yet you treat her as a timeless sinner, refusing to forgive her. You have truly condemned her. Ma Yulan exclaimed, her agitation palpable, her face contorted with immense sorrow and rage. Had Xiao Jinbei unconditionally forgiven her upon her return, then now, Qin's partner would undoubtedly be Xiao Jinbei himself. Xiao Jinbei's luxurious car and mansion belong to Qin. His wealth is also tied to her. He will forever treat her with kindness and never betray her. The current stature of Xiao Jinbei is evident to Ma Yuran through the online world. You claim that Yao Qin and Xie Yongfeng are blameless. But may I inquire whose child she carries? A mere glance from Xiao Jinbei can deliver a fatal blow. Ma Yuran was taken aback, hastily jumping forward to cover Xiao Jinbei's mouth. How could such words be uttered? If the CF family hears this, both mother and daughter would be doomed. Xiao Jinbei firmly grasped Ma Yuran's wrist, stating that even Yao Qin is uncertain of the child's paternity, with Xie Yongfeng possessing only a 50% probability. Do not speak any further. Ma Yuran's face turned pale. How do you know this? Yao Qin came to me, confessing it herself, he replied. Ma Yuran, filled with dread, pleaded, please don't say any more. It is all Qin's fault for trusting Xia Yongfeng so easily. At that moment, Gu Xinghe interjected, there's more. Ma Yuran, startled by the sudden voice, turned her tearful eyes to him. Gu Xinghe held Xiao Jinbei's phone, seeking forgiveness, asserting that a mere apology was insufficient. I am truly sorry, Jinbei. Annie has wronged you. Ma Yuran bowed deeply. I have let you off many times, yet you return, persistently entangling me, showing no signs of reform. We were left with no choice. We didn't know whom else to turn to. Ma Yuran wept. Jinbei, you are so kind. To be frank, you are our family's pillar. Xiao Jinbei responded, ultimately, my diligence over the past 3 years has led you to view me as a mere laborer, a puppet, a servant, under the delusion that you hold power over me, summoning me at will. You harbor no fear of me, convinced that I should be at your service. I must inform you that my efforts are solely for those worthy of them. When that worth is absent, my demise is of no consequence. The past 3 years have illustrated his youthful fervor. In a time when youth allows for recklessness, he loved, fought, and passionately pursued his desires. Yet, as time has passed, he has reflected upon his youthful vigor. He does not regret those years, as they embody the spirit expected of a young man. However, through various experiences, love and life have imparted significant lessons upon him. He is disengaged, stepping into a new chapter of life. Those he once loved are buried in the past, no longer to be probed or questioned. Gu Xinghe pressed play on his phone, the recorded conversation echoing word for word. Ma Yuran, terrified, begged for mercy, please. Do not let the Xie family know. Qin is on the verge of divorce, and she has no support. Even if the child in her womb has only a 50% chance of being Xie Yongfeng's, it remains Yao Qin's hope. If she bears a grandson, the Xie family must provide for his upbringing, right? At that time, she could demand 18 years' worth of child support in one go. Yao Qin would then turn the tide, thriving through her son, living a life of ease. Ma Yuran, with a stubborn head, hung low, resembling a quail on the brink of death. A vast chasm now lay between Xiao Jinbei and her. That was a boundary she would never dare to cross. Influenced by her habitual dependence on Xiao Jinbei, the moment she attempted to seek him out, she would find herself plummeting into an abyss, utterly shattered. Xiao Jinbei took Gu Xinghe away, nestled against him. Gu Xinghe softly murmured, it's all in the past, let it go. Xiao Jinbei lowered his gaze and was met with the gentle curve of Gu Xinghe's brows and eyes. Though I may not be skilled in combat, my resilience surpasses your imagination. Gu Xinghe nodded, I believe you. Are you too gullible? You trust everything I say. I assess character first. Faith in you is faith in my judgment. Miss Gu, you are truly remarkable. Not as remarkable as you, President Xiao. Otherwise, you are truly impressive, the champion of brawls. Gu Xinghe walked briskly ahead. Xiao Jinbei followed her into the examination room. The wound cleaning was a terrifying affair. The doctor grasped Gu Xinghe's arm, squeezing the gash, employing forceps to extract shards of leaves and clumps of dirt. Xiao Jinbei felt his skin crawl at the sight. With a firm hand, he pressed down on the back of Gu Xinghe's head, urging her to bury her face against his abdomen. Don't look, lean on me. He averted his own gaze as well, unable to confront the gruesome sight. Yet a voice deep within urged him, keep watch. This was the woman who fought for him, who loved him with her very life, and he ought to protect her. Thus, he turned his head to look once more. One arm wrapped around Gu Xinghe's back to steady her, while the other hand pressed firmly against the back of her head, anchoring her against his burgeoning abdominal muscles. He watched as the doctor inserted a long needle, threading fine wire through the flesh. The hand holding Gu Xinghe's head involuntarily quivered with agitation. He felt her hair slip beneath his fingertips. He was unsure what shampoo Gu Xinghe used, but her hair was extraordinarily lush, dense like a seaweed blanket, soft and lustrous. Dark as night, as he caressed her long locks, it felt akin to unveiling a waterfall hidden deep within an untouched forest, pristine and elegant. Is it done? Gu Xinghe murmured, her voice vibrating against him. Almost, Xiao Jinbei replied, gently tousling her hair. Does it hurt? He asked. Gu Xinghe shook her head. her long hair cascading down, brushing against Xiao Jinbei's hand. Chapter 78. Does it hurt? In the surgical room, a new patient was ushered in. The doctor changed out of the gloves, stained with Gu Xinghe's blood, pressed a few keys on the keyboard, and the printer clattered, producing a stack of prescriptions. The doctor handed them over, and Xiao Jinbei caught them deftly. One hand held the list while the other supported Gu Xinghe. Her wound measured 16 centimeters, stitched with 23 sutures. The black, slender sutures lay against her snow-white arm, resembling a menacing centipede. Does it hurt? Xiao Jinbei asked her the same question again. Not really. Yet, he noticed Gu Xinghe's delicate brows knitting together, her complexion pale, and her expression one of enduring restraint. He handed the stack of prescriptions to her uninjured left hand. Leaning slightly, he wrapped his arms around her, lifting her gently. Nestled in his embrace, Gu Xinghe looked up at him with wide, astonished eyes. He rested his forehead against the top of her head, saying, "I'll carry you. No need to walk." The corridor of the hospital stretched long before them. The night shift emergency personnel moved hurriedly. Some overhead lights were turned off, casting a dim glow that was insufficient compared to the brightness of day. Xiao Jinbei cradled Gu Xinghe in his arms as they entered the elevator at the end of the corridor. Inside the elevator, a jumble of patients and family members of various heights and builds crowded together, creating an exceptionally cramped atmosphere. Xiao Jinbei stood facing the elevator wall, using his back as a barrier to shield Gu Xinghe from the throng, creating a small haven around her. Upon reaching the outpatient department on the first floor, the crowd surged forth like a swarm. Xiao Jinbei was jostled by a burly man, causing him to sway slightly. Gu Xinghe's head nestled deeper into his embrace. He tightened his grip around her, reassuring her with a silent promise of safety. With steady strides, he made his way to the waiting area, gently placing Gu Xinghe on a soft chair before turning to rush towards the payment window. Gu Xinghe required intravenous therapy for 3 days, along with oral medications. Holding the prescription in hand, he glanced at the payment counter, noticing only 2 people in line, indicating a swift turnover. He opted for the nearest payment window and approached. The man currently at the counter wore a drab gray jacket, cradling a child whose head rested on his shoulder, the little one's flushed cheeks contrasting with the sparse, unkempt hair. The man's voice, tinged with despair, pleaded with the cashier, I do not have enough money. Please allow me to procure the medication today for the infusion, and I will return tomorrow." The cashier's voice, cold and mechanical through the speaker, responded, "This is how the doctor prescribed it. 5 days of infusion must be paid in full." The man's voice faltered, "I do not have sufficient funds." "Then you must consult the doctor for a revised prescription." The cashier retorted, tossing the document back at him. The man, one arm still holding the child, extended a finger to retrieve the prescription. The child, with a feeble cough, erupted into a fit, tears streaming down his rosy cheeks, intensifying the father's anguish. "I cannot afford hospitalization for my 2.5-year-old son suffering from pneumonia." The doctor insisted he be admitted. "I had to switch to outpatient treatment," the man choked out. Xiao Jinbei, unfamiliar with the treatment of pediatric pneumonia, discerned the gravity of the situation from the man's distress. The prescribed 5-day treatment plan was non-negotiable, and the child needed urgent care. The child continued to cough, his face burning red with fever, his eyes glistening with tears. The father gently patted his back, wiping away his own tears with a trembling hand. The impatience of those waiting in line erupted. "If you cannot pay, step aside. You've held us up long enough." As the man gathered a large stack of examination papers from the counter, he also picked up the child's fallen shoe. "Who doesn't have pressing matters?" He apologized, only to be met with a barrage of insults from a queue. "What kind of man are you, unable to even afford medical care for your sick child? Why bring him into this world just to let him suffer like a beggar?" "Enough," Xiao Jinbei interjected, pushing through the throng. "Be quiet. He is already in a difficult situation. There is no need for further cruelty." Leaning against the counter, he inquired of the cashier, "How much does it cost?" "I will cover it for him." However, before he could finish, the impatient individual in line shoved him back, exclaiming, "What a show-off. I can't stand your type. Are you looking for trouble?" Xiao Jinbei retorted angrily. At that moment, A robust young man rushed forward, one of Hong Zhao's bodyguards, tasked with bringing Xiao Chantian to see Gu Xinghe. The bodyguard pushed the man aside, intending to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chantian scrutinized the man squatting on the ground, helping a child put on shoes, and asked, "Are you Xiao Kai?" The man, steadying the child's ankle, looked up. In an instant, a gaunt, dark face struck Xiao Jinbei's gaze. "Danke." Xiao Jinbei stepped forward. "You are Tang Kai." Bewildered, having been apart from Xiao Jinbei for 13 years, he bore a resemblance, yet hesitated to acknowledge it. "Jinbei." Tang Kai's eyes welled with tears. "Yes, brother. I am the one who shared a bed with you and feasted on your family's rice cooker." Xiao Jinbei. In those days, whenever Xiao Chantian ventured far to tend to patients, Xiao Jinbei would be temporarily lodged at the Tang family's residence. Tang's mother, with her benevolent heart, would serve Xiao Jinbei chicken legs while Tang Kai settled for the lesser parts. 2 decades ago, the Tang family was considered upper middle class in relatively comfortable circumstances. Who could have foreseen that Tang Kai would now struggle to afford medical expenses for his child? "Brother, oh brother, how powerless I am." Tang Kai collapsed on a Xiao Jinbei, weeping openly while embracing his son. The bodyguard hastily arranged for payment. Xiao Jinbei, along with Tang Kai and Xiao Chantian, proceeded to find Gu Xinghe. Xiao Chantian limped as he walked, one leg faltering. Tang Kai's son coughed violently, gasping for breath. Xiao Jinbei lifted Gu Xinghe into his arms, while the bodyguard took hold of Tang Kai's son. Tang Kai supported Xiao Chantian, and they all made their way to the outpatient infusion room. As Tang Kai tended his son for a cannula insertion, he reassured, "Don't cry, Daddy is here." The young boy nodded, "Daddy, I am very brave." Xiao Jinbei held Gu Xinghe's head, pressing it against his nascent abdominal muscles. "Don't look." Gu Xinghe also required a cannula. She would undergo 3 days of infusion, with a needle insertion every day, but soon the pain would cease. "It's all right. Don't be nervous," Gu Xinghe said. Xiao Chantian stood between 2 individuals closely connected to him, hands clasped behind his back, glancing from the older one to the younger one. Addressing the older, he said, "Xiao He, do not fear. I will provide you with some scar cream to ensure no scars remain." "Thank you, uncle." Gu Xinghe genuinely adored Xiao Chantian. "Tonight, let Jinbei take you back to my place to stay. I will take care of you," Xiao Chantian declared, to which Xiao Jinbei obediently replied, "I understand, Dad." Their gazes met, and he saw a budding flower blossom on her face. He realized that nurturing this bud into a unique and beautiful bloom was his responsibility. Xiao Chantian then inquired of the younger one, "What is your name?" The coughing little boy replied, "Little Bell." "Oh, Little Bell, you seem very well behaved. Mama finds me noisy, so she calls me Bell." Upon hearing this, Tang Kai's eyes reddened once more. Xiao Chantian patted him reassuringly. "Do not hesitate to inform Jinbei of any difficulties." Chapter 79. Mother smells wonderful, Xiao Chantian remarked. "During his time of hardship, he ate your food and slept in your bed while your family sheltered him from the storm. Now that he is prosperous, it is only natural for him to extend a helping hand to you." Tang Kai lowered his head, choking back tears, and a voice filled with immense pain struggled to utter a heartfelt thank you. In the outpatient infusion room, 2 beds are present. Gu Xinghe and Xiao Lingdang are lying down receiving intravenous therapy. The bodyguard brings a chair for Xiao Chantian, who sits against the wall. With the chair positioned between the 2 patients, his bright eyes darting between the 2, watching over them. Xiao Jinbei pulls Tang Kai out. To the left of the infusion area is the exit. Beyond the exit, several narrow paths intertwine, leading to various inpatient departments, flanked by blooming flora. At the witching hour, the small garden is nearly deserted. The only sounds reaching Xiao Jinbei's ears are the anguished cries of Tang Kai, tormented by his memories. Many years ago, when my mother and I moved to Jiangcheng due to my father's job transfer, I was only 13, lacking a mobile phone, which led to sporadic communication. By the time I reached my 2nd year of high school, contact had ceased entirely. The circumstances surrounding me weighed heavily on Tang Kai, rendering him nearly speechless. "How are Uncle Tang and Annie?" Xiao Jinbei asked, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "They have both passed away," Tang Kai replied, prompting a stunned reaction from Xiao Jinbei. After all, Tang's parents were barely in their 60s, significantly younger than his adoptive father, Xiao Changtian, while Xiao Changtian remained robust and alive. How could it be that my father was diagnosed with acute leukemia during my second year of high school? The treatment costs exceeded 1 million yuan, and ultimately, he regrettably succumbed to the disease. My mother, having been a homemaker for over a decade, had to shoulder debts while ensuring I could attend university, working 3 jobs without rest, even while suffering from severe influenza, which ultimately led to myocarditis and her untimely demise. With both parents gone, he was left alone. I struggled, working part-time jobs to finish my degree. After graduation, I rented an apartment near the company, where I met my landlady, whose 3rd daughter frequently visited my dormitory. The landlady eagerly played matchmaker, and I married her daughter. After marriage, however, the daughter spent her days idly at home, often playing cards in the entertainment room. 8 months into her pregnancy, she went into premature labor, and our son was born requiring an incubator, costing over 200,000 yuan. This was merely the beginning. Xiao Lingdang was born with congenital developmental issues, making her exceedingly difficult to care for. We visited the hospital 3 or 4 times a month, with medicine boxes piling high. The treatment costs surpassed our living expenses. My mother-in-law's family could not withstand the strain, growing weary and frustrated. The household was filled with grievances, and the innocent infant bore the brunt of it, as I was deemed the culprit. My family blamed me for being orphaned and for not being able to provide the support that other children enjoyed from grandparents. While others received both financial and emotional assistance from their grandparents, I could not even elicit a single cent from mine. I had no choice but to hire a professional nanny. When my in-laws learned that the nanny's salary exceeded 8,000 yuan, they pointed fingers at me, ridiculing my lack of ability, as my monthly salary was only 10,000. After deducting the nanny's fees, the children's mother would be left with nothing. Yet, I had to work and had no time to care for my son. My in-laws were unwilling to help either. They already had 6 grandchildren, and the burdensome Xiao Lingdang was seen as a nuisance. My wife was even less inclined to assist, spending her days engrossed in card games, eating lunch and dinner in the entertainment room. Family conflicts erupted, and my son and I were cast out. After 2 years of hard work, I managed to buy a house with a mortgage in the first half of the year, depleting my savings. However, my wife refused to return home to live with our son and me. During this period, she even proposed a divorce. I thought about how cruel it was, considering our son was only 2 years old. Tang Kai's eyes reddened once more. At the tender age of 18, I lost my father, and by 21, my mother followed suit. From a buoyant boy, cherished by both parents, I transformed into a melancholic soul, burdened by the crushing weight of a shattered family. I have tasted the bitterness of solitude and anguish, and I cannot bear to subject my own son to such despair. Alas, I implore Lingdang's mother to reflect deeply. After all, little Lingdang is her child, a piece of her own flesh. To my dismay, the child's mother chose to flee with a few friends. My father-in-law's family concealed her whereabouts, and her phone remained unreachable. I resigned myself to the thought that if she wished to leave, then let her go. Last week, a fellow villager mentioned encountering the child's mother at a club in the capital. Without hesitation, I took leave and brought my child to search for her. Though she proclaimed her intent to divorce, she refused to return and finalize the proceedings. Delays ensued, and the child, unaccustomed to the new environment, fell ill. Danke Sighet deeply. Xiao Jinbei, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. I wonder how many men could endure the trials of a life like Tang Kai's. If it were me, having traversed countless hardships, I would find it exceedingly arduous. So you came from Jiangsheng to seek a divorce from the child's mother and are presently residing in a hotel? Xiao Jinbei inquired. Indeed, Tang Kai nodded. Xiao Jinbei embraced him, offering solace. Let us set the divorce matter aside for now. First, we must attend to little Lingdang's pneumonia. I shall stay with him during his infusion, while you return to the hotel to gather your belongings and move in with me. Tang Kai felt a flush of embarrassment. I am truly imposing upon you. Not at all. My father is lonely at home. He will be delighted to have little Lingdang to play with. Suddenly, Tang Kai recalled something. Uncle Xiao mentioned that you should bring Xiao, he to stay as well. That would mean 3 of us in your home. It will be quite cramped. No worries, just trust me, Xiao Jinbei reassured as he escorted Tang Kai back to the infusion room, summoned a bodyguard, and sent him to the hotel. Little Ling Dang, with her large, dark eyes, gazed up in trepidation. Daddy, are you leaving? Yes, my dear. I'm going to fetch your diapers and bottle. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whimpered. Daddy, please don't deceive me. Just days prior, when she had a fever and cough, her father had finally managed to bring her mother to see her. He had placed her on her mother's lap, gently patting her little head, saying, Mama will hold you. Be good. Her mother's embrace was soft and warm. Ling Dang pressed her tear-filled eyes against her mother, inhaling a fragrant scent unlike any she had known before, a delightful aroma that stood in stark contrast to her father's sweat. She cherished the moment, remaining still, allowing her nose to run without wiping it away, simply content to be with her mother. Yet, just as the infusion was not complete, her mother lifted her away and returned her to her father's embrace, now imbued with the familiar scent of sweat. Mama, she pouted, longing to cry but too afraid to speak, too timid to question why she was no longer being held. Her father had instructed her before seeking her mother. You must listen to Mama and not upset her. If she sees you growing up well and becoming a healthy, sensible child, she will come to cherish you. She had been obedient, enduring the pain of the infusion without a sound, suppressing her discomfort as mucus dripped to her upper lip. She had not upset Mama. Yet, Mama set her down, stepping outside the clinic in her high heels, and soon she could barely see her. Anxiously, she lifted her little head and called out, Mama, where are you going? A miracle unfolded. Mama turned, smiling at her. Mama is going to buy you some candy. Thank you, Mama, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, laughing and crying simultaneously, her laughter mingling with her tears. The infusion was complete, yet Mother had not returned, and the sweet treats remained untouched. He sensed that misfortune had befallen him. His mother had deceived him. Daddy, please come back quickly, or else I won't have any more. Little Belle let out a cry, her tightly pursed lips parting as she wept in a tender, childlike lament. Chapter 80. A visit to Xiao Jinbei's luxurious mansion. Reluctant to sleep. Go and hold him, someone suggested. Little Belle's pitiable appearance brought tears to Gu Xinghe's eyes. Xiao Jinbei stood by the infusion bed, at a loss for what to do, as Little Belle was immobilized with a needle in her forehead. Then let's buy the baby a lollipop to cheer her up, Gu Xinghe suggested, realizing that lifting Little Belle to comfort her was clearly not feasible. A bodyguard volunteered to dash out. Soon, he returned with a lollipop as large as Little Belle's cherubic face. Xiao Chantian raised his hand to signal not to unwrap it just yet. She was unwell and should wait before indulging. Thus, the lollipop, still encased in its wrapper, landed in Little Belle's hands. Her tear-filled eyes sparkled with delight. She examined it from all angles, turning it over and over, and giggled while holding her grand lollipop aloft. Sweet child, you must be cautious with your treats, Xiao Chantian gently instructed. Little Belle pressed the lollipop against her chest with one tiny hand, covering half of it with the other. Grandpa, I want to eat it. I just want to play with it. Xiao Chantian looked on with affectionate eyes, waiting for our Little Belle's fever to subside, her cough to vanish, and for her illness to be but a memory before she could enjoy it. Xiao Jinbei observed this scene closely, bending down to adjust the blanket for Gu Xinghe. I'll go buy some toys for her, he said. Be safe, it's chilly at night, Gu Xinghe replied tenderly as she watched him depart. Acquiring toys in the middle of the night proved to be no simple task. Xiao Jinbei walked several stations before finally locating a 24-hour supermarket. He filled 2 large bags with an assortment of items. One filled with toys, tiny cars, a digging machine, a dancing dinosaur egg, and a panda that operated a train, while the other contained milk powder, small towels, large towels, toddler homeware, and men's shorts, tank tops, and socks to cater to the duo's needs. Additionally, he hung a sizable pack of diapers from his pinky finger. The clerk remarked that they were for larger babies. Tang Kai had hurried over from Jiangcheng, likely bringing only a few essentials. After an hour of bustling about, Xiao Jinbei returned to the infusion room, where Little Belle's large, dark eyes were still wide open. Little Belle, why aren't you asleep? Gu Xinghe smiled. The baby is waiting for you to bring her toys. Is that so? Xiao Jinbei placed the bag of daily necessities beside Little Belle's feet and crouched down to unwrap the toys. Xiao Chengchen, utilizing antibacterial vet wipes, helped by cleaning the toy cars, one for the body, another for the wheels, and then repeated the process with a fresh wipe, meticulously ensuring every inch was spotless. Standing up, he presented the toys to Little Belle, who, clutching a lollipop larger than her own face in one hand and a small car in the other, beamed with joy. "Thank you, Grandpa," she said gratefully. Xiao Chantian affectionately patted her back, noting that she had sweated through her fever. Quickly, Xiao Jinbei handed over the newly purchased towel, bending down to support the little one, while Xiao Chantian leaned over to prop her up from behind. Just then, Tang Kai returned, entering to witness this heartwarming scene. Little Belle joyfully waved her little racing car. "Daddy, look, Uncle bought this for me. Have you thanked your uncle?" "Yes, I did. I behaved well and didn't cause any trouble." Xiao Jinbei gently laid Xiao Lingdang down and turned to pat Tang Kai, assuring him that the difficulties had passed. "Thank you." Xiao Jinbei smiled. "When I was 6 or 7, I often stayed at your home. Uncle Tang and Annie treated me even better than you did. They said that family shouldn't be formal with one another, so I never expressed my gratitude to you." Tang Kai's sorrow transformed into joy as he hooked his arm around Xiao Jinbei's. "We will always be brothers. Indeed, forever brothers. With Uncle Tang and Annie gone, you shall be my only companion from now on." Xiao Jinbei felt tears welling up. At that moment, Xiao Chantian spoke. "The child is inherently weak, but merely frail. All his organs are developing as they should. His health can be nurtured, and I shall take care of him. You need not worry, Xiao Kai." Tang Kai repeatedly expressed his gratitude and bowed deeply. Before dawn, Xiao Jinbei brought the entire family back home. Tang Kai Tradled Diao Lingdeng. And the two of them stared wide-eyed, not blinking. "Jinbei, do you live here?" "Yes, this is our home now." Xiao Jinbei pointed toward the single-family villa, which glimmered in the dawn light. It stood 5 stories tall, with gardens in both the front and back. In the backyard, Xiao Chantian had cultivated some traditional Chinese herbs during his leisure. The front yard was lush with trees and blooming flowers, while the water of the temperature-controlled swimming pool rippled, reflecting the soft light of dawn. Tang Kai was taken aback. "I thought you had merely progressed a bit better than me. Better job, higher income, a larger house, less pressure. After all, you're only 26, just like me, having graduated 4 years ago. I truly did not expect this. Let us go home. I will explain everything slowly." Xiao Jinbei carried Gu Xinghe from the car and strode ahead, leading the father and son. "Daddy, our room is so beautiful." As Xiao Lingdang was carried upstairs, he kicked his little legs, slipping down and bouncing around with his toy car and lollipop. The corridor was adorned with a golden soft carpet, and the gleaming railing connected to it. On the right, one could overlook the grand living room on the first floor. To the left was a personalized leisure room with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, alongside bedrooms that sparkled. Xiao Lingdang was reluctant to sleep. Tang Kai took him for a bath, and only when exhausted did the little one finally close his eyes. Xiao Jinbei settled Xiao Chantian and the devoted Gu Xinghe before quietly making his way to the grand living room to meet Tang Kai. "I must leave for work by 7, Xiao Jinbei stated, referring to his family's business. "I would like to accompany you and take a look," Tang Kai expressed with anticipation. "All right, go take a shower, change into my work clothes, and have something to eat before we head out." Just as Xiao Jinbei was about to check the kitchen for food, the doorbell rang. Outside the wall, at the entrance stood 2 men and 2 women. Upon opening the door, 2 burly youths entered, one of whom was the bodyguard who had assisted at the hospital that evening, named Qi Yi. Behind the bodyguard followed 2 housekeepers, each around 50 years of age, temporarily transferred from Hong Zhao's residence. All 4 had been loyal and diligent companions of Hong Zhao for over a decade. The housekeepers prepared breakfast and attended to Xiao Jinbei and Tang Kai's meals, while the bodyguard tended to the dusty fitness equipment on the first floor. Tang Kai closely followed Xiao Jinbei, observing the surroundings as they made their way to his luxurious Maybach business vehicle. Xiao Jinbei was known for being the earliest to arrive at Hong's real estate company. Tang Kai accompanied him on a tour, feeling quite at ease. The president's office spanned over 100 square meters, yet Xiao Jinbei occupied merely the desk area, with a modest space before the floor-to-ceiling windows. After a flurry of activity, he suddenly recalled his brother sitting idle. "Xiao Kai," he called, lifting his pen to see Tang Kai lost in thought. "Do you need assistance?" Tang Kai snapped back to reality and approached him. "Let us go downstairs for a stroll. And also, could you fetch me a bouquet of flowers?" "For whom?" As the conversation shifted to a sensitive topic, the camaraderie between them resurfaced, momentarily overshadowing the gravitas of the president's office. "You know who?" Xiao Jinbei chuckled. "Ah, Guxing?" Tang Kai teased. "That girl is stunning, with an elegant demeanor. She clearly hails from an affluent family. Indeed, her family background is quite remarkable. Then I shall prepare roses for you." Tang Kai winked, symbolizing love. "No, I want peonies," Xiao Jinbei retorted, poking Tang Kai's hand with his pen. Chapter 81. Yili, the handsome man in love half an hour later. "Which kind do you prefer? White, pink, or yellow? All are beautiful. I find the white ones to be pure and graceful, perfectly matching your little sweetheart." Xiao Jinbei answered a video call from Tang Kai. As he pointed at the flowers, selecting them live, he declared, "No white ones." "Oh," Tang Kai jested. "Xiao, you are different. Please guide me, and I shall comply with your wishes." "How am I different? You tell me." "Typically, men present roses to women for the first time, yet you prefer peonies, my brother." "I don't understand." Xiao Jinbei spoke calmly. "I've already given roses to 2 women. This time, I wish to offer her something unique." Tang Kai raised his hand in approval. "Brother, how romantic. After all, a special love deserves a special gushing, huh? So, which ones do you want?" "I want pink and yellow. I see 2 shades of yellow. Please choose a light cream yellow, not the vibrant one." "Understood." Add a touch of baby's breath to the center of the flowers. "At your command. And ensure the baby's breath is not white. It should be pink." "Received. Please await your delivery, Xiao." Tang Kai saluted and ended the call. Xiao Jinbei placed his phone back on the desk, his pen in hand, his thoughts opening a familiar avenue. Tang Kai, much like him, lived a life of relentless pursuits, buried under the weight of responsibilities. Yet, when someone cared for him and offered a glimmer of sunshine, he could truly blossom. He was a man easily contented and joyful. Before long, a beautifully wrapped bouquet of elegant peonies adorned the president's desk. Upon lifting his gaze, Xiao Jinbei found himself locking eyes with the flowers. "What do you think?" Tang Kai inquired. "Beautiful," Xiao Jinbei smiled. The 2 men leaned in to admire the blooms. "When your sweetheart receives these flowers, she is bound to be moved to tears, throwing herself into your arms, sobbing, and you will comfort her, saying, 'Do not cry, my dear. I shall buy you flowers for a lifetime.' Don't speak nonsense. We are still just friends. Nothing has begun yet." Suddenly, Secretary Qiu appeared at the door, impeccably dressed, a vision of professionalism. "Come Xiao Jinbei instructed as he settled back into his chair. Tang Kai settled back onto the guest sofa, picking up a corporate magazine to immerse himself in. "President Xiao, Yili from Lixing Group is here," announced Secretary Qiu. At the mention of Yili, Xiao Jinbei's gaze darkened. He had not extended an invitation to this woman. What right did she have to enter the Hong's real estate building? Secretary Qiu, being exceptionally astute, clarified she is the one that Manager Li from the development department invited. They seemed to have a collaboration, having held an informal meeting in the manager's office this morning. Just as Xiao Jinbei contemplated a refusal, a head of chestnut-colored curls peeked through the glass door. The weather was splendid, and a window on the right side of the corridor had been opened. The breeze swept in, tousling the chestnut waves, and Xiao Jinbei recognized the familiar tresses. There was no escaping this. "Let her in," he commanded. "Understood," Secretary Qiu replied. But just as she turned to leave, Xiao Jinbei called her back. "Xiao Qiu, accompany Tang Gu to the cafeteria for lunch and show him around." "Of course," Secretary Qiu said, glancing at the person seated on the black leather sofa, engrossed in the magazine. At that moment, Tang Kai looked up in response. "Tang Gu, please follow me," she said. "Thank you," Tang Kai replied, placing the magazine down and rising to his feet. He moved a little closer to Xiao Jinbei, subtly pointing to his watch and mouthing, "It's only 11 o'clock. Are you sure the cafeteria has prepared the dishes? Go ahead, and bring me back a portion after you finish. Xiao Jinbei chuckled. Yi Li entered, stepping into Tang Kai's shadow. With a noble demeanor and an aura that filled the room, she approached Xiao Jinbei. He reclined in his executive chair, turning to face the floor-to-ceiling window, presenting the back of his head to Yi Li. His dark hair contrasted with Yi Li's enchanting gaze, which momentarily dimmed before suddenly brightening as a stunning bouquet caught her eye. A delightful smile graced her lips as she gracefully approached the desk, reaching out to touch the flowers. The beauty of the peonies was irresistible, their delicate colors and soft petals reminiscent of an ethereal beauty untouched by the mundane world. This sentiment was rather overt and fiery. Ha ha, you sly one. Jinbei, your heart is filled with thoughts of her, loving her with a fervor that is both earnest and complicated. Yet you remain stubborn, caught in a playful quarrel, where words and feelings are at odds. An enchanting young man in love. Yi Li gazed affectionately at the back of Xiao Jinbei's head. Jinbei, if you have feelings for me, please do not sulk. Her tone softened, abandoning its usual domineering nature. Xiao Jinbei had prepared flowers for her, silently signaling his desire for reconciliation. She ought to reciprocate, to express her stance. It was time to cease causing him heartache, considering the responsibility for their recent estrangement lay with her. The more Yi Li admired the peony, the more she perceived Xiao Jinbei's appreciation for her, envisioning herself as the celestial being in his eyes. Unable to contain her emotions, she gathered the bouquet to her chest, tenderly caressing the petals with her freshly manicured nails. Xiao Jinbei heard the crinkling of the wrapping paper and was jolted upright. He swiftly turned his chair to confront the sight of Yi Li's foolish grin. Yi Li, what are you doing? At his exclamation, Yi Li lifted her gaze. Thank you. Jinbei. What? Xiao Jinbei was taken aback by her sudden display of emotion. I truly adore them. Yi Li lifted a peony, its beauty captivating. The splendor of the flower mirrored her own allure. In Jinbei's eyes, she was a celestial being untouched by the mundane, radiating an unparalleled beauty. A woman who embodies such ethereal grace in a man's heart truly transcends earthly existence. Xiao Jinbei felt himself nearly faint. He tugged at his tie. Yi Li widened her enchanting eyes, asking, My dear, how long will you persist in this? Most men, lacking an appreciation for the romance of peonies, would simply purchase a bouquet of roses from a flower shop and depart. A woman might discard the flowers that very evening, tossing them into the community dumpster, only for a silver-haired lady scavenging for refuse to exclaim in regret, What a pity, and take them home. Xiao Jinbei's intent in preparing peonies was clearly heartfelt. To both present her with flowers and maintain a facade of indifference was a precarious balance. I am not teasing you. These flowers are not for you, he declared, just as Yi Li's expression shifted. Then who are they for? She challenged. Xiao Jinbei, about to unleash a retort, suddenly heard Yi Li assert, Which wretched woman dares to covet my beloved? Speak her name, and I shall pluck her hair. To him, the celestial maiden could only be she. Should anyone dare to compete, she would ensure their defeat, leaving them bald and hideous, a promise she would keep. Yi Li's fierce determination was palpable. Realizing that Gu Xinghe was currently recovering from an injury, with 29 stitches in his arm, unable to move and in pain, Xiao Jinbei felt the weight of responsibility. If Yi Li discovered that Gu Xinghe had captured his heart, chaos would surely ensue. He raked his fingers through his tousled hair. Subtly, he conveyed to Yi Li, I no longer desire you. You ought to hold yourself in esteem. Yi Li, unperturbed, replied, I sent someone to liaise with Manager Li from the development department yesterday, proactively engaging in your project. I arranged to meet him today for a discussion on collaboration. Manager Li, under Xiao Jinbei's command and overseeing significant company ventures, would undoubtedly report this upward. Xiao Jinbei was aware of her intentions. Were these flowers not intended for her? Moreover, he never explicitly stated that they were meant for anyone else. Chapter 82. Xiao Jinbei is my man. Yi Li cradled the peonies, approaching Xiao Jinbei with a beaming smile. As she walked towards him, she coaxed, Darling, cease your fussing. I know you have faced grievances. I have ordered a Ferrari for you, set to arrive next month for the Dragon Boat Festival. Her laughter echoed in delight. Once her amusement subsided, she inquired, "Why don't you ask what the car delivery on the Dragon Boat Festival signifies?" Xiao Jinbei turned his face away. Yili repositioned herself to face him directly, insisting, "Don't you think it's amusing?" Xiao Jinbei replied, still sulking, "A luxury car worth $1.2 billion is quite the spectacle, epitomizing speed and excitement. Every man in the world will be captivated by such a grand automobile." Yet, he bore a countenance of discontent. It was, after all, typical for a handsome man to be in a mood. Yili patiently endeavored to clarify. It was merely coincidental that the scheduled pickup coincides with the Dragon Boat Festival. When the time comes, you will drive the new car, and we can take a short road trip with my father to test its performance. How's that sound? Leaning toward him, she gently nudged her left shoulder against his chest, attempting to drape her arm around his neck. "Not like that." Xiao Jinbei abruptly pushed her away. Yi Elfei narrowly avoided colliding with the edge of the desk as she rushed out, instinctively grasping the Venetian blinds for support. Xiao Jinbei stood up, declaring, "That's enough. Please leave." Yili's face pale. "What do you mean?" "It means I no longer wish to be close to you." "Jinbei, weren't we once so intimate?" In those days, they often shared tender moments in her office. She would call Xiao Jinbei, and if no unforeseen circumstances arose, he would arrive within 40 minutes. She was accustomed to pressing him into the office chair and then sitting on his lap. Xiao Jinbei was gentle and affectionate, fulfilling all her fantasies as a woman and providing her with unparalleled emotional value. Why was it that what was once intimate could no longer be so? The prolonged emotional turmoil was exhausting. Previously, I merely cooperated with you for work. Now, I have no connection to you and despise you. Xiao Jinbei articulated with fervor. "I despise you. I truly despise you." Such words were indeed excessive. It was akin to calling her worthless. No woman could tolerate a man's disdain. "Your words are deeply hurtful," Yili retorted sharply. "You lack self-respect, clinging to me and causing me annoyance." She raised her chin, suppressing the emotions in her eyes, maintaining her composure. "You claim to despise me. Does that mean your love when we were together was insincere?" "Indeed," Yili contested, "you treated me with such kindness. Clearly out of love." Xiao Jinbei gritted his teeth. "It was merely a necessity for my work." The implication was that her presence had been solely professional. "Indeed, even our intimacy was part of the job. If you expect my duties to include intimacy, I have fulfilled my role." Yili fat shattered. Who was she? Possessing a discerning eye and an understanding of human nature, she could perceive authenticity in others. There was no way Xiao Jinbei could exhibit such genuine care without love as a foundation. "I refuse to believe it." "I do not care whether you believe it or not." His indifference suggested that even her demise would not draw a tear from him. Yili nodded. "Fine, I understand. The past is the past. Let us start anew." Even if their previous intimacy was merely work-related, they had been familiar companions. Progressing to a marital relationship was merely a step away. She believed that achieving a lasting bond with Xiao Jinbei was far simpler than what Lu Yinyan or Qi Yifei could hope for. Kulachin a peoni, Yili departed. Her high heels clicking rhythmically. "Put the flowers down." Xiao Jinbei bellowed. That was the first time he had thoughtfully chosen flowers for a woman, personally selecting and wrapping them according to his specifications. Gu Xinghe would go to great lengths for him, and he ought to reciprocate sincerely. Allowing Yi Li to take them would be a grave injustice to him. At that moment, Yi Li's patience wore thin. Adopting her commanding demeanor, she asserted, "You truly did not intend them for me?" Indeed, Yi Li swiftly utilized her executive acumen to pinpoint the suspect. In front of Xiao Jinbei, she made a call to Qi Yifei. "Miss Qi, listen closely. Xiao Jinbei is my man." The response from the other end was unintelligible. "Yili sukofut. Let us see how much you weigh when you return home tonight." Just then, Xiao Jinbei strode over to snatch the phone away. Yili hung up first. "Xiao Jinbei, the word defeat does not exist in my dictionary." Yili lift. "I shall make an official announcement soon. If you disregard my advice, you will undoubtedly bring humiliation upon yourself." Xiao Jinbei took a seat. That day, he had no social engagements after work. He personally selected flowers and wrapped a bouquet anew. When Gu Xinghe received the flowers, her pale face slightly flushed due to the pain in her arm, exhibited a hint of surprise. "Are you certain these are for me?" she asked, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes. "Indeed, I chose them for you," Xiao Jinbei replied, changing his shoes. "Have you had a good meal today?" "Yes," she responded. "What about your medication? Did you take it on time?" "The doctor prescribed a bag of oral medicine last night. I took the anti-inflammatory pills. And my uncle also brewed some traditional Chinese medicine for me." As Gu Xinghe spoke, she mentioned the little bell. "The baby didn't take the oral medication. My uncle prepared a concoction to clear the lungs and reduce fever. It worked wonderfully. The fever subsided, and after a nap, he was bouncing about with energy." Xiao Jinbei had finished changing his shoes and assisted Gu Xinghe into the room. "Would you like to wash your hair tonight?" After wrestling with two strong men the previous night, she had realized at home that the ends of her hair were stained with blood, with a small patch having solidified into a crust. "I would like to, but—" Gu Xinghe's cheeks flushed deeper. Her hands were not convenient. Today, she and T asked the nanny to wash her hair, as she harbored a quiet social anxiety, instinctively keeping her distance from strangers. "I will wash it for you," Xiao Jinbei said, helping her into a chair at the dining table. "After dinner, I'll go wash up." Xiao Jinbei went to shower and change. Gu Xinghe found herself enveloped in the warmth of his affection, sitting there in a daze. The little bell, like a bird released from its cage, hopped excitedly against the wall. Tang Kai assisted with the dishes, going back and forth. Two nannies, donned in aprons, busily moved in and out. Gu Xinghe was completely oblivious to it all. The doorbell rang. Xiao Chantian went to open the door, ushering in a guest, yet she remained unaware, until a somewhat familiar female voice descended from above her. "You are Gu Xinghe." Gu Xinghe looked up to see Qi Yifei's astonished face. Although she was not active in the circles of the affluent, the identity of Miss Gu was known among the prominent families. "Hello," Gu Xinghe greeted. However, Qi Yifei's attention was drawn to the flowers. The pink and pale cream peonies paired with rosy gypsophila were romantic and exquisite, wrapped in shimmering starry paper, layered beautifully, reminiscent of a brilliant galaxy. "These are from Jinbei." Gu Xinghe turned her gaze towards the staircase, where Xiao Jinbei had yet to finish his shower. He was not present. Chapter 83. A bitter scheme to entice him? Gu Xinghe's bright eyes searched the staircase where Xiao Jinbei had passed on his way to the shower, yearning for him to appear and answer Qi Yifei's inquiry. Xiao Jinbei had sent her peonies tonight, also known as flowers of affection. She thought about the implication. As a woman, she possessed a nuanced understanding of romantic love throughout history. Yet, she was uncertain if Xiao Jinbei intended it that way. He was a man, and men, being rather straightforward, likely chose the prettiest bouquet from the flower shop, blindly responding to Qi Yifei. It is clear that one Xiao Jinbei does not wish to pursue a relationship with her. The act of sending flowers was merely a gesture of sympathy for her injury. However, her unilateral revelation of their relationship demonstrates a lack of respect towards Xiao Jinbei. While Gu Xinghe pondered this, Qi Yifei's second question fell into place. "Miss Gu, what happened to your hand?" The tone dripped with jealousy, indicating her conclusions about the first inquiry. It was as if she were insinuating, "Are you employing a strategy of self-sacrifice to win over Jinbei? Staying in his home? How shameless." "Injured." Gu Xinghe, enveloped in the bliss of receiving flowers from Xiao Jinbei, remained composed, her voice notably gentle. "Injured? Huh." Qi Yifei seemed to affirm her suspicions. "How did you sustain such a serious injury?" Xiao Chantian approached, having tidied up the array of gifts brought by Qi Yifei. Xiao, he was injured while saving Jinbei. He interjected kindly, "She needs recuperation. Miss Qi, please converse with my old man. I will answer any questions you may have." Gu Xinghe observed the transformation of Qi Yifei's expression into something charming and amiable. She smiled at Xiao Chantian, linking her arm with his. "Uncle, I have taken quite a liking to you." He nodded. "Come, take a seat and enjoy a meal with our family." Just as the final dish of soup was served, Xiao Jinbei descended the stairs. His footsteps echoed, causing Gu Xinghe's heart to race with anticipation. Xiao Jinbei made his way to the dining room, freshly bathed. his hair tousled and devoid of its usual polished demeanor, presenting a more approachable and homely visage. Dressed in a gray loungewear ensemble, a soft knit top and elasticated trousers, he appeared effortlessly handsome in his casual attire. Jinbei, Qi Yifei was the first to speak. I hope my unexpected visit isn't too intrusive. She rose, conveniently positioned next to an empty seat. Gu Xinghe noticed Qi Yifei's delicate, fair fingers adorned with diamond-studded nails resting on the chair's back, subtly suggesting that Xiao Jinbei take a seat beside her. Qi Yifei's gaze subtly swept across Gu Xinghe's face. When their eyes met, an unspoken rivalry ignited. Gu Xinghe lowered her gaze, no longer anxiously awaiting Xiao Jinbei's choice to sit beside her. To her left, another seat was vacant. Just moments ago, Xiao Ling had attempted to climb up to sit next to her. Having bonded through shared trials, they had become fast friends. Xiao Changtian lifted Xiao Ling into his arms, and Tang Kai, with a warm smile, guided him around the corner of the dining table, settling him beside himself. Qi Yifei extended a warm welcome to Xiao Jinbei, her seat awaiting him. Gu Xinghe, cradling the peonies that symbolized her happiness, sat in silence, her long lashes casting shadows across her cheeks. That shadow veiled her eyes, rendering her world uncertain. Suddenly, the chair beside her was pulled out. Gu Xinghe turned to see Xiao Jinbei adjusting the chair's position before casually taking a seat, his handsome face illuminated by a gentle smile as he responded to Qi Yifei. "Please sit, Andy. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. The meal is quite homely. Should there be any shortcomings, I shall invite Miss Qi to dine with me another day." Upon hearing Xiao Jinbei's amicable remarks, Qi Yifei's previously dimmed eyes sparkled anew. "A promise is a promise, Jinbei. I am eagerly awaiting your invitation for a banquet." "No problem." Qi Yifei cast a glance at Gu Xinghe. What does it matter that Xiao Jinbei is seated beside her? An exceptional single man belongs to all women. Who can win his affection depends on one's capabilities. In that regard, Miss Qi outshines Gu Xinghe by a considerable margin. Xiao Jinbei announced the commencement of the feast. Laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone began to eat. Little Belle, with her cheeks puffed up, was delighted by the abundance of delicious food, her big eyes darting around. "Daddy, I want to eat the big meatball." "All right," Tang Kai quickly responded, serving her one. "Daddy, I want to eat the ribs." Coming right up, Tang Kai selected a rib and carefully removed the bone before handing it to her. "Daddy, what is that? It's so beautiful." Xiao Changtian replied, "That dish is called dragon swimming across the sea, a seafood platter. You will have to wait a month to taste it." Little Belle exclaimed, "Oh, I know. I have pneumonia, and good children must be cautious with their diet." Ha ha ha. Her innocent words brought laughter to everyone. Xiao Jinbei served Gu Xinghe some clear braised ribs, enriched with a hint of nourishing Huai yam, prepared specially for her by the housekeeper. "Good children must be careful with their diet," he remarked as he placed the ribs in her bowl. "I'm already in my 20s, Gu Xinghe replied playfully. "No matter how old you are, in our household filled with men, you remain a cherished child, deserving of their protection and affection." Gu Xinghe felt her cheeks flush. "I actually have no particular demands regarding food, so you need not worry about my inability to indulge in those culinary delights." Xiao Jinbei picked up a leg of king crab and took a bite. "Then I shall eat it for you, since you aren't tempted by food," he teased, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Gu Xinghe chuckled. "You are quite humorous." "Indeed, I always showcase my talents when others are in need," he replied with a sly grin. Qi Yifei shot a peculiar glance at them. Gu Xinghe silently rotated the glass platter, bringing the bowl of braised ribs toward Qi Yifei. "Miss Qi, you should have some too." Qi Yifei smiled knowingly. "Xinghe, living with Uncle Xiao is indeed a blessing." Gu Xinghe nodded. "Yes, everyone is very kind to me." "That is good to hear." "Xinghe, you left the Gu family estate before you turned 10, living with the nanny outside. Your childhood lacked the warmth of a family, and your youth was devoid of parental companionship. You grew up alone, bearing many hardships. Jinbei's family is kind-hearted and altruistic. They have helped many, and I harbor no jealousy for the kindness they show you." "Thank you, Miss Qi," Gu Xinghe replied with grace and composure, casting a quiet glance at Xiao Jinbei. Xiao Jinbei's gaze softened. "The ribs have cooled. Eat them while they are hot." Gu Xinghe, holding her chopsticks, took her time. Xiao Jinbei lowered his voice. Once you finish, we shall wash your hair. Gu Xinghe nodded in agreement. However, after the meal, Xiao Jinbei was summoned by Qi Yifei. The door to Xiao Jinbei's study closed, and Qi Yifei remained inside for over an hour. Gu Xinghe stood by the railing on the third floor. The housekeeper brought up some traditional Chinese medicine and inquired, "Miss, do you need assistance?" Gu Xinghe turned. Her gaze as tranquil as the autumn moonlight. "If it is convenient for you, could you wash my hair?" The housekeeper smiled and nodded. "Of course, it is quite convenient. Please take your medicine. I will prepare hot water right away." Chapter 84. Rivalry in Love. Who is worthy of his affection? As Xiao Jinbei emerged from the study, Gu Xinghe had just finished washing her hair and taking a bath. Dressed in comfortable loungewear, she sat at her vanity in her bedroom, where the housekeeper was gently drying her hair. "Have you finished washing up?" Xiao Jinbei inquired as he entered the room, followed closely by Qi Yifei. Upon noticing Qi Yifei's peculiar gaze, Gu Xinghe merely acknowledged with a sound. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Xiao Jinbei asked, a hint of reproach in his tone. "I had promised to help you after dinner." He had only delayed for a moment, yet Gu Xinghe had taken it upon herself to wash up. "Focus on your work, it's important. I asked Auntie for assistance." She replied. Hima, the housekeeper, smiled warmly, embodying a nurturing presence. "Thank you for your efforts," Xiao Jinbei remarked. "It's my duty," Hima responded with a grin. Once her hair was dry, Hima supported Gu Xinghe's shoulder to help her up and fasten the buttons of her loungewear. With her long hair cascading down to her waist, Gu Xinghe appeared ethereal, her porcelain skin and luscious red lips captivating Xiao Jinbei's attention, rendering him momentarily lost in thought. His fingers curled instinctively at his side when Qi Yifei's voice broke the silence. "Jinbei, I'm leaving now. Allow me to see you off," he replied, his voice low and husky. Qi Yifei turned to Gu Xinghe. "You carry on. I'll have Xinghe accompany me. It's been years since we've had a proper chat." Gu Xinghe nodded, eager to engage in conversation. The camaraderie between women often leads to private exchanges. Xiao Jinbei escorted them downstairs. As they approached the door, Hima handed Gu Xinghe a shawl, which Xiao Jinbei took and draped over her shoulders. Qi Yifei chuckled playfully. "Mr. Xiao, you are so considerate." Xiao Jinbei maintained a serious demeanor. "It is only right that I care for her, as she has been hurt because of me." Accompanying Qi Yifei to the garden, she remarked, "Do not take him too seriously. He has stated that he is caring for you out of sympathy for your suffering. Let me interpret this for you. His kindness is merely an act of repayment. You have no say in this," Gu Xinghe replied slowly as they walked. Qi Yifei scoffed. "Of course, I cannot dictate your use of a pity ploy to win the hearts of all the men in the Xiao family. I am merely looking out for you, drawing from our childhood friendship. From an observer's perspective, I must caution you. Gu Xinghe, Jinbei's kindness is not driven by romantic feelings. He feels pity for you." Gu Xinghe halted in her steps. "Qi Yifei, I do not find your warning useful. It only reveals your deep-seated jealousy." "Jealousy?" Qi Yifei raised her chin, flicking her hair back. "Should I be envious of you?" An unfriendly gaze scrutinized Gu Xinghe, trailing from her collarbone downwards, assessing her figure. "Gu Xinghe, you are a castaway. The Gu family has forsaken you. You are utterly alone, without support or foundation. In the grand society of the capital, every young lady is cherished by her parents, raised with care and attention. Yet, you stand alone, an anomaly. Your status as the eldest daughter of the Gu family is but a fleeting cloud. You are nothing, incomparable to the pampered Qi Yifei. And how dare you claim jealousy?" "Ah, juste." Brother Jinbei is astute and discerning. He knows who is truly worthy of his love and understands who can aid his ambitions. Jinbei could never choose a discarded girl who would hinder his progress. Qi Yifei's gaze shifted away from Gu Xinghe, who remained enveloped in a lingering disdain. Her expression was composed, accustomed as she was to the caprices of human emotion. The scorn of another would not sway her resolve. "You are correct, Qi Yifei. Jinbei understands who is worthy of his affection. Thus, there is no need for further discussion. We must respect his choice." The power of selection lay firmly in Xiao Jinbei's hands. Should he prioritize a girl's family background? seeking a union to bolster his career, then she would candidly express her lack of such a foundation. If Xiao Jinbei were to reject her for this reason, she would accept it. One's origins are predetermined by fate. She cannot alter her destiny. There is no merit in lamenting the unchangeable and wallowing in self-pity. Love does not encompass the entirety of life. While she harbors feelings for Xiao Jinbei, she remains true to herself. If he chooses not to have her, she still stands as her own person. Gu Xinghe exuded a calm confidence. Qi Yifei, in a fit of urgency, countered, "Do not feign superiority. I know you feel jealousy and distress." Gu Xinghe met her gaze, retorting, "What I think is not for you to ascertain." With Xiao Jinbei's emergence, he stirred the elite business circle. Possessing an endearing visage and a commendable character, he was a man that all women wished to entice. You have schemed your way into his home, obsessing over him. It's glaringly apparent. Qi Fei argued passionately. Gu Xinghe replied coolly, "I advise you to regain your composure. It is you who is losing your dignity in this frenzy." Qi Fei, frustrated and powerless, felt her anger boiling. "Let me be frank. Gu Xinghe, at my mother's birthday banquet last month, your stepmother and 2 stepsisters were present, and they spoke of your crude behavior, your violent tendencies, and your lack of familial restraint. They view you as a disgrace, a girl of ill repute, and they avoid you. Your reputation is tarnished. If you were to tarnish Jinbei's name, the world would surely condemn him for choosing someone like you, jeopardizing his impeccable image. If you truly love him, you should walk away for his sake. Love is about sacrifice. Allow him to marry someone deserving and lead a happy life." Qi Fei was indignant. "Your contact with Xiao Jinbei only brings him harm." Yet Gu Xinghe responded, "If my stepmother seeks to tarnish my name, I will strive to redeem myself. I may not yet be worthy of Jinbei, but I shall endeavor to become more exceptional. I have the right to pursue the one I love. There is no need for you to elevate yourself by belittling me." Qi Fei scoffed. "What gives you the right to strive? You are merely a parasite living off the family's fortune." Gu Xinghe shot her a disdainful glance. "Do not speak foolishly. I am employed, managing my father's company. I engage in meaningful work. Do not project your own shortcomings onto me, for it only serves to diminish you. I am merely trying to offer you a friendly warning. And if you refuse to appreciate it, then I shall take my leave." Qi Fei retorted sharply. As she turned to depart, she suddenly recalled something. She glanced back at Gu Xinghe. "Do you know why I unexpectedly visited Xiao Jinbei tonight? Pray enlighten me." This afternoon, Yili called me utterly vexed, believing I had taken away Jinbei Gu from her and was intent on confronting me. Therefore, I came to the scene to confront her, only to discover it was you." Qi Fei, full of enthusiasm, remarked, "If I were to meticulously plot to win over Jinbei Gu and inform Yili, what do you think she would do to you?" Chapter 85. Does she not deserve it? Do you? In the living room, the family of 4 sat together after dinner, engaged in casual conversation. Xiao Chantian occupied his favored single sofa, with a small redwood tea table beside it, upon which rested his teacup. Xiao Jinbei and Tang Kai were seated side by side on the 3-person sofa. Little Ling Ding sat cross-legged on Tang Kai's lap, holding a small red toy car, her large black eyes sparkling with mischief. "Little Kai, Ling Dong's fever has subsided, and her cough should clear up in a couple of days. Have you made any plans?" Xiao Chantian inquired. "I've taken a half-month leave and will visit Ling Dong's mother to settle things in a few days." Xiao Chantian nodded in acknowledgement. "It's easy to resign from your job in Jiangxing, but now you must consider the house, whether to continue paying the mortgage or sell it and return to the capital for a new one." Tang Kai's family had once resided in a unit provided by his father's workplace, a modest 60-square-meter apartment with 2 living rooms, devoid of private ownership rights. When his father was transferred, he sold it for a mere few thousand to a colleague. Upon his return, he found himself without a home. Living with Xiao Jinbei was convenient, but as a man, he inevitably desired to establish his own household. "I will handle it step by step. Thank you, uncle." Xiao Chantian glanced at the clock on the wall, squinting slightly. "Jinbei, Xinghe has been seeing Qi Fei off for over half an hour. You should check on her." "All right," Xiao Jinbei replied, rising. "I want to go too." Little Ling Dang slid off Tang Kai's lap, her small hands tugging at her pants wedged in her backside. her short legs chasing after Xiao Jinbei. Tang Kai swiftly caught her waist, pulling her back. Don't be a third wheel. Little Ling Dang widened her eyes, protesting. Baby is not a third wheel. Tang Kai pinched her little nose. If you follow your uncle, you will become a third wheel. Xiao Jinbei did not hear this as he walked briskly. In 3 minutes, he found Gu Xinghe beneath a trellis adorned with blooming roses. What are you dawdling about? He called from distance. Gu Xinghe, her long hair flowing, gazed up at the sky under the moonlight. You came. I came to see you. After chatting for so long, are you not happy? Not all, Gu Xinghe replied, following Xiao Jinbei home. I just checked the neighboring building 7. It's dark and unlit. I looked into the area's housing sources, and the owner has been assigned to work in Europe, residing abroad, and wishes to sell. You intend to buy building 7? Xiao Jinbei halted in his tracks. Yes. Xiao Jinbei, with one arm around Gu Xinghe's waist, turned her to face him and asked, what did Qi Fei say that made you think about moving out? Last night, when Xiao Changtian suggested bringing Gu Xinghe to stay, her large eyes sparkled with anticipation, overflowing with delight at the prospect of being together. I'll move to the building next door, just one wall apart. We will still be together every day. Xinghe, please don't say that. We are single individuals. Living together could easily lead to rumors, affecting your reputation. Xiao Jinbei's brows furrowed. I thought you wished for us to live together forever. Gu Xinghe lowered her gaze. And I initially believed your claim of being unprepared to embrace a new relationship meant you intended to remain single for an extended period. Xiao Jinbei held her shoulder, declaring, I can see your sincerity towards me. Gu Xinghe interrupted, Jinbei, do not force yourself to bear the burden of emotions. I respect and trust you. I am willing to give you time to adapt to your new job and adjust your state. When you are ready, we can discuss matters further. Are you finding excuses to retreat? Xiao Jinbei's voice grew somber. Not at all. I have lost confidence in myself, she admitted. So, you wish to give me time to contemplate? If you like me, you will pursue me. If not, I shall seek affection elsewhere. And you want to hold it against me. Is that the essence of your sentiment? Gu Xinghe lowered her head. I am a devoted person. My heart is set on you, and I shall not let you down, Xiao Jinbei asserted earnestly. I believe in you, Gu Xinghe replied softly. But I too require time. I wish to resolve some lingering personal issues and strive to excel in the transformation of a commoner into a star to present you with an exceptional Gu Xinghe. Early the next day, Xiao Jinbei instructed Secretary Qiu to arrange a meeting with Qi Fei, hosting a luncheon for her at a business hotel. Qi Fei arrived, meticulously dressed, her typically high ponytail cascading down, her long hair framing her shoulders, her face adorned with a light foundation and a shade of watermelon red lipstick. Her ethereal beauty reminiscent of Gu Xinghe's charm. Brother Jinbei, are you in such a hurry? Qi Fei beamed radiantly. You only mentioned hosting a luncheon for me last night, and here we are the very next day. You must be quite impatient. Presumably, after the intense conversation with Gu Xinghe the previous night, she had wisely withdrawn. Qi Fei poured wine, nudging a glass towards Xiao Jinbei. Cheers to our lunch together, she said with a smile. Xiao Jinbei grasped his glass, his voice flowing like a stream in the nocturnal forest. What did you discuss with Xinghe last night? Qi Fei paused, her lively smile fracturing momentarily. I mentioned that Gu Xinghe is unworthy of you and advised her to step back. It was merely the truth. What of it? Ms. Qi, allow me to clarify. Gu Xinghe has journeyed alongside me, offering considerable support, both physically and emotionally. She is the finest woman I have encountered, strong yet never wielding her strength to dominate men, rational and wise yet humble, capable yet respectful and gentle. Qi Fei's fingers tightened around her glass, her complexion visibly darkening. In meeting her, I realized I, too, could be cared for. Previously, I was always the one providing care. Striving tirelessly, with her I feel alive. Qi Fei suddenly raised her gaze, declaring, Gu Xinghe is unworthy of you. Xiao Jinbei had grown weary of the societal constraints surrounding family background and marriage. He bypassed the list of qualities Qi Fei intended to enumerate and directly questioned. If she is unworthy, what makes you deserving? If you desire it, I can be. Then let me be unequivocal. I do not wish for it, Qi Fei exclaimed, abruptly standing, her glass clattering to the table. Xiao Jinbei, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Xiao Jinbei rose as well, clarity in his eyes. I am entirely rational. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Qi Yifei clenched her teeth. Chile Group is prepared to invest $10 billion to acquire the land that Hong's real estate has left idle for over 3 years. In the bustling real estate sphere of the capital, where every inch of land is precious, this particular plot has languished and used for 3 years, rife with complications. Qi Meng has decided to accept this undesirable land, primarily because he recognizes that Xiao Jinbei is the adopted son of Hong Tenghui. This individual is not only charming and exceptionally talented, but also possesses admirable character, making him a prospective heir to Hong Tenghui's vast fortune and an ideal son-in-law. With the intention of marrying off his cherished daughter to Xiao Jinbei, Qi Meng seeks collaboration with him. Xiao Jinbei speaks of Gu Xinghe in such glowing terms, as if he is determined to secure her. In this context, what does Qi Yifei's position signify? Qi Yifei, unable to win over the man she desires, finds herself unfortunate alongside the neglected plot of land. Xiao Jinbei stands to lose $10 billion. Having just assumed his position, he cannot afford to falter, as Hong Tenghui would not let such a failure slide. Chapter 86. Xiao Jinbei, you shall come to regret this. It is not that I underestimate Gu Xinghe. She is, after all, the discarded daughter of the Gu family, unloved and unappreciated, with a solitary existence. I cannot possibly be bested by someone of her stature. Qi Yifei threatened. Should you choose Gu Xinghe, I will terminate our collaboration. Xiao Jinbei replied calmly. That is of no consequence. If Qi Li Group declines the land, I shall develop it independently. Qi Yifei, incensed, felt her face flush with indignation. Though her acquaintance with Xiao Jinbei has been brief, she has found herself enamored by him, yet not to the extent of being utterly devoted. While it is bearable not to establish a romantic relationship, she cannot tolerate the thought of losing to someone she deems inferior. Like Gu Xinghe, Xiao Jinbei, please consider this carefully. Let's arrange another time to discuss. Qi Yifei said, her cheeks flushed